The world is ruled by three types of people, talented, rich, and one more. The stream of the raid of the new dungeon has begun, many viewers have gathered. The Abyss Guild is equipped to kill, and they fight against two-headed dragons. People are wondering what level these guys are that they reached this boss. Together they made an epic combo, the damage from which amazed everyone. The crowd favorite Mandy has finally arrived. As they say, the main character is always the last to appear. She uses her unique skill, Roulette of the Gods. A random skill is about to appear. People imagine how funny it would be if a non-combat skill were to activate. The audience really wants Nika to show up. People are crazy about the Abyss Guild. They dream of at least one of their artifacts, which they can sell to buy a house. The damage is crazy. People are jealous that some people are so lucky. The dragon is already missing one head. Someone writes in the chat that there should be a limit on the level of luck. One of the guild members signals the tanks to retreat. This is Guildmaster Merlin about to deliver the final blow. The audience admires this man. Merlin summons a fiery dragon that burns everything in its path. This is a skill that people have never seen before. People in the chat celebrate the guild's victory. The entire raid took 2 hours and 27 minutes. Everyone is interested in what kind of loot dropped from such a powerful boss. People admire the incredible Mandy. However, the show is over, so they go to watch the next broadcast. The viewers in the chat said goodbye, and the recording of the Abyss Guild raid on the two-headed dragon is finished. Our hero Ryan is outraged that he is being offered $300 a day. He asks if that is cheap for a 30% risk of not returning alive from a raid. The broker says no one is forcing him. They have no shortage of young people eager to do everything right. Ryan doesn't refuse. He just asks for a higher price for his work. The man says he is just a broker and will only offer the price the guild itself sets. He apologizes and hangs up. Ryan is angry when Leo comes in. The guy asks if everything is okay with our hero. Ryan says he'll have to work as cannon fodder for a month. And Leo would love to go on a raid like that at least once. They say that among the players in God Wars, those who can somehow earn a living in raids are less than 15 million out of 1.8 billion. Leo tells Ryan not to despair because, unlike others, our hero is not without talent. Actually, if you think about it, the guy is right. Ryan has talent in this game. Unlike other games, God Wars does not have auto-aim. And yet, Ryan's background as a baseball player gives him a big advantage in this game. The hero had to give up his baseball career after an injury. He was once a fairly famous pitcher, and Leo will never understand how humiliating such a compliment sounds to Ryan. The hero thanked him, gave him the card, and wished Leo good luck in leveling up. But the guy doubts that he will succeed. His predecessors have captured everything. Well, nothing can be done about it. Leo recalls that Ryan spent 5 whole years leveling up his character, Midas. The guy remembers that the hero got it when he freaked out and invested all his savings into the class card Gotcha. Ryan still regrets it. Yes, that was his only chance. A hero needs to provide for his family. Ryan noticed that the guy was reading something with great interest. Leo explained that it was a fantasy novel where the main character dies as a result of a friend's betrayal and returns to the past to take revenge. Anyway, Ryan wished Leo a good shift and left. It was raining heavily outside, but the hero said that he wasn't a sugar puddle, so it was okay. Ryan walked and thought about this novel, in which time travel is used to carry out unnecessary revenge. Complete nonsense. If the hero had returned in time, he would have invested in the stock successfully. Suddenly, he saw some approaching light. The hero stopped in place, and the frightened truck driver realized that he was about to collide with the guy. Just a second later, the truck crashed into a pole and was completely destroyed. To say that Ryan was scared was an understatement. Passers-by immediately gathered around, asking if everything was okay with our hero. Ryan almost died. Luck is definitely not his thing. Although he just survived, so it can be considered luck. Ryan went on, but felt that something was about to fall on him. It turned out to be a pole with bare wires that electrocuted the poor guy. A miserable existence without money, without talent. But Ryan could swear that on that day, no matter how it sounded, luck smiled on him for the first time in his entire life. In 2034, the long-awaited VR game God Wars was released. Its name translates as War of the Gods. Just a few years after its release, the game had a huge impact on sports, entertainment, and culture, and at one point reached 1.8 billion users. During Ryan, many people live off the income they earn from working in this game. Our hero began to slowly come to his senses from the voices of the doctors around him. He has a first-degree burn. The doctor discharges him. Ryan can go home after he pays the bill at the reception. The hero screamed in horror when he heard the word bill. Bad luck. He dodged a truck but was still electrocuted, and on top of that he had to empty his already meager savings. But Ryan thought he should probably be grateful. All he had in this lousy world was his body, and he didn't want to lose that. The hero approached the door of the house with hopes that his older brother and Mia were okay. But when he put his hand to the lock, the system said the biometric data was not registered. Ryan is shocked because it worked yesterday. He tried again, but the system kept saying the same thing. Fucking rental apartments. Ryan is annoyed and says he will move out of this hole as soon as he earns at least a little money. Suddenly, Ryan's niece, Mia, opened the door. The hero was delighted and hugged her, asking if she had behaved well. His older brother responded immediately. Ryan was surprised that Henry was home. The guy got a call and was told that Ryan was in the hospital. The hero said that it was nothing serious. He fell slightly, but Henry was still worried and asked if everything was okay. Ryan replied that he wouldn't be able to come if it was something serious. The hero pointed to the lock and said that it seemed like the ID was broken. He said that Ryan was not registered. However, Henry said that this could not be. The hero assumed that the identifier probably just broke. The house is old after all. But Henry said that if it broke, it wouldn't work at all. The identifier works, which means the system gives such an answer. And then Henry said that the system uses the same biometric algorithm as the God Wars capsules. Ryan broke out in a cold sweat. The hero can't believe that this old and rusty ID uses the same ID as this game. Ryan quickly ran out of the apartment, saying that he needed to quickly go to the capsule cafe. The hero called tech support and said that he had entered all the information correctly, so he did not understand why he was denied access due to a biometric mismatch. But on the other end, he was told that he could be a hacker. They advised him to hire a lawyer and hung up on him. Do they have any idea how much that costs? Ryan is desperate. Biometrics are unique data of human biometric signals. They cannot be faked. That's why in our time it has become the only reliable way of identification. It's just incredible. Ryan can't figure out why his data is no longer being recognized. Everything was fine until yesterday, and then I thought about that electric shock. It can't be because of that incident. Ryan is hysterical. She can't even log in now. Why is everyone against him? He thought it was the end. The hero spent a lot of money on upgrading his character, and now it's all over. Just like it happened once. But Ryan gathered all his will into a fist, telling himself that he must not give up. Yes, stopping playing God Wars is not an option. The hero can forget his dream of getting at least some rank, be a simple miner in the mines, and not show off. If Ryan works hard, it will be enough to at least live on. He needs to provide for his family. He came to the cafe and asked Leo to set up a capsule for him. It's a good thing Ryan had a card to create a hero. Of course, there is little desire to do this again. He started the game again. It is believed that the world of God Wars is much better than the real one. But as Ryan sees it, it's not that different from reality. If you don't have money, you won't see this game, like your own ears. The hero introduced the name of a new character, Midas. The cost of one character is $880, lucky to have a card. And in this damn game, all the things cost a fortune. And all because there is a demand for a beautiful life, which people lack in reality. Ryan will diligently hunt and increase his level. This is strange. Wasn't it enough to just sell the items? The system offers to choose a god to worship. It sounds easy on paper, but Ryan didn't even put in enough effort. A random selection of cards from the first task appeared in front of him, and he spent so much money to get one mage. There are only two ways to win at random games. The first is to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth, and the second is to have simply unreal luck and fortune. Ryan has done this chapter so many times that he thinks he can guess the contents of any card. He thinks he'll get some crap again. Ryan started thinking about which class to choose and remembered that he just wanted to be a miner. Suddenly, the Archmage's card began to glow, as if on purpose, so that Ryan would notice it. At first, he thought he was hallucinating. However, When he clicked on the card, the system wrote that the War Dragon accepted Ryan into his army as the 82nd Warrior. Now he is assigned the class of Archmage. The hero is in complete shock. The Archmage class is the same one that Asmo, a third-rank player, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on. And now Ryan just got it. People around were unhappy. One guy was getting a warrior for the third time, and he would have dreamed of an Archmage. Another guy said that there is no harm in dreaming, because legendary classes, like Archmage, are only given to rich kids like Asmo. Ryan thought that if this was true, then mining was out of the question. Now he was going to level up faster and go raiding. But no such luck. Ryan is pretty sure it's just a temporary system error. He'll probably have some weird class when he logs in, like a mage or a warrior. Ryan even rubbed his eyes to make sure. Not only had he pulled out an incredibly valuable card, now he also thinks he sees hidden text above the quest description. For the training task, he is offered the title of Master of Training for more than 71 minutes in combat. He is shocked that this is hidden in a training quest that many don't care about. So the title can be obtained by surviving for 71 minutes, and also plus 10 to all stats. Ryan screams that this can't be because usually you only get 5 points for going up a level. You can go up 2 levels if you complete this quest. Ryan has dedicated 5 years of his life to this game, and he has never heard of the title Master of Training on any forum. So no one has thought of it yet. But this is not surprising because you need to hold out for exactly 71 minutes, not 60, not 70 for example. Even a particularly curious player will not want to hang around in the tutorial for more than 70 minutes. But then, if Ryan sees hidden text in the tasks, it means that the Archmage class was not given to him by chance. The hero pressed the button to start recording. In God Wars, you can only reach a good class with tons of gold or a lot of luck. People pay handsomely for cheats. Ryan just hopes that this isn't a dream. The training mission begins and the hero finds himself at the location along with the others. People are shocked that they are given such difficult opponents right away. However, these monsters do not need to be defeated. This is impossible for level 1. Now Ryan sees that surviving here for 71 minutes is not that easy. Suddenly he notices a green indicator above the orcs' heads, which begins to change to red. And then he realized that he was seeing an indicator of monster aggression. Nowadays, your social status in God Wars depends on your status. Everyone starts the game with their own dream and goal. But soon, they all come to the same conclusion. God Wars is fucking hard. It's a waste of money. And the moment of truth, when the new player really comes face to face with reality, is contained in the training task. People are scared and say that the tutorial will only end when you are beaten to death by a monster. As the veteran of the game said, no need to be nervous. Just die quickly to start the main quest. But Ryan has other plans. He has taken the attention of the goblins. He doesn't understand how it can be that he is even a window of monster statistics. He also seems to know how the aggression indicator works. Green means calm and no intention to attack. But when it turns red, it means that the monster has seen a target to attack. Ryan quickly hid in the bushes. Who would have thought that many years of studying orc behavior scripts would come in so handy now? The condition is to survive for more than 71 minutes. Seeing the enemy's stats, the aggression indicator, and having 5 years of thorough study of orcs behind him, this should be a help for Ryan. And it doesn't seem like anyone else knows what he knows. Recording continues. Ryan believes he can do it. He has 1 more hour. The title of Master of Training will definitely be his. An hour later, the hero came out of the capsule. And then he realized that it was not a dream after all. He started watching a replay of the mission he won. Then, of course, he died shamefully because he was infected by orcs. But Ryan got the title, and the Archmage card was not a system error. It is real. Phew. Ryan was almost kicked out of the server because of his increased heart rate. He had to control himself. The hero started breathing to calm down. Leo approached him and asked why the hero was so upset. Maybe something happened in the game. Ryan lied a little when he said he wasn't feeling too good about having to start the game over again. Leo asked why our hero starts over when he has a pumped-up mage character. Ryan wasn't banned after all. But looking at Ryan's face, the guy still decided that he was banned and decided not to rub salt into the wound anymore. The hero said that he would go back into the game and asked Leo not to tell anyone. There you go. A convenient cover story to deflect suspicion. Sorry, Leo, but we can't let anyone know Ryan's secret. If the developers find out about his ability, they will not leave him alone, and Ryan will be pursued everywhere by a pack of hyenas hunting for cheats. It seems that the hero gained this ability thanks to yesterday's incident. And this is a gift from heaven. This is the hero's only chance for a better life than this miserable existence. And Ryan does not know how long he will have to use this ability, but he will squeeze it out for his family. The hero returned to the game and got to the first city. He is an Archmage of legendary rank. There are hardly 100 of them in the whole world. I still can't believe it, but I still need to level up and then go on a raid. However, whether you like it or not, you'll have to go to the Travelers Guild for this. Suddenly, Ryan noticed something glowing near the tree with a big question mark. It looked like the beginning of some kind of quest. He came closer and saw that the dog lying there was glowing. A legendary quest is the highest rank quest that can exist in the game. Such a blinding light could surely only come from a legendary quest that Ryan only knew about from rumors. And something like that was right before his eyes. The hero calmed down a bit. With this one quest, he can cover all his expenses for a month in advance. This shitty game is based only on luck. But now Ryan loves it, this damn game of luck. First, you need to accept the quest. The poor dog got lost and caught a disease. You need to get a reviving medicine. Ryan never came across a quest related to this medicine. This is probably a hidden quest that is activated when certain conditions are met. That's how it looks to other people. If the hero did not have the ability to view hidden information, he would simply pass by like the others. But Ryan managed to find it. Now he won't give it to anyone. First, he needs to visit the Explorers Guild, as they are responsible for most of the quests in the area. Ryan doesn't want anything to do with those bastards, but he has no other choice. Although there is a large variety of quests in God Wars, the higher the rank, the less often you can stumble upon them. Moreover, they can be completed a limited number of times. Characters are also limited to a certain number of quests they can give per day. Because of this, people who received quests in advance began to exchange them for in-game currency. There were even those who began to set up camps next to the characters in order to monopolize them. And this is the Travelers Guild. With no way to control all the in-game characters, and with no other players willing to sit back and think for a bit, they headed to the first city. Since the first city was a place where new players could learn the ropes, those who left once could not return, meaning there would be no veterans to cause conflict. Gradually increasing their strength, having established themselves in the first city, they began to expand their services in various fields. The guild captured the trust of newcomers by giving them free items at the very beginning. They improved their image by helping with hunting, resource extraction, etc. Soon, people even began to appear who spoke highly of the Explorers Guild. This happened against the backdrop of the developers declaring their unwillingness to interfere with in-game social processes. Thus, the guild turned into a real business. These guys are the reason Ryan didn't want to create a new account. But the hero still came there, and she told him about 3 different courses. Basic course. In it, you can get a quest without extra waiting. Advanced course, where you can not only get a quest, but also use the item loan service. And the Elite course, where you will be provided with assistance until the very end of the quest. In a group formed from members of the Explorers Guild, the hero can pay with real currency, in-game gold, or items. So the guy asked Ryan which course interested him the most. The hero decided to stop at the basic one. There were people who tried to fool the Travelers Guild, but they were all forced to collect resources needed to create items. So the guild began to provide services in the real world. There was only one way to escape their oppression, which extended beyond the game: to turn in your character. These parasites are deeply entrenched in God Wars. The guy gave Ryan a list of quests and a document and told him to go to the specified location. Ryan came to the guy with the old man, and they said that he received the quest Hayden's assignment. The hero asked for a minute to confirm the task. I clicked on the 10 goblin skin button, and numerous system notifications appeared. There is so much information about Hayden's character quests. In any case, Ryan has already decided which one to take, the hidden quest related to the legendary. The hero will need to cheat a little to shake all the remaining quests out of this guy. After some time, Ryan raised his level. Goblins can be dealt with even without magic skills, since the hero's stats are quite high. Suddenly, he saw a notice that the god he served had noticed Ryan's rapid growth. The war dragon was giving him an opportunity. It seems like it's time for poor players to have a gotcha. It's a free skill that's given out every time a character reaches a new level, but usually, good items are hard to get. However, Ryan was no longer subject to the will of chance, so he threw down his cards. 90 out of 100 were normal. It seems that innate luck is hard to get rid of, even for a single unique rank. Fortunately, at least Ryan was lucky that this time he got the attack spell that he would later use, Fireball. All preparations are complete. Now it's time to pick up the last hidden quest. Ryan walked up to the same guy and said he was done. The guy said that our hero is pretty good. Ryan started saying that he overestimates him, because he barely manages to defeat even one goblin. Here, the guy thought, if there are problems with killing one goblin, then the hero looks like a complete newbie. He would be interested in why Ryan got it done so quickly. Maybe he got an extra item somewhere. The guy thinks that our hero will soon become another wallet for their guild. But then he heard the old man and Ryan talking about how the hero had managed to get all the goblin skins. The old man said that he was very smart, because he even managed to get the goblin's melancholy, which drops with a very small chance. A quest appeared. Ryan said he bought 30 goblin leather at once because no one sold 10 at a time. He only needed 10 for the quest, and he asked why the guy took all 30 from him. Ryan started asking what new quest they were talking about. He wasn't happy with this arrangement. They should have warned him about this in advance. After all, he honestly bought this quest from the guild for money. Ryan asked how they planned to compensate him for 20 units of goblin skin. The guy got very nervous and said that they would not be able to help our hero in any way, since no compensation was provided for this case. The guy said that everything is described in the contract. In case the client has not familiarized himself with the information well enough, all responsibility lies with him. It turns out that Ryan will not receive any compensation and must deal with this quest himself. In other words, you're stuck in this and you have to figure it out. Ryan waved it off and walked away, saying how unlucky he was to lose 20 goblin skins just like that. And the guy sighed with relief that he had almost gotten himself into trouble in one place. As he left, Ryan smiled sarcastically. Everything went as planned. Now nothing stands in his way. After some time, he came to the old man again and gave him the goblin's melancholy. He barely managed to get it, and the old man in turn gave Ryan a reviving medicine made thanks to him. Finally, the hero will be able to complete the legendary quest. He approached the dog and began to give him the potion, hoping for a worthy reward. Ryan wants this quest to make him a real rich man. Suddenly, a notification said that the wolf, having lost his name, would henceforth be loyal to Ryan as his master. Titus, the master of the divine being, was unblocked. The hero fell to the ground in despair, because a divine being cannot be exchanged. The dog turned out to be a wolf cub and happily approached his new owner. Ryan thinks that appearance is not important. He hopes that at least from the statue, the wolf cub looks good. The system told him to give his pet a name, and Ryan chose Lucky. Suddenly, the wolf cub began to shine. The nameless wolf received a new name, and with it a new life. Ryan's heart rate suddenly accelerated, causing the game to force log out. Ryan's friends met him at the store, but he was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even pay attention or say hello. Leo said to forget about it, since Ryan seems to be depressed because of the ban on the mage's account. The guys didn't know what the hero was going to do now, because the hero had invested all his savings into the account. But they can't even imagine how happy Ryan is now. He was not mistaken. This dog turned out to be Fenrir. Fenrir is the strongest divine being in God Wars and has no equal in close combat. Ryan's luck doesn't end there. Now he has a companion like this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance if things continue like this. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Mia. Joyful Ryan told his niece that he would bring some chickens today. But his joy ended when the girl said that something was wrong with her dad. The hero quickly ran to the hospital and saw Mia crying near her father's room. Ryan hugged the girl as the doctor approached them. The woman reported that Henry had had a heart attack and hypotension, but there was nothing to worry about yet. However, the doctor said that Ryan's relative has a pacemaker. This device needs to be replaced periodically, and the patient needs rehabilitation. The doctor asked if the hero had been checked by a cardiologist himself, and they went for an examination. Ryan stayed with his niece in the hospital until the evening. Money, money. Everything always comes down to money. The hero can't hesitate. He got Fenrir, and it's time for him to earn it like a human being. Ryan will sell cheats to people and get artifacts to sell later. And to do this, you need to pump up your Archmage as quickly as possible. Later, the hero went to the hunting grounds for beginners. People were touched by the cute puppy next to him. Ryan didn't pay any attention. Lucky really does look like a puppy. The hero killed 2 hares at once, completing the legendary quest, Heal Lucky. Firstly, he now has a creature that will distract enemies onto itself. And secondly, it frees him from the need to call partners into battle. A little more leveling up, and Ryan will be able to leave the first city and move on. Of course, the next level will be much more difficult, but the rewards will be much more valuable. And also a random skill card came from the War Dragon. Well, it's time to play roulette again. Rows of different cards appeared in front of the heroes, and he still doubted. Then he came across a skill of a unique rank, and this is telekinesis, the ability to move objects at a distance. Works only when used by a telekinetic mage. A very rare skill. Telekinesis, moving objects using invisible force. In combat, it can be used to trip up or remotely block an enemy's movement. This skill can only be learned by a telekinetic mage from the mage class. But since Ryan's class is an archmage, he can learn any school of magic. You don't even have to choose here. Everything goes like clockwork. Taking the varnishes with him, the hero ran off to hunt. They came to the goblin forest. Lucky immediately drew the attention of the monsters to himself and deftly dealt with them. Ryan meanwhile attacked them with fireballs, which made the task much easier. After a couple of minutes, the hero and Lucky have dealt with everything. Now the goblins seem too easy. Once at the beginning of the game, they seemed serious opponents to Ryan. The hunt is not difficult at all so far. The hero decided to try to go further into the thicket. But upon entering, a red light stopped Ryan. This was a boss raid. There was an hour left before the goblin champion appeared. Boss raid is a treasure trove of the game where you can get incredible rewards for defeating a powerful monster. However, due to the high difficulty of such a raid, only the strongest players can challenge it. It is often compared to the starry sky. Everyone can see it, but only a select few can wield it, starting with the items you receive for raiding, and ending with a stream that broadcasts the entire process of the battle. Their income from God Wars is truly astronomical. If Ryan wants to become a ranker, he still has a lot of work to do. He decided to write to support and buy Mia something tasty, only $25. But before he hit the send button, Ryan thought maybe he should try to beat the boss. There is no one in sight in the area now, and he has already killed all the monsters. Just once Ryan decided to be greedy. Even though he has tried to be law-abiding up until now, there is no guarantee that his life will become better than it is now. The hero is tired of giving others opportunities. Now he has a chance and he will do it. Ryan has watched the Goblin Champion raid videos many times, so he already knows the mechanics of his attacks. The hero has never participated in a solo raid before, but right now he can do it. Ryan has every chance. The hero told Lucky that today they will hunt the boss. After some preparation, the timer ran out. The boss started spawning. Ryan told Lucky to move away. The monster immediately attacked the hero, but then he stepped on a trap and fell into a hole. Meanwhile, Ryan quickly threw several bottles of oil and started attacking with his fireballs. The Goblin Champion is a boss that changes its fighting style depending on its health level. This is the first serious monster for beginners who have previously fought only with regular mobs. Even an alt player with more resources wouldn't attack him alone. But if you find a way to disrupt his attack pattern, then everything else will be easy. When the goblin tried to get out of the hole, Lucky started biting his hands, causing him to fall even further. The Goblin Champion's health was already running low, meaning his movement pattern would now change. The monster jumped out of the hole, but then he fell back with an incredible crash. It was Lucky who jumped on top of him, holding him down. Now the task remains simple. Ryan simply finishes off the boss with a fireball. The title Goblin Champion winner is unlocked. Ryan congratulates Lucky on his victory. Everything turned out to be simpler than the hero thought. Well, after all, the goblin is just a monster from the first city. It would be great if Ryan could be shown live on air. He would immediately get some good sponsors. The hero suddenly has a lot of worries. The War Dragon gave him a chance after his brilliant victory. First, Ryan needs to show his cards. But suddenly Lucky started barking when he saw a red beam of light nearby. "The hero has received the Goblin Champion's mask." Back in the real world, Ryan looked it up online. That mask was a whopping $910. Raid items are ridiculously expensive. It would be nice to put it on himself, but the hero now has to think about rent and medical bills. If only he weren't in this situation. Suddenly, Ryan received a call from the insurance company regarding compensation for the electric shock. The hero immediately understood what was going on and began to tell that from that moment on he felt terrible. His mind was clouded and he was traumatized. With a smile from ear to ear, Ryan told how hard it was for him now. Ryan handed Leo the card so he could load $300 worth of gold into the game. The guy was surprised, asking if our hero had really sold any artifacts. But some time ago, Ryan told the insurance company that he was going crazy because of the accident and lost sleep. He was constantly seeing poles with wires and trucks. Ryan was told that his hospitalization information would be checked, and if confirmed, his insurance would pay him. The hero told Leo that he had cried, played on his pity, and received a solid insurance. The other side of Ryan said that it was not nice to do that. The hero knows he shouldn't have, but he needed money for a month to focus on leveling up the hero. He immediately entered the game. There was no time to waste. There he went hunting again in the Goblin Forest. As before, Ryan attacked with fireballs. But suddenly the goblins raised their shields, hoping to defend themselves. However, Ryan had already prepared a surprise for them. Ice arrows. It's more like bullets, even. Magic arrows work best against rats hiding behind a shield. While the hero was fighting them, a goblin with a spear was approaching him from behind on the tree. The monster was about to attack from behind when Lucky quickly knocked the weapon out of his hands. Ryan feels safe. The dog will always cover his back. Then they went to the hunting grounds of the next level. Ryan received a rare set of goblin gear. The hero has gotten quite a few regular bows from goblins, but not a single unique item like the champion's mask. And it doesn't give a bonus for a full set. It looks like unique items can only be obtained in raids. It would be great if a unique item just fell from the sky into Ryan's hands. Suddenly, he heard the boy's cries for help. He was being pursued by another huge player with a mace, who eventually caught up with the guy. This scoundrel's comrades were glad that they caught this bastard. They killed a guy with one guy and said that mages have so little health they are like seeds. They pop in one go. They grabbed the poor guy by the hair, but he said they wouldn't get away with it because when his guild found out. But then the scoundrels just started laughing out loud, saying that they didn't care. They were on Alto now. Besides, at this level, the guy can't even contact anyone. They punched the guy in the face and told him to watch his mouth. And if he doesn't like it, then log out, although he will see them again when he returns. Ryan watched the whole scene. These are the newbie killers. They don't leave the first city even after reaching level 12. These bastards enjoy killing new players. Just morons who enjoy bullying the weak. They are very annoying, but it would be unwise to interfere with Ryan's level now. The hero wanted to leave, but Lucky sighed and continued to sit. Ryan thought that they had managed to defeat the Goblin Champion together. Maybe those guys aren't even stronger altogether than that boss. The villains continued to pursue the newcomers, and their new victim was a girl magician. But the one with the mace didn't have time to do anything before a fireball flew at his head. The guys were just in shock, telling the one who did it to come out and sort it out. Ryan asked, "What's wrong?" "Well, just punched a fat guy in the face." The hero said that the topic of today's stream would be hunting rookie killers, and he is a great mage live on air. The guys panicked when they saw that it was a streamer, and asked why he was hiding his face and not his nickname. Ryan is just kidding. These idiots are always so afraid to show up on stream. And then the hero started shooting ice arrows at them. One of the guys thought, our hero first knuckle duster fireball, and then also an ice arrow. The only class that owns 2 or more schools of magic is the Archmage. The guy was horrified, because this meant that our hero in front of him was some major's alto. He quickly started to run away, but Ryan would still teach him a lesson. Lucky grabbed the guy by the neck, knocking him to the ground. The guy said he would remember Midas's nickname since he was a great streamer magician. Ryan just laughed, taking out an ice arrow, Skull to remember and sign. Enemies' karma levels have been reduced and the number of items Ryan can use has been increased. It's great to teach a lesson to those who make a living by killing other players. The hero will increase his status and receive items. Ryan had previously sworn that getting items was purely a matter of luck, but now it was becoming clearer to him. He decided to see if he had gotten any good items. Ryan is shocked. These guys had leather armor and goblin champion pants. These are unique items that give a set effect when equipped with the goblin champion mask. There's nothing to think about here, so the hero immediately equipped himself. All stats are increased by 25 points, and damage to goblins is increased by 10%. On his previous account, he managed to cross the 100 intelligence threshold only at level 15. If anyone else had seen this, they would probably have thought it was just a game bug. Suddenly Lucky howled, causing Ryan to jump. The hero understands that the dog is in a good mood, but howling. Then he received a notification that his divine being had received a new skill and was offered to choose it. Various cards appeared in front of Ryan again. Not only was it a divine creature skill, but there was also a legendary rank card. Lucky has acquired the treasure hunter skill. He can now find rare hidden treasures. Ryan wasn't sure if he was referring to objects. Then something occurred to him. The man who was nicknamed the luckiest player is the guildmaster of the Immortals Guild, Lapo, and his divine creature, Fenrir Smart Guy. As the nickname suggests, his entire content consisted of finding hidden dungeons. This guy was so lucky it was hard to believe. But what if all his luck was in the treasure hunter? Ryan called Lucky and said that they would try out the hunting skill. After running through the forest, the dog found several horn mushrooms, as well as the medicinal herb rosella, all rare items. All these items can be sold for a good price. There are even plants here that Ryan has never seen before. Lucky is his priceless treasure. Suddenly the dog stopped at the tree, looking into a large hole. It turned out to be the secret hideout of a goblin shaman. Ryan is shocked. This is a truly unique dungeon. The rewards are appropriate. The title Goblin Shaman Champion and a stat boost. Even in the first city, the hero never stumbled upon a hidden dungeon, and now he has become a pioneer. Yes, he can live comfortably for a month if he sells this information. But then Ryan stopped and screamed. He realized that if he sold this, he would no longer be able to call himself an honest gamer. Therefore, the hero decided to clear the dungeon himself. Upon entering, it turned out to be a huge space with many goblins roaming around. And in the very heart of the room there he was, a level 16 goblin shaman. Lucky immediately pounced on the monsters, distracting them. Ryan, meanwhile, quickly began to attack with fireballs. Now it is time to clear out this hidden refuge. A secret dungeon that appeared near the first city. Lucky kept jumping on the goblins. The goblin shaman is not much of an old man, but he is actually the boss, and his minions are here to distract him while he attacks. So, to defeat him, you need to wait for the moment. Ryan quickly pounced on the boss while Lucky distracted the goblins. Ryan's damage was huge, with only a dagger. Never before had he experienced the true power of such high stats. The hero continued to attack, throwing fireballs at the goblin shaman. The boss had little health left. Almost Ryan thought to finish off the goblin shaman with this attack, but now he has to dodge again. The boss began to charge up some powerful attack. But Lucky quickly intervened, grabbing the goblin's leg. The dog interrupted the boss's cast. He only won a second, but how it helps in a fight. It was at this moment that Ryan started attacking with fireballs. So the system wrote that he defeated the goblin shaman. The hero is incredibly happy. But suddenly the boss began to rise, calling the man. Ryan didn't understand why he came back to life. And then the goblin shaman said that he had come for our hero, and now the war of the gods would begin. The hero didn't even have time to realize anything, as the boss began to disappear before his eyes. He thought it was some kind of bug. Well, never mind. Ryan decided to take a better look at the loot. It was a secret dungeon after all. The ping was high. He'd watch the replay later. The repeat can also be sold later, but now we need to see what came up. And then Ryan takes out the goblin shaman's staff. It's a unique weapon that can be sold for decent money. Available to players level 10 and above, attack 31. But then Ryan read on the system notification that this item could not be sold. The hero got angry, not understanding what the hell. What the hell does he need this stick for then? But his indignation was interrupted by a system notification that the main quest had been created. Now Ryan was completely confused. The scientist who developed this VR game to create the most immersive virtual reality world is Jack Stevenson. In an interview, he was asked why he uses new technologies to create games. Then Jack replied that he just wanted to write a story. It all started as a hobby, and he never expected to make money from it. That's it. And shortly after that, Jack suddenly died and users were scouring the God Wars world for the story he wrote. However, for the past 5 years, no one has found her. The story called The Main Quest. Ryan can't believe it's really him. He thinks it's a dream. It's really hard to believe, but our hero found this quest. Players have been looking for this main quest everywhere, in every corner of this world, and it ended up in a place where no one expected to find something important, in the first city. The developers received complaints again and again that the game does not have a main quest, although it seems that some people were looking for it in the first city, thanks to the Travelers Guild. If they had turned this place into a farce, someone would have found the main quest by now. But Ryan did, and he's not going to tell anyone about it and will go through it himself. Thanks to Lucky, the hero found a treasure that others could only dream of. The system said that Ryan did not open the random skill card given by the War Dragon and suggested opening it. The hero has gained a new level, but has not yet unlocked any skills. He will deal with this now, as he wants to get started on the main quest as soon as possible. Suddenly a bright light appeared. It was a card of the legendary skill Polymorph. By killing monsters, the hero gets the ability to transform into them, only for magicians of the School of Illusion. Something new. To start the quest, you need to go to an NPC named Yun. This is the same one you meet when you are about to leave the city. Yun's house is a secret entrance to a dungeon. It is created by the system specifically for the player. Here Ryan should be wary of meeting those idiots from the Travelers Guild. Ryan entered the houses when Lucky started barking. Yun's footsteps could be heard from afar. The NPC said that the hero entered stealthily and rattled like a cupboard. Yun said his basic line about Ryan coming to leave this city and go to a big unknown world. The hero said that he did that too, but he had a question. Ryan asked if Yun knew anything about the nameless god. A question mark lit up above Yun's head, which means the quest has appeared. The NPC said that the nameless god is the name for those who lost the war of the gods and left the throne. They ceased to be gods and their names are forgotten. It is said that before their defeat, they left their legacy somewhere in this world for future generations. Yun asked if Ryan wanted to find these treasures, what remained of the nameless god. The hero can already smell the legendary treasures. Ryan replied that he wanted to and asked where to find them. Yun began to take off his ring, telling them that a long time ago he had also tried to follow in their footsteps, but had not been able to reach the end. But maybe Ryan can do it. Yun held out the ring and told him to take it. The NPC said to find Sakhalin in the city of Vigi, show him these rings and then she will tell you what to do. Yun gave him the ring and wished him luck. Ryan was overjoyed that he had started the main quest. That was all Yun could say to our hero, so he asked if Ryan was ready to leave this city and step into the big world. The hero was glad that he could finally leave it and quickly stood on the portal. Yun wished Ryan good luck and sent him on his new journey. There is one statement that absolutely all players agree with. The real game of God Wars begins after leaving the first city. The newcomers were happy to finally get out of the first city. Some had to pay a fortune to the Travelers Guild. The city is filled with people, merchants loudly offering their wares. And here it is, the city of Vigi. Ryan hid Lucky under his cloak and hurried, accidentally pushing people. Players are surprised, saying that our hero, without hesitation, went forward, as if he already knew where to go. They thought that it was some pro on a new account. The additional effects of the ring that Yun gave Ryan are no less than the legendary ones, and it even has a set effect when you have the Sakhalin ring. The hero hopes that similar rewards will continue to await him if he continues to progress through the main quest. He thought it was too good to be true. Ryan couldn't stop smiling. Lucky barked, but the hero asked him to keep his head down. Even though the dog didn't look like Fenrir yet, he still needed to be careful. So they came to Sakhalin's house. Her house looks absolutely unremarkable from the outside. Upon entering, the girl immediately asked who the hero was and how he was able to enter her house hidden by magic. Ryan showed Sakhalin the ring that Yun had given him and told him to find her. The girl's face immediately changed. A notification has arrived that Ryan has completed the quest. Now you can move on to the next one. And then suddenly Sakhalin said that she couldn't believe that Yun had sent such a brat. It seemed that insanity was taking its toll. The girl said that he shouldn't waste his time on little kids who were only good for catching goblins. If Ryan wanted to talk to her, he had to prove himself worthy. So Sakhalin tells him to go and kill 10,000 orcs. A new main scenario quest is created. Ryan is in complete shock. 10,000 orcs is some kind of nonsense. Sakhalin just laughed, asking if she had the guts. Ryan understood everything and left the house. What nonsense. The hero can't even imagine how many weeks, no, how many months it will take him to do this. He doesn't have that much time. And then he saw the main quest, to hunt orcs to restore a fragment of a nameless god. So the quest is not only about killing orcs. Ryan went into the forest. There the team fought one of the huge orcs. While the tank held him back, the girls began to deal as much damage as possible. Watching everything, Ryan seemed to understand the essence of this quest. He doesn't need the mobs themselves, but an item that can drop from them. Since Sakhalin said to kill 10,000 orcs, then if you catch them randomly, the chance of an item dropping is 0.01%. But since the hero sees all the hidden information, he just needs to find the one who has the item he needs. The only problem is that a group that arrived a little earlier has already set its sights on that very orc. Shit! Since this is a game, it would be fucking uncool to just walk up and forcefully take the mob from them, since they targeted it first. And then the team's main tank was killed. The girls are horrified. They remembered that their friend had not logged out for a long time, and the system forcibly logs out of the game if the user stays in it for more than 5 hours in a row. Now the orc was targeting the girls who couldn't cope. With any luck, it looks like Ryan's problem will resolve itself. One of the girls died, which made the team's situation even worse. They have nothing to do without the main damage dealers. The orc was about to kill the girls when Ryan intervened with his fireballs. Here he started his bluff again, pretending to talk to the viewers live on air. Ryan said that they seemed to have stumbled upon a group in trouble. The girl, seeing that it was a streamer, began to ask for help. Ryan asked if everyone had heard the call for help, and quickly rushed into battle with Lucky. According to a well-coordinated plan, Lucky pounced on the monster first, grabbing it by the neck. Ryan also doesn't waste time and starts throwing fireballs. The damage was pretty good. The hero isn't very surprised by how much damage he's doing to the orcs, and he's only just left the first city. Perhaps people are so keen on games and are willing to spend a lot of money precisely because of this pleasant feeling of triumph of victory. For 5 years, Ryan managed to survive in this game without a drop of luck, only through persistence. Now the orcs are no match for him. The hero delivers the decisive blow with another fireball. Finally, this huge orc is defeated. The same guy who was forcibly kicked out of the game. He started apologizing, but he never expected to see a dead monster. The girls told him what had happened, and the guy thanked Ryan for his help. The hero said that there was no need for thanks, because they, the newcomers, needed to stick together. Now it's time to drain these noobs. In God Wars, the one who attacked the monster first gets the most loot, and therefore the hero may not get anything at all now. Ryan pretended to turn away to say goodbye to the audience and thank them for their donations. Oscar for this scene. But the guys continued to stand and look at the hero. He realized that they wanted to see the loot from this orc. Ryan said that the guys need to know the rules. He intervened in the fight that these players started, and most of the loot goes to them. But the guys offered him to take the loot. Ryan started to be modest, but the guys were persistent. If it weren't for him, this orc would have crushed them right here. Everything was as planned. Ryan smiled, agreeing that it was impolite to refuse. In Korean etiquette, it is impolite to refuse gifts. Ryan told the fictional viewers to look at these kind players who don't even mind giving him loot. The hero decided to get started, and said that if he finds something higher than the rare rank, he will arrange a prize draw. 3 items added to the inventory. The rewards are good, but Ryan said that some junk came out and we'll have to do the giveaway another time. It would have been a disaster if these guys had agreed, but this time they got away with it. One of the girls came up and asked for Ryan's nickname, saying that their meeting was fateful. She wants to advertise it to her friends. Segoya Ryan, of course, did not stream, but he will definitely start someday. Well, he thought up a fictitious nickname, Archmage Streamer. The hero immediately came to Sakhalin with the fragment he had obtained. The girl said that he was lucky, even too lucky. Well, Sakhalin said that luck is also a skill, so the task was completed. Ryan gained a new level and was also offered to open a random skill card. Among the many cards, one lit up with a bright red color. This is a unique rank long cast skill that increases the range and damage of magic casting. This is a cool skill, ideal for fighting large monsters. Ryan asked Sakhalin what the shard was for. She asked in return if the hero knew why it was difficult to find the nameless god, and all because magical restrictions have been established so that only former adepts of this god can follow in his footsteps. Sakhalin asked Ryan what he thought would need to be done to get around these restrictions. The hero understood that he needed to pretend to be a former adept. Sakhalin nodded her head and handed him a ring made from a shard of the nameless god. It allows one to pass through the magical barrier erected by the nameless god on his altar. I wonder what this place is. Sakhalin wondered what Ryan would do next, as it was a dangerous path. The hero confidently said that no danger would stop him. A new chapter. Secret altar has appeared in the main quest. You need to find a secret altar in a suspicious forest and reveal its secret. And the reward for the quest is incredible, a random legendary rank skill card. This means that this quest is insanely difficult. This is the first time Ryan has seen a legendary skill as a quest reward. With Lucky, finding the location of the altar is easy. Even hunting orcs, which gives a unique map as a reward, will take a lot of time for other players. As Ryan was pondering what it meant to reveal the secret, Lucky suddenly barked. The hero took it for granted that the dog was ready to find an altar for his master in no time. They came to a suspicious forest and seemed to find what they were looking for. The entrance to the secret altar turned out to be a small hole in the ground. As expected from a lousy RNG game, you can hardly find the entrance. If it weren't for Lucky and Ryan's attentiveness, I would have passed by. He decided to look at the information about this dungeon first. Rank, legendary, required level 20 and above. Reward, title for defeating the orc zombie, and a rune adding 3% to all characteristics for finding out the cause of the stench. Orc zombie, must be a boss, much stronger than a normal orc, and only those above level 20 can enter the bathhouse. So Ryan told Lucky that they would hunt something else, but the dog was not happy. The hero explained that they would simply ignore it for now. Beating the boss alone with a current level of 11 is not an easy task. If the data is recommended for level 20, then they can return when Ryan reaches it. No need to complicate things. The hero called Lucky. He will show the dog what it means to be carried away. Ryan found a team that was having a hard time fighting the orc. They argued, saying that they would kick the healer off the team if he yawned instead of working. But many really didn't want to be cannon fodder and survive on their expensive potions. As always, there's a mess going on here. When Ryan first started playing for the team 5 years ago, he had a hard time keeping up with his teammates. Shortly after that, the bastards with money started buying up skills and gear, and the gap between their capabilities began to grow. Ryan hated those wealthy scumbags back then, but he guesses that now everyone looks at him the same way he did back then. The orc is an easy target for the hero, so he immediately got down to business, shooting ice arrows. Slowly striking, Ryan's level began to rise. Rumors were flying around the city. They said there was a mage who was single-handedly slaughtering orcs in a suspicious forest. He even had a nickname, Combo Killer. They call him that because he kills monsters with one combo. This guy has an Archmage class, and players have even heard that he streams and has a divine creature. People were jealous of his good fortune to be born into a rich family. Some were even curious about what item they could get if they killed this Archmage Major. Ryan's ears have been itching lately, so they're discussing something. But now we need to focus on the fight. After killing the orc, Ryan was delighted. He was finally at level 20. The hero jumps for joy. Who would have thought that he would rise to level 20 in 4 days? If only the game had been this easy for Ryan 5 years ago. 10 great guilds would have been at his feet by now. The hero has already decided to check the skill card. Lucky is in anticipation. It would have been nice to get something legendary, but there was nothing useful starting at level 11. But then when the cards were opened, Ryan was overcome with shock. The hero came out of the capsule and heard screams in the cafe. One of the guys received a unique item. The guy was overjoyed to receive a unique ring. Leo is shocked. No one has found unique items for a long time. He asks Ryan if he wants to order something too. But the hero pretended to be as dejected as possible, saying that he didn't need anything. He asked to set up a capsule for him so that he could go into the game again. Ryan refuses free food. Leo thought the guy was really bad. Meanwhile, the hero received an amazing skill, Dragon's Superiority. At a certain distance, targets receive 10% more damage from any player attacks. God, how hard it is to keep a sad face in public when all these riches are pouring down on him. Ranged cast increases magic damage, and Dragon's Supremacy increases all types of damage for all types of enemies. In other words, every player fighting on Ryan's side receives a 10% damage buff. The hero will be much more useful than the average player, even if he just comes to the raid and stands like a pillar. If Ryan was content with little, he would simply join some guild for a quick profit. Now he will have enough money to send Mia to art school and will drive her in his luxury sedan. And they will move to a big house where everyone will have their own room. Lucky doesn't even know what Ryan is talking about, but he rejoices with him. They are already at the entrance to the dungeon. The hero opened his inventory and put on the ring from the fragment of the nameless god. Ryan should probably use it to get into the hidden dungeon. He put his hand into the hole and the ring's reaction began. Ryan senses the magical barrier of the dungeon. Now the hero can enter. The ground in front of him began to split into two parts, revealing a staircase down. As he descended, Ryan was immediately met by a huge orc. However, this is not a problem, and the hero quickly coped, increasing his level to 22. If this were a stream, he would definitely have been donated. But Ryan cannot yet show himself to the world. Moving further, the hero found himself in front of the gates to the boss room. Ryan was weakened by the terrible stench. All characteristics were lowered. As the name suggests, Orc Zombie is undead. The hero thought that since it was a small boss, he could try for the sake of the legendary skill. And then Ryan saw that this boss had 3 health bars. This is a full 30 times more than a normal orc. The hero quickly ran back. The orc zombie is super durable, but Ryan can't figure out why the hell it's so slow. It seems that his speed is inversely proportional to his health. Ryan was afraid for no reason. At this speed, the hero has a couple of seconds after casting a spell to attack. But the direct hit took away damn little health. Well, a boss is a boss. It may take a while, but Ryan should be able to kill him without any problem. After some time, the hero and Lucky are breathing heavily. But they did it. Ryan received the title of Unrelenting Warrior. He also earned the titles Nerves of Steel and Shooter. Now that the orc zombie is defeated, it's time to go get the reward. Ryan came to Sakhalin. Who would have thought that he would find a trace of the nameless god? Moreover, he did it in such a short time. The hero wanted to say something, but Sakhalin interrupted him. She threw a skill book into his hands as a gift. Although perhaps this is too generous for him. Ryan started screaming that it wasn't that. He liked the fast progress, but he asked to be heard. Sakhalin realized that he was interested in the rotting orc's last words. So what happened was this. Ryan was enjoying his rewards, and then the orc called him a parasite. Ryan almost died of fear. The orc said he understood why he was here. First the shaman, now this orc. Ryan said that they can't die silently. The orc asked if the hero really wanted a weapon that could destroy even a myth. Sakhalin told him to relax, so Ryan was interested in this weapon. In that case, she will tell him everything she knows if he does her a favor. The new chapter, Assassin, of the main quest has appeared. NPC Sakhalin asks the hero to track down the orc assassin, and the reward is her ring. Also, the essence of the opportunity to get the quest Cursed Quest and the title Information about the class of the Almighty. So, the mythical item really does exist. Once, at a conference, the game's developer Jeremy Wilson was asked if it was true that there was an item in the game that was higher than the legendary rank. People were eager for an answer, but the man only said that he didn't know. Maybe there is. This was not a credible answer. And after this interview, no one was able to find the mythical object. This news was surrounded by rumors and seemed like a bluff, but it is actually true. It would be disastrous if Ryan were to just go public with this. It could affect not only him, but his family as well. Ryan won't be able to handle the consequences of this kind of information being made public, and it will have an impact even on Real Madrid. But if you approach it wisely and prepare yourself, but for now the quest needs to be completed. Ryan came home and thought about how difficult the quest was. He started searching for all kinds of information on the internet. The Orc Slayer is a tough fight to beat, but the rewards are not so great. However, the reason so many people try and beat him is The point is that the victory of the orc killer in God Wars is the line that separates newcomers and higher ranks. It's like a minimum requirement for career advancement, like winning the school baseball championship in elementary school. This is a monster with an unreasonably high raid difficulty. In any case, after reading it, Ryan concluded that it was now impossible to score it alone. The hero began to think whether he would have to find a team this time. Suddenly, Henry came in and asked what his brother was watching. Ryan said nothing, just working, but Henry kept looking at him strangely. The hero said that he had been in a good mood lately because work was going well, and there was no need to be so serious. It was better to laugh and smile. But Henry sighed and suddenly told his brother that he wondered if he would ever marry. Ryan replied that his brother was too worried and that it would be better for him to take care of Mia. Things have been going really well lately. Just by selling hidden information and a couple of in-game items, you cannot worry about money for several months. But a ton of dust is not a mountain. Yes, since Ryan decided to play alone, he can handle it himself. He told Henry that he would go out. The hero has nothing to do but ask to join the team with some snotty bucks. Ryan is sure that he can handle it together with Lucky. The hero returned to the game, where the dog was already faithfully waiting for its owner. They will go hunting. Midas isn't the rarest nickname, but if Ryan starts looking for a team, he'll be known. He doesn't want to reveal his identity yet. Suddenly, a question mark appeared above Lucky. It was the sign of evolution. The pet evolves after finishing off 444 monsters. After evolution, new skills will be learned and characteristics will be increased. Yes, it's high time for Lucky to evolve like other divine beings, but it's not experience that drives her. It is said that the evolution requirement for divine beings is to kill 5,000 monsters. But it seems that this is all wrong. Ryan thinks that about 400 finishing moves would be just right if you defeat 5,000 monsters, but this is also valuable information. It will need to be sold to the community later. The hero hugged Lucky, saying that he was a real talisman for good luck. Of course, he needed to help him evolve as soon as possible. The dog is already tearing orcs to pieces, and when he evolves, the two of them will go after the orc killer. And it will be just great to get a unique skill as a reward. Ryan asked Lucky if he really could, and they ran off to do their business. It won't be easy to finish off 400 monsters, but they still have to do their best. They'll start with one of the orcs. While we're on the subject, it's worth trying out the skill obtained from Lady Sakhaline, the third legendary skill after Polymorph and Dragon Supremacy. Up until this point, Ryan Castro has been at half strength, but he might actually cast some serious weight today. Ryan will see how good the Dragon's Eye is, which helps to see the weak points of the target in order to hit them with a magic attack and perform a critical hit. It is true that the skill of precision is important, but in reality, only the basic minimum is necessary. Because it doesn't really matter where you hit. The main thing is to hit the monster, but that's no longer relevant for Ryan. The hero activated the Dragon's Eye and a long-range cast. He moved 40 meters away from the monster. If Ryan hits a weak spot from the maximum distance, he will increase the damage to the maximum. Passive effects will overlap each other. The hero hit the orc's weak spot from maximum range and scored a critical hit. Ryan received the title One-Hit Orc and a Rune. The force of the blow was incredible. Ryan himself did not expect that he would go into a smash. The hero asked Lucky what he thought about it. He completely forgot that the dog would finish him off next time. Looking at Ryan, Leo thought that he must have had a hard day today too. The guy came to the hero and asked if everything was okay. Leo asked if Ryan had recently visited the suspicious forest. He heard that the stench had subsided slightly. Ryan wondered if it was because he killed the boss of the hidden dungeon. It's shocking that the main quest can impact the world like this. If this continues, other players will notice that someone is clearing out the main quest piecemeal. Ryan needs to deal with the orc assassin as soon as possible. The hero laughed at the fact that there are still people who play with their sense of smell turned on. There are weirdos. After a huge number of kills, Lucky finally made 444 kills. Lucky's body began to be filled with divine powers. The dog evolved into a large wolf and also received new powers from God. Ryan really did get the luckiest dog. Now it's time to choose Lucky's new power. When Ryan saw the card of the incredible skill, he said that he made a mistake with the nickname. The dog should not be called Lucky, but Cheat Code. The hero can't believe this skill appeared here. With this, he will most likely be able to kill the orc assassin alone. In the forest, Team Heinz is based. It is a guild that has signed a contract with a new rising star. It looks like the three of them came to hunt the orc killer, and then the monster appeared. There were so many people that they even stood in line. But suddenly one guy ran up, shouting that someone was trying to take down the boss single-handedly. There are a few rules that everyone must follow during a team game. Damage dealers should not attack until tanks have aggroed the monster. But what if there is a skill that can forcefully aggro an enemy even in the middle of a fight? Lucky challenges the orc assassin. Mortal Combat is his new legendary skill. A divine being challenges an enemy, and the chosen enemy cannot attack anyone except the celestial beast. Meanwhile, having found a weak spot on the orc's head, Ryan began to attack there. He hit the target at maximum range, causing increased damage. But this is just the beginning. It won't be long before the third phase. The guys nearby wanted to watch a guy try to take down an orc assassin by himself. They think he's probably going to fail. People say that this weirdo probably thinks he has a chance, but doubts it. It is believed that it is impossible to survive the third phase killer mode on your own. Ryan quickly told Lucky to step back as the third phase was already beginning. The higher the player's level, the more important the tank's role becomes. Because it's incredibly difficult for ranged DPS players to effectively fight against strong monsters. But if they have mechanics who can distract the enemy while they deal damage, they don't need to rely on tanks, no matter how high their level. Ryan set a trap for the monster. Lucky lured the monster so that his leg would get stuck. Yes, Ryan may be throwing the ball of his life so desperately, with every fiber of his being just for this moment. A moment later, the hero defeated the orc killer and received 2 new titles. He also had a new level. Ryan is happy, and now it's time to get out of here to Sakhalin. She was very surprised. She didn't think that our hero would cope so quickly. Poor Lucky and Ryan ran towards her as fast as they could, so they didn't even have time to catch their breath. Sakhalin said that since this test was so difficult for him, it meant that he was not yet worthy of knowing the truth about the almighty class. Still, Ryan deserved a reward. She took off the ring and gave it to him. It gives plus 20 to all stats, plus 5 to attack level, and plus 25 to HP and MP regeneration speed. Sale and exchange are not possible. This is just awesome, Ryan showed Lucky. Sakhalin told me to stop coddling and wanted to get down to business. She said that in the times when the gods sent their creations to fight each other, countless hordes clashed in battle, each fighting in the name of his own god. Legendary feats were accomplished in that war, but there was one among the heroes whose greatness no one has ever been able to surpass. The one who was called invincible. In the name of his god, he won and accomplished great deeds in every battle. He struck terror into his enemies, and he inspired respect and admiration in his allies. But despite all his efforts, the war could not end, and soon he realized that no amount of victories would put an end to the War of the Gods. That is, as Ryan understood, complete victory cannot be achieved with the legendary artifact. And then, Sakhalin said, that hero began to search for an artifact superior to the legendary one. The weapon that will end the war is Almighty. Ryan has earned the title of Almighty Class Knower. This is a weapon of destructive power that can even defeat one of the gods. Sakhalin asked if Ryan wanted to know more, to which he of course agreed, or better yet, in detail. But then the girl told me to do one more task for her. Sakhalin said to go to the cursed forest and kill 1,000 zombies. The new chapter of the quest is open. Well, yes, Ryan thought that as always he needed to find some monster with a quest item lying in a puddle. But the task this time is different. The hero needs materials to research the cursed forest as well as defeat 1,000 monsters. Ryan was taken aback and asked why exactly 1,000 monsters, not less. Sakhalin joked, asking if he really didn't want to. And then Ryan realized that this was serious, how he hated this game. Coming out of the capsule, the hero was in a slightly broken state. He can't even imagine how long it will take to kill 1,000 zombies. Leo said that Ryan had received a call. He picked up the phone. It was Henry. The hero called back, hoping nothing had happened. Ryan was already scared when he heard Mia's voice on the end of the phone. But then she, happy, said that she had received a certificate. Henry picked up the phone and asked if his brother was busy. Then Mia brought home a certificate from kindergarten. She got it for a drawing. She said that she wanted to tell her uncle as soon as possible, so Henry called. Ryan smiled, saying that Mia was like that. The hero thought that she had won a kindergarten drawing contest, but no, she had won a city one. Henry said that his daughter took first place in the city, and her work will also be sent to the regional drawing competition. Ryan was overjoyed and said that they were going out for a walk today. He asked his brother to tell him that there would be fried chicken for dinner tonight. Henry laughed, saying that Mia looked embarrassed. Now she doesn't know what kind of sauce to ask for, regular or sweet and spicy. Yes, this is an event for Ryan and Mia, because the hero has not been able to afford to treat the child to something tasty for so long. Ryan said there was no need to embarrass his niece. He would just buy her all the sauces. Now the hero is in a great mood and 1,000 monsters are not a problem. But for now he will go home. The next day Ryan returned to the cafe. He saw that Leo was watching some interesting video. The guy said that a video was released on the Wars TV channel yesterday, and everyone is only talking about it. Leo said that some rich kid, armed to the teeth, single-handedly took down a big boss. Ryan again turned on all his acting skills, saying that the whole game was ruined because of the donation. Now any idiot can become a superhero and ruin the game for everyone else. It's like trying to run away on foot while being chased by a sports car. The hero asked who was killed. He turned white when he heard about the orc killer. Later Ryan played the video. The host commented on the video that was uploaded today. Killing the orc assassin is a shining example of what a piece of crap this donation game has become. Based on what they saw, people concluded that the player was using his divine creature as a tank, so users are confused whether this counts as a solo win. Ryan is shocked that it has so many views. He wasn't trying to trend, he even tried to avoid it. If the hero had known there would be such a stir, he would have uploaded the video himself. Ryan had already thought about trying to upload the videos under the guise of an information leak. Leo said that these donation sharks are ruining the game for everyone, that he won't want to play like that at all. Ryan said that the player didn't kill a person, so don't be so angry. The hero suggested that he might be a good guy. Leo is surprised because Ryan himself said that these rich kids should be run over by a truck, or that they should be electrocuted. The hero replied, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." Ryan asked Leo to set up a capsule for him. He would go into the game. The Cursed Forest is a scary place where any wrong move, and you will find yourself surrounded by monsters. This is one of the most unpopular hunting grounds. But for Ryan with his Dragon Eye skill, it's not that bad. He quickly cleared the monsters. But that's only 74 out of 1,000 so far. They should have at least crossed 100 by now, but Lucky's nose keeps distracting Ryan from the task. Suddenly the dog smelled the scent of some plant again. Ryan was already tired. But it turned out to be black grass, which costs $20. Well, how can we not collect ourselves? If it goes on like this, it won't be Lucky Ryan who will serve, but the hero will serve the dog. Lucky suddenly noticed something behind the grass again. This is strange because it does not look like he found a plant or an object. Coming closer, it turned out to be some kind of lying NPC that Ryan had never met before. The boy asked fearfully who the hero was. Ryan replied that he was a traveler from Vigi Midas. The hero assumed that the guy needed help to find a lost or stolen item, for example, or maybe he needed an escort to get to the city safely. Ryan will gladly do it for him, whatever the guy asks. And of course, absolutely free. The guy thanked for the offer. His name is Yoshi. He feels awkward asking Ryan, but he can't do it himself. And then an exclamation mark appears above the guy's head. Yoshi said he needed 100 cursed zombie skins, and a new quest appeared. The reward is an album of cards of random skills of a unique rank. Ryan replied that of course he would help. When Asmo, a rank 3 God Wars player, was asked about the fastest way to level up a hero, he replied that it was simple. Asmo said to equip unique or legendary items and weapons, and also arm yourself with legendary skills, and then you can attract monsters 10, 20 levels higher. Then you just have to kill them one by one, and Ryan does just that. He's already got 200 zombies. It's incredible, but the leveling up is going like clockwork. Ryan praised Lucky and suggested taking a break. But then the dog smelled the grass again and rushed after it. Oh, and Ryan had already disobeyed Lucky's master. The hero met another NPC, Jack, who told him to look for him in the city of Vigi when Midas fulfills his request. The reward is again an album of cards of random skills of rare rank. The Cursed Forest is indeed an unpopular place, but it is so strange that on the way between these two NPCs Ryan did not meet any players. Although this is not the first city, it still seems that the Travelers Guild has tried hard here too. And even on the way to this forest, Ryan did not meet a single member of the Travelers Guild. And then it dawned on the hero. Right now there is a pumping festival. Later, Ryan found Jack in the city. The NPC did not expect the hero to kill so many zombies and presented him with a reward. Lucky's paws were probably numb, so Ryan suggested they open the rewards before they left. Upon opening Jack's reward, he received Fire Elemental Mastery, a rare skill that increases the damage dealt by any fire magic, as well as speeding up casting and reloading. Next, the hero opens a unique reward from Yoshi. After eating this, he left the capsule. Leo said that Ryan had been sitting there for a long time today without a break. The guy was surprised to see 4 hours and 44 minutes, as this number is considered unlucky. Leo asked if everything was okay with Ryan. The hero said that his head was spinning and asked to step away. Ryan feels like he's going to go crazy with happiness. Who would have thought that he would get the Ballista skill, which costs almost $13,000? As the skill name suggests, Ballista increases the damage of magic attacks when not moving, and reduces the cooldown and cast time. So you can get a huge effect just by swarming behind and keeping your place. Plus, it has great compatibility with Dragon's Eye and ranged cast. Ryan has a lot of private messages in his account. It must be because of the video he uploaded of him killing an orc assassin by himself. The hero received a letter from a company that would like to buy his video, and one TV channel wants to get exclusive rights to the video. There aren't many solo kill videos out there, but so many people want to buy it. They're offering what Ryan expected. When he saw the number 100, he thought they were joking, but it was not 100 but $10,000. Now Ryan thought that it was definitely a prank, but this account is verified. It was the channel Rising Star. It puts quality over quantity and not only has great videos, but even the ads are interesting, so it quickly gains new subscribers. In addition, the main theme of the channel is stories about rising stars. If Ryan signs the contract, Ballista won't have to be sold. But then he thought that it was somehow not cool to write with an offer to sell his videos. The secretary of the president of the Rising Star channel, Michael Hart, asked if the offer of $10,000 was too generous. Michael knows that the abilities of the streamer Archmage are greatly exaggerated. He reached the heights with the help of cheating skills and his divine being, so the president is sure that he poured tons of money into the game. So the question arises, why would he burn through so much money? If Midas had bought a level-up service from the Travelers Guild, he would have sat back and twiddled his thumbs while his levels grew by leaps and bounds. So another question arises. Why did this guy take a mortal risk against an orc killer alone? The secretary had no idea, but Michael was sure that the player wanted glory. And a person who is so thirsty for fame does not miss any opportunity for this. He buys bonuses, special offers from a well-known channel of their scale. Now Michael asked the secretary for his opinion on how Midas would react. The man thought the player would accept, of course. And then Michael said that they would meet for lunch or better yet, drink to their acquaintance. And as soon as they became closer, the president of the channel would present him with a business proposal. Judging by how much money that player lost, the guy must be at least a multimillionaire. $10,000 is a small price to pay for the chance to push a Midas channel product. Suddenly the secretary said that they had received a message from him. Michael is sure that Midas will make up that a representative of some company is writing for him in order to make himself look important. And the president was absolutely right. It was not for nothing that Michael graduated from the Wharton School of Business. Alia Company writes that it will seriously consider this proposal. Then Michael will begin. They will squeeze everything they can out of Midas. Ryan returned to the game and began testing the ballista's effect. With such incredible power, he defeated enough zombies to complete the requirements of the main quest. Coming to Sakhalin, she asked what the hero was thinking during the battle with 1,000 zombies. Ryan revealed that the cause of the unbearable stench in the suspicious forest was the orc zombie at the altar of the nameless god. And because of this, the hero thought that if the cursed forest was also under the influence of the nameless god. Sakhalin nodded her head, saying that it was great. Only a fool wouldn't have guessed. Now Ryan was sure she would give him a quest to kill the boss in the cursed forest. But then she said that the next task would be to find out why the forest was cursed. The hero thought so, and then she would give him a reward for his hard work in clearing out the monsters. But then a new chapter was created in the quest, and Sakhalin simply said to go. The hero stopped her in shock. He reminded her that killing 1,000 zombies is a lot of work. But Sakhalin only asked, and that's it. Ryan is in complete shock. He even thought it was a system error. The girl sighed and agreed, saying that our hero obviously couldn't handle it on his own, so she would give him a little help. She handed him another book. The unique skill card reveal has begun, and Ryan is praying for something good to come out. And so it happened. It turned out to be dual cast, a skill that allows you to cast 2 spells at the same time. Leo ran up to Ryan after leaving the capsule, saying that people on Gibay were going crazy. The guy said with admiration that there was a double cast card there. There hadn't been one of those for sale for a long time, but today one appeared. Apparently someone else besides Ryan got one, but the hero was in real shock when he heard that it was being sold for 60,000. After the launch of God Wars, prices for various game items were established quite quickly. There are many varieties in the game. Skill cards were especially valuable because it was difficult to understand their value without studying each effect. But there were exceptions, like skills that were obviously good. If the card Ryan got could be sold, he would be deep in thought for a long time. Suddenly, he received a message from Rising Stars. The secretary asked Michael if he was sure he wanted to send a new video contract for the Archmage streamer. The president wrote a text asking Ryan if he could sell them a video of a single murder of a vagabond sorcerer. They would like to buy it for $12,950. The secretary was very doubtful of this text, but Michael said to send it already and asked the man's opinion. What are the chances that Archmage will successfully take him down alone with such stats? Secrets thought and said that this boss is different in difficulty type from the Orc Killer, so he doesn't know if it's possible. But they had his personal characteristics. Based on them, Michael asked what the Archmage would do. The secretary replied that he would accept the offer, and then, as the secretary thought, he would start hunting for items. According to Michael's calculations, the Archmage would have spent at least 50,000 on skills and items. In this way, mutually beneficial cooperation will arise between them. But the secretary was surprised by this very sum. It seems to him that it would have been easier to pay 15,000. Michael said that if you give 15,000 to someone who you previously offered 10, he will start to get cocky. But if you offer an uneven amount, he will think, well, they are trying their best to get him a bigger sum, and this company is really accommodating. Ryan equipped the Orc Slayer set. Well, he always wanted to get it, but it was so expensive. At least you can always sell equipment, so it's better than buying skill cards. However, Ryan also bought skills. Who would have thought that the day would come when he would start spending money on skills? And he bought Lightning Bolt and Fire Spear. Ryan hugged Lucky and said that they had to defeat that wandering sorcerer together, no matter what. The hero lost all the money he had saved up. He had to sell all the skills and items he didn't use, because that letter from Rising Stars meant they were checking him. This is to see if the streamer Archmage is worth the investment. Ryan is sure this is not their last task for him. This is Ryan's chance to become a star, and he has to do it. Somehow he has to kill the monster alone. In the forest, the hero met members of the Travelers Guild. The guy's gaze immediately fell on the divine being. They immediately realized that this was the streamer Archmage, or whatever his name was. They asked if something was wrong. But Ryan said he was safe thanks to the tireless work of their guild members. The guys thought they were being teased. But the guild told them not to mess with the streamer Archmage, because he could become a VIP. Ryan said he didn't have much to thank the guys for, but asked them to take 2 bottles of stress-relieving potion. The hero is sure that the guys want coffee, but there is none here, so he took something that tastes like it. The boys were confused, wondering if it was expensive. Ryan said he was just really grateful that the guild was keeping things safe and orderly here. The players watched the whole scene from behind the bushes and immediately recognized the streamer Archmage, who was very friendly to those freaks from the Travelers Guild. The guy said that the rumor about the Archmage using their VIP services must be true. Now it's clear. They were wondering how he was gaining levels so quickly. If you mess with him, you're screwed. After all, if you cross the Archmage, the Travelers Guild will skin you alive. What fools the players are, this is exactly what Ryan was counting on. He gave the guild boys potions in front of everyone, to at least temporarily make them think that they were protected. 2 potions are a small price to pay for the opportunity to kill the wandering sorcerer quietly and without outsiders. But this will last a week at most, so you need to destroy the sorcerer during this time. Other players ran out of the forest in terror as their tank was about to die. It turns out that the wandering sorcerer is already here, looking for his victims. Ryan immediately decided to try out new skills, lightning bolt and fire spear. It was worth the investment. Zombies are killed with 1 hit. Then the system wrote that his mana level is below 10%. This was another mana restoration potion that had been drunk. It was unclear how many more would need to be drunk. Using double cast drains Ryan's mana in one go, and the potions cost $3 a bottle. Lucky didn't lag behind and killed zombies one after another. And then the hero reached level 30. His mana and health are fully restored. Yeah, he drank the potion for nothing. The War Dragon sent gifts to Ryan. He decided to open a random skill card to cheer him up. Here the unique rank card glowed red. The hero doesn't think he needs anything else for the sorcerer. But it would be nice to have another attack spell, although it's not something he really needs right now. But then he got a power card. A card that increases physical strength and increases the range of all skills. Enhances both magical and physical attacks at the same time. A must-have for all combat mages. It would be great to use this on Lucky, but he doesn't know if it's even necessary. However, the fact that it increases range changes everything. Another team nearby was also hunting zombies, and it looks like they killed everyone in the area. However, the team leader was doubtful, since last time they died because the monsters killed them. But the guy just checked the area with the eagle eye, and within a radius of 50 meters, there was only 1 zombie left. But their fight was interrupted by a sudden fireball that flew straight at the zombie, killing him. Everyone was scared, but the guy justified himself by saying that there was no one within a radius of 50 meters. No one on their team uses fire magic, and this cast came from a distance of more than 50 meters. Ranya is very surprised. He hit the monster from a full 80 meters. He thought that this power skill would be useless, but the hero can't even believe that this effect affects the magic casting range so much. So it is compatible with the long-range casting skill, with the Dragon's Eye and with the Ballista. And of course it increases Lucky's combat power. 2 birds with 1 stone. This skill really changes Ryan's entire power structure. But he'll see. His range is now 100 meters, and given Lucky's increased abilities... And then Ryan wondered if it would really be that easy to defeat the wandering sorcerer at his current level. That team caught the guy they thought killed that monster. They pinned him against a tree, and the frightened guy started making excuses that he was only hunting within his zone. Then the guys thought about it. They needed to figure out who had taken their monster. They were sure that there was no one in the area strong enough to take down an orc with 1 blow. And then they heard people shouting that the streamer Archmage was going to try to kill the rogue sorcerer by himself. He has been popular on Wars TV lately. Ryan pressed the record button and greeted the viewers. Today he came here to defeat the wandering sorcerer alone. But it won't be so fun if the hero just kills him. So he suggested trying to take down the monster without taking damage. After dealing the first blow with a double cast, the boss immediately began his summoning as well. But Lucky quickly took the monster on himself, blocking the casting attempt. Now Ryan must use this chance to corner the rogue sorcerer. To do this, he used an ice arrow and an electric shot. This will help with the small stuff. And as for the distance between Ryan and the boss, it's about 60 meters. Now the hero will be a stationary weapon. He will show the monster red-hot burning damage, something beyond this level. The fight was in full swing when Ryan noticed someone was there. A guy from that team got too close. His teammates asked him if he wanted to get caught. The guy was simply shocked by the sight and couldn't move from the spot. The guys ran and told him to go back. They thought the Archmage didn't notice. Seeing how much damage he had done, they thought he was just looking for glory. The team leader said that the items of the wandering sorcerer were expensive and they could not let them go so easily. They were confident that they would be able to deliver the final blow, especially since the monster was already in the second phase, and the shooter had a good idea of the cooldowns of the streamer Archmage. The rogue sorcerer was already ready to move to the third phase. The leader said that when this happens and the monster casts Summon Zombies, then this is their only chance. Summon Zombies is the ultimate of the rogue sorcerer, the essence of which is that he summons all zombies in the area. The collected zombies will only attack those players who damage the sorcerer. All the guys have to do is steal the final blow when the zombies distract Ryan. Our hero knew that all the zombies that were nearby were already on their way. They were now in Phase 3. Ryan had been able to deal more damage than expected, so he had gotten to this phase faster. He decided he might as well warm up a bit. So Ryan suggested that everyone watching should stretch a little. The hero would bet that the guys hiding in the back are trying to steal from him. It's so obvious. Ryan has nothing to offer thieves who are only looking for easy money. It's time to show the ultimate that the hero has been hiding, his 5th spell. Those bastards thought what an idiot the streamer was, since he had no idea that they were hiding there watching his battle. The leader told them to get ready, but their plans were cut short when they saw Ryan running towards the monster. And then the hero hit the sorcerer with an axe from close range. The guys were shocked because now they wouldn't be able to slip away. They didn't understand how the Archmage could deal so much damage with an axe, being a mage. Thus Ryan was able to kill the wandering sorcerer. He wiped away the sweat, saying that it was refreshing. The hero asked the audience what they thought of his ultimate, Axe Frenzy with a strength buff. This is all because he has a high base stat, which is why he was able to win alone. Ryan also thanked the members of the Explorers Guild who witnessed the event. Now the guys are in complete horror. If they get caught, they'll be kicked out of God Wars. They thought that the Archmage would be alone, because he was going to kill the sorcerer himself, but they were wrong. The Explorers Guild, then it is clear why the streamer so spontaneously went on the attack. It's all about money. Ryan's plan was a success. His scarecrow trick worked. The hero immediately went to Sakhaline and she was already waiting for him. Ryan fell to the ground out of breath, saying he almost wet himself and thank God his stunt worked in the end. But what warmed the hero's soul most was that he was able to win alone. Sakhaline asked if he had done what she had asked. And of course, yes. Ryan thinks the reason the forest was cursed is because of the cursed stone. He gave it to her. Sakhaline accepted him, saying that the hero had revealed the truth. And then suddenly she asked him for some kind of stick, and it turned out to be Sakhaline's staff. This is one of her staffs, which has impressive magical power and greatly increases all characteristics. Sakhaline said that this falcon was rejecting her mana and asked if Ryan understood what that meant. The hero assumed that it had an owner and he was right. This means that it is still connected to the real owner. Sakhaline needs to make a compass. She instructed Ryan to go to the Dorito mines and find the blacksmith Zuga. A new main quest has appeared. Michael and his channel received a video from an Archmage streamer where he wrote about good results. The guy said that they were checking, namely today's recording. Michael asked the secretary what had changed compared to the video about the orc killer. First of all, the characteristics of his items have changed and new skills have been added, especially double cast. The last price at auction was hundreds of thousands of dollars until the seller suddenly removed the item from the listing. Besides, the reasons were unknown. The answer was simple. Someone offered a higher price in a private message. And then the secretary guessed that it could be the streamer Archmage. Michael clapped. He said that the Archmage did not hesitate after their request and boldly invested $100,000. And after he leveled up, he sent a video of a single-handed murder. Now that we've sorted that out, we can move on to the last part of the letter. The Archmage wrote that he wanted to believe that the video he sent would show good results. It would be strange if these were empty words. The secretary said that this was a kind of warning. If the video quality was not high enough, there would be no deals in the future. Michael said to change the orc killer video they bought first again. He told the secretary to improve the quality of the video many times and use the money for promotion. Michael said that if their guest is some kind of savage, then they should treat him savagely. Dorito Mines is a hunting ground designed for mid-level 40 players. Since the field monster didn't appear here, the only way to level up is to enter a random dungeon that appears periodically. In other words, it is a system where inept players are not allowed to form a party. Time after time, they will have no choice but to be left behind one after another. This will not end even if the eliminated players are able to form squads. What happens if a party of 6 finds a dungeon that only 5 can enter? The player with the lowest level or contribution will be kicked out. It's really sad. However, on the other hand, the Dorito Mines are a place to find real nuggets among many different players. Up until this point, Ryan was someone who would have been kicked out of the party without a second thought. Well, things have changed a bit. The main quest is to use the cursed stone as a material to commission Zuga to create a compass. So the hero met this gnome blacksmith. Zuga was surprised that someone had visited this place after so much time, and asked if Ryan had any business with him. The hero introduced himself as an adventurer who came on behalf of Lady Sakhaline. Ryan explained that he needed to create a compass from a cursed stone. Zuga laughed, saying that the hero must be in great trouble working with Sakhaline, that mage with a bad temper. Ryan said that was not so. But Zuga knows her character very well. It is obvious that she would ask for something ridiculous at any opportunity. Ryan thinks that he and this NPC will work well together. Although it may be quite problematic for him, Lady Sakhaline has her own reasons. Zuga said that the hero seemed to be an adventurer with an excellent character since he said such things. The blacksmith said to look at his amulet. It is made from soul metal, which can only be obtained in these places. The item reacts to the owner's special magic, which was bound to the medallion in advance. Ryan asked if he should just find the mineral, but Zuga said there was no need. If it could be mined, he would do it himself. Ryan really likes NPC Zuga. For the first time in his life, he wants to hug the bearded gnome. But then the blacksmith said that if the hero could clear the dungeons so that he could safely develop the deposits, that would be great. Not that many, only 111 dungeons. Well, what else did Ryan expect? Later, the hero said that he didn't like Zuga from the moment he heard the name. What kind of strange name is that? And why exactly 111? Okay, it doesn't matter. Ryan needs to shoot some content. Suddenly, an exclamation mark appeared above Lucky's head. Ryan hugged the dog, taking it as a sign that Lucky would cover for him while he just shut up and accepted help. The dog was so cute. First, the hero gave Lucky a strength buff. Next, he gave the dog a multicolored mushroom potion to temporarily increase his health. He also gave the dog a black grass potion to temporarily increase his strength. But Ryan isn't sure that's enough. Lucky doesn't need to deal the final blow to evolve. The dog evolves by taking out 90 monsters above him in level alone. Ryan figures it's time to use his skills. If Lucky can't participate, he won't let anyone harm him. They went deep into the depths, where the dog successfully killed monster miners. The hero didn't even know that Lucky could do that. It seems Ryan was too worried. He praised the dog for his good work and suggested that they go about their business. After some killing, Lucky finally accumulated 90 kills. The dog gained godlike powers. His body began to change and he gained new abilities. The evolution is complete and Ryan is asked to choose Lucky's new abilities. He hopes that something useful has appeared. And then he saw a legendary skill between two unique ones. One can only dream of such a thing. And this legendary skill is incredible speed. The dog's body becomes a hologram and increases its attack power and speed for 5 minutes. Ryan wondered if he should rename the channel Lucky TV. The people on the ground couldn't figure out what was wrong with our hero. He hugged this divine being as soon as it emerged from the dungeon. It looks like Ryan is crying. And the hero cried with happiness. Lucky defeated the miner in 9 seconds. Ryan said that he swears allegiance to his Lucky with all his heart. Suddenly the dog smelled the scent of a hidden dungeon. Of course, the hero can't miss such a chance. This is a unique ranked dungeon that can accommodate up to 10 people. It is filled with mysterious energy, and powerful monsters are hidden in it. Ryan picked up Lucky and went into the dungeon. With people gossiping around them, they went inside. It was a huge, dark place with many different roads. Meanwhile, an hour has passed since the updated video was uploaded. BJ Archmage. Michael said that the hero's nickname is, of course, terrible. It's true that Archmage is a rare class, but not so rare that there are only a few of them if you go into detail. Still, the nickname is unclear. Anyway, Michael asked what the answer was. What's done is done. Nothing can be done. The secretary said that the speed of gaining views is not bad since the channel Wars TV is involved. Michael assumed that the Archmage had uploaded the video of the Orc Killer to that channel first. The secretary asked if the boss really thought the player had spent his own money and time to start the rumor. No matter how great a person is, Michael asked the man, no matter how great a person is, if he had ever seen his face on the cover of a famous magazine at the beginning of his career. However, Michael said that the Archmage could appear in a gossip newspaper at any time, and his reputation would only increase from that. If this is the case, then we can expect similar action soon. Suddenly the workers ran to Michael with some urgent matter. It turns out that Asmo asked under the video if this was possible, as it was the first time he had seen a staff with such a design, which caused a furor online. Asmo is a Saudi Arabian prince, one of the richest people with a net worth of over 1 trillion won. As a person who was a club owner and a professional gamer, he is the one who spent millions to obtain the Archmage. Thus, Asmo is known as the person who spent the most money in the game, and this means that he collects absolutely everything in God Wars. He also tested various items and skills. Asmo has moments on his streams where he uses new items for fun, spending ridiculous amounts of money. In other words, unboxing content. The secretary asked if such an object that Asmo had not seen was even possible. Michael replied that it is possible, as there are still many unexplored things in the game, but it is not so important now. Asmo's wording about "is it possible" is important now. Michael wondered if someone as big as Asmo could just lazily watch the WarsTube commentary for no reason. He's hardly the type of person who clicks the subscribe button on Rising Stars and as soon as a video comes out, runs to watch it with delight. Asmo doesn't look like a person with a lot of free time. Naturally, someone he knows could show and ask to check this item from the video. Perhaps this acquaintance who asked this question is Vigi the Archmage. If not, it is most likely a third person who is close to both Asmo and the Archmage. It doesn't matter which of these options, since Michael and his channel know that there is some kind of relationship between Asmo and the Archmage. This is a business in which they have nothing to lose. Michael needs to admit that his previous theories were wrong. Vigi the Archmage is a much bigger figure than the channel president thought. Michael said to send him another letter saying they would change the profit split to 60/40ths, with the smaller being the channel's share. The secretary was shocked. He asked if this meant that they would have nothing left. But Michael promised that when they offered the Archmage these conditions, he will bring them something interesting, like a new item to make it all worth it. Meanwhile, Ryan lazily stretched as he stepped out of the capsule. With this rating, he would clear the dungeon in a second. Suddenly, Leo appeared. The hero asked why the worker was coming to help so late. The guy apologized, saying that he was watching the video. A new trend has emerged: the death of an orc killer on a Rising Stars channel. The views easily exceeded 1 million. Ryan is in complete shock. And then Leo said that the thing is that Asmo left a comment saying that he had never seen such an item. Shit! The staff of the rogue sorcerer is a reward that can be obtained in the hidden dungeon. In God Wars, only one person attempted it, and it's a main quest reward. Ryan screwed up. He left clues to the main quest. But even so, it's unclear why Asmo. Someone definitely asked him to find out about this item. It seems there is a group that is doing the main quest. Ryan is 100% sure that Rising Stars wants to make a deal with him. As expected, new message. They offered 60%. The hero sighed, thinking that everything was fine as long as no one knew about the main quest. Even if someone figured it out, Ryan wouldn't be caught that quickly. They have revealed their cards. It's time for the hero to show them his. Ryan started the fight with the boss of the hidden dungeon, a mole dog of level 42. If the monster's health is below 60%, using the rabbit hole increases it. If Ryan were a normal player, this boss would be really hard to defeat, as he constantly moves through these holes, as the name suggests. Therefore, the attack pattern is impossible to predict. However, for a hero who can see where he will attack from, it is no different from a game of catch-a-mole. With just one shot of an ice arrow, Ryan defeated the boss and cleared the dungeon. Now it's time to pick up the hidden dungeon card. As a reward, he received a unique card, and he had to choose one. There were skills such as chain lightning, ball prison, and a light shield that creates a barrier with lightning passing through it. Since Ryan has already learned the attack magic of each element, he doesn't think he'll need anything else. But a light shield for Lucky would be a good choice. It would go well with other bikes. Ryan thought maybe he should look for more skills with buffs. He started thinking about skills for animals and remembered about acceleration. With this skill, the hero will be able to try the marathon. Acceleration is a skill that summons a wind fairy that increases the speed of movement. Since the speed buff helps both offensively and defensively, it's very useful and damn expensive. Ryan left for a while and later returned to the game. He spent 6 million won. This would last for almost a month, but we'll think of this skill as a future investment. Now the preparation for the marathon is complete. Low-rank dungeons. These can be found throughout the Dorito mines. If you compare them to athletics, it's like sprinting. That's why many players use them as a marathon location. I think the fastest solo time was 4 minutes and 11 seconds. The record was set by Sasaki Kojiro. He was the Sword Emperor, which is the same as Archmage, a legendary rank. He was also in the top 10 players of God Wars. Sasaki set this record a long time ago, but no one has yet broken it. Even for Ryan, it's almost impossible to beat him. It would be nice if we could get close to him. The hero used strength and acceleration on Lucky, also giving potions and plants for additional effect. He turned on the recording and greeted everyone on behalf of BJ the Archmage. Today Ryan will try the Dorito Mines Marathon. However, Lucky will do this alone. And then Ryan wished BJ Lucky good luck with his debut. Having burst into the dungeon, the dog immediately activated the light shield and began to attack the monsters like mad, defeating them one after another. Good speed, great pace. Ryan stood aside, but suddenly the miner ran up to him. But as Ryan said, he won't attack here and even skip the loot since it's a normal dungeon. As expected, Lucky can easily clear the dungeon by himself. The dog finished. It was faster than the hero expected. But then the system wrote that he set a record for time. The marathon timer hasn't stopped yet, and all thanks to Lucky's quick attack skill, which takes on a golden hue when used. Returning to the real world, Leo asked Ryan if something had happened, as it smelled like medicine. The hero said that he had taken a pill. Something had been wrong with his heart lately. Leo said to take care of yourself because who would look after Mia if Ryan got sick? But the hero couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he had actually set a time record. Besides, he still had the recording. Ryan was incredibly lucky. There were fewer monsters than usual. I wonder how the rising star will react when he sees this. The search query and subscriber donation statistics were good, so the secretary asked what else Michael was worried about. The guy threw out a line. The secretary asked again whether it was worth giving up another share of the proceeds. After all, they would suffer losses, while the other side would benefit. Michael repeated again. He cast the line. BJ Archmage may mistakenly think that he is being treated like a fish. The president is worried that he might be offended. Suddenly, the secretary said that they had received an answer which made Michael jump. These were 2 videos. One was commissioned and the other was a shocking provocation. When Ryan came out of the capsule, he didn't understand why no one was there. He thought that everyone was in the break room. When he entered, he saw everyone glued to their phones. And then the hero saw that it was his stream with the murder of the mage. Looks like it was uploaded to the Rising Star channel after editing. Leo, excited, ran into the room shouting that Archmage's new video was just brutal. It turns out Asmo commented again. Ryan laughed, saying that couldn't be happening. But Asmo actually commented that he didn't know about this new ring in the video. It was the Sakhalin ring. Ryan fell to the ground in panic, thinking that Asmo was definitely targeting him. The hero's items arouse suspicion not only in Asmo, but in literally all players. If Asmo keeps watching and commenting on his videos, a lot of people will pay attention to Ryan, and then a disaster could happen. It is not safe to stay in one place. We must leave the Dorito mine immediately. Ryan asked Leo to fix him. The guy asked if the hero was sick and if he ate. Ryan replied that everything was fine and he just needed a recharge. He asked if there was anything sweet. All Leo had left were grape candies. Ryan grimaced, asking why the guy hadn't thrown that shit away yet. Leo replied that the main character of the novel he read ate them while he was playing and even added them to his coffee. Ryan entered the game and immediately went to Zuga. The blacksmith praised the hero. By clearing the mines, Zuga was able to gather enough soul metal. How could Ryan not clear it if the blacksmith forced him to? The gnome made the pendant. The hero only had to activate it. Ryan took it, saying that he would activate it as soon as possible. He decided to go to Sakhalin, but suddenly a green light came on in the mine and she appeared herself. The girl asked Zuga why he called her here. The blacksmith said the pendant was ready. Time to insert the key, so he called her. Ryan didn't think Sakhalin would come in person. It turns out he and the Nomo get along well. A portal opened. The girl stuck her hand in there and pulled out a stone. She threw it to Zuga, telling him not to do anything stupid. The gnome asked how he could. They had made a soul contract for this. Sakhalin said to stop chatting. Apparently they don't get along. There are circumstances when NPCs have to cooperate with each other. The main quest of God Wars is to obtain the rank of Almighty, a powerful item capable of destroying even a god. Zuga put the stone in the pendant and started his work. So, if we talk about the main purpose of the NPC, it is something like they need to find a weapon against the god and kill him. Suddenly the pendant pointed north, pointing towards Ryan. Zuga gave the pendant to the hero and the quest ended. The level increased twice. As a reward, Ryan gets a rune, and the War Dragon gives him a chance. He clicked, "Receive reward later." Phew, the hero's heart almost stopped. First, he needs to finish the quests. In his hands, he holds a unique cursed pendant which contains a cursed fragment. Having sensed the owner, he points the way to him. The characteristics are incredible. Ryan is shocked that a level 40 unique item can be better than a legendary one. Sakhalin tells you to go where the pendant points and check what's there, and there are no buts. Side quests in the main quest have been updated. New quest: Swamp. You need to go north to the swamp, where the pendant points. Reward: Legendary Book of Skill Cards. Ryan screamed when he heard about such a reward. He would do everything possible to complete the mission. He also began to breathe deeply so as not to fly out of the game. The best way to calm the heart is lucky, until he decided to open the skill card from the War Dragon, and it was an incredible skill keeper. An exhausted guy came into Michael's office, saying he had finished editing the video. The president apologized. The guy was completely exhausted. "We are talking about the video with the record." The fencer probably couldn't even imagine that his record, which no one could beat for a long time, would be surpassed by a dog. The video has about 2 million views. A divine being broke that swordsman's record all by himself. There's no better topic for discussion. Michael said it was very well done considering the rush. The guy said it was a miracle to do it in just a day. Michael is confident that this video will get 10 million views. Guardian is a skill that makes defeated monsters follow you. This is a special skill that can only be learned by an Archmage. For example, with the help of Asmo's inevitable killing technique. To be honest, the skill itself is not that convenient to use because it is rather difficult to fulfill the conditions for its use. Monsters with a level significantly higher than the players cannot be assigned as guardians. You also need to catch more than 100 monsters of the selected type within a limited period of time. In other words, making a strong monster or boss that rarely appears as your guardian is almost impossible. The reason why Guardian Asmo was able to become so famous is because of his ability to use player items, even legendary ones. Keeper Asmo has a ton of legendary items, none of which normal users can afford. Ryan could pick a Guardian and use him as a tank, allowing Lucky to focus more on attacking. Previously, the hero was thinking about buying a golem summoning skill and using it as a tank, but this summoning skill is terribly expensive. Well, it's time for them to go. Ryan gave Lucky speed and strength. Now, at full speed, they can exit the dungeon. They were already being watched from outside. The spies were wondering who this guy, our hero, was that they were spending so much money on surveillance. They wondered if 3 people were too many to catch one magician. But how do they know what the customer is thinking? If they give you money, you just have to thank them and do the job. And indeed, the easier the matter, the better for them. Suddenly, Ryan and Lucky started running. It seemed he had sensed something. The spies began to think about what could make an Archmage-class player run around like that. They began to think whether it was worth going after the hero right away, or whether it would be better to follow him unnoticed. And then the boys realized they screwed up. Ryan and Lucky started running away at an incredible speed, which left no chance of catching them. After a few seconds, the hero told Lucky to stop. Now the spies won't catch up with them. Thanks to the pendant, the speed increased even more, so the guys don't have a chance. With such items, Ryan does not need to worry about pursuit. He will easily deal with pursuers. The hero told Lucky that his first video had been posted online. Ryan asked if the dog would change his subject after 10 million views. Lucky is the best. Well then, the hero suggested going to the next destination. Suddenly, the internet wrote about a new video that BJ the Archmage uploaded. Its title is Lucky BJ. Lucky's break of the swordsman's record in 4 minutes 11 seconds caused quite a stir on the internet. People didn't believe that the fencer lost to the dog. The entire Capsule Cafe was also in an uproar. The Archmage simply folded his arms and stood to the side while his creature did this. But it is unclear why the video is only 5 minutes long. and then the Archmage appeared online again. He said that he knows how many are curious about what kind of items he used before, so he prepared something for the viewers. He took out a white stick and said that if any of them knew what it was, they would tell him about all the items used. Asmo wrote that he also knew nothing about this item and asked not to mock them by donating $10,000. People were talking about how cool the new video was. They didn't think the Archmage would respond to Asmo's comment on the previous video. Plus, there was an item Asmo didn't know about again. The views were just unreal. People were gossiping that the two of them were in cahoots to get views. Ryan sat there in despair, holding his head in his hands. Leo approached the hero, asking why he was shaking all over. The hero lied that he had a stomachache. Leo thought that Ryan was so jealous of BJ Archmage that he was sick all over. The guy supported the hero, telling him not to strain himself so much because the miners wouldn't earn much anyway. After these words, Ryan couldn't help but smile. He already earns a lot of money. Okay, now he's decided to spend a little. It's time to invest in promoting his video. If everything went according to the original plan, Ryan would have bought the Golem Summon, but the Guardian tank is not that important to him. The hero started thinking about which skill to buy. All the buffs and spells are so good that his eyes run wild. He thought about it and decided to check the price of the Golem Summoning skill, and it turned out to be quite cheap. Ryan, of course, decided to buy it, and it didn't matter that there was already a Guardian. But then he got a message that the item was sold out. He shouldn't have thought about it for so long. Well, Ryan doesn't need it now anyway. Michael's secretary said everything was going just as the boss expected, but the president didn't look happy. And all because it only causes unnecessary headaches. The secretary asked if Michael was worried about something again. For the Archmage, they edit videos, upload them to the channel, and also promote them. Michael asked if they were the only ones who could do this. The guy said that BJ was an Archmage, a media mogul who co-wrote scripts with Asmo, and they are only temporary content providers who can be replaced at any time. In order for BJ Archmage to want to extend this contract, he needs to show him the integrity of the Rising Stars channel. It's time to put into action the secret of the Wharton School where Michael studied, and the secret is simple: a bribe. The swamps are a hunting ground for players above level 50, located north of the Dorito mines. This is a place where many players have difficulty due to the swamps that stretch across the map and the shadows of the trees. The water is usually ankle-deep, but in some places it can be knee-deep, making it difficult for players to get through. Players complain that even the cursed forest is better than this. However, the slowdown also applies to mobs, so this only plays into Ryan's hands. Having met a huge lizard, he immediately launched a powerful fireball at it, which killed it with one blow. When mobs are this slow, it's easy to finish them off. Title "One Lizard Killed" earned. The body fell into the water and Ryan quickly ran back from the splashes, as his expensive new skin could get dirty. Lucky also approached the hero with a plaintive look. It became clear that the dog was also tired. Ryan told him to rest for a while, complete the quest, and leave immediately. Even if he had to kill 1,000 mobs, the hero would gladly do it. Here he saw the entrance to the cave covered with branches and slime. It turned out to be a hidden nest of a legendary rank lizard. A huge number of lizards are hiding and waiting for the invader. You need to defeat them all. Ryan fell to his knees in shock. He would never kill 2,000 lizards in his entire life. This dungeon is definitely for team play. It won't work that way. You need to increase your strength first. So Ryan started running the keeper. Defeated 100 lizard warriors. Now the hero can summon a monster as his guardian. Ryan decided to try, and from the monster's corpse, a huge lizard with glowing eyes actually arose. Suddenly, a question mark appeared above the keeper's head. This is strange, since he is not an NPC. No way. It turns out that the Guardians also have hidden quests. It turns out that the Guardian has a loyalty system. If it protects the owner from normal monsters without running away for 33 minutes, then the loyalty increases to level 8. The new keeper went to fight the monster and eliminated it. It takes an average of 3 minutes and 33 seconds to catch a lizard with all buffs. Ryan wonders how much stronger he will become if he increases his loyalty. The hero told the keeper not to attack this time, but simply to stand in defense. He raised the sword to his forehead and bowed to the owner. Hidden condition. You need to defend for more than 33 minutes without killing monsters. If you play as usual, You definitely won't be able to understand this. Of course, for Asmo, an Archmage who boasts that he can learn all kinds of skills, the Keeper is a completely useless skill. Ryan will be the first Archmage to figure out the loyalty system. So the Keeper has been protecting the Master for 33 minutes, loyalty has reached level 8, and a new attack skill has been added. The hero praised the lizard, and it went on to fight for its master. The Guardian spoke, and even a new skill. Devotion only increased by 1 level, and already such changes. As a result, the Guardian eliminated the lizard in 2 minutes 57 seconds. He approached Ryan and asked him to give him a name, promising to show in the future that he was worthy of it. Ryan started thinking and gave it the name Gold, a gold bar, hard as its keeper, abbreviated gold and in English gold. The Keeper is deeply touched by the owner's choice. It is a worthy name. Gold asked for a new order and wanted to prove that he was better than this stupid beast. A truly friendly dialogue. If you increase your loyalty level, you can give different orders. Isn't this skill beyond all expectations? No, of course, that's how it should be. After all, it's a legendary skill. Gold continued to quarrel with Lucky. Ryan began to think that he really needed to use a damage dealer with excellent melee skills as a tank. A squad of 3 damage dealers also sounds good. If only the hero had a golem skill. Ryan is not sure he will be able to catch 2,000 monsters in 5 hours. Yeah, he should buy a golem. In the morning, Mia started waking up her uncle, saying that Dad would be angry if he didn't get up. Ryan replied that he went to bed late and was very tired, but he started getting up anyway. Suddenly, he received a message. The hero did not understand who needed him since the morning. The message stated that Rising Stars gifted Ryan a Golem Summon skill card. The hero quickly began to dress, saying that he was in a hurry, but promised his niece chicken for dinner. The mysterious woman watching the video said to send a mercenary for BJ Archmage. Based on the latest video, the probability is higher than expected. The Archmage has the key. Her assistant asked if it was because of that item that even Asmo doesn't know about. He's not sure he'll be able to root the item, even if the player assassination succeeds. The woman said that there was no need to retrieve the item. It was enough to check if BJ the Archmage had the key to the main quest. If he really does have one, she's afraid she'll have to tie this puppy up hand and foot. Even if the plan fails, they won't lose anything. The guy said that was true, but asked if there was a player who would take on the task of killing the BJ Archmage player. All users know that he donates to the game. In addition, there are rumors about his collusion with Asmo. Who would want to take such a risk? The woman said that the deposit is $10,000. The reward is $100,000. She knows one player who will take the risk for such a reward. Sniper Lola from the 7 Stars League. He will agree, but there are other players with a suitable level. The guy said he would contact them and let her know as soon as he got answers. And the woman, the manager of the Abyss Guild, Emma, said to be sure to write that this was her request. Ryan is incredibly happy. It's as if his thoughts were read. He can't believe that the day when he received such a unique skill as Golem Summoning has come. And this is a gift from Rising Stars. The hero fell to the ground and began to thank the director. From today on, he promised to bow towards the company building every day. If he wants them to continue sponsoring him, he needs to show them something special, something they don't expect. Ryan started thinking. Maybe a solo kill of the swamp boss, the diamond alligator? No, a single kill is not enough. You need to at least beat the time record. It is not enough to just do better than the others. But before that, 2,000 monsters must be finished off. After some time, 3 lizards remain to be killed. Thanks to the secret quest, Ryan's stats increase incredibly quickly. His strength is surprisingly high for a mage. Moreover, the mod's anger is directed not at the hero but at the summoned golem. Now Ryan can concentrate on aiming and attack enemies that are even 100 meters away from him. With this, he will have no problem killing a diamond alligator alone. Finally, Ryan earned the title of Lizard Nightmare and eliminated all the enemies in the lizard's nest. And he did all this in 8 hours. Hooray for Golem. Gold complained that this stupid dog kept stealing their loot. Again, these two are arguing, but there is no time. The cursed pendant began to lead the hero somewhere. A pedestal with an egg on top appeared in front of him. It was unclear what it was. Ryan walked closer to examine it. It was a dragon egg. It needed the power of a nameless god to hatch. This could very well be a new divine beast. But first, they need to finish the quest, especially since the reward is a book of skill cards. Now they go to the city of Vigi. Someone was following Ryan, and finally our hero appeared in the field of view. No matter how much you hide in the hunting grounds, you will eventually return to the city. Sniper Lola is sure that in order to return to the first city, they must take a specific route. Ryan had both a beast and a guardian, as you'd expect from someone who would command $100,000 for their head. Lola had the advantage of the legendary Vig bow. After a successful hit, the next arrow would pursue the target. The guy wanted to finish our hero off quickly, but after shooting, Gold quickly put up a shield. Ryan realized where the shots were coming from. If he were a regular player, he would be very confused after the unexpected attack. You never know when and where to expect the next arrow. However, Ryan was prepared for the assassin's arrival in advance, so he deliberately provoked his attack. The hero told Gold to go ahead. The boy thought that Ryan would be easy prey in the swamp, but they would prove that relying on the terrain is useless. Lola was angry that the hero stopped the surprise attack as if he had predicted it. He sighed and dropped the tracking. This is a swamp. It will take 30 seconds to get to where Lola is now. He is 120 meters from the Archmage. Even with magic, it is difficult to overcome this distance. But then suddenly a fireball flies right into the guy's head and he receives critical damage. By the time Lola recovered and looked at the road, Ryan was already gone, as if he had evaporated. The guy was in a panic and decided to leave while it was not too late, but then an ice arrow caught up with him in the back. His health was less than 20%. Lola didn't understand who this bastard was, because with such a level it is impossible to inflict such damage. And then Lucky intervened, grabbing the guy by the neck. Everything worked out. Now Ryan will check this guy's ID. The hero will personally make sure that he doesn't do such shit in the future. But coming closer, the hero saw that this guy was Rail A13, and Ryan remembered that Rail was the Sniper Lola of the 7 Stars League. If the hero went too far, the entire guild would go against him. It's definitely him. Ryan used to hunt with him when Rail was playing on the old account. No, everyone only found out about him thanks to the popular guild. Why would he even create a second account to find Ryan? Damn, the hero's skin crawls. He can't take responsibility for killing his character. At worst, Ryan will make himself a whole guild of enemies. The hero calmed Lucky as well as Gold, who was about to raise the sword in the name of the master. You can't just let this guy go without a plan. Ryan asked if he was Lola from the 7 Stars League. The guy pretended not to understand. Our hero said not to pretend. He knows that this is his second account. Ryan said he was pretty sure that character's name was Rail. Let's see how the guy sings now. A little later, the hero grabbed his head, saying that he didn't think that so many problems would arise if he didn't tell this drunkard that he was hiding his identity. Rail thought that the Archmage knew the Guildmaster, but that was unlikely. Dione is the Guildmaster of the 7 Stars League. He is so dangerous that most players do not dare to even approach him. However, his friends call him a drunkard. Ryan turned on all the acting. Of course, he didn't tell Dione, but to try to catch him from the backup account. Ryan asked Rail if the master ordered to catch him, release him from work for 80 hours. The guy realized that he was in trouble. It seemed to him that our hero and the Guildmaster had a close relationship. Ryan said that if that's not the case, then maybe Rail is secretly taking orders to kill players to make some extra money. According to the guild rules, this is strictly prohibited. The hero asked if Rail would answer. The boy knows that if the Archmage reports this to the guild, he will be finished. So he kneels down and starts apologizing. Ryan asked what the guy was trying to achieve by doing this. If it turned out that Rail was caught killing a player, he would be declared to have broken the guild rules and buried alive. Our hero asked if he could just kill the guy. If he didn't kill him now, there would be even more problems. But then Ryan said he would cover for him. Frankly, he also doesn't want the 7 Stars League to find out what the hero is doing. Ryan asked the guy why he was hiding his main account, using a spare one, and even with the stupid nickname BJ Archmage. The hero spun a yarn that it was all because he had a big plan. It's stupid to think that he couldn't come up with anything better than toiling here to level up. They decided to agree that Rail would fail the mission, and the Archmage would escape and not tell anyone that he had met the sniper today. Rail was glad that he would live. Ryan asked what the boy would do in exchange for his life being spared. If he contacted the Archmage, he would destroy him. So, the hero asked what Rail would offer in exchange for keeping the secret. If the guy doesn't like this deal, Ryan can just kill him and get the items at the same time. Rail asked if the Archmage really wouldn't tell anyone. The hero promised, saying that he was a man of his word. Then the guy took out his bow and asked to take it. He apologizes. Gold later said that his master's nobility taught him a lot, when suddenly Ryan fell to the ground. Rail fell for his bluff. Thank God it was the Seven Stars League. Ryan had benefited from hearing about their master Dione. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to convince the boy that he knew the guild leader. In any case, now the hero has a chic item. The bow is one of the items in the Weapon of Vigi set, which can be found in Vigi City. Among all the items in the set, the bow has the best stats, and the minimum cost starts at $40,000. Ryan started thinking about selling it, but he doesn't need the money right now. So why not use the bow? If a mage walks around with a bow, he will quickly end his life. But Vig's bow is a different matter. Thanks to its ability, after each successful hit, the next arrow will chase the target. This bow is incredibly cool. But Ryan can't use both the staff and the bow at the same time. It will be problematic to switch between weapons. The hero took out both the bow and the staff of Sakhalin. He decided to try using telekinesis to make it easier to change weapons. Later, Ryan came to the city. People were shocked. They met Lucky, who single-handedly broke the swordsman's record, and of course the famous Archmage. However, people do not understand what kind of warriors are around him. The soldiers turned out to be NPC guards. People were shocked that city guards were accompanying the player. Ryan himself didn't understand what the hell was going on. Just think, Vigi, the city governor is looking for him. Maybe this is also connected to the main quest. That's how the guards started to lead him. Ryan decided to try to turn the situation in his favor. He is the first player to be accompanied by NPCs of the city of Vigi. I wonder what rumors will spread about this. Well, the hero entered Vigi's estate to find out. There he was met by the city's governor along with Sakhalin. Ryan received the title The One Vigi Invited and received a rune. Vigi shook the hero's hand, saying that he had heard a lot about him. Ryan would never have thought that he would meet him in person. Sakhalin asked if the hero had found the item, and Ryan took out the egg. As a reward, he received his legendary skill card book. Sakhalin was ready to take the dragon egg, but Vigi told her to wait. She asked if there were any problems. The governor replied that there were none. Then Sakhalin asked why he was interfering. Vigi said that it was precisely because there were no problems. What kind of nonsense was going on? Vigi said that a guy named Midas easily found what they couldn't find. This means there is no need to bring in someone else to do the job when they already have someone in charge. Vigi is very happy that they have found the right person. He highly values our hero's skills and therefore would prefer that Midas continue to explore this egg. It seemed Ryan had figured out what was going on. Sakhalin wanted to keep the egg and explore it herself, but Vigi wants the hero to take the egg. This means that the NPC has his own quests. The hero replied that he would not let the governor down. However, Vigi believes that Lady Sakhalin does not trust Midas very much, so they should check if the hero is able to protect the egg. Ryan came from the swamps, so Vigi said to go back and defeat the owner of these places. A new quest was added to the main quest category, so Ryan needs to kill the diamond alligator. The raid plan is already made, so he doesn't see any problems. There is a secret condition. When killing the boss alone, the hero will receive the white Vigi staff. Ryan is shocked. This is not just a Vigi staff, but a completely unusual one. Vigi asked if Midas would take the job, and the hero replied that he could be relied upon. Before he left, Ryan opened the skill card book. He begged for something to drop to restore his mana, and there was the legendary card Dragon Mana, which awakens the power of a dragon and is fueled by mana from the environment. Ryan was about to choose this when suddenly Lucky started barking, and then the dog pointed his muzzle at the skill card Dragon Fever. The hero was dumbfounded. This is a buff skill also known as Dragon Fever. However, another name has come into use. This skill has never been officially sold on eBay. The reason why the skill was called $1,000,000 was Asmo. He once said that he would give $1 million to anyone who gets him this skill. Even though he said so, no one knows whether he ended up buying the skill or getting it through other means. But later, Dragon Fever became considered one of the best skills associated with Asmo, a short-term but powerful skill that was simply created for raiding bosses, but it requires a large supply of mana. Ryan couldn't afford it even if he sold his house. It's an incredible stroke of luck, so he chose Dragon Fever. Later, the hero talked to Leo. The guy was stunned by what quest BJ Archmage was going through and said only not to be too surprised. They say that this time the Archmage is going to take over the city of Vigi and become its governor. Well, it's better to let people like Leo spread false rumors. The guy just asked not to tell anyone. Ryan promised not to tell anyone and asked to be immersed in the game. The problem is with those who act and don't talk. The hero is being pursued by strange people who are even willing to hire Lola for this purpose. Well, killing a diamond alligator alone is definitely not going to be easy. In such a situation, Ryan could do only one thing. After these thoughts, he plunged into the game. Michael sent 2 magic skills to the hero again, not counting the golem he sent last time. The secretary asked if this seemed like sucking up. The president asked again who was sucking up. The secretary replied that it was Michael and that it was all a bit too much. The man was surprised that the director did not deny it. Michael said there was no denying it. The difference between investing and sucking up was one piece of paper. BJ the Archmage is indeed an important figure, that's a fact, but the secretary doesn't think that such a person would care about a small bribe. Then Michael decided to let the man in on the details of his scenario. Now BJ the Archmage is preparing something grandiose. The last place he was seen was the swamps, so he was going to defeat the Swamp Master. The secretary suggested that he would send the video to the channel as usual, but Michael said it was nerve-wracking. It was 100% going to be a stream because the president of the channel did everything he could to make it happen. Suddenly, a colleague ran into the office saying that the Archmage had written an email asking if it was possible to stream from their channel. Michael was right. He came out to the staff and told everyone to get ready for the stream. Ryan thought that they couldn't have sent him such expensive skills as fire and air arrows just like that. There's no doubt that the Rising Stars channel is supporting the Archmage as the main attraction, the main person. Maybe it's time to get ready for the stream. From the first release of God Wars to this day, it's the most popular content. In the very beginning, there was a lot going on with live streaming. As soon as the stream started, players would run to the scene like a pack of wild dogs and try to interfere in every way possible, so bosses were usually fought outside of the live broadcast. Everyone, except for 10 guilds, because they made it so that stupid jerks could kill players while they were streaming. Public executions in front of thousands of spectators. 2 people have been following Ryan since he came to the swamp. There are 3 more on the other side. Nikki is visible, so they are easy to find. Many players, including these, are eager for the death of the Archmage. The hero will show those who are so clumsily waiting for him what it means. They wanted the best, but it turned out as usual. There are 22 minutes left until the appearance of the Diamond Alligator. All God Wars video content can only be posted via WarsTube. Most players don't mind this at all, but not because they love the game. The main reason is that broadcasting on WarsTube is easy and convenient. Ryan entered the channel code to start the live broadcast. God Wars and WarsTube work closely together so you can start streaming the game in a couple of clicks. So, Rani got access to the channel and a chat immediately appeared. At first, there were 3 viewers: him, the chat manager, and some Wharton. Wharton wrote that he would take care of everything so that the Archmage could concentrate on the game. And then this user wrote that he was the director of Rising Stars. Ryan was very surprised and confused. Michael wrote to him to start the broadcast as soon as he was ready. So the hero pressed the button and the countdown began. Let's see how many people come. Ryan already has a video with 1 million views and some popularity. The hero hoped that there would be at least 1,000 viewers, but before the stream had even started, the chat was already bursting with hundreds of messages. People were waiting for the stream with impatience. It quickly got over 1,000. Ryan started to calm down. You can't get cocky after the first stream. The hero greeted all the spectators. People were very touched and asked to show lucky. Ryan said that he is going to fight the Diamond Alligator today, but this fight will not be so fun. The last record for a team of 4 was 10 minutes and 32 seconds, and Ryan will try to break that record. The chat was bursting with messages, people asking if this was too cocky. Someone wrote that it would be difficult since snipers always prevent breaking the record. Some wrote that they were going to kill BJ the Archmage and were looking for a team. A bunch of snipers had already gathered around the hero, who were ready to show him that this game is complete crap. However, Ryan doesn't care. The level 58 diamond alligator has appeared. It is a boss with a body length of over 10 meters. As its name suggests, there are gems on its back. They are also called traffic lights. The gems are so named because the boss's movement pattern changes according to their color. The chat is shocked by the size of the monster. They don't know how the Archmage is going to attack it. Yellow is the safest color for now. If you take 30% of the alligator's health, it will enter the second phase. After that, the color of the stones will change every minute. When the rocks turn black, the smoothest phase with the swamp dive skill will activate. If the boss dives into the swamp, it will be impossible to deal damage, and his health will also be restored. When the color of the stones changes, Ryan plans to deal massive damage to the monster. His main strategy is to skip the dive phase. Suddenly the stones on the alligator's back turned red. Many didn't even know what it meant. The alligator opened his huge mouth, preparing for battle. Everyone in the chat wrote to the Archmage to attack. While the game begins, Ryan has already prepared Dragon Fever. Emma learned that Lola had failed. She wasn't too upset, she was just trying to test the waters anyway. They began to suspect that the Archmage was supported by Asmo. This meant that if he was in serious danger, Asmo would intervene. Of course, Emma didn't expect that they would lose the Lola card from the deck so easily. Her assistant had a hard time completing the pike assignment. He asked what Emma was going to do next. The girl said that she would have to attract all sorts of rabble. She appointed a small reward for the head of BJ the Archmage. Whoever catches him will receive $10,000. But her colleague said that Emma was going to continue the game regardless of whether the Archmage was caught or not. In the end, this could limit her actions. That's true, but suddenly the conversation was interrupted by a message. BJ Archmage started streaming. People are shocked that the Archmage has the same $1,000,000 that Asmo uses, and also Vigi's bow. Ryan shot a fire arrow, launching the dragon's eye. People wonder how much he spent on all this. Next, when the color of the stones on the alligator began to change, the hero shot an air, ice, and light arrow at the same time, as well as a fireball. He dealt massive damage right away. People wrote that it was somehow unreasonable because after the Dragon Fever the mana would quickly run out. Golem then went into close combat like a tank. Yes, this is an unusual method. It would be better to save mana and spend it only when changing phases. But Ryan's enemy now is not only the diamond alligator. The guys waiting for him can't believe that it's even possible to cause such damage on his own. They were pissed off that the Archmage was doing so much damage from the start that they didn't have time to PK. Someone suggested going after the Dragon Fever. Suddenly the girl shut everyone up. She said not to think that the Archmage was wasting energy so carelessly, because he already planted his bodyguards among them. With the amount of money the Archmage has, it's entirely possible. And then the diamond alligator stones turned black. The guys are shocked that they only have a minute left for the battle. It's already the second phase. They need to think of a strategy urgently. The guy said to wait until the second half of the phase. If they rush too much, they will run into bodyguards. Ryan's keeper, Gold, was also good. He was ready to do anything for his master. Golem, as a tank, is not the most reliable, but since the damage dealer is something special, it does not matter. At this rate, Ryan could easily break the record. People thought that Archmage mana was running out. The alligator has 23% health left. The hero will take off another 3% and the monster will move to the third phase. As Ryan thought, these jackals are scared and are just watching. The chat was wondering where the snipers who promised to kill the Archmage had gone. People hadn't seen a stream without sabotage for a long time. No, Ryan realized that those bastards were just waiting for the right moment, when all his skills were on cooldown and his mana was maxed out. The hero told all the viewers that the monster's health was almost 20%, so he suspected that he would be done in 7 minutes. But if he finished the battle in 7 minutes, he would seem too heartless, so he should slow down a bit. People wanted the Archmage to finish quickly and show them lucky. Ryan launched a long throw and fired an ice arrow at the monster. He said he would spend 10 minutes. So sweet it brought tears to my eyes. People wondered where the killers were hiding. And they continued to watch everything and realized that the Archmage was going to prolong the battle for 10 minutes. But it's unclear what he plans to do if he's already used up all his mana. Ryan asked the audience for their opinion. He thought that if he set such an unattainable record, they would all simply lose interest in playing. The hero believes that in this game there is only one person who spends even more money than he does. And this is Asmo, who donated $1,000 while the Archmage casts a decisive light strike on the alligator. They wrote in the chat that this bourgeois would react so quickly, making sure that they were definitely familiar with the Archmage. Oops, Ryan himself did not expect that Asmo came. The hero said that since a new viewer had joined them, they should slightly change the viewing angle, bringing them closer to the fight. People were worried that it was too close to the diamond alligator. People don't understand whether the Archmage is a damage dealer or a mage. The hero was told that if he does this, the long throw will not work, and then the diamond alligator stones change their color faster. The third phase has begun. It is already clear that the golem will die. The boss hit the golem first with his paw and then with his tail so that he turned into clay. Ryan thinks golem is out. He's a low ranker, so there's nothing he can do. The hero did his best, but he's still close to failure. Mana is below 20%, but everything is going according to plan. Ryan's plan from the start was to keep the assassins at bay. He just needs to maintain a situation where they can't attack. The killers saw that the tank was dead and wondered if they could go on now. But the other girls said not now because the alligator was too close. He could kill them all. The alligator is furious, growling at Ryan at the top of his lungs. The chat says the game is over, but people remember that Lucky has been missing for a long time. And then the dog takes over all the boss's attention. The system writes that Lucky wants to risk his life in a fight with a diamond alligator. This is a divine beast skill that can remove the boss's aggro. Now the alligator is targeting Lucky. People are terrified. Ryan activates Dragon Fever. Now the speed of casting spells is greatly increased. It seems like he is pretending to lose on purpose. The hero attacks the boss with all his possible skills at the same time. However, it was not quite enough to kill the monster. So, while Lucky was distracted, Ryan delivered the final blow with a fire arrow. The alligator fell and his stones went out. It was an incredibly fast kill. Ryan has received several titles and also completed the quest. Level up. The hero grinned, thinking about how the audience would react. And in the chat, people wrote that the Archmage wasn't joking. The skills were awesome, and it was very interesting to watch. There were more than 30,000 spectators. Some even thought that this rich kid couldn't play, but who knew he was so cool? The donations started pouring in. Ryan said he would be done in 10 minutes, but since everything went according to plan, he finished in 7. It was hard to keep up with the timing, and then suddenly Asmo donated $10,000. The chat was bursting with messages. Now people are sure that they are in cahoots. The killers are shocked that this kid and Asmo planned everything from the beginning. It turns out they were just dancing to the Archmage's tune. They thought that these two must have devised a plan to keep an eye on the killers. They thought that the Archmage only knew how to throw money around, but he apparently had some brains. The guys decided to retreat before they were caught and humiliated here. Ryan reported that they were done for the day. Oh, he almost forgot to suck up to the president. He needs to make a good impression. Ryan said he will continue to stream on the Rising Stars channel, so he asked people to subscribe and hit the bell. Lucky and the Keeper also waved goodbye to all the spectators. The number of viewers exceeded 45,000. The entire channel office was delighted, and the number of donations was huge. The stream flew in, as they thought. But Michael was silent. He was rewatching the last part of the stream. Colleagues asked if those words weren't just a formality, but the president said that it was not a formality, but a message. The next streams will be exclusively on the Rising Stars channel. Michael said that this is why those who were hitting on him will no longer bother him and will simply disappear from the horizon. Then the president decided to move on to the next phase. They established a symbiotic relationship with BJ Archmage. It's a win-win deal. In such a situation, if they only think about their own benefit, will the Archmage maintain this relationship in the long term? Michael said they needed something that BJ the Archmage would like. People were delighted with the stream, especially since even Asmo came and made a huge donation. Moreover, the Archmage set a new time record, 7 minutes 1 second. However, many believe that without money he would not have achieved anything. Although even with money the record is really cool. BJ the Archmage is really not like everyone else. Anyone who has the means to donate could do it. But the Archmage showed people what a showman means. And then people saw the Archmage in the vastness of the city of Vega. People are excited. Many see him in reality for the first time. Meanwhile, Ryan was very nervous, as if he was walking on thin ice. It's great that everything is going as planned, but if he had made a mistake, not only the stream, but everything would have been ruined. A huge crowd had gathered, so Ryan decided to greet them. The hero said that he wanted to express his gratitude to everyone who watched the broadcast today. He has received many invitations from various channels, but he needs to clarify something. At this stage, the Archmage is going to stream and upload videos only through the Rising Stars channel. Some guys in the crowd said that no one cares. Yeah, they clearly didn't come here to hear that. It was a greeting for Ryan's company. He is sure that the president of the Rising Stars channel will like it. Even if it's not something special, there's nothing wrong with showing your respect to a company. And now Ryan decided to show people something interesting. The reward he will receive very soon is the white staff of Vigi. People were perplexed. They thought that the Archmage couldn't even say Vigi's staff correctly. However, the item Ryan will receive is a white staff. None of the players have seen it yet, so it will be a debut. The hero told everyone that he would demonstrate the weapon's characteristics through the Rising Stars channel. Emma asked her assistant Jackie if he had met Michael Hart before. The guy replied that of course they were classmates at Wharton. Emma asked to tell about Michael. In any case, if they want to dig under the Archmage's BJ, they need to get as close to Rising Stars as possible. Jackie hates to say it, but he doesn't think this is a good idea. Michael was a different person when he was at Wharton. He was good at identifying people's strengths. Even before he started sponsoring the Archmage, he was helping him from the side. That's why Michael won't tell Emma anything, no matter what she does. It's obvious to her that the Archmage has some key to the game's scenario. The only problem is getting that information. Emma won't let him keep asking for trouble. She can't allow a boy who doesn't understand the value of a script to step outside the lines. Emma called Marilyn and suggested that they meet in a few days to talk about all this face-to-face. When he came to Vega, the governor had already heard and praised Midas, saying that he had tried well. Ryan started to play coy, saying that it wasn't so. Vega asked what he meant by no, because killing a swamp monster is a great feat, especially alone. The system wrote that Ryan successfully fulfilled the secret conditions. He noticed that Lady Sakhalin was not there. Vega said that she had entrusted all matters to him and went home. Then the hero asked what he should do. Ryan is enthusiastic, but Vega wants to give him a gift first. After all, he is the master of this city, and he is obliged to reward the one who worked hard for his well-being according to his merits. The hero is already in anticipation. On behalf of all the citizens of the city of Vega, the governor expresses gratitude to Midas, handing over the Vega staff, which contains great power. Of course, Ryan knew that the staff's characteristics would be good, but he waited for the white staff to be brought to him. However, Vega simply handed the hero an ordinary staff, which left him in shock. Ryan turned white with horror. It seemed he was mistaken. After all, he had already bragged about the white staff to everyone. Vega asked if Midas was pleased with his reward. The hero lied that he was very pleased. To be honest, the governor had prepared something more special. And then the ordinary staff turned white. This staff has some mysterious power. The stats are also huge. It gives +1 to the simultaneously used spell after equipping. Sounds like a joke. Of all the items Ryan found with his level, this is the first +1 option. Vega used this staff when he was a child. From now on, the staff belongs to Ryan, of course. With this gesture, the governor wanted to show how highly he valued his merits. The hero received the title, the one who attracted the attention of the Vigi. In that case, Vega asked to listen to his request. Ryan is ready to do everything possible for the city. A new quest has been added to the main quest category. The hero decided to look through the quest details later, but for now he would check this option with +1 again. He jumped up with happiness. It wasn't a clouding of the mind. The thing about the option is that it overlaps with skills. In other words, if Ryan combines the staff and the dual cast skill, that would be a triple cast spell. The first God Wars player to get the +1 option was Asmo. In his case, it's a high-level option that can only be obtained at level 150. And Ryan got it before he even reached 50. His next stream simply must reach at least 1 million viewers. Suddenly, exclamation marks and quests appeared above the heads of the Keeper and Lucky. The Forest of Giants is a place overgrown with dense giant trees. The most difficult location for hunting is near the city of Vigi. If you successfully complete the quest, you will get to the next location, so this place is called Graduation Forest. Once you finish here, Ryan will be able to say goodbye to the city of Vigi. The next stop is the Kingdom of Tunga. You can only get there by using distortion magic. Everyone knows that once you get there using distortion magic, it is difficult to return. There is a balanced system in place that prevents high-level players from hanging around in low-level locations, so you should be fully prepared when leaving Vigi City. Ryan can be visited by high-level players, since they use distortion magic to enter the Kingdom of Tunga. Thank goodness Gold and Lucky's quests were created before the distortion. Lucky will have an upgrade after successfully hunting 5,678 monsters of a higher level. And Gold will have a loyalty upgrade to rank 7 after successfully hunting 5,555 monsters with the Master. Ryan is shocked by this amount. Tagar is the boss of the giant forest, a medium-sized monster about 4 meters tall. It is usually in a state where it cannot be distinguished from a normal tree in a state of camouflage. There are few medium-sized monsters. Ryan has no idea how long it will take him to kill 5,000. There's also a stream about the White Staff coming soon. There's still a lot of work to do. At first, Ryan decided to start with the main quest. First, you need to find Tamara in the large forest to the west of the city of Vigi. Players saw a quest item on a tree. Climbing the tree won't be easy, but there was an archer among them, so it wasn't a problem. However, as soon as the guy fired, the tree turned into a huge monster, Tagara, who began chasing the guys. Tagar hit the people with his huge branches. One of the guys fell to the ground and hid behind his sword. He didn't understand why he had to endure all this just because he was a tank. Ryan heard all these screams and complaints on his way. People hate this forest. No matter how you look at it, the hero is a cheater, since he can see secret information. Unlike this bunch, Ryan immediately knows where Tagar is under the camouflage. Gold said that there are no monsters nearby today. They must be terrified of the Master's greatness. The hero avoids the mob and sees the location of the main quest. So Ryan found the right person. Tamara the elf was already waiting for Midas. The elf heard about our hero. Mr. Vega said that he is talented, capable enough to find Tamara. The elf thought that as soon as Midas entered this wilderness, he was attacked by many disguised T-Gars, but he was safe and sound. Ryan pretended that was the case, and then Tamaru gave him a rare book of skill cards from Mr. Vigi. The hero wanted to choose a card with a good attack. If there was fire magic, he would take it right away. Well, Tamaru Skal follow him. They are heading along the elven path. They are isolated from the surrounding area. Ryan received the title of one who has stepped on the path of the elves. It turns out that even here he can get this title, although initially it could be obtained much earlier in high-level locations. Collecting titles for rewards is also not bad. Tamaru asked if the hero knows about T-Gars. Ryan knew they were monsters that masquerade as trees, but the elf said that's what people know about them. But the T-Gars aren't monsters that masquerade as trees. Due to a strange unknown force, trees are turning into monsters. Recently, variants have begun to appear among the T-Gars. They appear as shattered monsters. Ryan has never seen anything like it. Luckily, Tamaru said that this phenomenon only occurs in a few areas. So that's what the Wild Forest quest is about. A strange unknown force must be connected to the power of a nameless god as part of the main quest. Stop. Ryan asked how many of these variants there are if a mutated T-Gar is divided. The elf said that there was a case when Tagar was divided into more than 10 parts, and the more it is divided, the smaller its parts become. It is so problematic. Tamaru asked the hero to deal with this before the number of mutated T-Gars increased. They isolated some parts of the forest where mutants began to appear. There are over 500 of them, and they all need to be eliminated. Ryan is shocked. It's really problematic. 500 mutants, each of which divided into 10. No one said that in the end there would be 5,000. Ryan said enthusiastically to leave it to him. The secretary told Michael that he had acquired the 3 skills he had mentioned earlier. Also, there have been rumors circulating in the Secretaries' Association lately. The Abyssal Guild is digging up information on the Archmage's BJ. In any case, Michael said that the Archmage was an even higher flying bird than he expected. Suddenly, Jackie called him. He hadn't been there for a long time. The guy was telling something about the Archmage. The secretary was about to leave, but Michael told him not to run away. It turns out that Jackie joined the Abyss Guild. That's probably why such a huge guild has its eye on BJ the Archmage. Compared to other players, he is on a completely different level. The Archmage is not even a member of one of the top guilds, but he already bears the burden of being a city celebrity. Michael told Jackie that he couldn't tell her anything. It was confidential information and hung up. It's strange for a guild as big as Abyss to not contact BJ Archmage personally, but try to reach him this way. Rising stars must be the only way to contact him. The Archmage definitely doesn't plan on collaborating with any of the top 10 guilds. So Michael can't sit back and let such a big guild get off the hook. The secretary, looking at the president's sinister smile, asked what he was planning to do. Michael said to send a letter to the Archmage. Since he signed a year contract with the channel for videos and streams, the profit distribution will be 9-1. Leo was very tired, but then Ryan asked if he should buy him something to eat. The guy immediately became happy and asked if he could choose something more expensive, and the hero gave him the phone. Leo was a little surprised and asked if it was too expensive to order food at a Chinese restaurant. Suddenly, Ryan's face changed after he saw something on the phone. Leo asked if something was wrong. The hero replied that his employer had called him and he needed to log in right now. He asked Leo to connect the capsule. Entering the game, Ryan saw the same skills again, but Michael's letter. They must have sent him to incite him to display the white Vigi staff in public. If that's the case, Ryan has no choice. He hits the Start Stream button and the countdown begins. The white staff has never appeared in God Wars before, and now the hero uses it to hunt monsters that have also never appeared. And all this live! The chat started to explode with messages again. Ryan greeted everyone. He came to keep his promise. People asked to see the abilities of this legendary item. Ryan said that in order to show the guys all the capabilities of the weapon, he attacks a special monster. Lucky rides on a tree like a toy. People thought that the Archmage started the stream to show the usual Tigar, but then a mutant appeared on the screens. They do not understand how a new monster appeared in a low-level location. Ryan said that he would stop responding to chat messages for a while because he would be busy with the battle. The hero took 3 new balls received from Michael: fire, ice, and lightning, preparing for battle. People can't believe that the Archmage uses 3 skills at once. Someone suggested that it was the +1 bonus from the white staff. The attribute check complete, Ryan asked if there was anything else he needed to explain. Well, since he had already revealed all the cards of the new weapon, he thought it was time to finish. The Archmage teased his viewers about the end of the stream, but they were waiting for the show, and then they started donating to him. Then Ryan said he should fight the new monster. He destroyed the divided Tigar while people continued to donate to him. The hero, Gold and Lucky, continued to kill monsters. The audience did not understand how the hero understood this tree or Tigar. And then, when Ryan came closer to one of the Tigars, it began to separate. The hero activated 3 skills at once: Ice Arrow, Ice Spear, and Wind Arrow. Thus, he immediately destroyed the monster. People kept donating. The income was 9-1. Michael wrote in the letter something like, "All income from streams is yours, so give it your all." This time, the hero must properly thank the president. And then he destroyed the last monster, saying that that was all for today. But people asked to see more. They offered to take all their money, but stream more often. Obviously, killing a lot of mobs would quickly become boring. Ryan wanted to fold. The Archmage promised to shoot more content with passion for the Rising Stars channel. Almost forgot to thank the president. The broadcast is over. After that, Michael asked his colleagues to write to the Archmage that he did a great job today. Both the new weapon and the new monster seemed to predict that the Archmage would be filming something similar today. Michael nodded his head, which was why he offered the guy the 9-to-1 terms. From the moment the channel found out that the Abyss Guild was interested in the Archmage, Michael had a premonition of something like this. All in all, Rising Stars has genuine talent coupled with the potential to become a top-notch star. But the secretary didn't understand why the Archmage ended the stream so early. Michael said it was because Asmo didn't show up. It's not hard to guess that there was no point in continuing since Asmo wasn't watching. So to speak, there was no one to add fuel to the fire. Now Michael said they needed to pull themselves together and edit the video. From now on, he and BJ Archmage would share joys and sorrows for a year. Many people re-watched the stream later. There are over 40,000 viewers, despite the fact that the Archmage finished the stream in less than 10 minutes. If he had lasted at least half an hour, there might have been many more viewers. Archmage is trending now. The number of views is something, of course, but the content is shocking. It is unknown where the Archmage has access to new information. Maybe he knows the developers. He's taking on a quest that no one has ever taken before. Ryan wonders if it's already caused a reaction. Came out of nowhere and immediately became the main topic of discussion. Guilds from the top 10 should have been tense. Even orders for picks are higher than usual. But the hero does not regret that he intentionally became the object of other people's conversations. He did not initially plan to simply enjoy the game. Gold's loyalty has been raised to rank 7. A new ability needs to be chosen. Ryan continues to hunt monsters. While he drinks the potion, he tells Lucky to go ahead. And then, having killed Tagar, the mythical power began to boil inside Lucky and his body changed. Ryan is worthy of level 50 and received the title Before You Know It, You're Already Level 50. The War Dragon grants him a new opportunity by appearing in the sky. Happiness has arrived. Ryan opens 3 cards at once for the first time. He decided to start with gold. The keeper said it was proper for a master to put him first, not that filthy dog. Ryan is faced with a huge number of cards and needs to choose new keeper options. And gold had good luck. There was a legendary skill card, Gigantization, which increases the size of the body, due to which the attack and defense indicators increase. This skill is used only by top tanks. Gold is probably the only guardian with this skill. No, they didn't just get Gigantization. Loyalty is also a skill. The Guardians have a certain system of loyalty and skills. Only Ryan knows about this in God Wars. Views will jump if he shares this information on stream. Lucky started barking and it was his turn. Of all the cards, the hero saw one legendary one, Battle Cry, also known as War Howl. The skill first appeared in the game during a brutal guild battle and demonstrated itself as a buff that increased the stats of all allies in the team. Rappo, the owner of the legendary beast Smarty, a member of the Immortal Guild, was the first to demonstrate the skill Warlike Howl. He did this in the middle of a large-scale battle with another guild. The moment he used the skill, the Immortal Guild ended the battle with an absolute victory. So, Lucky got this skill. Everything is going like clockwork. Ryan is already looking forward to another legendary card for himself. Or better yet, 3 legendary cards. The War Dragon grants him a new ability. However, when Ryan saw the cards, he thought he was the only loser here. There weren't even any unique cards, but there was a Fire Step, a good skill that ignites the path you've taken. Although no, it's a very good skill. So if the hero gets ambushed by a monster or a killer, the attacker will suffer, not him. The skill effect itself is good. But there is a drawback. It uses too much mana. It turns out that the skill burns mana rather than earth. In his current situation, Ryan can't use it because he's still recovering his mana with potions. He needs to get the mana recovery skill at all costs, even if it means leaving a lot of money at the auction. Suddenly, Ryan noticed Tamra. He was probably here because the quest was completed. The elf will probably say something like, "Amazing, who would have thought you could handle all the mutants?" Tamaru came up and said exactly what Ryan thought. Nothing special. Vigi was right. Midas combines first-class craftsmanship and modesty. As a reward for the work done, Tamra gave a unique book of skill cards. Ryan is already wondering what will fall from it, but remembering the last time, there is no need to rejoice prematurely. Of course, the hero chooses the cards consciously, and not at random like the others since he can see their contents. But even in Ryan's case, the card that comes out of the book is random. There are a lot of skills in the game. Ryan immediately opened the book and couldn't believe his eyes. This is a unique skill called Mana Recovery Field that reduces mana consumption when you remain still. It works the same as Ballista when the hero is not moving. This is the most useful skill. Ryan can't hold back a tear. He doesn't have to worry about me anymore. He can attack just standing still. Now the hero is in a great mood. He is ready to rock. Ryan asked what they will do now. While he was fighting monsters, Tamaru had a chance to take a closer look at the place. Ryan thinks that he will need to defeat a boss or some other monster. The elf thinks Viltgar is strange. Ryan asked if he needed to fight him. It seems that Viltgar has also changed under the influence of an unknown force. Viltgar is a staggeringly large tree, even by the standards of the Forest of Giants. A symbolic tree that rises above the forest at its very center. Ryan hopes to the last that Tamara won't ask him to kill Viltgar, because he's only level 50 and there's no chance. And then the elf said that he would have to ask Midas to take care of the mutated Viltgar. A new chapter of the main quest has been added. After that, Ryan went further to look at this huge tree. The reward for the quest is a legendary skill card. Egg change can be done after completing the quest. Ryan thinks it's not easy because he's dealt with it all the time. There's no way he could have taken on Viltgar on his own without his cheating abilities. But no matter how hard it is unclear how you can give such a huge monster to level 50. To defeat a monster the size of Viltgar, you need a whole team of at least 10 people. And not just 10 people, but 10 professional players. This battle will be on a completely different level than anything Ryan has had up to this point, as he will have to use skills with the power of 10 players. Maybe you won't have to worry about mana so much thanks to the new skill. But at the end of the day, Ryan still needs mana restoration potions and money for them. Ryan was walking down the street and thought that he had been spending too much money lately. He didn't have enough budget for preparation, and he didn't know what to do. Taking a loan to buy an item in the game is somehow strange. Everything should have a limit. Even so, the hero will not be able to stream every day. First, he needs to level up. Suddenly, he received a money transfer receipt from the Rising Stars channel on his phone. He remembered that today was payday. He was shocked when he saw that he had been given $25,912. So the situation is changing a little. First, Ryan decided to send a thank you letter to the channel. He wrote a simple thank you and began to wonder if it was too simple, when suddenly he bumped into a girl. She fell to the ground and Ryan dropped his phone. He apologized, saying he wasn't looking at the road. The girl hit her head. They collided quite hard. The hero asked if she was hurt. The girl said everything was fine and noticed that her cap had fallen next to Ryan's phone. They both reached for their things at the same time and touched hands, which was very awkward. The girl quickly took her things and left, kind of strange. Ryan's phone is fine. Let's hope she didn't see the contents of the letter. Her name is Mandy Carter. She is constantly at home because of social anxiety. Mandy can't even remember the last time she made eye contact with someone in real life. And all she does is play computer games. But in God Wars, Mandy is different. In her virtual life, she is known and revered as the Muse of the Abyss Guild. This game is like a second reality for the girl. Mandy logged into the game, and there Merlin was waiting for her. She asked if the next operation schedule had been released yet. The guy said that a message came from Emma. She wanted Merlin to pass on the information to the guild members. Emma said to keep an eye on BJ Archmage. According to her, he is dangerous because he threatens the existence of the guild. Muse thought she had watched a few videos of him and said she would take them into consideration. The girl thought that if even Emma had spoken about this Archmage, it meant he was really dangerous. However, this had nothing to do with her. Everything is fine at Rising Stars. The secretary said that the Archmage is the first player they have ever signed who is making such a big profit even after deductions. Michael replied that a good restaurant with Korean chicken had opened nearby and suggested going out to celebrate. The colleagues were pleasantly surprised that the boss actually knew such words and, of course, agreed. Suddenly, the secretary saw that the Archmage answered and said that it was nothing special. He just thanked him for the money. Michael didn't understand what nothing special meant. He also wrote that he would soon repay with special content that would surprise everyone. The Archmage has an item that even Asmo doesn't have, and he fights monsters that none of the top 10 guilds have ever seen. Michael, based on what he wrote, doesn't think it's going to be anything minor. He said to call the video editing team. but colleagues asked about their small corporate party. Michael said with a smile that they would go later, and today they were working overtime. People are excited that the Archmage uploaded a new video. There are new monsters and weapons, and the video is well shot. The guys are discussing everywhere that this stream is such that it's like watching a movie. The quality is awesome. And Vigi's white staff is not just a staff, it also gives +1 to casting. Listening to all this, Ryan just trembles. He found this strange, because he had definitely heard that the video would be uploaded next week. The hero does not understand why rising stars are working overtime and creating tension. Are they really calling on him to show what he has prepared right now? If Ryan goes on a raid right away, he'll have to spend 20 million won just on potions, which is a lot of chicken legs. Suddenly Asmo wrote, he said that he was busy that day, so he couldn't watch the stream, so while they were both here, he tells the Archmage to hurry up and start the broadcast. Asmo also promised to make sure it was worth the Archmage's time. This caused a stir in the chat, with people also asking for streams. Seeing all this, Ryan began to panic and quickly asked Leo to launch the capsule. He entered the game and found himself in a wild forest. The hero feels an unknown force. Wiltgar reacts to Ryan's presence. He cannot leave the forest. The monster is about 500 meters away from the hero. Everything is as it should be. We can begin. RPGs feature huge monsters. On his previous account, Ryan needed to reach about level 180 to destroy the first big mob. Vilgar has a huge amount of HP, no wonder. In any case, such a large monster has a slow speed. Since it is a boss, Vilgar will have 3 phases: natural regeneration, pruning, and self-destruction. Ryan quickly learned all 3 phases, paying particular attention to the self-destruction that occurs when health drops below 10%. Well, the preparation for the game is over, so the hero started the stream and asked all the viewers to greet him. Immediately, messages in the chat and donations poured in. Ryan said that today he was going to destroy a new boss, Viltgar, who people had never even heard of. It's hard to believe that the Archmage would go alone. So it will be faster if the audience sees it for themselves. People are shocked by the size of Viltgar. Many people feel that today's stream will end in a fail, since everything looks unrealistic so far. Ryan pulled out some yellow coffee and rainbow potions, which cost 800 gold each, and said they were starting. The hero drank several potions at once, activated the restoration field, and immediately began to hit the boss with fireballs. Ryan hits from such a long distance with incredible skill. Then various magic skills came into play. People won't see solo damage like this anywhere else. The Rising Stars channel's effects are truly a treat for the eyes. To be honest, it can't help but be interesting when the audience sees such a monster for the first time. But then Ryan received a message that he doesn't have enough mana. However, it didn't matter. He got hold of a potion of rock. No matter what game it is, mages always lack mana. People are shocked that the Archmage knocked back an expensive drink in one go. And then Wiltgar started to approach. Now there were not even 50 meters between the monster and the hero. Donations were pouring in, the tension was rising. Suddenly, Lucky's roar was heard just in time, although Ryan wasn't particularly worried about the monster aggro. And then the second phase of the boss began. The pruning. The branches have started to split into tagars. Everything is going swimmingly so far. The chat is wondering if these little mobs will be dangerous, and Lucky is on the other side and won't be able to help. At this point, Gold intervened, saying that he had to stop anyone who dared to try to touch his master. The Guardian held back for a long time, but now he can fight as much as he wants. Gigantization was immediately activated. At that very moment, Asmo entered the chat and jacked off $10,000. He was surprised because he didn't know that Guardians could use skills. Although Asmo said he would come, many thought he would not show up. He is probably delighted with the Archmage. While Gold strikes close, Ryan attacks with magic from afar. Everything is going according to plan. The monster's health is already low. The hero said that the atmosphere has become tense, which means it's time to have some fun. And then Asmo donated another 10,000. He promised to donate more if it was fun. Ryan called lucky, but no one understands why, because the monster's anger is on him now. Vilgar was getting closer. Gold stood in front of the master, saying that he would protect. Asmo donated 1,000 and wrote that the Archmage's keeper talks a lot. Ryan agreed, talked a little, and emphasized that Wiltgar was finally here. Up close, it's incredibly huge. Someone wrote that if such a giant were to step on it, would be a 100% instant kill. Ryan opened his inventory. He would finish off the monsters with an axe. This completely blew the minds of the audience. He's a mage. What axe? But then the purple light took over the entire space. Wiltgar began the self-destruction phase, and soon an explosion occurs. Everyone thought the Archmage had died, but Gold blocked him with a blast shield. Watching this kind of action live is actually more interesting than edited videos. Ryan sighed, saying that it was terrible. He wanted to end it with amazing physical magic, but the self-destruction phase, of course he's fine. People were asking for more action. Everything was as the hero planned, so no one will understand exactly that Ryan knew about the self-destruction phase. Thus, he destroyed Wiltgar and received 2 titles. New items were added to his inventory. He completed the quest, and on top of that, Ryan leveled up twice. Time to end the stream. Looking at the chat, the hero was shocked to see the number of 125,000 people. The Archmage addressed the viewers, thanking them for watching, although the climax of the shock was not very good. Asmo wrote that he did not regret watching and donated 20,000. Later, Merlin, the master of the Abyss Guild, spoke to Emma. He asked if things were going badly. The girl said that on the contrary, everything was turning out in their favor. There was no need to invest money and put a bounty on the Archmage's head. He had made himself a trophy, a coveted trophy that will surely guarantee glory to anyone who can even track it down. Also, Emma said that the Archmage exposed many of his weaknesses on the last stream. The power of fire attacks is incredible, but there is not enough mana, and the recovery field skill he uses to replenish his mana is unsuitable for player versus player battles due to it making the user a motionless target. And they also confirmed that BJ the Archmage is not under the exclusive protection of any guild. Emma said that if his identity became known, even just playing the game would be difficult for him. Therefore, all that the Bezdan Guild can do is try to get a scenario from the Archmage. Merlin offered to train the guild members. It seems that the Archmage trusts the God Wars restriction system and runs freely in low-level locations. But Merlin said they could start over with new characters to get the Archmage from level 1. Emma is confident that the Guildmaster will prepare a class commensurate with the Archmage. With the authority and money of the guild, there is nothing difficult about it. Meanwhile, Gold and Lucky were expressing their admiration for their master. Ryan also praised them. He couldn't have done it without the two of them. First, he decided to look at the titles and awards. Viltgar's Hunter gives plus 20 to all stats, and Viltgar's Death Witness gives plus 29 to health. Of course, the main quest rewards are great. Ryan probably got a ton of items. The boss was so big. But then, opening his inventory, he saw only 2 items, 2 of Wiltgar's treasures. This left Ryan in shock, and he started looking around, thinking he had forgotten to pick something up. Only 2 items for a monster the size of a multi-story building, and the rank is only unique. The hero fell to the ground, cursing the game. Gold immediately caught fire. He promised to rain down the hail of the Last Judgment on those who dared to anger his master. In any case, you need to open the items. And then the hero received a staff from the root of Wiltgar, a unique item, inside which flows the powerful mana of the boss. After looking at the information, Ryan realized that he doesn't need it. The exchange is important. He hopes that the item can be exchanged for money to feed the chickens. And yes, the staff can be sold, unlike all previous awards. But then Ryan decided to look at the stats, and they were huge, and also mana regeneration. This is not a staff, but a real treasure. Suddenly, Tamaru appeared from behind. The elf said that he would never have thought that our hero would be able to cope with this ridiculous mutant. Ryan tried to calm down and finish the main quest. The reward from this legendary rank quest is more important. The hero said that of course it wasn't easy, but he just did what he had to. Of course Ryan did well, considering how much money he had poured into it. So he mentally told Tamar to hurry up and give him his reward. And then a sudden red light swallowed the hero completely. He was attacked by the power of a nameless god. Everyone was in complete shock. Ryan was under a lot of pressure. It was strange that the game over screen hadn't appeared yet. All types of defense are significantly reduced. The hero can no longer use his skills. Health began to fall. Ryan wondered if he would really die like this. And then Ryan's body began to emit an incredible light, and an egg appeared in his hands, which absorbed the power of the nameless god. The hero survived thanks to this egg, which cannot be identified. The power of a nameless god is required to hatch the egg. Hatching progress is 3%. Tamara feels like Ryan has something unknown to him. It's a relief that the hero isn't hurt. The elf advised to talk about this with Lord Vigo. He is waiting outside. Ryan left the wild forest and now he can't enter it again. Vigo waited for Midas to return. Judging by the hero's expression, the Lord realized that something serious had happened. Ryan began to tell that at the moment when he defeated Viltgar, the power of the nameless god attacked him and tried to kill him. If it weren't for that egg, he would have died without the ability to do anything. The hero thinks this is done to annoy players who try to level up without completing the main quests. Viga said that he received a letter from the kingdom of Tunga. Similar things are happening there. Mutant monsters never seen before appear, as well as the power of a nameless god. They say she attacks people. Everyone who encountered her in the kingdom of Tunga died, but Ryan stands here, still alive. The hero realized what Viga was doing so that he would conduct an investigation. Once Ryan arrives in the kingdom of Tunga, someone will meet him there. They will fill him in on the situation. Finally, the hero received the legendary skill card book from Vigi. He received a certificate from the city of Vigi. You can go to the kingdom of Tunga at any time using warp magic. New quest Egg Change has appeared. Progress in the Forbidden Zone is available after completing the quest. There's nothing special about the secret information. You need to go to the kingdom of Tunga to find out more. Ryan decided to put this quest off for now. He opened his inventory to look at another of Wiltgar's treasures. Ryan has already received the items from the first treasure, and this is the staff of Viltgar root with amazing properties. There is nothing special in the permanent stats, but the mana regeneration is too good. If the hero uses this staff together with the recovery field, then maybe the problem with the lack of mana will be solved. Thanks to telekinesis, switching is easy. Even with a unique rank, items like this can be sold at exorbitant prices, as if it were legendary. Ryan chose the staff as his first treasure since he needed to use one. He began to think about what type of weapon to choose this time. The monsters he will have to face in the kingdom of Tunga are centaurs. If the hero changes the appearance and skills of his guardian like a centaur, Ryan chose for himself a spear made from the root of Wiltgar. He will stream new, never-seen-before items, and after promoting them, he will put them up for auction when the situation is favorable. Now it's time to open the skill card book. Ryan begs for the dragon mana to drop again. The hero asked Lucky to howl for him. The pile of cards appeared before his eyes, but Ryan's reaction was ambiguous. Gold said that, of course, supporting this nasty little dog didn't help. However, Ryan suddenly changed his sadness to a smile. The dragon mana appeared. It awakens the power of the dragon and is fed by mana from the environment. The hero began to jump for joy. Now he will demolish everything in his path. Gold asked where his master was going next. He would be happy to follow. Ryan replied that they were not going hunting. The maximum level in Tunga Palace is 100. When the hero moves from Vigi City to Tunga Palace, he will jump over level 100 players. Ryan asked if it wasn't stupid to go there with his low level of 50. He needed to get as much benefit out of the current location as he could. So the hero has actually leveled up over the last few days. With all his new items and skills, his mana regeneration is so fast that he doesn't even have time to use it all. However, it's still not enough for dragon fever. While Ryan was drinking his drink, he overheard a conversation in the cafe about Leo receiving information about a very special route. He said that the top 10 guilds united and announced a reward for the head of BJ the Archmage. Leo was not believed, but he insisted that it was true. He said that if someone recorded themselves killing the Archmage, they would receive a reward of 100,000. And then Ryan couldn't hold back. He drank everything he had. Leo heard that the guilds did this because the Archmage provoked them. Something like, "Show us what you can do." The hero is in complete shock. As Ryan left the cafe, he wondered who had started the rumors that he was provoking the top 10 guilds. Maybe Leo is the scumbag spreading the rumors. Suddenly the phone rang. It was strange because it was not early anymore. It was Henry. The brother asked Ryan if he was eating well. The hero told him not to worry about him because Henry was the one who needed to worry about his own health. Come to think of it, Ryan was too focused on streaming and quests, and didn't visit his brother and niece for a long time. The hero told Henry that he had been paid his salary, so his brother could buy Mia anything she asked for. Ryan would pay. However, his brother was worried whether the money was legal. The hero hung up and returned to the store. He thought that everything was fine. The false rumors would be forgotten if he ignored them. And then the girl hits Ryan again with great force. The phone flies to the floor, and when the hero picks it up, he sees that it is broken. The girl began to apologize, saying that she was in a hurry. But as soon as they looked at each other, Ryan realized that it was her again. Later, he told Leo everything. Ryan said not to mock. He and Mandy agreed on compensation. She said that this time it was entirely her fault. Leo asked if it was fate to cut into the same girl twice in a row. Ryan said he was just a loser. The guy replied that our hero doesn't understand anything about romance. They even exchanged numbers. But Leo changed the subject, saying that he had new information about BJ Archmage and the top 10. They're going to fight soon! Ryan tried not to show all his shock and answered in his head that they wouldn't. It is said that the Archmage is lucky in the Forest of Giants to prepare for battle. Ryan asked Leo where he got this crap from. The guy said it was from the Best God Wars community. The hero turned away, saying that he was not interested, and asked to prepare a capsule for him. Michael also believed that BJ Archmage and the top 10 guilds would soon clash. The secretary asked if this wasn't just a rumor, but the president is confident that they will become true. He said that the Archmage has no intention of remaining on friendly terms with the guilds. Rather, he wants the top 10 guilds to be hostile towards him. Guild of the Abyss versus BJ Archmage. Michael wondered how many views a video with such a title would get. He said that the Archmage was obsessed with becoming a star. He never once thought about gaining views in small steps like other streamers. Therefore, Michael believes that in the next location, the Kingdom of Tunga, a big conflict will arise between BJ Archmage and the guilds. And the rising stars jumped on the last train out of town, pulled by an incredible man. So Michael said they should pay their fare. The secretary asked the boss if he was going to bribe the Archmage again. To be honest, the guy doesn't think he'll use the huge amount of gifts they give him. The secretary doesn't know if it will mean anything. Michael gives him a tablet to look at the skills. Michael knows that a reckless driver needs an extra cushion. Meanwhile, in the game, Ryan continued to destroy Tigar and increase his skill ranks. Gold and Lucky also trained with him. Thus, after killing a number of monsters, Ryan finally reached level 60. The Dragon of War grants him an opportunity. The hero opened his inventory and put on the Black Tigar set. The set gives a great boost to the stats. The more items, the better. And you still need to dress Gold up. Ryan put the same Black Tigar set on his Guardian. Gold is overjoyed, saying that the master knows who is a truly loyal subject. Lucky got angry and started barking too. But unfortunately, you can't equip items on him. Besides, if the hero had dressed up the dog, he himself would have been left without pants in real life. The War Dragon gives an opportunity. Ryan accepts it. A huge number of cards open before him. Luckily, there was a legendary card, and it was Recirculation. Strangely, the hero had never seen this skill before. He asks for a description. It turns out that the effect of this skill is health recovery by consuming mana, or vice versa, mana recovery during health loss. Obviously, this skill is needed to prolong life in dangerous situations. But isn't it obvious that in such a case a healing spell would be used? This skill is specifically for healers, but Ryan thinks that Archmages can learn all possible spells, or he should buy a new defensive skill. Thunder Shield is good, but its defensive capabilities are a little weak. The hero has an excess of mana, so you can use Mana Shield. This is a skill that creates a shield from mana, reducing its values U200 Bix U200 every time the shield absorbs damage. And if you add Recirculation to it, then the Mana Shield will take damage, and when mana is spent, Ryan's health will be restored a little. But the cost of a Mana Shield card is over $15,000. Ryan told Lucky and Gold that they were done for the day and temporarily left the game. Later, when he returned to the game, the hero saw the Mana Shield skill card in front of him. He started jumping for joy, sending the Rising Stars channel boss 3 cheers. Kingdom of Tunga. Can only be reached after passing the Forest of Giants by going through the warp in Vigi City, making it the main arena for mid-level players. The Kingdom of Tunga is surrounded by 4 palaces in the north, east, south, and west, with the starting point being the central palace. The first thing players see after passing through the warp in space is the Western Palace. Ryan arrived there. His arrival caused a huge stir among the people. People are panicking. They don't know what he's going to do here. They say that the Archmage is in the process of preparing for war with the 10 guilds, so his first move might be to declare war. Suddenly, Ryan started smiling and making a strange gesture to people. People were horrified. They just looked at him, but he already touched a nerve. Players said that the rumors are probably true, judging by the way he thinks about player killers when NPC guards are around. He's crazy. What else can you say about a person who has all 10 guilds as enemies? A guy in the crowd started making excuses, saying he just looked because it was interesting. And then Ryan spread his arms with a smile, saying he would take as many selfies with the guys as they wanted. As with all games, newcomers can't compete with veterans who have been playing since the release. They are helped in every possible way by guilds that have already gained authority and fame. Naturally, it is much easier for them to learn and develop. Therefore, the magician who started streaming became incredibly popular and became the main topic of discussion. Never mind his personality, the Archmage shows people a path that no one has ever walked before. People want to see the faces of these casuals who rely on popular guilds for everything. Now, the hottest news is that BJ the Archmage has appeared in the Western Fortress and is taking pictures with everyone who wants to. Gold and Lucky also got some attention. One of the guys couldn't even imagine taking a selfie with a warrior lizard. Gold got angry, saying that he was actually a keeper. Players noticed that he had a new set. Gold said that it was a symbol of loyalty that the master had given him. As Asmo said, the Archmage's keeper talks a lot. Ryan is a little tired of this damn game. Well, things are going as planned. He hopes the top 10 guilds will ease the pressure of false rumors. After all, the main plot quests are the most important thing for the hero. He can't let false rumors start slowing him down. One group watched everything from afar. For them, the Archmage is a real pain in the ass. Who would have thought that immediately after his appearance, he would start taking selfies with everyone? The guy asked what they would do. These guys, the Snyko Guild, need to deal with the Archmage before anyone else. It's time to teach the Archmage a lesson. Ryan said they would stay here for a bit to take selfies with those who wanted them, and then went on with his business. The entire time he was being watched by Snyko's guild. Suddenly, one of the girls, the main ones there, approached the hero and said that she was a huge fan, and also asked to take a photo. Ryan immediately understood what was going on. He can see all the hidden information. He saw that these guys were from Snyko's guild, and this girl had a lot of buffs. It was obvious what they were up to. The hero agreed with a smile, and the girl named Nakato called all the other guys. She noticed that the Archmage had changed his equipment. It was no longer white. Ryan nodded, saying that this one was much better for beating up people like them. The boy's eyes immediately darkened. It seemed the Archmage understood why they had come. No, he knew from the very beginning. Here they started to attack our hero. Nakato thought that they were already too close to him, so he would not be able to do anything. It doesn't matter what kind of gear he has, he's still a mage. The girl is sure that he won't survive in close combat. Ryan was blocking the blows with his hands when the guys started attacking with the Sword of Fury, both of them at the same time. However, they did not understand why the Archmage did nothing. It is hard to believe that they will put him down so easily. But then the Snykos heard a loud howl. Lucky and Gold pounced on them from behind. Their ambush was destroyed along with all the other members. The guys don't understand how the Archmage foresaw all this. Ryan said that they seemed surprised, and at that moment his mana shield absorbed all the damage. He turned on the stream and greeted everyone. The viewers are probably surprised by this sudden stream. The hero is sure that many were expecting the first broadcast from the Kingdom of Tunga, but unfortunately he ran into some boars. Well, many tried to ambush the Archmage like this, so he changed his strategy and became a tank. Rapid mana regeneration began. Part of the spent mana will go to health. Ryan said that if these guys manage to kill him, he will invest $100,000 in Snyko's guild. In most games, mages are useless in close quarters. Of course, God Wars is no exception. So Ryan already knew that these people would try to get closer. And if our hero had tried to defend himself with the help of Lucky and Gold, the fight would have turned into mush. Besides, in the worst-case scenario, they could die. In that case, Ryan would be better off being targeted by assassins and becoming a tank. The hero asked if Sneiko's guild really paid people like them. The guys were shocked that this jerk knew what guild they were from. Sneiko is a top 20 guild in Japan. They are quite famous. Suddenly, Lucky and Gold intervened in the battle. They arrived in time, having dealt with the mages and healers. Lucky immediately pounced and eliminated Nikado, while Gold finished off General Frost. It's all over now. The tank has aggroed everyone on himself. 37 points. That's what Ryan said these guys have as a rating. The chat was full of laughter, and people were asking the Archmage to make a top 10 list of the best guilds. He decided to loot these guys as well since he had time. He would be suspected if he took only the best things, so he had to take the worst. So he picked up a shield made of Trent wood and a sword from a warrior of the Kingdom of Tunga. The other killers froze. The Archmage had knocked down a famous guild. Everything was fine. We could continue to follow the plan. Ryan doesn't think it's a good idea to end the broadcast there, so he suggests putting on a show. The audience came to see the magician, so you need to show them magic. It seems he plans to kill the centaurs. Although many can kill them, it is quite difficult for a lone mage due to their movement speed. Ryan will show something that will make these killer freaks afraid to show their faces in front of him. He launched a ball lightning at the centaurs. Afterwards, numerous fire arrows and fireballs came into play. Someone wrote about speed, but the Archmage destroys the centaurs with incredible force. Thus, the monster died before it even got close. Killing centaurs rushing at you at full speed is something only a BJ Archmage can do. But the show doesn't end there. Ryan moves on to the next monsters with ice magic. Even Asmo isn't that good at killing centaurs. People already knew he was powerful, but they never expected his stamina to be that good. Ryan laid down 90 centaurs without drinking a single potion. But his weakness was his low mana supply. I remember that the Archmage used to spend tens of thousands on potions. Now there is only one centaur left, and the hero finishes him off with a lightning bolt. Now he can summon the centaur's guardian. After that, Ryan said that the stream was over and thanked everyone for watching. Showing all your power is boring. Suddenly the hero called Gold to him for some reason. He decided to make the centaur his guardian. Gold's body began to transform. Ryan equipped Gold with a spear made of Trent wood. The guardian greeted his master in his new form. Gold has become much more reliable. He promised to eliminate any enemy Ryan orders. They should test his abilities. But now they need to get to the Western Fortress. Ryan said to be patient for a little while. We need to continue the main quest while the pursuers are quiet. Our hero reached the eastern watchtower of the Western Fortress. There he met Zagara. He may not look like him, but he is the lord of the Western Fortress, the prince of the Kingdom of Tunga. Ryan was confused, met the lord from the very beginning, but greeted him. Zagara said that Midas must have heard about the situation from Vigi. The fortress lord's soldiers are dying because of an unknown force. However, Zagara heard that our hero was able to survive something similar. So the prince asked for help in finding out what this power was. Ryan himself would like to know. Even he almost died. If Midas helps, Zagara swears by his name to reward him with dignity. A new quest, Forbidden Zone, has appeared. The reward is a legendary grimoire of skills. And an additional reward, the Master's Grimoire and the title Summoned by Zagar will be given if the quest is completed without a single death. That's a jackpot. The Master's Grimoire allows you to raise the rank of one player skill to Master. It takes a lot of time and effort to raise a skill to Master level, so a grimoire that allows you to do this in an instant is incredibly valuable. So you have to never die, Ryan said to leave this task to him. Meanwhile, Mandy's plane is about to land in Miami. She asked to avoid invitations to direct meetings. The girl doesn't understand what is so important they are going to tell to gather everyone. Suddenly Ryan wrote to her about compensation for the screen. Our hero had almost finished fixing the screen due to the urgency, so he said not to worry about compensation. Mandy felt awkward keeping quiet about this, even though it was her fault it happened. The guy lives in the same area. She thought about just sending him money without asking the price of the repairs. Yes, she can't keep avoiding people, so she wrote that she felt awkward and would pay Ryan back later. In Miami, Florida, at the headquarters of the Abyss Guild, the heads and even high ranks in general, the entire foundation of the guild gathered. Merlin introduced himself and greeted those present. He thanked everyone for giving him their precious attention and coming here. Merlin and Emma have gathered everyone today because there is a problem troubling their guild and the God Wars ecosystem. Here Merlin turned on the latest stream of the Archmage on the projector. The guild elite are confused. They already know about the Archmage, and asked if they are really afraid of a solo player, being in the top 10 guilds. Emma, the guild manager, interrupted the show, saying that she would explain now. She was sure that everyone present already knew about the Archmage. Emma said that this guy is destroying the game's ecosystem, which the top 10 guilds have spent so long building. He showed hundreds of items and bosses that no one has ever seen before, and avoided all the ambushes of high-ranking players as if he knew about them. Now the assembled may ask how this is possible, and all because BJ the Archmage invades the game system. Alpha Company has almost completely stopped modeling the game, so we have to bring justice ourselves in the name of the Abyss Guild. Emma said that from now on the guild will put a bounty on the head of BJ the Archmage. Mandy couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible in God Wars. Murder, theft, the method doesn't matter. The goal is to interfere with the Archmage's gameplay. However, one of the men noted that they can't go where he does because of their high levels. This is a good point, so Bezelna's guild will help everyone level up their twinks. The assembled began to discuss that it was beneficial for them to pump up the twinks for free. Whether they would defeat the Archmage or not, there were still only advantages. Mandy thought that if Emma wasn't lying, she should try, but she had an unpleasant feeling. Ryan and his team came to a barrier rift that would disappear once they got inside. Gold said he felt uneasy about the place. Our hero is sure that this is the entrance to the forbidden zone that Zagara spoke of. They did say that they sealed the area where the incident happened. In other words, it was a great place to farm where Ryan wouldn't be disturbed. So he told the guys to come in. The hero received 2 titles immediately upon entering. Here the viewing angle is limited by the black wind and the sound is muffled. They want Ryan to fight monsters in such a place and also with the condition of not dying. The complexity of the main plot is really high. It would be almost impossible to clear such a place alone if it weren't for our hero's abilities. The monsters, zombie centaurs, began to move. Ryan suggested looking at the capabilities of their updated gold. The Guardian understood everything and immediately rushed into battle, while Ryan activated the ballista and long throw. Thus, he eliminated the first monster. Lucky was not far behind. Gold charged at the monster, and his Trentwood spear pierced the zombie centaur. Ryan activated the Dragon's Eye and shot accurately with a triple cast. His level increased. The experience here is much more, although this is a normal area. And the killers won't get here, so we have to hunt here. We can't miss such a tasty spot. But suddenly Ryan noticed one monster that was glowing. This is a trace left by the advance group, so it is a quest mob. The hero shouted to everyone that he should not be killed yet. Merlin, whose real name is Benedict, told Emma that she was braver than he thought. So far, God Wars has been a perfect game without a single bug. So Benedict asked how the Archmage was able to manipulate the system. Emma knows it's unlikely, but they still saw his latest stream killing players. You can't attack him with bad skills now. Those guys from Sneeko's guild were not only robbed, but now their contracts are at risk. You have to be very determined to attack the Archmage. So Emma said that they should at least support their guild members and also convey that the Abyss would never abandon its own. They need to awaken a sense of victimhood, that they shouldn't just stand by and watch the BJ Archmage cheat. Emma also prepared something to fight him with, Small Pack's rating. This is a rating created by the Small Pack channel on WarsTube. This channel is engaged in visualization of various statistics in the game by type, time of completion, and others. Even if the criteria for calculating statistics are objective, their rating still remains unofficial and subjective content of the channel author. But Small Pack's channel has a whopping 51.32 million subscribers. Using those who love to compete with each other, his channel has been reborn as an absolute benchmark for all God Wars players. And everyone below level 200 has to line up to see who is the strongest of the players who have passed that bar. Every once in a while, Small Pack announces who is first. If the Archmage's name appears in the rankings, He will definitely attract the attention of strong players. As Benedict understood, Emma wants BJ the Archmage to become the first in the small pack rankings, although he has not even reached level 70. The girl nodded, saying that she had paid him. Small Pack's channel would soon post something. Very soon, the long-awaited 999th episode was released on his channel. Small Pack said that everyone knows the Archmage. He has been discussed lately, and he was the first. The boy with the golden spoon, but also a showman, Small Pack said he played pretty well. As usual, Leo was up to date with all the news. But Ryan couldn't answer. He was shocked by what was happening. Of course, it's hard to accept, since the Archmage hasn't even reached level 100, but usually players with around 150 win in this category, and BJ Archmage only has 70. That's why it's unbelievable. Ryan put his hands on his head, trying to understand how this happened. It turns out that even guilds that didn't care about him or famous players can target him. Getting into the ratings on the Small Pack channel means that you have a huge potential for development. This way you can fly to the skies and become a star. This is a shortcut to universal fame. Ryan doesn't understand how he got there. It can't be that the director of Rising Stars tried so hard. No one else would do such a thing to stop him. Ryan doesn't have many virtues. Even if it's for publicity, the director is very brave. There's no more time to slack off. We need to focus on completing the quest. Michael's secretary asked him if he had anything to do with the ratings. The boss said no. The channel owner doesn't listen to a single word he says. It turns out that Small Pack was Michael's senior in school. This daredevil is terribly greedy. He won't move a foot, even if you are the guildmaster of the top 10. But Michael knows one thing for sure. BJ the Archmage did something and attracted the attention of the strongest guilds. The secretary asked whether the senior had anything to do with this and who he was anyway. Michael said that BJ Archmage was badly split up with the group from Snyko's guild, so the average guilds don't even think about attacking anymore. Of course, the Archmage didn't like this situation because he was crazy about attention. That is, as the secretary understood, he deliberately made himself a target. Michael replied that it was true, because if you were mentioned in the Small Pack rankings, even players who thought you were just looking for attention would turn their attention and run after you. Even standing still, the Archmage made sure that the victims who raised him up would come for him themselves. So Michael said we have to live up to it, and again a bribe. But this time they will also attach a letter. Michael put his feet up on the table, saying, "It's time to ask a favor from BJ the Archmage." Meanwhile, the players in Tonga were wondering why those above level 90 came to the territory of low-ranked players. Obviously, they were looking for BJ Archmage. However, no matter how high the price on his head was, is it fair for a group of 90 levels to come for 70? So they will catch him even at the cost of their honor. Who knows? Their names may be included in the Small Pack ranking if they can catch the Archmage. And yet, there are even players sponsored by top guilds. For example, Avid and company from the guild Scaff. The guy told his comrades not to pay attention to others. They need BJ the Archmage at any cost. Avid must make amends for that defeat in a few days. Suddenly, Alep from the Red Snake group came to him. The guy said that Avid seemed to have come running here after hearing the news, and was visiting for the first time since that incident. Avatar was probably reborn in the Western Castle after his death, which means it was difficult to get here. Avid got very angry and said that Alep seemed to want to fight. The guy laughed and said that of course not. Actually, it seems like the Archmage has become really popular lately. Alep heard that high-ranking players from the Stone Forest are flocking here. Avid thought that if something went wrong, he would have to put them down first. There was nothing wrong with eliminating competitors. Suddenly, the players' cries were heard that BJ the Archmage was here. Everyone turned their heads and saw his proud gait. Avid ordered the archers to check if it was really the Archmage. The girl used clairvoyance and said that she sees Lucky in gold, and next to her is definitely BJ the Archmage. But suddenly something strange began to happen. Our hero was no longer visible in the distance, and instead of him stood two centaurs. People thought that they had spawned here, since they appeared so suddenly. It's strange because they definitely saw the Archmage in their place. Meanwhile, Ryan, who had successfully hidden in the body of a centaur using polymorph, was already streaming. The guys were really fooled by this. It was a private broadcast. Our hero has incredible acting skills. Everyone thought they were centaurs from the start. Phew, everything is going according to plan. Ryan is really going crazy. These bastards came to the gold fields like a pack of rabid dogs just to catch him. And with them is the Scarf Guild and the Red Snake Group, top guilds. And all because the number of subscribers on their channels has exceeded 50 million. Just think that 90 levels have gathered here. Conscience has been left to the capsules. High-ranking players hunt in beginner zones. It feels like bullying, so everyone points fingers at them. And it's even worse. They're here to kill the player, not hunt. They will not only be pointed at, but also criticized. But even so, they came. So you finally gave up your pride and conscience to catch the Archmage. If so, then you can't succeed in this game alone. How lucky that Ryan got Chain Lightning from the skill book reward for level 70. There is simply no better skill for fighting groups. But there will be problems, regardless of the outcome. If the hero wins, the whole guild will turn against him, and their restraint will affect the completion of the main quest. Excellent. The hero met them as befits a BJ Archmage. He's glad that there are more players here than he thought, and not only glad. These freaks didn't even think that so many people would gather here. They won't even unite to catch the Archmage. So this situation is nothing but a great opportunity. While they are busy sorting things out with each other, they will not notice the hero, and he will have enough time to increase the distance. The lower class can't keep up with Ryan's speed. They're running, so the form is a little off. Unsure what to do with the private broadcast, Ryan wonders if he should end it. Everything is pretty calm. It seems the killers haven't figured it out. Ryan thanked his dear viewers for keeping everything a secret. It's good that our hero has many fans. Otherwise, everything would have been revealed already. But then suddenly those people in the field definitely heard the voice of the Archmage. Here they saw that these difficult centaurs were running away. It is surprising that they noticed only now. There is panic among the people. The surveillance agent told them about it. Ryan said it looked like they were caught. It probably made it more interesting, especially for the viewers. Well, if that's the case, the private broadcast ends and the hero cancels the polymorph. The broadcast has been changed to public. There are more than 30,000 viewers. The show Catch If You Can begins. The acceleration is activated. Ryan takes off and tells the guys to catch him. Avat and his team chased after him in shock. For a mage, our hero is too fast. The distance does not decrease, but only increases. Most of the guys don't even have a point in trying. Avat ordered to pursue the Archmage and stop him, even if other guilds get to him. Avatu was informed that the Archmage was on the air, and he said that there would be a show now. The guy realized that he wanted to make them look like fools. If Avat loses, he will be humiliated by everyone. He must catch the Archmage at any cost. Ryan only whistled, continuing to mock the idiots. Avat stopped abruptly. He thought about what if Lucky attacked from an ambush. If the dog under the bikes attacks him, then without a tank and a healer, it is obvious that the game will end for Avatar. The boy began to scream in despair and admitted that the Archmage had outwitted him. Ryan saw that they had given up and stopped himself. He asked the audience if they had ever seen Tom and Jerry play tag outside of the cartoon. The Archmage is great at making others angry. People are touched by his attention. Now, if all goes according to plan, the only choice is to run away. Although that also makes for good content, the response has been great. Also, the number of pursuers had decreased. Ryan asked if he could just kill them. And then the chat started to fill with messages asking the Archmage to destroy them. But then Ryan said, forget it. He won't go after them. As the audience said, if he attacks the weaklings, then nothing will come of it. They won't even be able to compensate for the polymorph. People started donating en masse after these words. People are waiting for the next show. Meanwhile, Ryan opened the inventory and saw traces left by the advance team. He hadn't even started the quest, and he had already received them. The hero said that if he showed the viewers new monsters and dungeons right away, he would have to complete the quest. So, he wanted to finish here for now. But then Asmo donated 10,000 and told me to show him more. Then he donated another 11,000, writing not to be like that and offering to show the Archmage everything he has in stock. Ryan must refuse him. People were also waiting for an answer. There are more than 130,000 viewers on the stream and everyone wants to see more, especially when Asmo is here. They asked to see the whole quest. Instead of a small part of the quest, they want to see the whole quest. Asmo donated 12,000, saying that he would throw 1,000 more every 10 minutes. The hero is confused. He received a lot of information about this quest, so he needs to be careful. But most importantly, Ryan needs to find out if they can see hidden information. Asmo had set the tone, so it was hard to say no. Ryan began to wonder if he had any excuses. Suddenly, an NPC, Zagar's vassal, teleported to him. The guy came with several knights, happy that the hero was alive and well. The NPC is here to escort Midas, as he received word that he has left the restricted area. Zagara is waiting for him. This is great. Now Ryan has a reason to end the stream. In the chat, they wrote that how is it possible because Asmo donated so much money. The hero explained everything with the rule from the developers, which prohibits showing the quest process. If you ask the question like that, they won't ask for whatever they want later. The live broadcast ended and Ryan arrived at the Eastern Watchtower. Zagara told the hero that he had done a good job. Ryan said he found some clues in the restricted area and passed on the leads. Quest completed. Level up twice. To think that Midas came with this. Zagara had heard of his skills, but he didn't think they were like this. Ryan received the title Zagar's Summoner, and the knights presented him with awards. Our hero would never have thought in his life that he would be able to obtain the Master's Grimoire. Roughly speaking, a skill grimoire can be obtained for money, but a Master Grimoire cannot be bought for money. Reaching Master rank in a skill is only possible by reaching at least level 150. Even if you learn a skill at level 10 and use it constantly, you still need to reach level 150 to reach Master rank. And it's hard to come up with a price for getting the Master rank in an instant. After all, this grimoire can't be sold at all. Ryan will keep it and use it when needed. Well, let's postpone the opening of the second reward, the skill grimoire, for later. And now the hero wants to quickly take the next quest and move on. Because after seeing that show, the pursuers will definitely not give up. And the system wrote that the game would crash in an hour. After 9 hours, after the reboot, more than 100 players will gather in the Western Castle as before in the Golden Fields. Ryan asked Zagara what to do next. The prince said that according to the clues the hero gave him, his people were being attacked by an unknown person. And Zagara can trust Midas with the task of finding him. New quest Unknown Man added, "You need to find an unknown person in a restricted area, and the reward is the Ring of Zagara." Ryan is a little taken aback by this hidden reward. No need to waste time. Zagara said that our hero can go through the teleporter. They used teleportation magic and told to stand in the magic circle. Ryan tried to stop, asking to tell the characteristics of the ring. However, he was shoved into the teleporter, and in a moment he arrived at the Golden Fields. He should have explained about the ring better. In any case, since it's given for the main story, it should definitely be good. Maybe even better than the Sakhalin ring. By the way, Ryan was moved quite conveniently this time. The entrance to the dungeon should be somewhere around here. However, he was found again by people shouting that it was Lucky and Gold. Ryan shouted at Lucky and Gold to quickly enter the forbidden territory to hide. As the hero thought, those people are still in groups. It's dangerous outside. The forbidden territory turned out to be safer, yeah. At this rate, Ryan's entire gameplay will be broken. We need to finish it all at once. So he opened the skill grimoire with the hope of finding a legendary card. Ryan's face took on a sad tone, and he said that this was the end. Gold immediately told the owner not to be disappointed. He would do his best. But the hero is not talking about that. He is talking about the fact that this is the end of those freaks who are chasing him. He received the legendary skill Indomitable Will, which does not allow the spell casts to be interrupted in any way. As in other games, the higher the level of the monsters here, the more varied the skills they use. But among all of them, there is a factor that increases the difficulty of the gameplay: the use of ranged attacks, or AoE skills. Mages with interruptible casts will inevitably have an increased risk of being attacked if they are hit. They need more time to cast strong spells, and there is always a risk of being hit by an AoE skill, no matter how far away they are. As a result, Indomitable Will becomes a must-have for high-level players. Although the skill has a penalty in the form of increased casting time, it is much better than interrupting casts. Also, if Ryan has to fight these player killers, it is necessary to have AoE skills, because it is difficult to deal with their melee with simple arrows or targeted skills. AoE skills that can inflict status debuffs are ideal, but such skills are extremely expensive. It's nice to paint the whole picture, of course, but we need to focus on the current situation. Still, what a disgusting field. It's unclear how Ryan will find the quest monster here, although it won't be a problem for him. He has already seen a dark, unknown creature. The hidden information says that if it attacks successfully, it will leave a clue. Looking at the condition, Ryan can attack, but he doesn't have to win. Maybe it's better to finish him off quickly and leave before more people gather? But maybe the forbidden area will close if he completes the quest. It would be nice to put it off and raise the level here. At first glance, there are already more than 100 people there. It is unknown how many more may come. Ryan doesn't even want to think about it. If he adds the money he's earned and gets rid of a few things, he can buy a cast on the move and raise the 80th level in 4 days. The hero decided to prepare thoroughly and go out. There were really a lot of people gathered on the Golden Field. At first glance, over 1,000 people. People are watching everything. They probably all came for the BJ of the Archmage. This is already at the level of a large-scale guild war. 3 days have passed since the Archmage disappeared from the Golden Fields via teleport, and the number of people there has only increased. His show was pretty good last time, a game of tag to catch him. But then Michael said that there was no fun. The guy asked how that was possible because the boss saw that the stream had broken through all the tops. Michael said it would be boring. Do the Archmage the same thing again? Even if the content is similar, new conditions need to be devised. Catch him if you can! But this time, instead of running, the Archmage would fight. Michael said it was time for the Archmage to fulfill their request. Our hero is, as usual, the main topic of discussion. He doesn't even let people get bored. It can't be that everything ends there for him. People assume that he has a plan. It looks like the Archmage will be putting on another big show soon. People are waiting with impatience. Leo said that if he had a lower level, he would go there to catch him. The guy was almost sure that the Archmage could be defeated one-on-one. He is a mage after all. Ryan didn't hear these conversations again and was in his own thoughts. He saw that the auction for the cast in motion was about to start. The winning bid at the last auction for this skill was $37,000. After selling the items, the hero got $43,000. Even if the price rises above $40,000, you need to buy. The Archmage will show you what crazy spending looks like. Ryan is furious about this shitty game and takes his anger out on the centaurs. He reached level 80. But there is no joy at all, since the final bid for the cast in motion at the auction was $82,000. What is the point of this then? Ryan thought, who cares? Even if he doesn't buy it, he can just get it from level 80 cards. He hopes that the War Dragon will give him this skill and accepted the reward from him. Cast on the move is a unique rank skill, so Ryan doesn't need legendary ones. But then he became upset when he saw that there weren't even any unique ones. Suddenly Lucky started barking loudly. It turned out that the legendary skill Shockwave was hidden among the cards. Thanks to the paralyzing effect, this is one of the best AoE skills. Well, it should be good. It's a pity that there is no cast in motion, but with indomitable will and Shockwave, the hero can defeat even a team of 7. Later, Ryan slowly started broadcasting and saw the channel president under the nickname Wharton. The hero asked if he wanted to say something. It was very strange that the president himself came. Michael asked in the chat if the Archmage was planning to do something like, "Catch if you can" again. Ryan replied that there was no point in fighting the assassins face-to-face. At this point, Wharton asked if it was even possible to kill the Archmage. It seems he didn't like the last broadcast. As the hero thought, running away is not typical of BJ Archmage. The hero said there was no reason to refuse. Ryan was planning on fighting anyway, in a sense, no need to show fear. Wharton asked to take care of this and wrote that he also prepared a card that would help the Archmage. Namely, a card with a cast on the move. Rumors about Avatar spread, that he came into the field as a thug and ended up being swindled by the Archmage. If they could kill the Archmage, they wouldn't be mocked. They are supplied by the guild, and they came in a crowd. And I forgot about their past. If they started their journey from scratch, who knows, they would have reached this. Now Avat clearly understands that he can't screw up. And if it does happen, all his efforts will go to waste. 4 days ago, after the end of Catch Me If You Can, Avatar came to the main gate of the western castle waiting for the BJ Archmage. However, he was then informed that he had left the western castle. The freak had used the teleporter outside the main gate and gone to the Golden Plains. All of Avatar's efforts were in vain. But being mocked for getting dirty is not a problem. Everything will be solved for the guy when he kills BJ the Archmage. And then our hero finally showed up with his divine being and guardian. The live broadcast also started. The Scarf Guild gathered again as a group and approached the Archmage. Ryan asked if they had any business with him. And then Eva takes off his scarf with an offer to fight. He threw the scarf, and it was white, which means he will pay 10,000 if he loses. Throwing the Scarf Guild scarf is a symbol of declaring a duel. The guild member who wins such a duel will receive glory and a reward. But if he loses, he will lose the scarf forever and will be excluded from the guild. The cash prize that goes to the person who defeats a Scarf V member is part of their confidence, saying, "We'll reward you with money, just win." This method of dueling is one of the secrets that helped the Scarf Guild to be on top. Alap thought that Avat was very brave. All the spectators hope that this time the Archmage will not run away. Avat bears his sword, tells our hero to run away if he can. Ryan immediately began to summon a fireball, but then Avat, as expected, interrupted the cast. And then he began to use a sword needle against our hero. The audience wonders how a mage can win against a melee in God Wars. Avat was sure that the damage would definitely go through, but then a fireball flew right at him and he received critical damage. It's a miracle because the fireball cast seemed to have stopped. And then Asmo donated 1,000 and wrote that the Archmage seemed to have received indomitable will. Now even if he gets hit, the skill cast won't stop. Ryan started preparing the next attack with an ice ball and a lightning ball. Avid is confused. He doesn't understand where the fireball got so much power from. He took off 10% of his health with one hit. And then there's that indomitable will. Avatar won't stand a chance if he keeps getting beat up like this. He needs to attack and defeat Ryan. Our hero saw that the guy was panicking and was already preparing to attack. As expected, not the easiest opponent. Guild Newbie doesn't suit him very well. Ryan rushed in the middle of a cast and he didn't stop. Asmo donated and wrote that the Archmage also got a cast while moving. Well, yes, it costs less than 100,000, so he could afford it. And then the hero partially paralyzes Avatar. And yet Asmo wrote that such close combat is a disadvantage of the Archmage, since the movement speed is lower during the casting in motion, so it can be easily caught. But no such luck. Ryan not only has better skills, but is also very fast. Even Asmo is completely confused. And all because Ryan mastered the skill to master with the help of the grimoire. It'll be boring if he ends up like this, so for now he'll use Fireball and the new Shockwave. The hero will make it so that Avat can't even think about catching him, and then he will trample him. Shockwave is an AoE, so the guy can't dodge it. But Avatar rushed in with a melee skill that increases attack and movement speed. There were still 10 seconds left before the Shockwave cast ended. So Ryan asked why Avat wasn't running away, if he could, of course. The countdown was ticking down to seconds, and the guy continued to try to inflict damage with his sword in close combat. And eventually the Shockwave activated, so now Avat is severely paralyzed. He can't move. Ryan suggested to finish gradually. The finale should be special. Asmo donated and wrote that now the Archmage will get the staff of Viltgar. However, to everyone's surprise, the hero took an axe out of his inventory. To think that everything would end so shamefully for Avatar. Ryan hits the guy with an axe and becomes the winner. Everyone wrote that it was a one-sided fight and no one would dare fight again after that. Later, the hero came to the Eastern Observation Tower. He started shouting that he had succeeded and that he had defeated the rising star of a top guild, simply crushed him to smithereens. Zagaru knows that our hero tried, but he is interested in whether he managed to find out anything about the unknown. Ryan said he found it, but he was pretty fast, so he only got a trace. Zagaru began to give his speech, when suddenly the hero's pendant began to reach towards the Lord. NPC asked who made it. Ryan said about the gnome Zuga. Zagaru doesn't think that he, the lord of the castle, could be involved in something like this. So he asks if he can leave this job to Midas. Of course, the hero agreed and a new quest was added. Zagaru will give his ring as a reward. With it, Ryan will be helped in any nook and cranny of the Tunga Kingdom. Our hero is delighted with how cool the ring increases all stats, but it also has a special property. When equipping the Ring of King Tunga, the hidden parameters of the set are activated. Today's broadcast had a peak viewership of 389,000 at its best moment. The channel's subscriber count increased by 11,000. Everyone was shouting at Michael that it was unbelievable, but he was talking to someone on the phone. Everyone had seen the broadcast, so he asked the person how much they would offer for the commercial. Ryan bought a new backpack for his niece. He thought about renting a bigger apartment when he got the money. The hero saved some money that he had put aside for the cast in motion. With his current items, there won't be any problems in the next location, so Ryan won't spend any more. That's right. He needs to improve his life now that he has money. Suddenly, Ryan received a message from the president of Rising Stars. Michael wanted to tell him something and asked to meet via broadcast. The hero quickly went to the channel and started a private broadcast. Michael wrote that he wanted to talk about important topics, namely about advertising and sponsors. He was thinking about signing a couple of advertising contracts under the name of BJ Archmage. If he doesn't want to, the hero can refuse. But Ryan replied that he agreed and asked what he should do. Michael suggested putting on a show for the clients, just doing things the way they normally do. The hero understood everything and said that he would tell the boss the date when he finished the preparations. The broadcast ended. The secretary noticed that the Archmage was in the forest of stone trees. "It seems he is hunting small golems," Michael said probably. But they needed to impress the clients with this broadcast, so he said to try a little better with the directing. Usually a team of 5 is enough for small golems, but an Archmage can handle it alone. Michael asked to collect more video materials about him. But it would be nice if the secretary also found how the best members of the top guilds hunt small golems. This is what the first in the class of Archmages, Merlin from the Abyss Guild, is doing. They will increase the scale. Players watched as Ryan and his team smashed the golems to smithereens. 10 seconds is enough for him to deal with the golem. These monsters are known for their high resistance, but the Archmage is too strong. He received the golem crystals. Now Ryan has all the quest items. He met Zuga earlier. The hero is chasing the unknown, the dwarf thinks. In that case, he needs to make a compass like then. If Zuga can extract the fragment of the god who has lost his name from the pendant and combine it with the trace of the unknown, then the resulting object will point Ryan to the owner. It was necessary to kill the small golems and bring the blacksmith 10 crystals. Ryan can see which golems will tremble the item, so it all ended quickly. I wonder if I show clients hunting small golems, will they like it? But they are too weak compared to the Archmage. You can't just show them hunting such weak monsters. Zuga is very surprised that our hero collected the crystals so quickly. Ryan sighed, saying it wasn't hard. He hadn't planned on finishing it so quickly. He'd like to level up the monsters some more. But the situation changed with the advent of advertising offers. The hero completed the quest before the specified time and will receive an additional reward. Thanks to Ryan, Zuga saved his hammer and offered the hero to use it. This is probably the additional reward. It's hard to call it a weapon by its appearance. The information says that the hammer can be used to extract skills from items and place them into others. They are bound to the new item. Cannot be used on items above level 99. Number of uses is 1/1. Ryan is in complete shock. He couldn't even imagine that it was possible to extract and place skills in God Wars. Zuga said that if Ryan uses the golem crystals, he can summon bluestone golems. By killing them, he will receive molten stones. If you use them, you can combine the 2 powers into 1. After these words, the dwarf quickly left without explaining anything. A new quest, Bluestone Golem, appeared. The reward is a cursed necklace. Let's clear this up. Taking an ability from one item and giving it to another is a system that has appeared in many games. But until now, it has not been found in God Wars, so players were convinced that there is no such thing here. Then you need to think carefully about what to use this hammer on. Obviously, Ryan will take the skill from Vigi's white staff, +1 to simultaneous spell casting. And the item he will put this skill into is a legendary item of level 89 Tongue Staff. On eBay, its price is on average 120,000, but Ryan will definitely be able to buy it if he gets an advertising order. The hero knew that the game had such a good name, but not to that extent. Exclamation marks appeared above Gold and Lucky's heads, both also with quests. Michael has been glued to his phone lately. If there are so many advertising offers coming in, then the value of the BJ Archmage is growing. That's true, to be honest. Michael planned to spend more time on advertising. The Archmage's value will continue to grow if he continues in this manner. The secretary then asked why the boss was taking advertising now. Michael replied that the value of the Archmage was growing faster than he thought. So he suggested that they start preparing for the show. They still had 3 hours until the Archmage's time. Michael said to announce the broadcast time along with an edited version of the raid on Viltgar. They won't be too picky about the name of the broadcast. They'll call it Warm-Up. The broadcast is just around the corner, and Michael is in the waiting room thanking all the advertisers who attended their screening today. Everything is ready. BJ Archmage just needs to show his skills as usual. So, the broadcast began and our hero greeted everyone. For today's show, he's doing a regular warm-up routine, so he told the audience to think about their answer about the commercial for now. In any case, Ryan is not planning on signing a big contract right now, just a couple of short-term commercials. Viewers, including Michael, saw for the first time such a monster as the Deep Blue Golem. The raid on Bosa has begun, and this is called a warm-up. Inside the hero, everything is shaking. The situation where Ryan risks his fate should feel like that. And the conditions for Lucky and Gold's evolution turned out to be ideal. Lucky needs to hunt a boss higher in level than himself to evolve. And Gold needs to protect the owner from a boss who is higher in level than him, so that loyalty increases to level 6. Ryan broke the distance first. The main phases of the golem are tied to health restoration and cloning. The hero doesn't need to kill him quickly. He needs to show his potential. Even recruiters of large companies consider potential more important than results. Ryan ordered Gold to destroy the stone trees around him and clear a space for the battle. And to Lucky he said, life or death. This is how the dog expresses his will to live or die in order to fight the golem. Now that everyone is busy, Ryan can begin his magic. Attacking without a plan certainly won't impress the big guys. So you need to show them your strategic skills, not your firepower. The audience is confused that the Archmage is not attacking. The time between Golem's attacks is 7.3 seconds. When you first meet the boss, you need to learn his attack patterns and only then deal damage while he's on cooldown. That's what real destruction is. BJ Archmage is definitely not your average experienced player. Ryan uses almost all of his magical skills simultaneously and consistently. The boss's health is at 60%, so the second phase begins. The bluestone golem split into 3 pieces. Ryan ordered Lucky to take one, and he told Gold to use gigantism and take the second one. Then the hero summoned his huge golem so that even one of the small opponents began to run away. It would be problematic if he hid and recovered, so Ryan pulled out Wiltgar's bow for a long-range arrow attack. So the hero killed 1 clone. So far, everything is going according to his plan. But Ryan thought the audience was getting bored. Standard procedures only sound good. Save potions. And anyway, they didn't come here to see this. So enough of the standard strategies. Everyone in the chat is in anticipation. The Archmage said he would use Dragon Fever on the last clone, and if he couldn't catch him after the time ran out, he will show the audience a quest that only he can complete in this game. Donations and messages poured in, and Ryan got down to business. The audience admires his attitude to the tests. In the lab, one girl said that he is extremely brave for a newbie. She thinks that the Archmage is not new there. Well worth the investment. Emma didn't even have to ask for a favor. Emma sighed. She was worried that asking for something was too much for her position. The lab assistant replied that of course not. Thanks to Emma, their relationship with the Abyss Guild had strengthened. They, the Gamma Medicines, had been able to go this far. Emma is just a manager, and she wants the girl to find out everything about BJ, the Archmage. They wrote in the chat that the Archmage destroyed the last one, and it was too easy. However, it was still moving, and suddenly the bluestone golem created 9 more clones. But they are so small they look weak. Ryan immediately activated Chain Lightning and Shockwave. He ordered everyone not to let one of the clones escape. They became small, but thanks to this, they sped up. In the chat, there was doubt whether the Archmage would be able to destroy them all before the Dragon Fever expired. Asmo donated $10,000 and wrote that if our hero loses, he will donate 10 times more. The clones began to scatter, and Lucky quickly drew their attention to himself so that they began to run back. As expected from the public's favorite Lucky, Ryan quickly activated a shockwave to temporarily immobilize the clones. Dragon Fever has 23 seconds left. We need to gather the clones together and cast the spell. He opened his inventory to see what he could cast last. Asmo was excited. He assumed it was a physical spell. Ryan threw his axe and destroyed the bluestone golem. It took 19 minutes and 43 seconds. Great. The hero leveled up and got a title. He definitely showed his skills. There was enough show on the broadcast. The advertisers should be happy. But even if Ryan has skills, they are useless if there is no place to show them. So he suggested talking about plans for the next broadcasts. The Archmage announced that the next target would be the Centaur Knight. The exact time and date will be announced on the Rising Stars channel. People know that the boss of the Golden Plains is the Black Centaur, however. The Archmage was not mistaken and said the knight correctly. Again, a new boss. The broadcast is over. Ryan got the melting rock. That was a cool performance. And also, Lucky's body began to change due to the fact that the power of the Pantheon overflowed his body. Now it's time to choose a new ability for the doggy. Numerous skill cards appeared in front of Ryan, and his gaze caught the unbreakable diamond. When this legendary skill is activated, physical defense increases dramatically. Our hero's eyes lit up. He had named the dog incorrectly. He should have named him Chitkliuch, not Lucky. Ryan's dog is truly the best of the best, so he takes such a great skill for himself. Gold asked the master to give him a chance to become stronger. The Guardian destroyed the enemy together with the master, and his loyalty increased to the 6th level. Now Gold's skill. Ryan has already spent all his luck on the lucky card, so he will only need a mediocre card for the Guardian. But then the hero's face changed. He couldn't believe that this had happened to him. After the stream, the internet breaks down. The Archmage just hacked God Wars. No one understood what he meant by the quest that only he can complete. Since this was just a warm-up, everyone is eager to see the Archmage give it his all. Michael is reading all these comments. Suddenly, his secretary runs in and asks what they should do with the contract. Agencies watching the stream are calling non-stop. Michael sadly said to just wait. He hadn't decided yet. After seeing this show, he is sure that BJ Archmage is not interested in advertising. Our hero said that he wants to show the broadcast, so let them put it on their schedule. That's what he said. But BJ Archmage suddenly went to raid the boss without any information. However, the secretary thought that he did it for a better reaction, because this way advertisers would bid more. But how much more? Michael doesn't think the Archmage made such a bold move to get $100 from the bet. All he wanted to say was that whoever it was, advertisers or whatever, they could do whatever they wanted as long as they paid the right price for the show. Michael said that through their BJ channel, the Archmage will continue to show new monsters and items that no one has seen yet, so they need to offer something worthwhile. The secretary thought they needed to negotiate with advertisers to increase advertising fees, but no. Michael said they wouldn't charge for advertising. His secretary is in complete shock, asking if they won't take the ad at all. Michael is confused by this reaction. Of course they will take him. He also said that he wouldn't take money for advertising. In return, they will ask for items and skills that will help the BJ Archmage. The secretary almost cried, saying that then the company's income from advertising would decrease because they needed something to live on. But Michael was happy to accept the Archmage's idea and would try his best. Meanwhile, Ryan came to the western fortress of the Tunga Kingdom. He still can't get over the fact that the legendary Berserker skill dropped on his gold card. It temporarily increases all stats, and while the skill is active, the user loses sanity and attacks only a specific target. Ryan is afraid of how much stronger Gold has become. However, the guards approach him, saying that Surzuga is waiting for him and they will take him there. The hero thought that there was an eastern tower, but it was a golden forge. The Golden Forge is a place that all players who have visited the Western Fortress know about. Only there can you get the legendary items of the Tunga Kingdom. And this is something that every player should try at least once. Just look at those diamond things on the wall. For example, the Tungi Staff. This is Ryan's next target, an item worth 120,000. When payment comes, he will be able to buy absolutely everything. Zuga is glad that Midas has returned alive and well and asks if he has obtained the melting stone. Ryan immediately handed it to the blacksmith. The soul metal that the hero found in the Dorito mines reacts to the owner of the mana. So if he becomes stronger, then the stone will react more strongly. Zuga starts, so he said to hold the pendant tighter. The trace of the unknown began, it turns out, flows like a liquid, and the blacksmith poured it into the pendant. Suddenly, the pendant immediately began to point in a direction. Zuga said that the object was overflowing with energy. Now, with such a compass, finding the unknown will not be difficult. You just need to go where it points. But before leaving, Ryan decided to check its new characteristics. Powerful mana gives the wearer of this cursed pendant mystical power. Adds all characteristics plus 75. But the most important thing that shocks the hero the most is that when equipping, you can use the reproduction skill. This is a skill that allows you to use another skill that you have used once, ignoring the cooldown. Also, replay cannot be obtained from skill cards. Even Asmo said that the reproduction skill can only be used through an item. Therefore, he would write a blank check to anyone who brought a skill card with him. Because of this, reproduction is also called blank century. As expected, Ryan is so lucky. It is not clear whether this is a dream or reality. The hero found where to go, so all preparations are complete. Zuga wished him luck. New quest Centaur Knight added. We need to deal with this monster that has the power of a god who has lost his name. And an additional reward for completing the quest in a team of less than 6 players is the Black Staff of Tunga. It's just like the white Vigi staff that Ryan got. The black staff is much better than the regular one. Just like in a dream, everything happens as the hero wants. But he calmed down a little and decided to think. The hidden reward requirement is to defeat the Centaur Knight in a team of less than 6 people. This means that 6 people are enough to easily complete the task, and given the complexity of God Wars, this would not be a normal 6-person team. There should be at least level 90 pro players in it, and Ryan will have to do it solo. It's been a long time since there were such nerve-wracking raids. The boss that appears in the Golden Plains is the Black Centaur. It has twice the mobility and power of a normal centaur. This boss gave many players a hard time, and the Centaur Knight is even stronger. Even so, Lucky, under the acceleration and lightning speed effect, will not yield to him in speed. But when the second effect wears off, the Centaur will catch up with Lucky, and then the life or death skill will activate, which means they will fight to the death. As a result, the monster can chase him until Lucky dies. Until now, even if the dog used the life or death skill, he could defeat the monster safely. But this time, Ryan cannot guarantee his safety. Emma learned that Rising Stars only accepts payment for advertising in items and skills. They said they don't accept money. But Michael has brains. The really important items in God Wars can't be obtained for money. Emma was asked on the phone what she would do. The girl said that it would be to their advantage. After all, the items that the Abyss Guild offers will always be better than anyone else's. No matter who the Archmage is, he will not escape Emma. The secretary gave Michael a list of items advertisers were offering. There were a couple of good items, but most could be purchased on eBay. Michael said that wouldn't do, and asked me to tell them to offer rarer items. The secretary asked what if the advertisers left. Michael replied that so be it. God Wars is a game where you can only survive this way. You just have to wait. There are no advertisers who would miss the opportunity to contact the most talked-about person right now, BJ Archmage. Our hero started a live broadcast and he touched the forbidden territory. It seems that the fog has become thicker compared to the last time. The place seems very strange to people. They guessed that this is where he ended up when he disappeared from the Golden Plains. If you can farm there solo, it's an incredibly cool dungeon. And then a level 109 Centaur Knight showed up. This is the worst monster for mages. Its dash, which reduces the distance to the target, the crush skill, which increases the damage on impact, and the fire step are a real terror. Ryan needs to kill it at all costs. He usually rests before and after a raid, but this time he had to rush due to certain circumstances. So today, Ryan said, we need to give it our all and finish quickly. Asmo donated 1,000 and wrote that the hero needs to try to communicate with the viewers on the broadcast. The hero immediately activated the Dragon Fever. He plans to finish in 10 minutes. Then came the fire and ice spears. The spectators could see little because of the fog. They wrote that the Archmage had simply thrown it for luck. However, our hero got caught. One guy wrote that the Archmage got caught because of the necklace that points to the monster. And then the Centaur Knight starts too. He really is bigger than the Black Centaurs, even in all his armor. Ryan continued to fire at the monster. The audience couldn't understand why he didn't dodge, since the knight would quickly crash into him. However, the hero spectacularly dodged with a roll. The cast in motion really does only cause envy. Ryan then ordered Lucky and Gold to attack. The Guardian had changed since the last broadcast. Now he uses the Berserk skill. People are shocked. Berserk and Gigantism are the best skills for pancakes, and they are used by the Guardian. A mage tanking a boss is some kind of miracle. The mana shield absorbed some of the damage from the knight. Ryan can withstand such blows. The hero did not retreat but continued shooting. The audience was very afraid that the boss would hit him. Although the Archmage tanks well, you still have to dodge. His damage is probably cosmic. But people don't know, no matter how strong the Guardian and the mystical beast are, isn't the damage too small if the Archmage doesn't attack? The boss turned on Gold. Ryan took out 2 staffs. Now is the right moment. Here it is, the tactics of aggro ping-pong. The hero quickly continued to deliver magical blows. In cases where there is no tank, monsters will attack the one who deals the highest damage. But if the level gap is not that big, then the monsters have to change the target of their attack. This is aggro ping-pong, but it is difficult to predict how the monster will behave, and because it is also difficult for all team members to react quickly. Aggro ping-pong is dangerous in normal groups. Our hero dealt a ton of damage right after the aggro change. The audience realized that he did it on purpose. To organize aggro ping-pong, your reaction, speed, and observation skills must be divine. Ryan sees the monster's aggro number, which is very convenient. The Centaur Knight's steps become lighter as he uses acceleration. The icon above his head lights up red. The boss aggrows on the Archmage's BJ again. The dragon fever effect wears off. Everyone is writing that this is crap, even Asmo. But then Lucky activates the life or death skill on the Centaur. But the Knight turns out to be faster. Even Lucky with full buffs is inferior to him. The audience asks what the Archmage is doing there. Ryan first activates the Ballista and then uses Ball Lightning. And then the monster hits and throws Lucky back. Why aggro ping-pong doesn't work is unclear. But that's not the case. The dog's body begins to glow. This is the skill of invulnerability, the unbreakable diamond. And also repeat, an additional property of the weapon. Ryan can use one of his skills without reloading. And then the hero activated the dragon fever again. Asmo was outraged that the Archmage did not tell that he had such a thing. The distance from the monster is 64 meters, so Ryan uses a long throw. The Centaur took instant damage to the face from a fireball, as expected from an Archmage. The audience assumed he was a baseball player. With such accuracy, it is safe to say that his damage exceeded Asmo's at the same level. The Centaur Knight's hooves were engulfed in flames. Judging by the movement patterns, the boss is in the third final phase. Ryan had seen enough already, but even so, she couldn't lose to him. The hero will approach the boss closer. As expected, he takes out an axe. The Archmage knows a thing or two about live broadcasts. But then Ryan saw that the monster's health began to drop sharply. It turns out that Gold went into close combat with the Centaur. Ryan is in a panic. Screw the script. If he and Lucky die, it's the end. However, at this moment, the Centaur Knight was defeated, and Lucky and Gold were standing proudly nearby. In the chat, everyone writes that the Archmage is too confused. Even the axe is confused. Ryan is barely standing. Viewers thanked BJ Lucky and BJ Gold for the broadcast. The hero ends the broadcast and falls to the ground. He played cool, but he is embarrassed to death. And yet they were safe. Ryan thought his heart would stop when Lucky fell. The broadcast was short because the hero gave it his all. He hopes that everything will be fine and the advertisers won't complain. Ryan almost cried that he wouldn't get any more ads. And in the inventory there was only one reward, the treasure of the Centaur Knight. The hero is shocked that they gave so little for destroying the boss. He took the boss solo, which usually takes 10 people, and that's it. But still, Ryan just hopes that he can come and sell. There were arrows of the Centaur Knight. This is a legendary thing and can only be used by the killer of the Centaur Knight. But most importantly, Ryan was happy that it could be sold. However, he noticed another property, a double arrow when attacking. Double arrow. As the name suggests, this is an exclusive skill for the archer class, which allows you to shoot 2 arrows at once. But if it's a built-in property, then other classes can use it. That's even better than Tungi erased. That means she's worth at least $100,000. Suddenly, something began to glow inside Ryan. An unknown egg absorbs the energy of an unnamed god. It feels like when the hero defeated Wiltker. The hatching process is now 9%. As the hero thought, the egg will hatch faster if it absorbs the energy of the nameless god. The forbidden area was cleared, the sky became bright again, and Ryan received the title of Cleanser of the Forbidden Area. But suddenly he saw an unknown person in the distance. The hero immediately told Lucky and Gold to prepare for battle. Ryan will show him the power of the double arrow. But then he was stunned when he saw that the unknown person was not just any unknown person, but level 444. Even the top God Wars players haven't reached level 444. Ryan is sure that this creature was not created to fight him. Gold and Lucky rushed forward, telling the master to give orders. Ryan panics and yells at them to run away, of course. But the unknown person just stood there and didn't seem to be going to attack, and the hero also sensed someone's presence. Suddenly, an arrow flies out of the sky towards an unknown person. A portal appears and quickly disappears. Zagaru appeared with his knights, asking if the hero was okay. They immediately moved here when they learned that the area was cleared. Quest completed, level increased. What a relief, so according to the plot, the hero is saved by an NPC. They arrived at the Eastern Watchtower. Zagaru said that thanks to Midas, they were able to destroy the threat terrorizing the fortress. No reward would be enough to repay him, so the Lord brought the most valuable thing he could give. And this is precisely the desired Black Staff of Tunga, the goal of all efforts. The stat increases are simply staggering. These are real cheats. Increases the size of magic attacks by 28%. If you count in damage, it's about 20%. But this is just a property of the regular Tungi staff. The real specialty of this staff is the Snake Eye, which is activated when the total magic damage reaches a certain level. This is the first time Ryan has seen such a skill, but I'm sure it's very unusual. Another item for using Zuga's hammer. But Zagaru wants to give Milan something else. His men found it while searching the restricted area. The Lord's knights showed the sheet they had found where the unknown man had stood. Suddenly the leaf changed before our eyes. That's what Zagaru told us about the place where everything we can see changes. And this leaf is from the Ghost Forest. Apparently Ryan's next destination has already been determined. A new hunter mission has appeared. We need to go to the Ghost Forest and find out about the nameless god. The cursed pendant gives Ryan a clue. Finally, the next location. The boss raid was a success in 6 minutes. Michael thought it was too much. The reason why it is difficult to rise through such streams, although they are quite popular, that they don't know when exactly the boss will appear. But BJ the Archmage somehow planned it all out. Michael realized that he was going on some kind of quest alone. As he expected, the Archmage is definitely connected to someone from Alpha, the company that created God Wars. The boss of the channel has no other explanation for where he gets information only first. So Michael is worried about this request. Suddenly the secretary came in with a report on the broadcast. The man saw that the boss was thinking. Michael said that he was thinking about the request from the advertiser and asked to add their description to the letter. Request description: solo kill the boss of the Ghost Forest. The secretary asked if it was possible with the current level of the Archmage, and the reward is a spirit summoning skill card. The secretary is shocked because it can't even be found in the market due to the monopolization of the Adventurers Guild. And then the man had a hunch about the advertiser. Earlier, Michael asked the potential client his opinion about the Archmage's skills. Someone under the nickname Gamma Drugs wrote that they are shocking, but he does not like the quality of the video. Michael said if you didn't like it, they'd give you your money back, lowering the price. That's not going to happen. It all depends on the fee. That same lab girl asked if they would agree on a spirit summoning card. Michael was shocked and wondered if that was too much. Emma stood and watched all that correspondence, and the girl wrote that if the channel agreed, she would give the first order. Emma gave the Archmage an order through the Gamma Medicine Organization. If our hero kills the ghost, the boss of the Ghost Forest, on the broadcast in 15 days, she will give him a spirit summon card. Benedict Merlin said that if he takes the bait, they will be able to find out his next move. Emma has already leaked the Snake Hunters Guild's route. This time she's planning much more carefully. And all because the Archmage can't be allowed to continue to behave like this. Benedict wonders if he'll take the bait. Emma hopes that BJ the Archmage is now happy, not realizing anything, with a smile from ear to ear. That's right. Ryan is just happy that the advertisers haven't left. He thought that killing the ghost solo would be as easy as pie, especially since his current skills would be more than enough. First, you need to sell Vigi's bow and Wiltgar's wooden spear and buy new armor, but simply killing him is not enough. The fail at the end with the Centaur Knight being killed was a shame, so this is Ryan's chance to make things right. He needs to put on a show that will shock everyone. The hero will prepare carefully and get advertising. This way he can pay off his remaining debts and escape from his chicken coop. This way Henry will get much better, and he will be able to continue to recover calmly. And it will also be possible to send Mia to art school. Ryan is confident that he can. In fact, this will be his second trip to the Ghost Forest since his first character. The forest is a territory for players of levels 100 to 110. After receiving a quest in the western fortress of the Tunga Kingdom, you can get there through a magical portal. There appears a slime, a monster of the transforming type, and in addition to various geographical features, players can fall into an illusion and their appearance will change. To distinguish a human from a slime, you need to attack and check. Being under the illusion of a monster, for bad people there is an excellent opportunity to kill others. That's why they are called forest badmen, from bad manners in English. One incident brought this forest such a bad reputation. The stealing ghost from Huayang Guild incident. The recognized top 1 guild, Huayang, was attacked during a raid on a boss, a ghost, in the haunted forest. And all 14 members taking part in the raid were instantly killed. Their boss was stolen. And then the killers organized their own guild, the Snake Hunters Guild, specializing in killing players and stealing. From that moment on, if you wanted to hunt in the forest, it became the norm to go in 3 groups of 5 people. Suddenly, Lucky smelled a special smell. The dog found a hidden dungeon, the home of the slime that fell into the ghost forest. It looks like they ate and left something behind. Level required to enter, 109. When completing the dungeon, 2 titles will be obtained, as well as a rune that increases mana. If Ryan levels up in the dungeon, he won't have to worry about assassins. Everyone knows about the existence of hidden dungeons in the Ghost Forest. But, since the terrain is constantly changing, they are not so easy to find. And because of the fear of running into player killers, it only becomes more difficult. Looks like our hero found this dungeon first. Thanks to Lucky, they're about to launch the broadcast. Then Ryan suggested to his team to go and level up. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the killers caught a poor healer, left without a team since everyone was killed. The Hound, that bastard, told the boy that if he didn't want to get into that situation again, it would be better to stay inside the area protected by the Explorers Guild. And don't crawl out of there just like that. And then Hound hits the guy with a mace. Then his leader came, and he asked the Hound not to behave so recklessly in the middle of important missions. Even dogs obey their master. And then the guy started being sarcastic, saying to feed him better. They don't know if this bastard, BJ the Archmage, accepted the order. His commander said that if Hound didn't like it so much, he could give in. There were 4 more people to take his place. And then the guy comes up from behind and kills his commander, saying that he will never give up. If he can catch such a big fish, he will become famous and become a famous guildmaster. Still, where has it been seen that a hound would abandon its victim? Ryan quickly leveled up to 89. He was really looking forward to this moment. Now he was able to equip the Black Staff of Tungi and receive the title of Bearer of the Black Staff of Tungi. The reward for the title is quite good, 11 intelligence and 11 magic. Besides, the staff has a hidden power. Ryan called Gold and Lucky and offered to see how strong Snake Eyes were. God Wars has crowd control abilities, or CT. The most notable of these are paralysis and sleep. There is also confusion that causes AGR, blindness that turns off vision, and petrification, which is a modifier of Tunga's Black Staff. The advantage of the latter is that it disrupts the enemy's formation. Snake Eyes charge pretty quickly, already 80%. If Ryan simply attacks 3 more times, he will fully charge them. So it happened, and just in time, a whole bunch of Ghost Forest slugs showed up. They're a pain in the ass because there's no end to them. However, the hero decided to use Snake Eyes on them, and all the monsters that looked at them turned to stone. AOECT that causes petrification, just look into the eyes. Ryan is shocked. Petrification itself is good, but it affects several targets at once. It will last for another 10 seconds. Under Dragon Fever, Ryan can use this every 30 seconds. At this rate, I'll have to delete the game just so the cheats don't get reported. In addition, Lucky's combat skills are also unusual. He calculated the most effective attack pattern when the slimes were petrified. He should change his nickname to Lucky the Streamer. Thus, the dog quickly dealt with the monsters and Ryan rose to level 90. Who cares about the nickname? Everything is fine. So far, the results are good. He decided to choose a level 90 card and go to the boss. Then one card glowed gold. Ryan can't believe that you can get something like that in the game. Now he has everything he needs to hunt the ghost. But before that, he returned to reality to sell things and buy Mia some treats. Leo came up and asked the hero what he was doing. Ryan flinched and said nothing. Leo was surprised that he hid the phone so quickly. Our hero lied that he was just texting a girl. He asked to add 3 hours to his capsule, but Leo and the other guys' faces remained dumbfounded. They can't digest what Ryan said and asked if his girlfriend is even human. Our hero was at a loss that it was so surprising that he could give it to girls and said that he was just joking. Leo and the guy immediately laughed. They knew it. How could Ryan get a girlfriend if he was stuck in a capsule all day long? Leo thought the world was going to end tomorrow. Does Ryan really look like the type who has trouble with girls? It's driving him crazy thinking about it. Well, he got his last contact from a girl to get compensation for the phone. Well, yes, who cares about our hero anyway? He moved away and put the thing up for sale. Leo immediately shouted to the entire cafe that the purification staff was put up for auction, the same one that BJ the Archmage used. Not even a second has passed, the news has already spread. In any case, Ryan hopes that it will sell well. Meanwhile, in the Abyss Guild, Emma was talking to Mandy. The manager remembered that Musa had an appointment today. Mandy said she came because she finished quickly, or rather flew in, all thanks to the guild's personal jet. Emma was pleased to hear that. Anyway, she asked how the twink character they were talking about last time was progressing. Mandy replied that she was still in the swamps. She couldn't understand why Emma needed an Archmage. Suddenly Merlin came in. He was very happy to see their muse and asked if they had talked about anything important. Mandy replied that they had just said hello. Then Benedict asked if he could borrow Emma. He had a personal request for her. As he walked out the door, the guildmaster couldn't help but feel annoyed at working with top members who didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. Emma said it was best not to mention it in front of Mandy. Benedict had only one thing to say. They had thrown such a big bait to the Archmage, and he still hadn't accepted the task. Emma replied that it seemed like Michael from Rising Stars had noticed something. He is a graduate of the Wharton School. They say he is so smart that he even surpassed his elders. And he won't give an answer right away, even if he likes the conditions. Michael is the type of guy who will push his opponent as hard as he can to get as much as possible. But he has never turned down an offer before. So the channel boss said they were still thinking it over. How clever. Emma thought that in the worst case, BJ the Archmage would understand their motives. If that happened, there was a high chance that there was a traitor in the guild. In general, they can only wait for an answer. Suddenly, Emma looked at her watch and said that BJ Archmage had started broadcasting. Merlin was surprised and started streaming, not accepting their offer. Emma assumed that the stream was related to the thing he posted on Gibay. But when they went to the stream, they heard that the Archmage was now starting a raid on the ghost with soda. The Viltgar root staff has caused quite a stir on Gibay. It's an item that only the Archmage had. He has a lot of money. It is not clear why he would sell it. There were rumors that he was just showing off and then he would take the staff off the market. Maybe he's also looking for sponsors. Like, if you buy a staff, I'll take your ad. But what's the point of people worrying about it? Some rich guy will buy it anyway. Meanwhile, Ryan was in a panic in the ghost forest because the price was not rising at all. The hero believed that the staff would sell and spent all the money on items and skills. They can't afford to be short of firepower during the surprise show. But even if they do, firepower shouldn't be a problem. This time it won't be a regular boss raid. The BJ Archmage's evaluation and recognition depends on this broadcast, so such expenses are simply necessary. With such preparations, the ghost will not be a problem. The difficulty is only in time. Ryan is here, but the pendant does not react, and the only clue is the notification window. An unknown force of the ghost forest entangles the pendant. Based on the hero's current experience, he must destroy the ghost to move on with the quest. He must go as far as possible before the broadcast begins. The cursed pendant fell into deep confusion due to an invisible force. The ghost will appear in 6 hours. Ryan has no choice but to defeat it. Ryan told everyone to get ready for an amazing party. Meanwhile, the channel received a message from the Archmage. He will immediately launch, and Secretary Kim thought that it was because of the solo killing of the ghost. Michael said that his conditions were too favorable for BJ the Archmage, so he is sure that our hero has another goal. He sensed something strange, and even so, Ryan did not refuse. Michael is looking forward to seeing what kind of show the Archmage will put on this time. Whether it's a solo ghost kill or something else, he'll be watching. Ryan asked what kind of performance it was. Where else can you see something like this? The hero is a little nervous, but Gold and Lucky reassure him. So Ryan entered the channel code and started broadcasting. Michael came right in. That's good, because our hero just had something to say. Nothing special. This is about today's broadcast content. Regarding the solo ghost-killing task, our hero accepts it, as Michael thought. The description said to defeat him in 11 days. Then the countdown has begun, and Ryan starts killing the ghost right now. The boss has appeared. Chilling Aura is used. The ghostly skill is activated after every 16% of health lost. Ryan welcomed viewers to the broadcast of the solo ghost kill. This time he has a new addition to his team, and it is a familiar spirit. This is a complete surprise for everyone. Our hero has activated ice, fire, and air arrows, and the spirit additionally begins casting a lightning arrow. Quadruple cast is unbelievable. Really, Ryan should have called himself a BJ cheater. However, the damage from 3 shots is slightly lacking. But there's one more shot. The familiar spirit finishes casting a lightning arrow. And then the ghost starts to advance. He is about to attack Gold and Lucky. The Guardian used Gigantize and Berserker skill, then held the boss in close combat. Then Lucky jumped on top and bit. People are shocked. Physical attacks work. Initially, the ghost is in a ghostly state, and damage comes only from magic, but at a certain threshold, the damage materializes. And at this time, only physical attacks cause damage. When the boss becomes ghostly again, the surprises will begin. Suddenly, Ryan saw a guy in the distance named Hound who was using the stealth skill. This is an assassin from the Snake Hunters Guild. The hero has full information about him. Emma is shocked. This fucking BJ Archmage accepted the task even though he knew it was a trap. He also proudly used a familiar spirit, which was given as an advance payment. How many steps did he think through? Michael was also sitting in the office and thinking about everything. The Archmage showed off his familiar spirit on a sudden broadcast, where he decided to show how it hunts. Suddenly, Ryan told the audience that it was too early to be surprised. This was just the beginning, so let everyone stay. Emma and Michael immediately took this as a message. By showing the familiar spirit, the girl believes that the Archmage is telling them to pay a high price if they want to get the answers. As expected, he may have already figured out the assassin's mission. The plan failed. Emma realized that they had to stop if they wanted to minimize the damage. Merlin asked in surprise if they really shouldn't watch the broadcast. Emma told them to pack up. The Archmage had already figured it out and nothing would work. She asked to tell the snake hunters to leave, but the guildmaster did not understand what to do now. Emma said that she needed to respond to the message she received, and Michael took this message from the Archmage as something like, "I already know about your trap and hunters, but all efforts are in vain." The channel owner knew that BJ was a powerful Archmage, but now there is no doubt that he is working on a huge project that even Michael can hardly imagine. And that meant something else. The Archmage had finally acknowledged him as an ally, which couldn't help but make him happy. Michael quickly stood up from the table, saying that there was no longer any need to watch the broadcast. He ran out to the staff saying that she was doing great as is, and now their main task was to come up with a plan to help the Archmage. Emma contacted the Hound, saying that the Archmage did not need to be caught and that they had a new task. But the guy is already so close, it would be sad to miss such an opportunity. The Hound has an advantage of about 40 levels, and he thinks that our hero is unaware of his presence, so the guy still decided to attack when the ghost entered the third phase. The audience wondered if the Archmage would take on the dash. Even the Archmage couldn't withstand it. During the ghost dash, The monster indiscriminately attacks nearby enemies for 30 seconds. In other words, you need to survive 30 seconds of endless attacks. The hound waited for the right moment and decided to attack now. He thinks he already knows the Archmage's movements like the back of his hand. The guy is sure that our hero plans to escape with his creatures and deal damage while dodging with a cast on the move. This is a great moment to attack a defenseless Archmage. But then Hound realized that he couldn't move. Everything was planned. The snake eyes made the boss and the guy turn to stone. The viewers immediately realized that this was a killer ordered on the Archmage's BJ. As expected, without invasions, this is no longer a broadcast. However, the ghost has freed itself from petrification. The Hound is confused. He didn't even know that such a thing existed in the game. And now the target of the ghostly dash is him, since he is the closest. On closer inspection, the audience recognized the killer from the Snake Hunters Guild. He will accept the ghostly jerk on himself as if in a good way. Ryan turned the assassin to stone and used him as bait. That's genius. Then once the ghost has dealt with the outsider, the attack can continue. The hero told Lucky to activate life or death. The audience is worried whether everything will be okay with him. But this is just empty worries. Lucky has an indestructible diamond. However, the damage is not enough even with a quadruple cast. I will only hope that I will manage to kill the monster before the end of the indestructible diamond. Ryan assured the audience that everything would work out, taking out the Centaur Knight's bow with a double arrow. Fourth cast, and also on 2 arrows. That's 8 hits. 1 hit left until the end. Ryan took out his axe and suggested finishing. He shouted at Lucky not to attack. However, numerous calls for the dog to attack were received in the chat, so Lucky couldn't resist and grabbed the ghost's neck. The monster is defeated. Multiple titles are born. Ryan falls to the ground, saying that Lucky stole his last hit again. Of course, this was also planned, but the ending is perfect. Then we can start counting. Then Asmo showed up with an offer to make a deal. If the Archmage answers his question yes or no, he will place his bet on the staff of Viltgar's root. And Asmo's question is whether our hero is currently fulfilling the main plot. One viewer explained in the chat that the main plot is the thing that all God Wars players were looking for a couple of years ago, but then gave up. It was considered just a story. And then the Archmage admitted that everything was exactly like that. This explains the mobs and objects that people see for the first time. Michael is confused. The main plot, which no one has found since the beginning of the game. The Archmage was able to find it. The consequences will be serious. The guy wonders how to help our hero. Michael's thinking only made it more painful, so he decided to finish it first. He asked Secretary Kim to place an ad for the drug gamma. The man thought they had refused them, but Michael replied that he had wanted to say no, but had not. And the Archmage did complete the task. If they want a reward, they need to place an advertisement. However, the Archmage launched the broadcast without answering them. It is unclear whether they will give anything. Michael said it didn't matter, as long as he didn't break ties with them. If they really want to ruin their lives, they need to strengthen their relationship with them, because you can't let go of their hands. Michael said they would give a reward, and if the channel tried hard, they could rip off more. No, the channel must, even if it means using everything Michael learned at Wharton. Ryan came out of the capsule. His head hurt from everything that had happened. He needed to collect all the details. After killing the ghost, the power of the ghost forest began to weaken, and the pendant finally reacted. However, the hero quickly clenched it into a fist. It is impossible to show such things on air. Ryan told the audience that the raid was over, so they had to get confused quickly. However, people definitely saw the pendant move. At first, the hero decided to see what the boy had, and it turned out to be a fang of a fire serpent, a legendary weapon that fatally poisons the enemy. It seemed that the Hound was determined to kill the Archmage. To think that even the Snake Hunters Guild would be involved, and the cursed pendant was activated, Ryan could move forward with the story. But Asmo's question turned everything upside down. Well, Ryan wanted to talk about it someday, of course, but now it's a headache. Now they'll start asking about clues to the beginning of the main plot all the time. Suddenly, Leo ran up to the hero, saying that the Archmage had revealed his walkthrough of the main plot. It seemed that Asmo had noticed this first. The guy thinks God Wars will be a big deal. Leo's gaming blood is boiling. Ryan congratulated him and asked for a phone to check Jibei. The hero will forget about everyone for now. It is necessary to check whether Asmo kept his promise or not. However, when he went to the site, he saw only 10,000 for the staff and thought that Asmo had not yet placed his order. Oh no, it's just that the bet amount doesn't look like his usual amounts. Leo asked what kind of indifferent reaction this was. Asmo had spent so much money on such information. A whopping $100,000 for the answer. Ryan dropped the phone in shock when he saw it on his phone. The hero bought Mia some chicken and her favorite ice cream when he came home. Ryan asked the girl to put the ice cream in the fridge for now and warm up the chicken. Henry, seeing that his brother had arrived, asked Ryan to come over. He asked the hero if it was normal for him to spend so much and in general if he could afford all this. Ryan laughed, asking if Henry really thought he'd sell his organs for chicken and ice cream. Henry asked him to stop fooling around and asked if his brother was doing anything dangerous. And then Ryan decided to be honest. This time he did something important. There are people who are interested in the information that the hero has. His life is in danger, because they are trying to find out his identity in real life. And their group is called OMN, and Ryan is being hunted by Ethan Hunt, whose real name is Tom Cruise. And the operation is called Mission Impossible, and at that moment the hero laughed. Henry pinched him. He remembered that Ryan was a minor, so he asked him not to overwork himself and not to do anything stupid. However, looking at Mia, the hero does not know how to not overwork. This is just the beginning. The forces that hinder Ryan are just emerging. Even the Snake Hunters Guild, one of the 3 most unmannered guilds in the game, have set their sights on the Archmage, and our hero will destroy anyone no matter what. Meanwhile, Jackie reported that the mission given to the Snake Hunters Guild had failed due to the actions of the Hound. Emma already knows. She saw the broadcast. Not only did they lose, they also gave the Archmage the Fang of the Fire Serpent. She asked if the guild was full of idiots. Emma said that we needed to try another method and asked to contact them again. And also, the girl asked Jackie if the identity of BJ, the Archmage, had been established yet. The guy replied that all that is known is that the Archmage is in South Korea, and there they only have Muse, that is Mandy. Emma said to contact her. They have a really important task for her. Mandy was at the store when she received an urgent task from Emma. She needed to go home and find out. On her way to the checkout, she spotted Ryan, the guy with the smartphone. As she thought, he lived around here. While Mandy was at the checkout, he hesitated, wondering what to do and whether he should go over and say hello. To her, Ryan doesn't seem like a bad person judging by that time, so she decided to say hello. Coming closer, she saw that he was watching a video with a BJ Archmage on the Rising Stars channel. Ryan was secretly admiring that they had done a good job editing the way Mandy came up from behind this time. Our hero jumped in fright but calmed down when he saw that it was a girl with a phone. Ryan apologized, saying he was lost in thought. He didn't expect anyone to approach him. The hero invited Mandy to sit down. She was already thinking that maybe she shouldn't have talked to him. The girl said that she was really sorry about Ryan's phone, but the hero replied that everything was fine. They fixed it. He couldn't stop wondering if she heard his words. Mandy asked him if he was a fan of the Archmage since he was so focused on watching his videos. Ryan was confused and said no. It's just that he's popular and he's also a God Wars player. Mandy was pleasantly surprised and asked what the hero was doing there. Ryan replied that he simply did whatever brought in the money, worked as a miner, for example. Mandy said that it was probably difficult. Well, the hero answered that everything is for family and a good life, so he will endure despite the difficulties. It's even fun when you get used to it. In principle, this is true. Ryan mines items. Suddenly, he stood up and said he had to go. Mandy told him to take care of himself, and they said goodbye. She thought to herself how hard-working he was. It would be cool if Mandy could help him with something in God Wars. Ryan returned to the game and found the destination, where an NPC similar to a ghost was already standing. The hero said that he was looking for a nameless god. The exile of Natars realized that he had come for the heritage of the nameless god. Ryan completed the task of pursuer. Natarsa introduced himself. He was exiled and became a wandering ghost who covets the powers of a nameless god. But in the past, he was the guardian of a forest village. Ryan took out the egg and said that it seemed to absorb this power. Natarsa was surprised that this egg actually existed. Our hero asked what the NPC knew about it. Natarsa promised to tell if Midas proves himself worthy. New quest Exile added, "You need to defeat the ghost in 10 minutes." Ryan was amazed by this luck and happily agreed. In the end, it took him 6 minutes 42 seconds if you act without any tricks. Natarsa is pleasantly surprised that the hero passed so easily. And then the ghost showed Ryan the true appearance of the forest. It does not look like a fertile place where only slimes live. The hero asked who hit him. Natarsa began to tell. Someone had devastated this forest, and no one knew who had hidden his true form. However, its power is enough to change the entire forest, nothing else. It is the power of a god. It is definitely connected to the nameless god. Natarsa will give Ryan a task. Here one of the Guardian's legacies appeared before him. The Guardian's glove. Ryan needs to gather all the evidence that Natarsa was a Guardian. This glove has incredible stats. Magic projection speed plus 40%. This is the ability of the skill Revolver. The hero needs to find the head of the forest village and deliver a message. If he succeeds, the ghost will tell about the egg. Ryan got the glove. Now it's the bandage's turn. We must go to the forest where the hero will find Natarsa's head. For the sake of the Guardian's legacy, the hero will find everything. Meanwhile, Emma spoke to the Snake Hunters Guild. Hound disobeyed and failed the mission, so Emma said she wouldn't mind if the contract was broken. Also, it has come to light that the Snake Hunters are targeting the Archmage. This makes it incredibly difficult for the Abyssal Guilds to operate, but it will give the Snake Hunters a chance to set things right. Emma said to prepare for the imminent attack on BJ by the Archmage. She told him not to worry about whether he would accept the task. The girl would prepare such a reward that he simply could not refuse. Emma reminded the Snake Hunters that this was their last chance. Now the main question is whether the Archmage will be able to survive a head-on collision with the Snake Hunters Guild. Secretary Kim asked the boss about what the Gamma drugs said, whether they would give a reward. After all, it was well done. Michael replied that it was the other way around. They gave a new task, saying that they liked the surprise. The attack will happen again, and they ask, will the Archmage be able to direct a scene where he defeats the boss in such conditions? The secretary panicked. He said that this was madness, because he already had plenty of enemies, and this way they would give the Archmage away on a platter. But Michael showed that the Gamma drugs were offered as a reward, and this is the Revolver. A skill that allows you to generate 40% magic with 6 bullets. This is one of the skills that all mages want to get in God Wars. The Revolver card has never been listed on eBay, so Michael is confident that the Archmage will agree. And here we have a broadcast with a planned attack. You can't come up with a better show. It will easily gather more than 1 million viewers. Therefore, most likely, BJ the Archmage will agree. Suddenly, our hero sent Michael a video. He and Secretary Kim were surprised, as nothing was planned. And the title of the video is Ghost Solo Kill. There was already a similar stream. But then they were shocked when they saw that the length of the video was 6 minutes and 42 seconds. Our hero has already arrived in the forest village and, surprisingly, is again in the spotlight, especially Gold and Lucky. People asked to take pictures with them. Ryan nodded proudly and agreed. Lucky and Gold were in great demand. Then a girl came up to Ryan from behind. Before she could say anything, our hero asked what position he should take. She thought it was not worth saying that she wanted a photo with Lucky. The girl also said that she saw Kill Ghost Solo on the broadcast, and the hero said that he was already preparing a cooler video. The girl asked if he was talking about forest trolls, and the Archmage nodded, saying that he could not say anything more. Rising Stars is scheduled to release it in 8 days. The girl was convinced, and then Ryan came to his senses. The schedule is a secret, so he said he would get into trouble if everyone found out about it. The girl promised to keep it a secret. Later, Ryan started broadcasting in the troll forest. There were 2.5 minutes left before the boss spawned. The rumors were true. He really would solo him. The hero said that everything is so, and if someone wants to interfere, they are welcome. There will be no personal scores. In the chat, they wrote that high-level players will definitely want to catch him. As Ryan expected, the assassins are coming. And the spies themselves do not understand what the Archmage did to attract so much hate. And our hero sees them all, the numerous killers. They will only have more problems from fighting him. Ryan said that the boss will appear soon, but before that, according to his information, there are many guild members here. Red Snake, Scarf Guild, Triple Code Guild, 5-Star Gate Guild, and so on. The killers are wary. The audience is shocked by such an impressive list. A bunch of second-tier guilds and even a couple of first-tier ones. It seems like every guild except the top 10 is here. Rumor has it that the Archmage has created a blacklist. The killers are in complete panic. The Archmage has exposed them, although they hid so well. And then Ryan mentioned that there was also a Snake Hunters Guild here, one of the 3 sinister guilds. The Archmage even discovered them. Anyone would say that this situation is a trap. The killers corresponded about what they would do. They decided to try to contact their elders. Well, since they won't come out until the last minute, Ryan will attack first. And then he aimed his arrows straight at the killers. They decided to retreat, as at this rate they would be kicked out of the guild. Only the Snake Hunters remained. They are waiting for the Archmage to relax after the raid. The audience is shocked. The Archmage even knew where the killers were. They left without realizing that their cover-up had been cancelled. Time is up and the two-headed troll has appeared. The raid begins. The fight is fast-paced. The second phase is over almost immediately. Recovery in two-head mode. Cheats. The main part begins. Ryan activates Dragon Fever. This is strange, because the monster is still in the second phase, and it is not enough even with the use of a repeat. The hero told Lucky life or death and then began firing at the troll. Now the two-head mode is a crazy recovery. The audience believes that the Archmage hand-in-hand with Gold and Lucky will cope. But then Ryan ordered them to stop. Now it's his turn. The chat went silent. An Inferno demon appeared behind the Archmage. Even Amo was shocked and donated 10,000. Our hero recently reached level 100, and this is the skill he got for it. Inferno is the second largest damage skill below level 100, second only to Lightning Strike. Those who didn't know the effect of Inferno had doubts. But here, due to the curse of the skill, the troll's magic resistance decreases along with all of its characteristics. Now recovery is not a problem. Ryan repeats Dragon Fever and delivers the last double shot to the monster. A certain Gustav donated 10,000 and wrote that the speed of spellcasting increased. It seems that the Archmage got a revolver. The raid is over and the killer has begun to prepare. Whatever monster it is, it has certainly weakened the Archmage. The Snake Hunters are determined to defeat it. Today our hero was too good, especially surprised by Inferno. Now it's time for a quiz from BJ Archmage. He asked the chat why he didn't use Snake Eye today. At that moment, the killers started running towards him. And the reason is that Ryan still has one more prey. The killers are in a cold sweat. The Archmage has noticed them. Now it's time for the Snake Eyes. Michael didn't expect even the Snake Hunters Guild to be involved. They weren't the type to take a reward. The guy wouldn't let that happen. The Abyss Guild is disappointed. The Archmage knew everything. Emma wondered if it was all because of the traitor again. She said that as long as there was a rat in the guild, it would be difficult to kill the Archmage. Jackie said that there was an offer from the Rising Stars channel. They are asking them to make another award of the same value. Emma asked if they were kidding. Okay, if they refused, it would make them doubt. She said that the reward would be elven boots. And she also asked to call all the players around the forest village. People were discussing that the Archmage made a post about another raid on the boss, but he defeated the many-headed troll. The guy corrected me, saying that they were probably talking about the two-headed troll. There are no others. But it's unclear why the Archmage made a post about it. They'll know when they see it. There are still 2 days left. Michael was told today was the day of the raid, but the comments had been flying in for days. The boss said to make it look like it was a leak. A marketing ploy of sorts. The raid schedule had leaked online. Michael said to get ready to go live. But then they ran into a problem. Now on another channel, a team of Avengers has begun hunting for a two-headed troll. Everyone already knows because of rumors. Post that the Archmage will kill the boss. So the team will do it first. Michael is shocked. Their raid was stolen. Emma's colleague said the number of views is just exploding. Creating these Avengers was worth it. And she said that no one would even say a word to them. Obviously, everyone wants to conduct a raid, and they just found the two-headed troll first. Emma said that in the current situation, BJ the Archmage will not be able to interfere with the Avengers' raid. Michael sat down to think calmly. The Archmage could not have failed to foresee this. Our hero doesn't have ether, and he's not on the raid either. Maybe he wants to break into someone else's raid, but he wouldn't do that. The team of Avengers were tearing apart the boss. People started writing that the post about the Archmage broadcast was fake and demanded the channel explain itself. Emma thinks she won this time. Mandy watched the stream and didn't understand why the Abyss Guild started a raid on the two-headed troll. And then it dawned on her that the gathering a couple of days ago was to gather people for the raid. She couldn't understand why they were treating the Archmage like that. Suddenly she receives a notification. Our hero has started broadcasting. He still has a lot of viewers today. They asked him to explain himself and quickly change the content. Mandy wondered if the Archmage had realized his raid had been stolen yet, but she wondered even more that he was worried at all. Ryan doesn't know what the reaction is about, but as reported, there's a raid on a multi-headed troll today. It wasn't a mistake after all. Gold and Lucky got ready and the boss was already close. The broadcast began. People read the post and thought that the Archmage had simply made a mistake and meant a two-headed troll. As expected from him, he surprised everyone. But for some reason, he ran in the opposite direction from the monster. Ryan told the audience that everyone knows about the long spinning skill. The further away from the target, the more damage. But it's easier for the enemy to dodge. There are many different obstacles that prevent you from hitting the target, but not with this method. And after these words, the hero summoned a huge golem. He climbed on top of it. Not only was the view perfect, but there were no obstacles. This was the concept of the magic spell Cannonade. Then Ryan started the attack, and with just one blow from him, the third phase was already in progress. Lucky's fans are outraged that the Archmage is dumping all the work on the dog. It looks like Lucky's life or death will soon end. It is unclear who will hold the AGR. Gold waited for this and started gigantization. After that, Ryan ordered the Keeper to stop the monster. Gold approached the troll closely and activated the Guardian's defense. The Guardian withstood such a huge mob. It's incredible. Now it's time to finish this. Ryan used Inferno for this. The boss is defeated, the hero said that's all and said goodbye. However, people asked to see the loot. However, Ryan has something more important than looting right now, so he ended the stream anyway. Natarsa appeared and gave another part of the promised reward. And this is a hoop of fear. The characteristics are simply incredible, and the camouflage skill can be used when equipping it. Gold said the job was done, thanks to the new skill. Good thing Ryan had leveled both him and Lucky up before the raid. And the hero himself learned new skills. One piece of Guardian equipment remained. Emma is furious. She has become a laughing stock. The Archmage has fooled her so many times already. They finally reached the Night Forest, but it is very difficult for solo players due to wandering groups of werewolves. Emma needs to come up with a new plan. The bulletin board is going crazy over the Archmage's latest raid. Michael is thrilled to think they've grown to number 60 and now have 2.5 million subscribers. Secretary Kim said there was a request for advertising. Michael thought it was Gamma Drugs again. However, it is from the Blue Bull, the enemy of Gamma Drugs. In the garrison of the Night Forest, a group of players discussed that the Archmage must assemble a team this time, because even he cannot overcome a dozen wolves alone. Even players from top guilds gather a team of 10 people to hunt here because the wolves go in groups with a werewolf and 9 black wolves. There were rumors that the Archmage wanted to collaborate with the top 10 guilds, and they even offered a lot of money in exchange for a video of a joint hunt. The guys decided to ask in person since the Archmage would definitely pass through here if he was going to the Night Forest. And then our hero appeared with his squad. The guys told Ryan about rumors that he wanted to put together a team with the top 10 guilds and offered to join them. The hero hears about it for the first time, and then other people around also started offering to be with them, since they either have better stats or good tanks and supports. Hunting in the Night Forest in a group is the basic thing, so our hero expected this. But then he asked everyone to listen and said that he had already received various invitations, but had declined them all and would continue to play solo. The next quest is Night Forest Plan. You need to kill 333 werewolves, and then the Avenger will come for the hero. The Night Forest is pitch black, so you can't see anything in front of you. Mage players like Ryan can't even attack. But in our hero's case, if he prepares in advance, he can deal with 3 of the 4 before they even get there. And as long as Lucky and Gold are with him, there won't be any problems. No matter how much the wolves hide, Ryan sees them all. Thus, he killed the required number of werewolves quite easily. Suddenly, a girl came to him, saying that she doesn't want to fight. Her name is Umta, and she needs our hero's help. This is scenario A. She probably wants revenge on Ryan. The hero asked why he should help her. Umta promised to reward her accordingly. A random skill book of a unique rank master, but it should be a reward for the Night Forest plan. Ryan asked if that was all, but no. Umta said that if he can catch the Dark Wolf, he will get the legendary book, all ready for the quest Avenger. When the blue moon comes out, the Dark Wolf appears. Only Umta knows where to find him. The girl asked if the hero would defeat him. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he of course answered yes. He would definitely defeat him and take revenge in her place. There were 59 hours left until the boss appeared. This was enough time for Ryan to level up to 110. The War Dragon gives him a chance, and as always, cards appear in front of him, but this time one glows. And this turns out to be the same lightning strike. The skill releases a powerful lightning strike, and the target loses consciousness for some time. Secretary Kim told the boss that the Archmage started the broadcast, but Michael was already watching it. This solo hunt was something to behold. He knows it's incredible, but he thinks it's the first time he's seen such an aggressive hunt since Asmo. However, at that very moment, Ryan was petting Lucky and asking the audience if the dog wasn't cute. The hero ends the broadcast. He thanked everyone for watching how the normal mob Lucky suddenly heals himself on air. People were inspired by Lucky even more than the hero. Therefore, Ryan promised to show the viewers an even stronger version of himself on the next broadcast, Asmo style. Great. The hero showed all his skills except for the lightning strike. He will show it when he finishes off the Dark Wolf. But then the director stayed in the chat and wrote that the Archmage did a good job on the broadcast and was amazing. Ryan replied that there was no need to force yourself to praise him. He hadn't shown anything like that. He asked if that was all the director wanted to say. Michael said he wanted to accept the Blue Bull's advertising this time and asked if the Archmage would agree. Ryan immediately thought that if it wasn't Gamma's drugs, he would get a lot of money. He can't refuse, so he said there was no need to worry about his opinion on this matter. Michael asked again if our hero was giving him full power. Ryan said that he was giving him as much as the boss wanted. Then the channel director will try not to disappoint the Archmage. He told the secretary to call the Blue Bull and make a contract. But the man does not know if Asmo will give them this item. Michael laughed. He wasn't sure himself, but it would be boring if they knew in advance. Emma told Merlin about the huge possibility that the Blue Bull would be the next sponsor of BJ the Archmage. Benedict asked only not to tell that these freaks got themselves a lightning strike card. Emma said it was impossible, so the Archmage asked her. And the girl said that they would offer the armor of the nameless Archmage. The armor that only Asmo has. He began to act. Merlin asked what deal Asmo had made with them. Emma replied that they didn't know, but if Asmo had decided to take control of the Blue Bull into his own hands, it would be difficult to deal with them. She suggested that they just wait. Emma asked Jackie to send a message. Merlin said that the real war was starting. But they can't just sit quietly. Ryan went to buy chicken, but Mia really wanted to go with him. He asked her if she really liked chicken that much. The girl answered that yes, but she loves the uncle who buys it for her more than the chicken. Mia has grown so much, Ryan is very pleased. He made a contract with the Blue Bull so he can buy her 10, no, even 100 chickens. Suddenly, on the street, at a pedestrian crossing, they met Mandy. Mia said she was very sweet and asked if she was her uncle's girlfriend. Mandy and Ryan were very embarrassed, saying that they were just childhood friends. Mia said that her uncle plays God Wars and asked if Mandy plays. The girl nodded. Mia told him that her uncle was a very powerful magician. Ryan immediately got nervous. There was no need to talk about it. Mandy was very surprised. She's also a magician. Later, Ryan finally reached level 118 after defeating 100 werewolves. He tells Gold to take off his clothes. When you defeat 100 mobs, you can't just call a keeper. There is a condition. The mob's level should not exceed yours by more than 10. Werewolves are level 128, so Ryan needs to be level 118 to be summoned as a guardian. To pass this location, a person must be above level 130, but due to his strength, the hero got here too quickly, so he had to try. And so he called the guardian, and Gold's appearance changed. Ryan asked Gold what he thought of his new body. The guardian said that he felt like he could do anything. Then the hero gave him new things: a fang of a fire snake and leather armor of a three-headed troll. Gold promised to repay his master's favor by glorifying him. Now everything is ready. We can start the broadcast. The Archmage immediately showed the viewers a new type of keeper. Ryan suggested getting straight to the point and starting a raid on the Dark Wolf. The full moon had begun, and only something resembling an apple was shining on the tree. This is what they meant when they said it would appear. It's not Luca, it's a fruit of the full moon. It will disappear in 10 minutes. We must destroy all the dark wolves while the full moon is ripening. So this time there won't be a boss. Now it's waves of mobs. Sometimes you have to meet with them. It's boring to just catch bosses. In that case, Ryan decided to postpone the debut of the lightning strike. But there are only 10 minutes, and there are about 100 monsters here. You can start at full strength from the very beginning. The hero immediately ordered Lucky to make a lightning flash and Gold to activate the Berserker. And he himself prepared a magic cast, together with the familiar spirit of Inferno. The casting speed is high even without dragon fever, and all because Ryan improved the cast in motion and double cast with the help of the Master's book. Viewers also noticed that the Archmage was wearing elven boots. This is one of the best items for survival. Ryan has a mage persona that no one has ever shown and no one could. The Archmage is the main character of this broadcast. Gold is incredible. He crushes these wolves like a truck, dragging them all by himself. Ryan also shouldn't be left behind, so he quickly activated Dragon Fever. There are 48 dark wolves left. And a moment later, the hero killed them all, fulfilling the conditions of the quest. Ryan couldn't use Lightning Strike, so we'll have to put it off until the next fight. Asmo donated and wrote to use it wisely. All the spectators, including Ryan, are confused. People are shocked that the Archmage and Asmo are so close and thought that they made some kind of deal. Asmo came in so suddenly and ruined the whole atmosphere. Ryan doesn't even know what to say, so he quickly ended the broadcast. For now, Asmo will ignore. The quest reward will come soon. And then called out to the hero. She thanked Ryan for avenging her parents and handed him the book. The hero can't even believe that this thing is really in his hands. Returned to the village. But then Natarsa appeared, saying that our hero had come so far and was worthy of knowing everything. The ghost asked if Ryan knew why he desired the power of the nameless god. The hero replied that he did not. Natarsa simply told him to gather evidence and go to the forest village. The ghost said that there was nothing wrong with it. He just needed power to protect the forest village. Then he found the power of the nameless god and successfully obtained a part of it. They say that if you crave the power of the gods, you will be punished. Natarsa absorbed the power and ended up like this. However, the egg that Ryan has will protect him from the power of the nameless god. And Natarsa gave our hero the armor of the Guardian. It adds projectiles, the same feature as the armor of the nameless Archmage. Ryan collected all the evidence, so he asked where he should go now. Natarsa said that there is a secret laboratory inside his laboratory in the forest village where the hero will meet a helper bird. The quest, Secret Laboratory of the Guardian, has appeared. The reward is unknown. Bird Assistant, as expected, a divine game. On the way there, Ryan told Gold to be quiet. The Guardian apologized. He can't control himself in the moonlight. So he reached the laboratory. It was surprising that the Guardian used such an unremarkable house. Inside it is also an ordinary house, but Natarsa was definitely talking about a secret laboratory. He decided not to waste time and go inside, but when he pulled the candle, the door swung open in front of him, and out flew an orange bird. It looks like this is the helper bird. A new pet is cool and all, but what a hassle. So that's what Asmo was talking about during the broadcast. Ryan received a gift for the last broadcast. The item that only Asmo has is Armor of the Unknown Archmage. Now our hero is the only one who has received Asmo's item. But the problem is that he has no reason to use it because the Guardian armor from the last quest is much better. However, if Ryan sells, he will lose Asmo's respect. The hero asks Lucky what to do. Even the characteristics are different, but if you look closely, this armor has a hidden skill. After reading more, Ryan can't help but be shocked to think that such a skill exists in God Wars. The hero has never heard of it. The Archmage met the NPC in a forest village, and the people heard no news after he left with him. Suddenly, Leo literally ran into the room with urgent news. BJ the Archmage started an emergency live broadcast and said that he would show Asmo's gift. Everyone quickly got on their phone. Ryan greeted the audience, and next to him was the object destroyer. He told Jackpot, his new bird, to go take a rest for now. And the hero showed that this time Asmo gave him something, and it was the armor of an unknown Archmage. It's surprising that Asmo gave it. The main skill of this armor is an additional projectile, but unfortunately for Ryan, this item is useless. So he decided to destroy it. It's madness. An Archmage would destroy such an expensive item. This armor is the only one in the world. Yes, it's crazy, something no one would ever do. And there's nothing better for a show than crazy. Asmo donated, supported, saying that it would be fun. Once the sign appeared, Ryan destroys. The audience did not believe until the very end that he would do it. Under the irritated comments, the hero finished the job. Excellent performance. No one will know that there was a hidden skill that, when destroying an object, gives the opportunity to get the skill card, another one. And then this card came out. At first glance, it was a skill that gave another projectile. At this point, Ryan decided to end the broadcast. It was a great show. Initially, everyone reacted as if a bastard with a lot of money was doing something crazy. But everything changed when they saw the one more card, because there were no cases where a card would appear after a legendary item was destroyed. This broadcast is a big event that changed the history of the game. But it's too early to be shocked, because next there will be a broadcast with a solo kill of a fire snake. The main plot quest, the impending threat, has appeared. It was necessary to find the NPC Ozar, which is what Ryan decided to do first. He entered the Tower of Azar and began to call, thinking that it was empty. Suddenly the divine voice of the girl said that he was waiting for a hero and told him to take hold of the vine. It is unusual that Ryan will climb on top of the stem. Not long ago, Azara sensed something strange and sent out her scouts, but several of them did not return. So the incredible-looking girl asked Ryan if he would go into the underground labyrinth beneath the forest village and destroy the fire snake. Without any doubts, he agreed. The quest Snake Hunt has been added. The reward is a book of master skill cards. So Ryan entered the underground labyrinth, receiving the title of the first to enter the underground labyrinth of the forest village. The difficulty here is high. The sense of a guardian is just bursting. Well, for the hero, it is not a problem. There were 3 slugs in the corner. They even tell you where the fire snake is. But first, Ryan uses the Master Skill Card book and pumps up Gold's rank to the maximum. After some time, the hero realized that he had problems. He did not expect Gold to be so strong. At this rate, Ryan was finished, even taking into account the broadcast with unpacking. This time, he needs to be in the center of the air. Meanwhile, in Saudi Arabia, Asmo went live and fans started asking him for his opinion on the unboxing of the Archmage. Asmo said he was frankly annoyed. If he was going to do this, he had to show what kind of skill it was. Asmo said that it was his first time seeing it too, so he was curious to death. And he's watching rising stars with drool at his mouth. He asked if he should just suck it up and pretend he's not annoyed. People wrote that if this was unpacking, then it was necessary to show what the Archmage used. Everyone demanded to show the effect of the skill. Michael, watching everything, thought that this would cause a little trouble. People's opinion of the Archmage is not very good, and his worried face. It was the first time Michael had seen him so excited. It was hard to believe that the Archmage had done it on purpose. But if he wanted to change people's opinions, he had to show everything thoroughly on air with the snake. Well, what does Michael have to worry about? BJ is an Archmage, a genius who always surpasses imagination. The boss called, asking someone if he had decided on the reward for the fire snake broadcast. Michael just needs to organize everything as always, and the Archmage will take care of everything and bring the best results. He was offered the Trident skill. It's not bad, but it's not up to par with Lightning Strike, so Michael will talk to the Archmage. Choosing one of Asmo's items is an incredibly big bet. People were discussing how it was too much. No news for a couple of days. Even Asmo mentioned it on stream. It's not okay to keep subscribers waiting. But then Leo said that the Archmage had put in a post. The guy who was just discussing the Archmage quickly went to look at his beloved Lucky in Gold. A real fanatic. Also, the broadcast is 10 seconds long. Our hero announced that the raid on the boss will be tomorrow. The next day, Ryan started the stream. He greeted everyone and said that he would be reviewing the skill One More, which viewers had not seen before in God Wars. The hero before entering the boss. He will first show the effect of the Guardian Armor, which increases the number of projectiles, and then show what will happen if you use the skill One More. Behind was that same fire snake. The Archmage is crazy to start the review right during the raid on the boss. Lucky jumped on the monster and everyone was afraid that he would not dodge in the air. However, the new bird Jackpot quickly took Lucky and flew away. Because of Jackpot, the attack pattern changed. Lucky attacked the snake with incredible speed. Ryan finally finished the cast and showed the trident skill. The unpacking began. People are shocked. The Archmage does nothing but get legendary skills. The hero used an item without spending mana on a monster. The fire snake froze due to the effect of the trident. Ryan said that they still had much to do and struck again with the trident. If so, then the Archmage in theory should release 5 more tridents. He struck one after another and eventually the fire snake froze. Anything freezes after 5 such attacks. The boss has less than 10% health left, and the torch skill is activated. That's why she's called a fire snake. If you touch her, you'll die immediately. Ryan started preparing, a skill that cast magic in advance. The snake was getting closer, and everyone in the chat was telling him to retreat. And at that moment, our hero strikes the snake with lightning, causing it to die. That's how the skill review ended. People didn't even notice the 3rd phase of the boss. That's how much damage the Archmage did. Ryan has no other choice, but he thinks the advertisers will be happy. If the stream is too long, no one will even look at the ad. Yes, he will sacrifice it for the sake of great things. Asmo donated 10,000 and offered to talk in person since the stream was over. Ryan was confused and tried to merge, but Asmo donated again, asking what item the hero would choose next. It looks like he's planning on sending something else. Our hero wants something he can wear, maybe a cloak, robe, or pants. So Ryan asked for an elven robe. The chat is torn apart. Everyone is writing that the Archmage is out of his mind and that this is too much. The hero immediately said that he was joking. This is too expensive an item. He probably overdid it. We need to get out of here. So Ryan said goodbye and ended the stream. The task was completed. The hero almost forgot about the loot. He received the fire snake crystal, which contains enormous power. Ryan went to the forest village to find Zuga. For some reason, he ended up in a bar. The hero approached him, hearing that he was there and had come to meet. The blacksmith immediately asked why. Ryan replied that it was nothing like that. He just found the power of an unknown god, the crystal of the fire snake. The hero wanted to try to improve Tunga's black staff. He was surprised that Zuga was going to do it right here. He was drunk. The blacksmith smiled, saying that there was no reason to worry, since he was a master with a 90% success rate. It was all written on his face. How could he not worry? Don't worry, he says. Ryan hopes nothing explodes here, at the very least. Later, somewhere nearby in the forest near the village, the hero examines a new object. He does not understand what to do with it. It is something unreal. The power of the fire snake has increased all the stats of the staff. It now even increases the status of illness by 100%. Ryan has never been so happy. It's time for Lucky and Gold to get stronger. Their races were updated in a second. It looks like the main story will be too easy. Okay, Ryan said he'd be gone for a while because he had to check out the Rising Stars channel. A new quest, Asara's Assignment, has appeared. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim reported that a message had arrived from Archmage BJ. He says something big has changed. The Archmage's email says that once the Blue Bulls commercial ends, you need to wait, as he is checking his combat readiness for the next broadcast. In other words, since the Archmage is currently working on improving his stats, he asks not to rush into the conversation. Michael will show him again how ridiculous this game is. As a reward, the Archmage must provide him with a suitable reward. Come to think of it, he had an elven robe that he received from Asmo. Michael missed the right time to talk. Suddenly, the gamma drugs rang. Mandy came to the Abyss Guild. Suddenly, she heard a conversation from the next room about receiving a request from BJ Archmage. She came closer to the half-open door and heard what was happening between Merlin and Emma. The Archmage asked for a deal once again. Merlin asked what he wanted this time, and Emma said he gave them a blank check. He said that it would mean that he had signed a contract with them. Since he was fulfilling the order of the Blue Bull, there would be no such chance again. Merlin said that first of all they must prevent the unification of Asmo and BJ the Archmage. But on the other hand, he can also make unreasonable demands. For example, the armor of an unknown Archmage. So Emma said to give him an impossible mission. Merlin suggested defeating the Red Goblin Chieftain on his own. Alone, it must be difficult even for an Archmage. Emma agrees. She asked for a raid on these Red Goblins. But even if he handed over an empty check, if you give him an impossible mission at the very beginning, he might refuse. If we're talking about a solo raid, that's what will happen. Emma offered both options. The content of the order is a raid on the Red Goblin Chieftain, solo or in a team. In that case, instead of simply refusing, he will draw attention to the formation of the detachment. The Blue Bull will want it to be a single kill to keep the audience interested. The Archmage will go the natural route. Merlin asked if Emma would really give it up if he cleared everything while playing in the party, but Emma replied that even if it was a party game, he could lose. And all because they quickly raised their levels through trading, and now the members of the Abyss are gathering at the Red Mountain. Emma said that if this method was used, even BJ, the Archmage himself, would not be able to escape. Mendy overheard an interesting conversation. She will have a hand in it too. If Emma finds out about this, she'll be happy. The girl called Rapport from the Undead Guild. Mandy asked if Mr. Rappa was okay, as she had a small favor to ask. Red Mountain is an arena for players who have reached level 130, 140. If you cross the Great Wall that surrounds the mountain, on the clear plain, a tribe of red goblins will be waiting for you. There are about 40 united goblin tribes, and to fight them you need a party with good stats. This is why players with weak stats have no choice but to use a random player selection system called the Punishment Squad. The problem is that those players who have enough skill don't need to use the Punitive Squad. Keeping the goblins at bay is a difficult task, and it often happens that while the tanks are working, the mages quickly run away. That is why it is not advisable to use a punitive detachment. It will only collect garbage. In the distance, a punitive detachment was destroyed. But our detachment is different. There's Lucky, Jackpot, Gold, and even the Archmage, as if they've already completed the Punitive Squad quest. Ryan told the guys he hoped for a good job. Somehow it happened. Earlier he came to the NPC, Mr. Choi, and asked if he by any chance knew where Mr. Reitling was. Choi, the fourth prince of the Tunga Kingdom, promised to tell if the hero helps him a little. He must prove his qualifications by hunting 30,000 goblins in a punitive detachment. Ryan guessed that there would be a condition about the need to join the punitive squad. There are also few mushrooms here, but the reward for the secret mission is a skill book. In any case, after joining the punitive squad, it will be hard to be alone. You need to take care of the other players. The extra characters of the Abyss Guild were surprised that the Archmage noticed their existence. One guy never thought that he would refuse offers from other teams and join the punitive squad, because you can't predict who will be there. But the punitive squad made it much more convenient. He's going to pretend he made a mistake, like he missed a punch. Ryan doesn't suspect anything at all. It seems that the squad members are not in the mood to fight. Then the hero decides to try a strengthening potion. The Abyss member knew that no matter what class the mage was, they were vulnerable in close combat, so all he had to do was direct the goblin towards him. However, in theory, the Archmage should have already been mortally wounded, but he dodged the small monsters with incredible ease. The guy started to think that maybe it was just a trick, when a goblin with an axe attacked him. If Ryan was going to do the secret quest, he also had to take care of the weak players. He quickly hit that goblin with his trident. The guy is shocked that the Archmage just saved him. Or maybe he just decided to solve everything on his own. The member of the Abyss was about to strike, but froze when the Archmage gave him a multicolored potion to give him strength. The guy is in complete shock. The Archmage just gives him a potion for 800 gold. A little later, the punitive squad quest is completed, and for the first time the number of goblins killed exceeds 2,000. Everyone worked hard. Ryan spent a fortune on potions, but still the reward for the hidden quest was received. The guys from the Abyss are in shock. They were supposed to distract the Archmage, but on the contrary, they became attached to Lucky, Gold, and Jackpot, who helped them on the hunt. However, in order to successfully carry out Mistress Emma's order, they need to thwart the Archmage. So the guy approached our hero, said that it was an honor for him to be with him, and asked if they could be together at the next party. The hero has completed the quest, so he doesn't need this guy anymore. Lucky and Gold's quest is also over. Ryan has been defeating red goblins for the past few days and has reached level 130. And since he learned about the golem with the help of the cheat with the map, now hunting the red goblin chieftain solo has become quite possible. The truth about the golem increases the stats of the summoned golem. So the hero resolutely refused, because he was going to play solo. Ryan will complete the quest. Mr. Choi doesn't even know what to say. He didn't know it would turn out like this. The captain of the punitive detachment ordered that the legendary book be given to our hero. There are only 2 of them, and one now belongs to him. A new quest, Buried Temple, has appeared. You need to find a temple that is sunk underground and destroy the red goblin leader there. But what shocked Ryan is the reward. This is a legendary epic skill card book. No one has ever seen such a skill book in God Wars. There are many rumors about the Archmage on the internet. It all started when he was doing the Punitive Squad quest. Our hero has raised the audience's expectations, but Michael doesn't realize what kind of a ridiculous performance he's putting on with his announcement of playing solo. After he reported this, he immediately went to prepare for the next raid on the boss. This time, the Archmage will receive an empty contract with Gamma's medicine and the elven robe he requested, and Ryan has already arrived at the gates of the buried temple. First, before the raid stream, you need to look for debris lying under the rubble. There is a complex structure here. For the Red Goblin Chieftain, this is the perfect place to hide. Unlike other bosses, the Red Goblin Chieftain's specialty is that he attacks while running away. This monster can heal, buff, and cast curses, but is also characterized by high basic skills. But the worst thing is the skill Song of the Follower, which is activated 10 minutes after the start, because this skill summons many goblins at once, which increases the difficulty level. The chief must be caught within 10 minutes, but before that, Ryan began broadcasting. The viewers were very dark and did not understand where Lucky, Gold, and Jackpot were. The Archmage greeted everyone and suggested to start the broadcast of the raid on the leader of the Red Goblins. But he was in an unusual place. Not even the shadow of the leader was visible. If our hero was like everyone else, he would not be BJ the Archmage. The huge statues began to move and were already behind Ryan, when suddenly he calmly declared that he would defeat the boss in 10 minutes. The golem cast is finished and the golem truth effect is activated. Now the statues behind are not a problem. Okay, that was a good show. Ryan picked a good intro featuring the Stone Guardians. But this is just a teaser. The Red Goblin Chieftain knows that the hero is here and is preparing a song for his followers. He found out as soon as Ryan came in here, but the leader can't hide. The hero pointed his finger at the boss to the audience, and then the goblin leader jumped up and started to run away quickly. However, Gold, now of incredible size, stood in his way. Asmo donated, writing that he liked the production. Jackpot carried Lucky on himself straight to the boss. The entrance is staged perfectly. The battle begins. Now Lucky and Gold have received skill cards that they use now. For Gold, it is Duel, which improves all stats when applying for a boss. And Lucky has a Shadow of Aguram, which summons a shadow. And the summoned clone has the same characteristics as the original body. A certain Rafi donated 10,000 and wrote that it was a successful game. There is no point in saying anything. Meanwhile, the Red Goblin Chieftain uses a song for his followers. The boss is healed again. The audience already thought that the Archmage did not make it in 10 minutes. And then our hero said that they had been waiting for a long time. The preparations were complete. Lucky and Gold had worked hard. Now Ryan would finish with 5 magical attacks. Looks like Lucky and Gold were just there to buy time for the cast. The hero activates Dragon Fever. The attacks come one after another. Fireball, Revolver, plus 1/3 tridents. The Red Goblin Chieftain is frozen. Tunga's Flaming Staff increased all stats by 100%, Rafi donated 10,000. Ryan threw the trident and the monster froze again. Ryan doesn't have time to explain why he's taking so long to attack. He immediately starts the shockwave. Now the goblins are paralyzed. Next, the hero plans to achieve more. First, he turns the monster to stone, and then he asks the sun to strike with lightning. Raffo and Asmo continued to donate tens of thousands. However, even after this, the monster was not defeated. In the chat, they wrote that the Archmage had miscalculated. But no, there is still one last magical attack left. And this is physical magic. With the axe, Ryan killed the chieftain, and the temple guards freeze. As expected, physical magic is the strongest. The hero ended the broadcast. Gold told the host that it was a fashionable fire attack, but Ryan was very tired. He used up all his mana. Shadow of Gurum, continuous magic attacks. Mana evaporates in an instant. For the future, for a larger performance, Ryan needs to prepare skills and items that restore magic. They entered the temple and saw a tombstone that appeared to be Reitling's footprints. Suddenly everything around starts shaking. An unknown force is felt. Some dust is in the air. The sand monster is coming here. But then the egg absorbed the power of the nameless god and the quest was completed. The title of Discoverer of the Buried Temple was awarded. Ryan can't believe he was the one who got the legendary epic skill book. He opened it right away. It's a rank item that has never appeared in the game before. The hero has upgraded the Guardian skill to Legendary Epic. A new quest, Fallen Tribe, has appeared. At Reitling's request, you must destroy the fallen tribe of red goblins. Back in real life, Leo asked Ryan what was wrong with him and why he had that expression on his face, as if he had bought the items by selling the deeds to the house. Our hero asked for items to restore mana through a blank check received from an advertisement. And they gave you an item that makes you want to say, ouch. It's a staff of an unknown Archmage that improves all stats, reduces mana consumption, and increases its recovery speed. If the wand restores that much mana, Ryan can keep the 2 blazing golems he got from hacking the skill book cards. In return, an additional request came in. Gamma Medicines told me to do a solo performance on the Red Mountain. This is Lucky 7. In other words, this is Pervomaisk about catching 777 red goblins in a short time. The record was 19 minutes 29 seconds and was achieved by the party of the Abyss Guild. Do they really think that the Archmage can beat this record? But he got this incredible item. Ryan can't be rude to them. Damn, it looks like they're waiting for him to show something. Leo asked if the hero was really okay. The guy told his friend not to take everything on himself. There are situations when it is better if someone helps to lighten the load. Leo suggested letting out the worries. And then, hearing lighten the load, Ryan had an idea. He began to thank the guy. The hero will go to the capsule and ask to prepare everything. The hero wrote to the channel to prepare a broadcast of Lucky 7 for a solo performance on the Red Mountain. He will conduct an interesting broadcast worthy of the received award. Even if he fails to break the record, he cannot give up. The Abyss Guild was discussing that the stock price had increased significantly due to the BJ Archmage's advertisement. Merlin asked if the unknown Archmage's staff was too much. Emma said that everything was correct, but BJ's Archmage abilities were more impressive than they thought. Everyone saw the last broadcast. Skills that are hard to buy, no matter how much you pay, because they are not for sale. They are all at the Archmage. Emma said that they still didn't know about his abilities, so they gave him a very expensive item and made an additional offer. Namely, they asked to do a solo performance on the Red Mountain. Merlin said that if she was talking about this, then it could not be anything else but Lucky 7. On the broadcast after the raid on the Red Goblin Chieftain, as Merlin said, the Archmage will do everything to break the record of their Abyss Guild, but it is impossible. Suddenly, Jackie burst into the office shouting that the Archmage had started broadcasting. Emma said to write everything down and see what skills he has. However, the guy said there was one problem. It will be faster if Emma and Merlin watch the broadcast themselves. Absolutely all viewers are in shock. But this is definitely a live broadcast of the Archmage's solo game. But he drinks a cocktail on a lounger and does not hunt. And who then is unclear. He does the performance as it should be. Lucky and his shadow were killing the goblins. The viewers thought that the Archmage had finally gotten to Lucky's BJ channel. And then there was the Golem who gave out. Rappo donated 10,000, surprised that the Red Mountain was on fire. Even Mr. Jackpot hunts. Ryan doesn't seem to really do anything. Suddenly a lightning bolt appeared. There was hope that it was the Archmage, but no, it was the sun. Asmo said that the Archmage's stats seemed to have changed. Ryan thanked everyone for their donations. As he thought, the audience was quick to catch on. Asmo donated more, writing that thanks to the rod of an unknown Archmage, the hero's mana amount changed. Ryan was surprised, and this was noticed. As expected, nothing can be hidden from Mr. Asmo. The hero asked to point the camera at gold. Gold shows a new look. Thus, without leaving his place, the Archmage killed 777 fallen red goblins. Rappo from the Phoenix Guild, who donated a lot to the Archmage, watched the broadcast. From what he heard, our hero is an interesting guy. Then, as Mistress Mandy requested, he would have to go the other way. Ryan completed the solo in 23 minutes and 12 seconds. He apologized for not being able to beat the record. Still, just sitting quietly, 23 minutes is something. Rappo's Smart Palace, incredibly famous, wrote about rumors that the Archmage does not make ordinary ethers. Rappo wrote that there is a dungeon in the Vile Land and asked if our hero can clear it. A new chapter of the main quest is open. Ryan thought about what to do. He had to start a new quest. He thanked her for the request, but said that was all. However, Rappo wrote that he had discovered this dungeon, but had not yet explored it. As a reward, he will give whatever the Archmage wants. But the hero must agree on this order with the director. However, if this is Mr. Rappo's request, Ryan must fulfill it unconditionally and ask which dungeon. He will go straight away. And then Rappo wrote the name of the dungeon of the unknown Archmage. According to the quest, you need to take the ring left by Ratelynch and go with him to this dungeon. However, there is no reward for the quest. The penalized players suffered in the frozen forest. Everything was so frozen that it was hard to even feel that the stats had been reduced by half. They may die before they reach the Black City. But that's too pessimistic. At least there are no monsters in the vicinity. However, they are not absent. They are simply not visible. A guy about the monsters of the frozen forest. They're all white. Camouflage is no joke here, so they can jump out and attack the guys at any moment. Suddenly, in the distance, they saw that the snow had somehow melted. They already thought it was some kind of bug. But what bugs? The guy said that probably the guild Immortals was here. They said that they would go to the Black City because of the BJ Archmage. It's so hard to go, the guys decided. Maybe they should go by train. The guild Immortals came to meet the Archmage in the Black City. The rumors turned out to be true. Because of the cooperation with the Archmage, they will go on a raid in the dungeon of an unknown Archmage. All players up to level 200 came, even Remia from the top management. She had no choice but to come at the order of the guildmaster, Mr. Rappo. The Archmage is such an outstanding type. And then everyone realized that he was coming. The burning golems melted the snow along the way, and the steam was so thick that nothing could be seen. However, the Archmage could still be seen with some people behind him. It turned out that there were 200 players riding on a steam locomotive. It was a full-fledged Lucky Express steam locomotive. Remia is surprised. The Archmage is quite an unpredictable person, but if they cooperate with him, they will be able to pass the dungeon of the unknown Archmage. The guys thanked our hero for the locomotive. It's fast and safe. Ryan is pleased. The cost of the ticket is a subscription to the channel, a like and a comment. Remia approached the hero, saying that she was from the guild Immortals. However, Ryan already knew her name. The girl was surprised that the Archmage recognized her right away. But he couldn't help but find out, since there aren't many people with such bright energy among the players. As the guildmaster said, the Archmage is a very interesting person. Remia said that Lucky Express was good. She extended her hand and said that if they worked together, they seemed to be able to pull off a great raid. Ryan is pleased, but they definitely can't do it together. If he makes a mistake, the main scenario quest will become known to everyone. That's why he said that he couldn't go with the Immortal Guild right now. Ramiya was curious to know the reason. The hero explained that if he and the guild worked hand in hand, they would definitely be able to clear everything. In that case, it would be no fun. And the Archmage is ashamed to receive an empty check for this. Therefore, to balance the difficulty, he will play solo, because this is the Archmage's style. A few days later, Ryan arrived at the dungeon and began broadcasting. This is a dungeon that even the Immortal Guild could not pass. Smart viewers, having just seen the landscape, immediately realized that this was the anthill type. Because in this type, simple and complex rooms appear randomly. Only by luck can you easily reach the boss room. Ryan will go where Lucky tells him to go. And luckily, thanks to the dog's incredible sense of smell, there were no difficult rooms. They reached the boss gate. This is where it all really begins. If the Archmage defeats the boss, another one will come out, and that's the problem. This will definitely be a problem. The monster that appears after killing the boss is an NPC. So the hero entered the room. The Ice Knight uses Snow White Body, and if health is below 80% and 20%, the strongest buffs are activated. People didn't understand why the field boss from the frozen forest was sitting here so calmly. The fight begins. The flaming golems are used immediately. They are 100% resistant to cold. However, the golem simply fell apart from one blow from the knight's sword. The Ice Knight is fast, so you'll have to give it your all. Ryan escaped with the help of the Elven Boots. However, the boss is still faster. But it's good to have a loyal guardian. Gold took the knight on himself like a tank. The moment the hero loses his vigilance, the raid will fail. He ordered Lucky and Gold to set all the stats to maximum power. And he immediately activated the Dragon Fever, Strength and Unity. Thus, Ryan defeated the Ice Knight. Since it is a field boss level, it was difficult. Now Rappo wrote that it was time for the real boss to appear. If he said that the Archmage lacked skills, Rappo would forcibly expel him from the dungeon. Finally, the bouncer showed up. Asmo texted if he thought he could score a goal. Looks like he and Rappo have different stories. The Archmage looks ready for anything. Rappo asked why the NPC was saying that. Maybe he didn't have enough skills. Asmo wrote that the Archmage seemed to have successfully completed the raid, so the deal with the Immortals is complete. The atmosphere is tense. Amo also has one request, a dungeon that none of the 10 largest guilds could clear. The reward for the order is a set of items, but if you give the Archmage items, they will be useless, so this time he prepared something for Gold. Ryan fell to the ground screaming. He was in trouble. He had to end the stream in a hurry because of the main scenario quest. The hero accepted the order to clear a dungeon that no guild could clear. Accepted the request for the unknown Archmage's dungeon because it overlapped with the main scenario quest, but quests and orders can't always coincide. All because of this guy. Suddenly the NPC started to take off the hood of his robe, the one who came to him with the Guardian's legacy. Apparently, it is their underground labyrinth of the forest village. After the disappearance of the Guardian, strange things began to happen in the labyrinth, and then the elf revealed her face to Ryan. Knowing that the reason was the power of the nameless god, she looked for a solution and came all the way here. The hero decided to think about ordering Asmo later, and first get the reward for the main scenario. The elf said that if Ryan was looking for the power of the nameless god, she would help. But before that, he had to raise the Thunderbird chick. The hero was surprised. He didn't know it was a chick, because it is so big. However, when the Thunderbird grows up, it becomes louder than thunder and can even compete with a dragon. Ryan was offered to choose new skills for Jackpot and all 3 legendary ones. He chose Orion's Song. After his song, part of the power of the god Orion descends on the chosen target and all characteristics increase. The elf said that the Thunderbird was already grown up, so she said to follow her. She has a book to show. Ryan entered the unknown Archmage's lab, and suddenly an unknown energy appeared. The egg began to absorb it. The elf asked in confusion what was wrong with the hero. It seemed like it was the same last time. Ryan got scared. So the NPC introduced the lab. I wonder if there will be WoW items here. She pointed to the book of the unknown Archmage and said that with her abilities she could not understand its contents at all. However, the book is not interpreted. Ryan will not be able to read it. Interpretation is possible after the hero activates the ability acquisition system, so there is a chance. The elf said that there was someone who could interpret it. If Ryan went into the foggy forest, he could find his tracks. He will listen to our hero's request if he shows the ring she gave him. It is the ring of King Tunga. It reduces mana recovery time and even its consumption. You must be at least level 150 to use it. A new chapter of the main quest, Reitling's Comrades, has been opened, the elf said to find Arvia. Ryan said he would go straight away. However, Asmo personally ordered one dungeon. It can't be cleared too easily. The hero returned to his comrades and said that they were leaving immediately. And before that, he told Gold to change form to an Ice Knight. As Rappo expected, the Archmage is an interesting fellow. He won't understand even if he sees him again. The NPC chased him away but waited for the Archmage. Mandy called Rappo and asked if he had seen the Archmage. To be honest, she was disappointed. I was really looking forward to this because I heard that even the Immortal Guild couldn't clear it out. They just didn't know how to move on to the next stage. The difficulty of the dungeon was so-so. Rappo was just curious about how BJ the Archmage would behave, but he was also surprised by the result. His play style went beyond common sense. Rappo had fun thanks to Miss Mandy because he saw how the Archmage enjoyed the game. He liked it. He said he wanted to keep an eye on the Archmage at all times. Rappo asked Mandy if she was upset that this wasn't the direction she wanted. But the girl said no. She wanted to express her gratitude for Mr. Rappo listening to her request. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim informed Michael that Asmo had made an advance payment for the order. He was surprised that the Archmage had actually agreed, but the boss had told him to keep quiet. He had told him to make an advance payment. This is the second time. The request was made on air under conditions that violate the rules. Usually the order price is hidden. This is ideal for increasing the cost of the Archmage's BJ. In other words, Rappo and Asmo are competing with each other. Michael received an advance payment to prove it. This is also an admission that the Archmage has eliminated other competitors. Michael asked to send our hero a reward for Rappo's order. A black claymore and a sword set purchased by Asmo. Ryan doesn't know what to do and what to do with the rewards sent for the orders. He received a black claymore from Rappo and a swordsman's set from Asmo as a reward. Gold is currently absorbing an Ice Knight. After that, his appearance will become similar to a werewolf. Then he can put on a swordsman's set. The hero thinks that Gold can be too much. In addition, Lucky also evolved, reaching level 150. He also drew a gigantization skill card. Gold and Lucky. Aren't they overshadowing Ryan too much? Somehow there needs to be a balance in the productions. Even though the hero comes up with something in a hurry, they still stand out too much. Ryan looked up and noticed all the boys running towards the break room. And all the excitement was because of Smarty Fenrir Rappo. But the creature is somehow too big. Ryan was told that Smarty was now using Fenrir's original skill, gigantization. The hero calmed down. This will reduce Lucky's burden. The Scarf Guild was broadcasting their raid. They were showing off a fiery blade they had bought for a lot of money. But the viewers were a bit bored. It would have been better if the Archmage had used it. The team leader, Mars, asked the guys to refrain from mentioning other streamers. However, no one can deny the fact that the Archmage is more interesting. The guys were getting ready to show more knightly skills when the audience started to leave out of boredom. Mars panicked and asked people to wait, saying that they would start now. The Top Guild Scarf is no longer interesting to anyone. It seems that they were seriously lacking content today. Mars said that next time they will be better prepared and come back. The atmosphere of a top guild is gone. Everyone is now compared to the Archmage. Mars was furious. The number of viewers on streams decreased by 20%. The guys said that there was nothing to be done. It would be impossible to kill someone who was playing solo in the Ghost Forest. Mars said that there was no chance of winning with murder, but it was possible to ruin the broadcast. At the very least, they should warn the Archmage. The guys asked if she really wanted to ruin the broadcast and in what way. When they hunt, their hunting areas can overlap. The guild also said that they would not interfere with conflicts with the Archmage. Mars suggested stealing when he was streaming. The Abyss Guild was watching everything through the camera. Merlin told Emma that the top guilds were starting to gather just like she wanted. It was amazing that they could be so irritated using only a couple of chats. That's not all. Emma gave Mars some money, but Merlin said that the goal is not just to ruin the stream. Of course, Mars is a decoy. Emma will order another assassination from the Red Snake Guild. Merlin asked what if it doesn't work this time. The girl replied that if it doesn't work out, then she'll have to completely change her approach recruitment. We'll need to find a way to recruit BJ Archmage. The Scarf Guild arrived in the Misty Forest. They said there would be a special episode about the main character in the Misty Forest. The only content that can be done in this forest is express. Content where you run in a straight line without stopping and destroy all enemies. But what if the Scarf Guild defeats the monsters first? There will be just a stream about a walk through a foggy forest. In short, as Mars said, an incident on the stream. He was informed that the Archmage was 50 meters away. Mars thought that even in thick fog, if you work with the detector mage, it is possible to steal the monster without the Archmage knowing. Therefore, he told everyone to take their positions. The operation begins. Meanwhile, our hero's special edition has begun. After Smarty, even Lucky uses gigantization. He cracks monsters like nuts. And our hero simply asked the dog if he was finished. Rappo donated 10,000 and wrote that the game was successful. Even he admitted it. Ryan noticed many players of the Scarf Guild. They are committing this theft right before his eyes. Viewers wrote that it is somehow boring because there are almost no monsters. Not just the monsters, but gold as well. Ryan said that if the audience is looking for a keeper, they should follow the fireball. The hero hit one of the thieves straight on. People are shocked. A top guild is stealing monsters. They realized that the Archmage had noticed them. Mars doesn't understand how this is possible, because there is such a fog here that you can't even see an inch in front of you. Ryan continued to fireball at them, but the people were still looking forward to gold. Mars realized that things were bad and told everyone to move forward. There were more of them. However, their way was blocked by the Ice Knight Gold, who put on the set. Amidst the enthusiastic messages of the audience, the Guardian asked the owner to leave it to him. If Mars wants to approach the Archmage, he will have to go through him. Mars said not to be afraid. It's just a Guardian, but its fighting power is incredible. But there's someone else. That's Brother Jackpot. He's gotten even bigger. All of Ryan's creatures have leveled up. Orion's song begins. Gold's movement speed and attack speed have increased. The combo of Gigantized, Berserk, and Orion's song is enough to defeat such a guild. Even though the creatures had leveled up, Mars said not to be afraid and to attack together. They had a numerical advantage. But the Archmage was already awaited by assassins in the tree. They planned to kill him while Gold and Jackpot were away, and they decided to ignore Lucky. The guys wanted to eliminate the Archmage by suddenly killing him. The hero looks a little angry. He said that the intruders almost ruined all his plans. But Gold will deal with it. No matter how strong the Guardian is, it is difficult to fight so many opponents at once. People think that the Archmage is abusing Gold. But Ryan told them not to worry too much. He was also providing fire support and offered to continue the Lucky Express. Someone wrote that thank God the Archmage only plays games, because killing a top guild is no joke. But the hero replied that games should end in games. What fun is there in transferring them to real life? Real power? All Ryan has is his brother, who is just now starting rehab and his face is flushed, and a niece who has chubby puppies because she started eating chicken a lot. This is the best misleading thing. If it weren't for them, Ryan would have left the game long ago. By the way, the killers continue to pursue him, gradually approaching. Perhaps the hero is so careful, as he has been through a lot in the past. No matter how many stealth skills they use, they can't fool the Archmage. These are members of the Snake Hunters Guild. This time they were sent out properly. 3 people. We'll have to play ahead. Ryan asked the audience if they were bored with just hunting monsters. He suggested getting acquainted with vision skills. He told Lucky to look away and try to use Fenrir's Fear, a skill for debuff. Lucky is an incredible cutie. Donations poured in. Skill activated, temporarily suspending the buff for all targets encountered. Spectators are amazed by such incredible cuteness. The assassins gathered to strike at the Archmage before breaking cover. They were subjected to Fenrir's Fear and surrounded the Archmage. However, he disappeared somewhere. It turned out he was using camouflage. The Snake Hunters Guild's reaction speed is crazy, but the Archmage is even better. He finished the casting in advance using the memorandum and the familiar. This time he will show everything clearly. The Scarf Guild is in disarray. If word gets out that they have teamed up with a guild that doesn't follow the rules, They will be kicked out of the guild immediately. They thought to act now while Golda was out of earshot. This situation was getting weirder. The scarfs looked like killers. Mars has ordered everyone to retreat. Their goal is to distract, not kill. They can't stay and arouse suspicion. Emma thought it had worked. It would keep the Archmage busy for a while. He wouldn't be able to team up with the guilds that were targeting him. She thought that this would not match the actions and confidence that the Archmage had shown before. Back then, only the top guilds remained. If the Archmage offers cooperation to the top guilds, they will demand compensation. In the end, he himself will have to clear the dungeon ordered by Asmo. According to the Abyss, this dungeon is particularly difficult and cannot be completed alone. If the Archmage wants to play solo, Emma will isolate him for life, even if he does not like it. Meanwhile, players were being killed one after another. The Scarf Guild dropped items such as the Flaming Dagger and the Fire Gloves. This is sabotage organized by those guilds and snake hunters. The audience thinks that the Archmage is rich in everyday life, so the hero will take advantage of this a little. Ryan said he couldn't believe they were going to kill him with those things. He said if they came again with things that weren't worth a glass of booze, he would pay them back when they met one-on-one. Asmo is annoyed that time is being wasted because of those who distract our hero, although he left an order. Suddenly, Gold returned with a successfully completed mission. Ryan said not to worry, he would definitely fulfill Asmo's order. The stream is over for today. The Rising Stars staff knew something would happen on the stream, an accident. Michael knew that those guilds weren't stupid either. There was no way to attack an Archmage like that. This means that someone took the initiative and they acted under his direction. If someone was targeting the Archmage, the channel also needed to increase the number of allies. At this point, the chances of our hero re-establishing his relationship with those guilds are very low. Michael began to think. Meanwhile, Asmo reported that the total number of viewers on the stream has increased by 3%. It was stable recently, and now it has increased. The analysis revealed that the problem was with the Archmage. And then there was an invitation to a meeting from the Rising Stars channel. Asmo smiled and agreed to talk to the best player Wharton had ever produced. The quest required Ryan to find Arbia to break the seal. It was at the foot of a cliff in a foggy forest. If it weren't for the light, the hero would never have found it. Well, now it's time to give Arbia the Book of the Unknown Archmage. The hero approached the NPC and said that he was sent here by Mr. Reitling. The army asked what the reason was. Reitling said that the NPC can break the seal. And then Arbia tore it apart with just one movement. A new chapter of the quest is open. 9 days had passed and Ryan could only find 4 flowers. However, if it weren't for Lucky's nose, he wouldn't have found any at all. Then he had to move on. It would have been very stressful if the company hadn't extended the order by 10 days. We can't keep them waiting any longer. Ryan has improved his stats and can now properly clear the dungeon. Arbia melted the frost flowers for the hero as much as he could, but the hero was disappointed. He didn't know they had an expiration date of 1 day. Frost flowers can be used to extract the characteristics of items. Ryan thought about collecting more of them and gradually using them, but then there's that damn expiration date. Still, they had to be used. So he told Arbia that he had to extract the stats from the Guardian Gloves, Guardian Headband, and Guardian Armor now. Ryan needs a replacement to put on after he lays them out. He can use the Flame Gauntlets, which direct the next attack directly to the target. But it is not clear what to do with the Rim and Armor. Given the time left before the stream and the shelf life of the Frost Flowers, Ryan should find a replacement within 24 hours, and then complete the Spirit King Fragment quest. In that case, it's worth hurrying up. The hero hopes that Gabby has something useful for sale. From the Guardian's Gloves, you can extract the characteristic plus 40% to the speed of the magic projectile. Thus, Arbia laid out the items, and the hero received new abilities. Leo was dying of boredom. The Archmage had not been on air for 9 days. Prices on eBay are rising. The guy saw that a flaming cap and snow armor had appeared on the site. These are rare legendary items, but too expensive. The customer noticed Leo looking at his phone. He said that even if the items for mages had increased in price because of the Archmage, no one would buy them for that kind of money. However, at that very moment, the items were bought out. Leo is shocked that there are people who buy this. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim reported that the preparations were complete. Michael said to connect. He greeted Khalid bin Mohammed. It was a great honor. The Arab said to call him simply Asmo for convenience. Michael thanked him for his understanding in working with the order. Asmo said that everything is fine. He just needs something. He would like to get information about the main quest and to purchase the Rising Star. This was expected. Canada definitely needed to lure Asmo over to the Archmage's side. But if that happens, Michael doubts he will keep his exclusive contract with them. The Archmage is Wharton's best player, Asmo said. What Michael wants is his investment in Rising Star. The companies Asmo invests in are not easily touched. Khalid realized that Michael wanted to cooperate with him. He agreed to think about it if his order was successfully completed. He got a line call from Rappo, so Asmo hung up. Then Michael suggested they talk after the order was completed. Rappo hears news that Asmo is investing in Rising Star. Word spreads quickly, but Khalid says it's not there yet. Rappo has a lot to thank the Archmage for, too. Asmo realized that this was about Lucky's gigantization. Thanks to this, Rappo also paid attention to his smarty. In any case, the Archmage is an interesting fellow. Ryan was having dinner with his family and kept sneezing. Henry asked him if he had a cold. The brother suggested that the hero take a rest today. Ryan replied that everything was fine. Henry had a rehabilitation class today. The hero told Mia to get ready. It was time for her to go to kindergarten. She will go on her own, so Uncle and Dad told her to be careful. If the brother's condition improves with rehabilitation, he will be able to regain his health after the operation. Then they will move to a new house instead of this old one. Ryan needs to work harder to earn money. The hero wished Henry to try harder at rehabilitation since he pays a lot for it. Today our hero can't screw up live. Unlike last time, this is different. In the final part, if you increase the casting speed to the maximum. Suddenly, Ryan saw Mandy on the street. She came up and asked why he was so busy, and our hero jumped in fright. Mandy apologized. She called, but the hero did not answer. Ryan said that he did not pay attention because he was thinking about something. There's one important matter. Mandy doesn't know what it is, but she knows he's a man who takes his job seriously. She said Ryan could handle it all and wished him luck. Our hero became embarrassed and promised to try. Michael told all his colleagues to gather. Today's stream will change the fate of the Archmage's BJ broadcast, a dungeon that successful guilds failed to clear. Asmo wonders what our hero spent 10 days preparing there. Finally, the stream has started, and the Archmage has appeared in a new image. At Asmo's request, he begins the broadcast of the passage of the dungeon of the Foggy Labyrinth. Ryan is wearing snow armor and a flaming cap, items that have recently been sold at inflated prices. The hero said that it was not important now. He would first briefly tell about this dungeon. If you stray from these lighted signs in the Foggy Labyrinth, you will get lost. Also, hybrid monsters with 2 different parts appear here. You can't damage them unless you attack both parts. Go crazy and there is nowhere to run. The position of a wizard is unfavorable. In the end, Rappo wrote that Lucky will sort everything out. His luck is the best. The Archmage said it had been a while since the last broadcast, so that wouldn't happen. He'd be on the front lines today. Our hero's hit percentage seems to be cheating. These mobs are hybrids, but the Archmage seems to only attack the ice side. The hero's cast speed is incredibly fast. Asmo asked how many seconds the cooldown is for fireballs. Someone in the audience counted, 1.93 seconds. Ryan surprised the audience with his speed and endless fireballs. They saw this for the first time in games. Could it be that the skill book that RB identified is a skill book that constantly increases skill stats? I wonder what else will pop up as Ryan continues to progress through the main story. The fireballs never stopped. Merlin is amazed, but Emma says that's the wrong answer. This is not a dungeon that can be completed by increasing the damage dealt. Gold told his master that he would take care of the rear. After all, without Lucky and the Keeper, it would be a game over. Merlin asked what Emma thought. She said it was expected. The most important thing is the boss room. If you use normal tactics to attack the boss of this dungeon, the Archmage will definitely fail. The Archmage's equipment is snow armor, but the +1 to cast effect is still there. The hero was surprised that it was only now that they noticed. They probably didn't notice because the casting speed was very high. Ryan started calling BJ an Archbug in the chat. The hero has something to say, but now is not the time. He will tell later. He told Gold and Lucky to attack. Their skill is already ready. Dragon Fever has also been upgraded with the help of the legendary skill book. Now with such a powerful skill, Ryan has nothing to fear. And the monsters were weaker than he thought. Instead of streaming dungeons, Rachnu should stream a running competition with Lucky. Although without luck, today the level of Archmage was recognized. There is no way further because there is a boss room. There was something visible there. It looks like a double boss. There are several conditions. If one boss remains, the remaining boss's health recovery speed will increase by 300%. Your attack power will also increase. Usually, you should kill double bosses one at a time, but these ones need to be taken care of simultaneously. Well, if Ryan attacks as if he knew everything in advance, suspicions will definitely arise. Maybe there is a better option. And then the ice and flaming giants appeared before the hero, two opposites. Gold and Lucky told their owner not to worry. They would protect him. Mars is stunned, speechless. He believes that the Archmage has not opposed them from the start. If it weren't for Gold and Lucky, he thinks nothing would have happened. Looks like this is a Gold Lucky versus BJ Archmage stream. Apparently Ryan wants to defeat the boss faster, but it's unclear if there's any point in that. And he adjusts to the damage dealt by creatures with skills. In other words, it is on par with the skill level of first-class guilds. But the Archmage seems to be holding back his power to finish off the bosses at the same time. And then Ryan kills two bosses. This pisses Mars off. He is a lower level. The Archmage said that today, unfortunately, it's a draw, but he will come back next time with interesting content. Later, the hero brought Arbia 2 powers of opposing bosses. Ryan asked for another staff. It's the only thing that can hold such a huge power. The NPC said he would improve it. The hero was surprised that Arbia would not make a new one but would improve the old one. But still he thanked him and took Arbia's staff in his hands. But when he picked it up, he was simply stunned. The power of 2 kings is activated alternately. All possible stats are increased. This is not a weapon but a real cheat. But then Arbia said to stop rushing around and help him. Ryan should help him for helping him. The quest Arbia's assignment appeared. The hero was stunned. According to the task, he had to defeat 1,000 monkeys in a forest of trees while hunting and then go to Heath. But there was no reward. An arboreal forest is a forest in which large trees grow densely and are covered with lush foliage. Tailed monkeys live in groups in the treetops. Dozens of monkeys throw stones, and they are strong enough to kill a mage with low stamina in one hit. If you're unlucky, you might encounter more than 100 of them emerging from their hiding places. There were quite a few teams that they destroyed with their shelling. Ryan is in a village near the forest. He completed the quest, finally defeating 1,000 things, and thanks to this, he leveled up quite a bit. Thanks to the owner, Gold also became stronger. The hero received a skill card for him, Miniaturization, a skill that first appeared in God Wars. Using gigantization among such trees is simply voluntary suicide. The larger the body, the easier it is for the monkeys to notice you. If they were constantly under such fashionable attacks, Gold and Lucky would be dead by now. You can awaken Lucky with the item Life of a Divine Being. But if Gold dies, then it's all over for him and you'll have to start all over again. Of course, there was a way to use the miniaturization skill and the Fatu dagger that I had acquired this time. But the problem is that Ryan doesn't have this dagger. Gold boasted that he is now stronger than Lucky, and in the next fight he will show the difference between them. And the hero has no money. He recently bought goods on eBay. He was already thinking about whether to sell the information about the main scenario if he urgently needed money. Or should he first find the NPC Heath and continue the quest? Just in case. Suddenly a guy flew up to Ryan and asked if he had come instead of Arby. It seemed so. This guy is Hitu, he told Midas to get up. New quest Hitu's potion appeared. You need to kill a pack of tailed monkeys, their leader, and bring his blood. The Rising Star Channel office was discussing the stream of the Archmage from the tree forest. He defeated 1,000 monkeys, and this time he also distinguished himself. In particular, the Archmage showed a black brand, a fencing style. It was cool, but there was something weird about it. The Archmage, who had always been good at hunting, seemed to have a hard time this time. Many thought so. If you watch the recording, he used a lot more potions this time. Colleagues said that the Archmage needs to focus on playing in a party, not solo. Michael heard someone say party, and then he came with bags of chicken for everyone. The Archmage this time declared that he would play solo again. Colleagues knew. In addition, the Explorers Guild found the first quest of the main scenario. As expected, they found it after all. The email the Archmage had just sent said he wanted to sell information about the main scenario. And the guild that can put the Fatu dagger up for sale is the Abyss Guild or the Explorers Guild. Michael told everyone to eat chicken and get ready to work overtime. Jackie reported that Fatu's dagger had been sent to Rising Star, but told Emma that after he received a call that the Explorers Guild had found the starting point of the main scenario. The guy asked if the Rising Star channel had put the main script information up for sale. There is only one item in the Void Guild's vault that can be exchanged for this. They pointed to the only Fatu dagger. Jackie thought it was a coincidence, but Emma said it was not. She said they were being sabotaged. It was such a shameless rip-off. Due to Asmo's investment, it is now impossible to recruit BJ Archmage. Now the Abyss has no choice but to complete the main scenario before him. Emma said to buy up all the information that Michael Hart sells and make a list of those dissatisfied with the Archmage among the first-class guilds. In the forest of trees, the guys from the team began to log out as the Archmage began streaming. There are 152 tailed monkeys, and there is also a leader. Ryan greeted the dear viewers and invited them to begin. So he'll immediately introduce something, Gold's new bow. Kojiro donated 10,000 and wrote that he had no idea what kind of skill it was, but Gold became small, which means it will be harder to hit him. Asmo wrote that it's Fatu's dagger, and he's curious about what guild it belongs to, and the donations are already pretty good from the start. Ryan was distracted by donations and then dozens of stones flew at him. In the chat, viewers already said goodbye to the Archmage, since such an attack is the end for the mage. But they buried him too early. The Archmage repelled all the blows with an ice wall. Everyone wonders when he learned to do this. Ryan decided to talk about today's stream before the ice arrow collapses. Behind 150 tailed monkeys. The audience is shocked, because even 100 monkeys can destroy a whole party in no time. But for the Archmage, this is possible even solo. He told Gold to get ready. They were about to begin. The ice wall was destroyed and the Guardian rushed. He would not tolerate anyone who stood in the way of his master. Gold simply flies among the monkeys thanks to his shrinking. And because of Fatu's dagger, even a simple scratch inflicted on the monsters is fatal. And the monkey's throwing speed has decreased significantly. Gold is so small that the stones don't hit him. Ryan said it was too early to be surprised. There was still one Inferno debuff left. Lucky activated his Shadow Garima. All types of defense, resistance, and speed of monkeys are reduced. Ryan has summoned the flame golems and is now ready to deal with this quickly with the guys. Very soon the hero defeated all the monsters, said goodbye, and finished the broadcast. The quest is also completed. The reaction to today's stream is good, but it was harder than the hero thought. He was even surprised when the monkeys turned black from the strength of their leader. Previously, this required certain conditions, but now the power of an unknown god has begun to affect even ordinary monsters. Ryan was wondering what if all the monsters were given the power of an unknown god, when suddenly a huge monkey appeared behind him. The hero was scared because he had definitely destroyed the leader. He weakened his vigilance. The cooldown of his skills had not yet ended. But the monkey turned out to be NPC him. He asked our hero if he had dealt with the group and offered to make a deal. The quest Him's Offer appeared. Reward: you can get any skill, level 199 or lower. Looking at Ryan, the guys in the cafe thought that he must have gone broke pumping items. Nothing was selling and the hero didn't understand why. There was always something from the Fatu series on Gibay. Shit, no one knew when they would be put up for sale. Crazy, why now? Ryan thought about asking the Rising Star channel. Secretary Kim reported that an email had arrived from the Archmage, but its contents were a bit strange. Michael decided to check and was shocked. The Archmage needs the Fatu series, which is not sold on Gibay. Items from the Fatu series are not the most common, but they are not that difficult to find because an Archmage can make them himself without any problems. Wait, the one who has the entire series, who is on good terms with the Archmage, and is also an investor in Rising Star, is Asmo. Michael said that our hero wants them to get them themselves, so he asks to show who is who of the investors. The boss is interested in how long the Archmage has planned everything. Emma's subordinates bought up all the legendary items suitable for the Archmage level. She praised and encouraged the Rock to continue buying everything that would be put up for sale. Merlin asked if it was really necessary to go that far. Emma said that of course the Archmage would try to continue playing solo. He'll need gear to do that, and if they buy up all the items, this will slow down his progress through the main scenario, and they will be able to exchange scenario information for items, just like last time. Kill two birds with one stone. Ryan is sure that Asmo got magic from Hima that is not dependent on skill cards. Warrior Spirit. This is a key skill that allows Asmo to play solo in the Pioneer Lands. If you get such magic in exchange for the Fatu series, it's really cheap. NPC Hima, unlike what the hero thought, is a good monkey. Suddenly a letter came from the channel. As expected from the director, they sent the entire series to Fatu. Ryan is infinitely grateful. He will never forget such kindness. And the hero kept the money. With the money, he decided to buy his brother a laptop, which he had always dreamed of, and toys as a gift for Mia. And I still need to go to a consultation about my brother's surgery. Ryan is in a great mood today. When the hero received these items, he really liked it, of course, but asked to send 3 items from the Fatu series, which are not even sold now. He doesn't know if he's even allowed to have that much. Gold said not to worry, he'll destroy it all. Ryan said that they can just make good use of what they got. Moreover, worrying is not something they should do right now. In the center of the tree forest, the hero met with Hima to make a deal. He brought what the monkey asked for, Fatu's hammer. Hima said he would give a magic skill for it. But before that, he invites the hero into his house. Hima has moved Midas to his resting place. Ryan is impressed. The cutscenes in this game are no joke. The monkey returned to the matter and asked what magic the hero wanted to obtain. Ryan named the skill Spiritual Warrior. The NPC agreed, saying that the hero would be able to comprehend it. It is a skill that only the Elementalist class can obtain. Only Asmo was able to obtain it. The skill transforms the summoned spirit into a warrior spirit. Upon reaching 100 and 999 transformations, new forms of spirits can be obtained. It worked. Now more combinations with skills are possible. And now Ryan tried to summon a low-ranking spirit, and then turn them into warrior spirits. Their fighting power is mediocre, but the advantage is that you can equip items on them. Hima asked how about using a magic skill on the battlefield. And finally, he will give the hero a small gift before he leaves. He will give liquid for Ryan's pendant. But you have to be careful. The moment he adds it to the pendant, he will become very greedy. The NPC poured the liquid, and the pendant began to indicate the direction. Now all that's left is to find it. It won't be easy, but Hima hopes that the legendary skill book will help. Ryan thanked her and said he would be happy to use it. For the new quest, you need to enter the altar at the top of the tree platform, kill the 3 monkey brothers, and enter. The hero has reached level 180. Now let the brothers come here. In any case, Ryan has upgraded the Curse Devouring Pendant. Who knew that its effect would be 1 more, a passive skill that increases the number of possible summons by 1. The War Dragon gives the hero a chance and he chooses a jump card. The preparation is complete, so the stream can begin. The rumors were true. The Archmage is now an Elementalist. Everyone can't wait to see. Ryan said that everyone is only interested in the spiritual warrior, but it seems that no one cares about today's monster. He's just hunting the tailed monkey brothers, and the audience demanded the warrior spirit skill. Everyone is so impatient, it's all about to happen. And then the hero summoned 2 spirits, red and blue. Gustav donated 10,000 and asked how about selling him information on how to obtain spiritual warriors. He would pay double the price. The hero knew that there would be offers he would like to sell, but he can't because it is connected with the quest of the main scenario. So Ryan apologized, saying it would be hard to sell. Rappo asked if it was because it was too expensive or because Asmo couldn't be reached. A difficult question. I'll have to get off topic somehow. The Archmage said that he and Mr. Asmo are good business partners. Michael was surprised that our hero spoke so positively about their relationship. Merlin also donated and asked how he could become a business partner with the Archmage. Ryan is in complete shock. This is the best mage in God Wars, Merlin. The situation is already getting out of control. The hero said that the introduction was too long. He can't just chat with his dear viewers. There were 3 monkey brothers, not 2. Gustav wrote that today's raid was different from the usual. The raid on the boss has already begun. The audience cannot understand why the Archmage has 3 flame golems. And then Ryan said to turn into warrior spirits. Merlin wrote that, judging by how the number of summons increased, the hero got 1 more. But it doesn't seem to be bound to a weapon, it seems to be bound to some other item. The Archmage said that it is a summon effect plus 1, summon a familiar. He gives the warrior spirits the legendary weapon Fatu. And finally, Ryan will introduce the viewers to the new main team without Lucky and Gold. If there are 2 familiars, then it turns out to be a 5-cast. Ryan said to roll an ice ball, a spear, a trident, a fireball, and a spear. This is the new canonical BJ style of the Archmage. The flame barrier is broken. It seems the hero deliberately let 1 monster escape. The fire spirit also began to attack. Fatu's curse activated. Now the hero began his numerous attacks in a row, one after another, without stopping. The 3rd boss is about to die. Ryan said that's all. But there were still 2 monsters left. The audience thought that the Archmage would defeat them in the same way, but then he would become uninteresting. Ryan beat the 3rd brother and said next it would be OV versus UV. People wondered what that meant. It sounded like team names. Thanks to 1 more, the hero turned the 3rd-tailed monkey into his guardian. His name is Silver. This is a match to see which team will defeat the remaining monkey. The first team is the Fire Spirit, Silver, Golem, and Lucky. And the second one is Golem, the Ice Spirit, Gold and Sunny. The audience didn't know this was possible. Even the boss was shocked. The Archmage introduced himself as the one in charge of this match, and it begins. But then Asmo donated and asked to wait. He said that Silver also needed equipment. The Chungwan Guild team has been hunting in the Pioneer Lands. They are determined to get the reward this time. Well, of course, because it's a party with those who occupy single-digit places in the small pack rankings. The other guys were angry at these freaks. They were wondering if they should do something before the Chungwan Guild moved on to the next stage. Suddenly a female voice suggested not to hate the Chungwan Guild too much. Only the winners of the Pioneer Land competitions receive rewards and level up. She said that weak players would have no choice but to face their limit. The girl with blue hair asked if there was a problem with only the strongest gathered together. After that, she caught all the monsters with a blizzard. The guys decided that today was a bad day to level up and decided to take a couple of days off. A guy from the guild ran up to this girl, Jenny, saying that, as expected, she had a powerful power of destruction worthy of first place in the small pack rankings. Jenny said that it was not that powerful. She's not the only one in first place. The guy said the new record is 4.5 minutes, and it will soon be possible to do it in 3. If this continues, it won't be hard to catch the Archmage. Suddenly, Emma called Jenny. She said that the girl had set a record and asked if she could do it even faster. Jenny nodded, saying that it was all thanks to the efforts of the Abyss Guild. Emma asked if there was any news of the Archmage. As far as Jenny knew, he had not received the Pioneer quest. The guys are watching all the NPCs from whom you can get this quest. It's impossible to get around so many people. So the Archmage is still in the tree forest. Jenny thinks that he didn't get the Pioneer quest and has no way to get here. Surprisingly, even without completing the Pioneer quest, Ryan has the opportunity to get to those lands. He needs to meet Tex there. The hero flies there with Hitu. By the way, he is worried about what happened after defeating the 3-tailed monkey brothers. Smoke rose above the strange altar, and that same unknown force could be felt. As a result of the egg absorbing the power of the nameless god, the hatching rate reached 67%. If it reaches 100%, what will happen in God Wars? Hitu said that they were already there and pointed at Tex. A new quest, Forbidden Zone of Pioneers, appeared. You need to defeat the leader of the Black Hyenas in the Forbidden Zone. Tex said that in the Exclusion Zone, the hyenas began to change, abruptly and very quickly. It seems to be the same as with the restricted area, but it's good that there won't be any competitors. You have to be careful because the monster that appears is not a regular maned hyena, but a stronger black one. But there is no problem. At a recent meeting, Wharton joined the hero. He was just in time. Ryan also wanted to say something. Michael said that it seems that they have already entered the lands of the pioneers, and the Archmage is a target for many, but he copes admirably. Ryan said that if you were so afraid of everything, then it would be better not to go anywhere at all. Then why pay so much money to play games? Then Michael said that it would not be worthwhile for them to invest money in it either. However, this time he has one suggestion. It is considered risky to play solo in the Pioneer Lands. He asked if the Archmage still considered playing in a party. Michael could have recruited better players, but Ryan replied that he didn't want to play in a party. Because of the main scenario, the hero won't be able to, even if he wants to. Michael understood and asked what the Archmage wanted to tell him. The hero thinks he needs something suitable for Silver's equipment, so he would like to sell information about the main scenario. Michael was surprised because Asmo appeared on the last stream and said that he would provide everything necessary. However, the Archmage wants to sell the information and get everything he needs. He probably has the Chungwan Guild in mind as well and must be preparing a plan. But looking at the items he requested, his plan is not perfect. Michael thought that if the Archmage had already figured out the items provided by Asmo, the Guardian's poncho, the Pioneer's bandana, and more, he would at least want something on the level of the Rocket Man set. Okay, if the Archmage wants to play solo until the end, then Michael's role is to do everything possible to make it happen. So he said he would send the Rocket Man set that Asmo provided. Ryan equipped Gold with this set and gave Silver a swordsman set. It seems that Gold's character has changed. It's probably because he has a younger brother, Silver. Well, the hero suggested finishing this annoying quest as soon as possible. Jenny reported that the Archmage still hasn't received the Pioneer's quest. 3 groups of 2 people are watching him 24/7. They wouldn't miss something like that. Emma said that the Archmage apparently has a limit and cannot do whatever he wants with the game system. But Jenny asked if it wouldn't be easier to find him in reality than to wait like this all the time. Emma laughed, saying that she had tried. She had tried to hack him countless times, but she had never succeeded. The Archmage was a man with whom nothing would be so easy. Emma told her not to think about anything else, just focus on her task. Ryan sat in the coffee shop and thought, NPC Tex is too much. What kind of endless quests does he give him? The hunt takes about 11 minutes. The hero will not be able to stream. Suddenly a message came that a date had been set for my brother's operation. There's not much time left and Henry will be able to get up. They will be able to renovate and do things they couldn't do before. They will be able to live a normal life. Ryan decided to go to the hospital quickly, leaving a glass on the table which immediately cracked. It is convenient for the hero to hunt hyenas in the Pioneer's Forbidden Zone, since there are no competitors here. But he can't seem to adjust to the speed of the hunt. Familiars, gold, silver, everyone is giving it their all. But even with their top-notch performance, the time still goes over 10 minutes. It takes a while to defeat the black hyena leader. Ryan wondered if maybe he was the problem. Lately, he has been using too many different magic skills, and even the cooldown has increased. Now the hero can only level up and quickly find a way to fix everything. Thus, he has fulfilled the quest conditions. Further on in the quest, Ryan met NPC Glara, who was supposed to show him where the destination was. But going there would be too dangerous, so the hero said they would go around. Luckily, he has those dragon eyes. He can see a lot of monsters hiding here. If they had gone the normal route, they would have definitely gotten stuck. Ryan was confused when he received a quest to escort an NPC, but it was easier than expected. Considering her words that she was Ara's student, there is a high probability that the hero will receive an item related to Ara as a reward. He hopes that this is an item that will help improve his special skills. If Ryan wants to continue playing solo in the future, he needs to show what he can do. And if he is no different from other streamers, his competitiveness will decrease. It will become increasingly difficult to continue streaming. Everyone will point fingers and tell you to just create a party. Not only will views drop, but advertising contracts may be cancelled. And without profit for the company, the contract with him may be terminated. And saving up for Henry's surgery will be very difficult. Ryan can't let that happen. While the hero was in a panic, Glara showed the place to enter. Ryan completed the quest and she gave him a reward, the Shaman's Legacy. This feathered cap contains a great dormant power. Once the quest is completed, its abilities will be released. It's amazing that such an option is possible. It reduces fist damage and increases magic damage. For Ryan, a guy who can cast 5 times, the 50% cooldown reduction is useless. But increasing magic damage by 25% is something incredible. And the set has an option. If 2 or 3 items are equipped, then 15% is added to all characteristics, and magic damage is further increased. The quest, The Legacy of the Deceased Shaman, has appeared. You need to get confession from the owner of the items. If Ryan collects the entire quest, he will have access to incredible abilities. Now there is a reason to complete the quest faster and get to level 193. Ryan continued hunting, leveling up and completing the quest. Ara now wants to test the hero again, so we need to follow Ara's trail to the very end. Once the hero moves away from the tracks, they will disappear and the quest will fail. Ryan tries his best and he got level 190. The War Dragon gives him a new chance. He chooses a card, and then he gets Blizzard, a skill that summons a cloud full of pieces of ice. Ryan is overjoyed that he got this skill here. He says that it's all thanks to Lucky. Now with this skill, everything will work out. In fact, he's nervous because everything is going too smoothly. Well, who knows, maybe they'll get it soon. An incredible solo. According to the quest Training Ara, you need to learn new abilities from Ara before the altar is destroyed. Rappo is worried about the Chungwan Guild. Asmo told him on the phone that they are the guild that is openly spying on the Archmage. Perhaps they grew so quickly because they were made up of members of the small pack rankings. But Rappo said that was wrong. The Abyss Guild and the Traveler Guild sponsor them, so the Chungwan Guild's goal is too obvious. Asmo is shocked that it's to this extent. The game is made for fun. Rappo sent Khalid some interesting information and told him to take a look. It was Jerry and Chungwana. She was holding a weapon that Asmo had never seen before. According to Mr. Rappo's information, this is Ara's staff, and although unofficially it has enough firepower to be the record of the Abyss Guild. According to the information received from the Archmage, items, quests, and skills that have not appeared before will begin to appear. Asmo is already getting a headache from this game. It's finally starting. God Wars wasn't originally created to be sold. The Training Era quest turned out to be more difficult than Ryan thought, and he couldn't believe he had really failed this time. Gold, Lucky, and Jackpot told the owner to leave it to them. But no, Ryan said it was okay. He had to complete this quest alone. As Michael predicted, the Archmage took first place in the small pack rankings. However, he has not been seen lately. There are already rumors of various kinds about the Rising Star uniform. Michael said there was no need to worry. It wasn't that he was missing, it was that people couldn't see him. Michael started to tell about what happened recently, but stopped in time and told the secretary to go. He would find out about it himself. With hackers trying to get their hands on the Archmage's BJ data, Michael must be careful what he says to his staff. This used to happen occasionally, but after the Archmage disappeared, they became more frequent. Michael thinks it's worth hiring digital security experts. By the way, during the recent meeting to hand over the Rocketman set, the Archmage was definitely on the Pioneer lands. And to get there, you must get the Pioneer quest. But it is impossible for no one to notice. Michael thinks this means that the Archmage was hiding on purpose. It turns out that he is now in a place where he can hide from prying eyes. Why did he only let Michael know his location, and then it hit him? He quickly started typing something on the keyboard, saying that he needed to secretly prepare something for the next broadcast. Michael said that by revealing his location only to him, the Archmage tried to buy him some time. Then the guy should try to live up to his expectations. Michael opened an event called Find the Hidden Archmage. The news quickly spread. Leo told the guys that an announcement had been published on the Rising Stars channel. The very first person to find the Archmage would be given $3 million. A bunch of guys gathered in the forest of trees looking for the hero. They knew that the Archmage definitely couldn't get the Pioneer's quest, but they thought that maybe he was just deliberately not getting in touch, although it was a waste of time. The girl said that then that rumor was true. There is also a rumor that the Archmage is afraid of running into the Chungwan Guild and is hiding until they move to the next location. People do not feed themselves with hopes of catching him. Jackie reported that due to the spread of various rumors about the Chungwan Guild on social media, the Archmage's image has now deteriorated greatly. Emma said that soon Jenny would have to openly tell the Archmage to apply for participation in the big Golden Hyena match. But Jackie asked what if he refused. Then, Emma said, the rumors that he got scared and hid would become reality. The popularity of the Chungwan Guild will increase, and the popularity of the Archmage will naturally fall. She says that hiding is good, but his leveling has a limit. The Abyss Guild bought all the items below level 200, so further leveling is impossible. In other words, they've already won. Jackie told Emma that it was as delightful as ever. Henry's surgery was about to begin, and Ryan came to support him. He told his brother not to worry and to concentrate on the surgery. Henry said that his brother should take Mia to kindergarten. Ryan promised and told his brother to be a good boy. Henry left for surgery, and our hero sat outside the operating room for several hours, and it was time to pick up his niece from kindergarten. Ryan picked her up and asked if there was anything interesting in kindergarten. Mia replied that she was she was a little sad. She wanted to play some more. Suddenly, they met Mandy on the road. Mia recognized the pretty aunt she had seen in the neighborhood. The girl asked if she could play with her sister. Ryan said that Mandy was very busy and she shouldn't take up her time. However, Mandy said with a smile that she had time today. Then our hero said that he urgently needed to go somewhere today, and it seemed that it would take a lot of time. Mandy said she would play with Mia then. Since she had time, Ryan could go ahead. Our hero is shocked by such kindness. Mandy is a really good person, a real angel. So Mia goes to her house and Ryan concentrates on the game. That evening he picked up his niece, who was delighted. She said she wanted to go back to Mandy's house. Ryan was so late that he didn't even know how to apologize for the inconvenience. It's good that the girl was understanding about it. Mia asked her uncle if he wanted to start dating Mandy. Ryan was taken aback by the question. Mandy is kind and good, but he never thought of her that way. Ryan asked if that was what she was talking about, but Mia meant that then she could play with her and come often. The hero told his nephew that he is solo both in the game and in life. Later in the game, Ryan barely managed to last 10 minutes. Glara praised him for his good work. Now she has nothing to teach the hero. Ryan acquired an outstanding ally skill. He managed to do this only after 51 attempts. It was not easy to complete this quest in the desert alone. Lucky gave voice. The hero reached level 200 and was about to receive a new skill. But then the map lit up with emerald light, not gold. It turned out to be the legendary epic skill Hellfire, which causes the flames of hell. All defenses disappear from the places where the fire reaches. Glara said it was too early to rejoice. Ryan still had to kill the monster that had appeared in the Golden Valley. You need to come to your senses. The fact that the reward has increased means that the difficulty level will also increase. The quest, Golden Valley, has appeared. It is necessary to destroy the altar hidden in the Golden Valley, but the hero was surprised that there was no reward for this quest either. The Buffalo's Guild streamed a raid on the Golden Hyena, which had already reached Phase 3. They were confident that they would definitely defeat it. Leo said that their guild might win this time. He was talking about the Golden Valley Boss Raid competition. The number of viewers has already exceeded 3 million. Perhaps the number of viewers has increased so much because the Archmage is not broadcasting. Suddenly, the Bupalos Guild thought they had succeeded. But then something strange started to happen. The Golden Hyena turned into a black and gold one. Leo said that he had already seen a monster that turned black like this. And this was on the Archmage's stream. In the end, the Buffalo's Guild was destroyed in the blink of an eye. After that, the remaining 5 guilds formed an alliance, and they tried to destroy the newly created Black and Gold Hyena, but were ultimately defeated. Criticism of the sudden increase in the game's difficulty level reached the BJ Archmage. The Rising Star Channel's press service was plagued by calls. It even got to the point where they threatened to commit a terrorist attack if the Archmage did not play solo until his death. Black and Gold Hyena. Apparently, as the Archmage progresses through the main quest, new monsters appear. Michael thought maybe he should start preparing a little too. It was time to finish the hide-and-seek event. Asmo called him just in time. He was going to contact him himself. Khalid asked if Michael had received the gift for his first place in the small pack rankings yet. Wharton thanked him for the Rocket Man set that Asmo had sent. Then Khalid wanted to ask one question about the reason for the Archmage's hiding. He asked if it was related to the Black and Gold Hyena. Khalid said that the Archmage began to change the God Wars game itself. In other words, he opened Pandora's box. Later, Secretary Kim reported that the Chungwan Guild had submitted an application to host the tournament. Rumors about the upcoming tournament had already spread widely on social media. The mood of the audience has been unstable lately. Michael asked if it would be difficult to refuse them and what the content would be. Secretary Kim said that it was a speed tournament where two teams would fight against the black and gold hyena. At that moment, Michael received a letter from the Archmage that he would be participating in the raid, so he said to convey that they accepted the challenge. This time Ryan also accepts help from the director. He would have to work a lot on his own, which would be very burdensome. It's better that way. He sat in the capsule and decided to start with a stream, which he hadn't done for several weeks. People are completely confused. The Archmage disappeared, and now he has reached level 200 and suddenly appeared. The hero greeted the people and said that during the event, not a single person found him. He was told to die alone on level 10. Spectators noticed a rocketman set behind him. Now Silver has equipment too. Asmo wrote that his gift suits him, but the Archmage is without a party again this time. People were outraged that the hero was solo again. It was hard to believe that he could win a raid on the Black Gold Hyena against the Chungwan Guild. And then Ryan said with the most confident voice that he would play solo even if he died. Chungwan and the Archmage met face to face. Sparks were flying from the very beginning. Our hero asked if the starting point for the race wasn't different for each team. In fact, Jenny said she just wanted to look him in the face. She thanked the Archmage for accepting her challenge. Ryan was surprised. He remembered that the match would be broadcast. Then he should answer that too. The hero said that he also needs to measure his fighting power one last time and asked not to distract him. The audience is delighted with this mental battle. Jenny asked if this was supposed to be a competition. She was acting like it. She said to finish the preparations quickly and left, saying that they would wait in the boss's room. If things were to go like this, Jenny would have to stop him. People are glad that the Archmage appeared after 2 weeks. The audience really missed gold with lucky silver golems. There are 4 golems, because Ryan reached level 200, and the golem's truth effect was activated. People were asking if he was running for too long, and if he should take a break. The hero ran with all his might without rest, but still at half left. Right now he's still a little ahead of the Chungwan Guild, but once he relaxes, they'll catch up to him. Ryan said he would only rest for 5 seconds and drank the potion. Someone wrote that if he continued at this pace, it would be difficult for the opponents to control their pace. Merlin asked if the Archmage had enough mana to fight the boss. The hero said that today he would show everything that he had not shown during this time. There are a lot of people, everyone is interested in looking at new skills. The Great Spirit seeped through and the staff began to wrap around his hand. The weapon dissolved and Ryan said that with both his free hands, he would reach the boss's room. Leo watched the stream with his mouth open, saying that the Archmage was trying to start a cock race. Apparently, he really wants to destroy the Chungwan Guild. Jenny said that BJ Archmage is indeed an outstanding player, just like she heard. The gap is getting wider. Anyway, it seems that Chungwan is all. All the guilds were beaten by the Archmage's pace. Too bad, she said, that's it. The chat is shocked that they are announcing defeat right here. Even though they were behind the record, Jenny told the Archmage to hold on. Ryan had already reached the boss's room. He was upset that the Chungwan Guild had surrendered. The hero thought they would fight the boss together. Entering inside, a black and gold hyena appeared before him. There is no difference. In any case, it is more convenient to be solo. He began to roll the most familiar skills, such as the Trident, Inferno, Fire, and Ice Spear. But then the highlight of the program appeared, Hellfire. Asmo wrote that this is the whole strategy and there is nothing else to see here. The assassins waiting nearby said that the Archmage was a monster, even learned to use Hellfire. The Chungwan Guild had no intention of winning from the start, which is why they let them get here so quickly. The guys are going to catch the moment when the Archmage runs out of steam to deal with him. Meanwhile, the Black Hyena's health has decreased. If we attack again, we can deal with her. Ryan told Lucky and Gold to help Silver and buy him some time. And at that moment, the assassins pounced on our hero from behind. Ryan panicked. He was so focused on attacking the boss that he didn't notice them. Lucky noticed this and quickly pulled back. Ryan won't be able to dodge, and at that moment blood was spilled. However, the killers said that the Archmage seemed to have reacted to the smell. They used too much poison. And then the spectators saw a terrible picture. Lucky covered his owner with himself, and now his body lies lifeless on the ground. Ryan can't believe it. He picked up the dog and asked him not to joke like that. He shouted that he would never forgive him for this, and killed all the villains with Hellfire. The broadcast ended. The black and gold hyena was killed. There was a message written above Lucky that he would not be able to fight for 80 hours. He was always with Ryan, he couldn't disappear. And then the hero stood in a stupor. Lucky had a hidden quest. According to the hidden quest, Immortal Body, you need to find the NPC Tom in the Meteorite City within 24 hours. If the hero uses the divine stone he hid, he might be able to revive the divine beast. The reward is the divine creature's skill, Immortal Body. Ryan was immediately inspired to learn that he could revive Lucky. With dragon eyes, finding the NPC toes wouldn't be difficult. But to get to the Meteorite City, it is necessary to pass through stone elephants, which usually takes 2 days. Will Ryan be able to pass through a herd of stone elephants and reach the city without Lucky? It will be a battle against time. Perhaps the hero's efforts will not be justified, but one must not give up without even trying. There is definitely a way. Naturally, Ryan began the quest. If he could revive Lucky again, then the means and methods did not matter to him. He has no time. He told his squad to go forward. They cannot surrender. But before that, it's Silver's turn. They need incredible power. Rising Star discussed the incident on stream. Although the Archmage defeated the black and gold hyena, it doesn't matter now. Lucky is incapacitated. Michael thought that our hero was completely smitten with the Chungwan Guild. That was their goal from the very beginning. Then Asmo called and said that they seemed to have crossed the line at the big match. He thinks the attack was planned from the beginning. Khalid asked if they shouldn't continue it. Michael thinks so too. Asmo said they always have to be on guard. It wasn't enough for Chungwan to just ruin the stream. They were aiming for the Archmage's safety. If it weren't for Lucky, our hero would be lying there instead. Asmo said that the Archmage should receive monetary compensation and a public apology. And also it is necessary for it to become known who is behind BJ Archmage. No matter how much they run, in the end they are just prey for a wild beast. Michael said he would tell them what Khalid meant. The Road of Discoverers poses many challenges to players. The level of difficulty increases right on the way to the next location. The guys just wanted to give money to the Explorers Guild and go, but that would require a lot of money. So they just went on looking for a way. If they met stone elephants, they would die a dog's death. And right at that moment, one appeared in front of them. The monster began to wave its trunk, leaving no chance to attack him in any way. Moreover, elephants walk in packs, so it is possible that there are many of them in the area. And then the Archmage appears, incinerating all the monsters with hellfire. He ran from the other side and killed the entire herd of stone elephants. Besides, it's true that Lucky is incapacitated. The guys said it was a chance to boost Gold's popularity. However, can anyone catch up with Lucky's popularity? Rania thought that if they continued running at the same speed, they would be able to make it on time. He's holding on thanks to the potion, but as expected, Lucky is greatly missed. So now it's Silver's job to kill monsters along the way. Ryan finally reached the Meteorite City. This village was built in the crater of a fallen meteorite. Numerous blacksmiths gather here to make weapons from meteorite fragments. The hero found the NPC toes and ran to him in a hurry. Ryan showed Lucky's body and begged the NPC to save him. The remaining time was 1 hour and 24 minutes. The hero heard that a divine being could be revived with the help of the divine stone of Tosa. However, the NPC said that he did not have the divine stone at the moment. The hero shuddered at these words. The divine stone is a rare item that can't be found even at auctions. He came here because he thought the NPC Tosa had it. The blacksmith said he hadn't used it much lately, but if Ryan found it and brought it here, Tosa would revive the divine being. But is it possible to find such an item in just an hour? Jenny tells Emma that they don't know where to look, but the girl didn't scold. She was also amazed at how the Archmage pumped up his special skills. The skill Hellfire with a steel set, and our hero has reached level 200. However, it is good that Lucky is out of combat-ready condition. Merlin overheard the conversation and came in. He asked if Lucky was really incapacitated. Emma nodded, saying that now the Archmage would have a hard time with performances, not to mention maintaining an audience. Merlin said that a message had already arrived that the Archmage had been spotted in the Meteorite City. But Jenny replied that this couldn't be, because no matter how fast he was, the journey to the Meteorite City would take at least 2 days. As expected, the Archmage can even do the impossible. Merlin admitted that despite Lucky's absence, he hadn't gotten any worse. A special problem is the Guardian's silver. This time he used a black and gold hyena as a base. It was reported that he destroyed a herd of stone elephants of unprecedented power. Jenny asked if everything they had done had been in vain. But that's not true either. Thanks to this, Merlin got some good information. The Archmage ran from the lands of the pioneers to the meteorite city as quickly as he could, and it took a day. Thanks to this, Merlin was able to calculate what he was capable of. So he decided to ask one question. If the Archmage ran so fast, then what did he need in the meteorite city? That's right. Merlin said he was testing his skills to prepare for the long run, to know his own limits. And there is nothing unusual about this. Such abilities will also be useful in the future. The question is why the Archmage would do this at this stage. That's all. If it weren't for the small number of people who attacked him this time, even despite the divine being and the guardians, if everyone attacked at once. For this, the Archmage needs to evaluate his skills in case of a long escape. Merlin asked Jenny for her opinion. She said that in fact, the Chungwan Guild in its current form is vulnerable at long range, so they gave up during the hunt for the black and gold hyena. They also had to prepare for a sneak attack. The Archmage intends to widen this gap. What's important in long runs are items that add stamina. Merlin said the next location is the blacksmith town. Emma said to give them all the support possible, Chungwan will challenge the Archmage once again. The next day, Michael ran into his colleagues screaming. 15 minutes had passed since the broadcast began, and the Archmage had not appeared. If that was the case, then there was an emergency on the stream. Our hero never got in touch, but the workers said he was in the meteorite city. Michael said to stall for time and asked about the audience's reaction. Since the location is a meteorite city, the expectations for the new equipment are high. Since they said the stream would be about resurrection, they came to watch it before the provocation. And then the Archmage finally showed up. Remember the sun? Here are the rays. Ryan told the audience that making the new item took longer than he expected. Not only is Lucky resurrected, but he now wears items on himself. This is a complete shock to everyone. The hero feels like their eyes are about to bleed. The money he wanted to spend on buying a house and installing a game capsule, changing Mia's bed and desk for new ones, even the money he planned to spend on her new room. Damn game. It was nice to save Lucky, but in order to make exclusive items for the Divine Being and the Guardian, Toss demanded an incredibly huge price for 3 items each. Thanks to him, the hero spent all his savings. People could not even imagine that a divine being could be equipped. Asmo also noticed that the Archmage had also changed his weapon, something he had never seen before. Which was to be expected, Ryan could not hide from Mr. Asmo's insight. Before explaining the characteristics of the items, he said that Lucky had been attacked not long ago, but from today onwards, such a thing would never happen again. The Archmage stated that they would be happy to accept any number of applications for the big match. However, he would not tolerate the situation that arose in the past. Lucky didn't just resurrect. Once he acquired that skill, he would never die again. 25 hours ago, in front of the Tosa Forge, Ryan was in despair. Why did it have to be the highest level of the hard-to-find materials, the Divine Stone? It's not for sale, so the hero wasn't sure how to find it at all, and there were 48 minutes left. He started thinking if there was a way. Silver and gold supported the owner, and Ryan said that they simply had to find this stone. And then suddenly the director called him. Earlier, Jenny called Michael, confirming that some of the guild members had malicious intent towards the Archmage. It was the fault of the Chungwan Guild. They said that they were unable to control the guild members properly. So as an apology, they provided the necessary item. So Michael told our hero that they had received a call of apology and had been sent a useful item. Namely 2 divine stones. Ryan was crazy with happiness. He promised the director to try even harder. Glory to Rising Star. Thus, the hero completed the quest Immortal Body, receiving a skill for Lucky with the same name. Ryan is really lucky. He constantly receives help from the director, and the Chungwan Guild will not be able to screw him up anymore in the future. He finally smiled when Lucky licked his face again. The hero was very worried. A new chapter of the main scenario, Greed of Tawz, has opened. The blacksmith wants to modify Arbia's staff, so we should leave it to him. Tawz asked Ryan to put aside his joy at being reunited with Lucky and show him the staff. The hero was surprised that the NPC wanted to upgrade him so suddenly. Toss asked if he really didn't want to, but Ryan had no reason to refuse. This is a meteorite city. It has everything. The hero asked if the master could also handle his other equipment. Toss asked what about equipment for a divine being. Ryan thought he misheard. But the NPC said that if the hero needed it, he would do it. Ryan said that if Toss did it for him, he would tell the whole continent about his achievements. The hero hadn't even heard that divine beings could also use items. And then Toss said that the cost of the material was also expensive and that he needed to sign a contract first. Ryan should have known the moment he mentioned the contract. It cost him his precious money and made him 15 minutes late. Can an NPC be like that? Well, the hero is now completely broke, but Lucky has leveled up so much in a short time. Ryan also received a new weapon, a modified Arbius staff, which has greatly increased initial stats. And after all this, the hero began streaming. Henry's surgery was over and he was already home. When he has braces, he has no problems walking. The doctor said he would be able to take them off in 6 months. Ryan said it was worth saving and working hard. Mia was happy that now she and her dad could walk every day, holding hands. Henry told his brother that now, thanks to him, he can do everything on his own. So now Ryan should do everything he wanted but couldn't. And Henry meant, for example, to start a relationship. Suddenly, Mia said that her uncle had a girlfriend. Ryan's face sank. The girl told about the beautiful girl she saw then. Our hero began to explain that she was just a friend. He changed the subject, telling his brother to study hard. Henry also said that he needed to get ready for work. Ryan asked if his brother was in too much of a hurry. But Henry said he would just need to monitor the security of the connection in real time, so it would be easy. And then he went to the Rising Star job site. Meanwhile, Mandy was walking down the street thinking. There was no sign of the guild. She remembered how Ryan had watched the video of the Archmage attentively, how Mia had let it slip that her uncle was a very powerful mage. No matter what the girl thought, it looks like Mr. Ryan is the BJ Archmage. If her guess is correct, she worries whether the problem with the Chungwan Guild has been resolved. Suddenly, Ryan met her on the street and asked if something was wrong. Mandy said she had some business in the neighborhood. The hero's expression was more cheerful than she expected. The girl asked if Ryan would also go to play today. He replied that he had to work hard if he wanted to take care of Mia. Mandy asked if it was difficult for him since he always seemed so busy. Ryan said that recently there is one difficult case. At such moments he gets lost and does not know what to do. However, he said that it is more fun to overcome such things together. There are many people who support him and help him. That is why the games are interesting. A little while later, he and Mandy said their goodbyes. As soon as they parted ways, a notification appeared that the Archmage's stream had started. Now the girl is sure that Ryan is the BJ Archmage. If the Abyss Guild continues to keep him on the hook like this, then she will support him. Tosu needs materials for the quest Tosu's assignment, and to find them you need to kill 10,000 stone monsters, 2,000 iron ones, and 500 precious ones. Ryan got right down to business, and Lucky tried out his new lightning flash. The dog's body changed and the divine being received new power. After resurrection, the hunting speed has changed, although one must not forget about the characteristics of the equipment. Gold said he really wanted to try a new skill, and Silver said that now with the Elder we will defeat everyone. Ryan said to do it next time. Ride is Gold's new skill, which the hero learned when leveling up. Now the Guardian can ride on Silver's back, which takes the form of a beast. Tanking, attack power, and mobility are all good. Ryan will now choose a new power for Lucky. There is nothing to fear even if he draws a bad card. This doesn't mean he needs a bad card, but in a game where you're constantly lucky, you can't let your guard down. Ryan's mouth dropped open in surprise. He didn't even know that such a skill could be pulled out. Michael received another offer from the Chungwan Guild to hold an event. He wonders what they have in mind. In such a short time, they have pumped up their stats quite well. They won't be able to use the same trick as last time, so they'll have to challenge the Archmage directly. The problem is timing. What's the point of rushing to make a proposal knowing that the guild's image has fallen? Even though the Archmage has firmly stated his position, Michael wonders what the Chungwan Guild is aiming for. It's like they're biding their time. The Archmage is completely protected from the hackers the channel hired to check. Their new development is great. Now Michael needs to calmly contact our hero. The quest Toss's mission is completed, and Ryan received the Divine Stone. He didn't ask for it, but he got it as a reward for nothing. Now the hero is thinking about where to use it. Ryan had already spent all his money on gear. He wondered if he should sell the stone and save it again for the move. Suddenly, the director called. Michael said that as an Archmage, he probably already knows that the Chungwan Guild is upgrading its stats. This must have been a reaction to the big match announcement that was recently made live on air. Wait, Ryan said that out of anger about Lucky, and they were serious about having a big match. The director said that the Chungwan Guild had applied for a rematch. Well, it's very difficult to refuse. It was because of this guild that Lucky fell into a state of incapacity. Ryan doesn't think the guild itself expected this, and they already gave him a divine stone as an apology. The hero said that he would go on air soon, but asked to tell them to be careful this time. Michael thought that no matter how much the Chungwan Guild had leveled up, the Archmage wanted to show that his opponents were no match for him. He had been waiting for this, and even warned that if they did it again, the response would be harsh. So much room for thought. Michael said that he would prepare everything, and conveyed that Mr. Asmo also sent a small gift as consolation because of the situation with Lucky. Ryan returned to the Meteorite City and worshipped Asmo in all the known words. Now, thanks to him, the hero has 3 divine stones. If he sells all 3, he will be able to buy a new house. The dream of owning his own home is about to come true. Joyfully, Ryan came to Toss, saying that he had found all the materials. The blacksmith said that the hero seemed to be in a good mood and a new quest had appeared. And how can one not be in a good mood if, thanks to someone, he got back the lost money? But Taz has one last request. Just find him 3 divine stones to create the item he has long dreamed of. Well, sometimes luck runs out. Ryan had to give up his divine stones. Even for an NPC, this is too much. Taz is a crazy bastard. At that moment, a meteorite fell on the city. The meteorite impact field will open in 48 hours. The quest Meteorite has appeared. A unique location has appeared at the site of the fallen meteorite, and it needs to be explored. Back at the Abyss Guild, Merlin heard that Emma had applied for a match as soon as the Archmage's stream ended. She confirmed, saying that she had also sent a request to the Explorers Guild. Merlin asked if she was in too much of a hurry, but the girl said that there was no reason to have a rematch in the Chungwan Guild. The Archmage said that he could accept the challenge at any time, so they needed to deal with it quickly. And they also gave him a divine stone. Now it will be hard for him to refuse. Merlin is worried about whether everything will be okay. Emma assured him that they would definitely deal with him this time, and asked if Merlin hadn't heard Jeremy Wilson's testament. People are actively discussing the meteorite fall. They heard that it was all because of the Archmage. Even a new location appeared. Meteor Crater. Now all the top guilds gather there. They say that the new location will host the match between the Archmage and the Chungwan Guild again. Whose stream is better to watch for this event is a good question. For streamers, this will be a great opportunity to attract viewers. Leo chimed in, saying that of course you should watch the Archmage. His streams always surprise you with something. They are much more interesting than others. Once you enter the meteorite crater, you cannot exit for 24 hours. Various streamers rush there immediately after the opening to get monsters as quickly as possible. The leader of one of these guilds reminded that views are more important than the health of the participants. The orcs have appeared. All the tanks are ready. The guys went on the attack, but the monsters destroyed them with one blow. These monsters are modified ruby orcs. The damage is huge, and the spectators are just mocking the top guild. They lost as soon as they started. But the guys tried not to give up. They still wouldn't be able to get out of here within 24 hours. However, the cowardly guys immediately started logging out. Now this guild has no chance. The other parties are all gone too, but the Chungwan Guild seems to be okay. Jenny told her viewers that they would take a short rest before the next battle. This is their 6th major battle, and the boys look exhausted. The viewers were bored. Even the stream of the Archmage is uninteresting. He has only fought twice so far. People write that he is relaxed so much that he just rides around on an ice golem. Ryan doesn't understand why he didn't encounter any monsters on his way. There's no point in running. He needs to conserve his stamina for the boss as much as possible. Plus, there is a guild of travelers hiding ahead. It is unclear why they are following the Archmage on his heels. The hero will simply try to avoid a clash with them. Ryan told viewers that it won't be easy. Viewers are indignant that everything is so calm with him. On other streams, it's just hell. He told his squad to turn around. Then even the monsters would take pity on him and come out to meet him. Apparently, monsters also recognize solo players. Someone in the chat laughed that the Archmage does not avoid monsters, but on the contrary, specifically seeks them out. Ryan will not look for monsters, but for guilds. This way, he can save stamina and attract interest. So he told those who are having a hard time fighting that he will come to the rescue. Archmage now provides assistance services. Secretary Kim informed the Makes that a request for assistance had been received from the Chungwan Guild. As expected, their request came in faster than the others. The director said to process it. Michael got a call from Asmo, who wanted to postpone the greetings because he was busy. The director might have already learned this from the stream, but the Travelers Guild had entered the game. The Archmage said on the stream that almost 300 people were approaching him, and asked if it was a Travelers Guild by chance. Michael must know the Archmage's information power. He said this to keep the Travelers Guild under control. Thanks to this, Asmo spoke to Venture. Even if it was an Archmage, the outcome could be dire when confronting so many people. Michael asked if Khalid had spoken to the head of the Travelers Guild. Asmo replied that he hadn't negotiated, but simply made a bet with Venture on who would kill the boss first. If our guys lose, they'll report 2 facts about the main scenario, and if they win, they will get free passage to the next location of the desert. In other words, the Travelers Guild will not interfere with the Archmage in the desert, no matter what he does. Emma said that they had nothing to lose in this dispute, and it would be extremely easy if the Travelers Guild united with the Chungwan Guild. 2 facts about the main scenario. It's not that bad. Of course, they can do it that way. Emma didn't even think about such a thing as help from the Archmage. Jenny knew they had no choice, because it is better if other guilds turn to the Archmage. He is their competitor, but she could not help but send a request. And even though Jenny doesn't like to accept it, they easily reach the center where the main boss is. But the audience won't understand why no one is coming in. It's a new location. They're watching because no one knows about the boss's power. Archmage entered the boss room, Divine Meteorite. Camouflage, Polymorph, Jump, Haste are activated when attacking and can be defeated with 29 attacks. The whole trick with this boss is like a game of tag. Ryan doesn't know what kind of boss this is, but whoever defeats it first wins. He starts off a solo raid on a boss with a fireball to get a little feel for it first. There were a huge number of monsters around. The Archmage uses all his power here. He said the playing tag is easy. He will use the same tactics. Gold and Silver use miniaturized, then Gold rides Silver. And Ryan and Lucky start attacking. They will destroy the rest of the mobs with different magic. The hero asked the chat if it was easy. People are impressed when it comes to the salon. The advantage is with the one who first takes a favorable position. Emma is furious. She doesn't understand why the Travelers Guild and Chungwan are busy at all. She paid them, and they just watch everything. They should have at least followed him and made sure that they would definitely find the testament of Jeremy Wilson. Jenny demanded that everyone find the boss, but there were too many monsters to clear a path. She said that finding the hidden boss would be much easier if you clear out the mobs first. It's impossible to find the boss with so many monsters. However, Jenny demanded to find him. They would only be able to figure out who the boss was if they gathered all the monsters together. She started shooting at all the mobs. They shouted at her that they wouldn't be able to handle the aggro of all the monsters, but Jenny told them to hold on as best they could. They had to find the boss faster than the Archmage. Meanwhile, Ryan attacked the Divine Meteor. He told the audience that he would try to set it on fire first. Thanks to the new powers of Lucky, Gold, and Silver, the meteor was defeated. Emma was desperate. Who would have thought that the boss would be a game of hide-and-seek? She asked Jackie if the Chungwan Guild and the Traveler Guild would have won if it was a normal raid. The Archmage acted as if he knew what was going to happen, as if he knew finding the boss wouldn't be a problem. Emma thought she had it all figured out. After all, the Archmage knows something they don't. They need to find out more about him. Emma told Jackie to keep following him, even if it meant hacking him or stalking him. No matter what happens, they need to always be ahead of the Archmage. They must complete the main scenario faster than him in order to find the legacy of Jeremy Wilson. Emma came to Jeremy in the hospital to ask if he had changed his mind. The man smiled that she had come all this way just to ask that question again. He said that his answer would always be the same, because she believes that the main goal of games is simple entertainment. But Emma said that the goal of the game can change depending on the style of the players going through it. Jeremy told Emma that it would be difficult for her to control the game in the direction she wanted because he would not allow it to happen. After Emma's visit, the guild received Jeremy Wilson's covenants. Their contents were simple. It was his legacy that said that the code that would allow him to change the game's characteristics, hidden at the end of the game. The main point of the scenario is to find a map to this key. After defeating the divine meteorite, Ryan received this new item in his inventory. The hero sees such an object for the first time. It allows one to control the meteorite's power. No one understood what it meant. Perhaps meteorite magic. Ryan stopped. It would be difficult for him to act with such high expectations of the audience, so he said that it was just material, and that was where he would end the stream. After this, the hero immediately went to Tosu and handed over the divine stone. NPC asked to give him a chance to work with such a thing. New quest, Divine Stone, opened. You need to ask Tom to improve the pendant and ring with this stone. This is a chance to upgrade the accessories. In fact, it's time to upgrade them, since Ryan isn't sure if he can use only level 80 items. The hero thanked Toss, saying that he was so ashamed of the abuse he had received in the past. In any case, he entrusted him with this task. After some time, the hero returned for his new accessories. Ryan couldn't stop admiring this ring. Tosa's masterpiece, it is now a legendary epic. When using 3 items from the set, it is possible to use the shooting star. And the pendant is also incredible. It somehow combines the power of the cursed creature and the power of the meteorite. Toss said that something unexpected happened during the improvement process. Ryan was surprised because the items turned out perfect. The NPC said that the meteorite's power had mixed with the power contained in the pendant. To use the meteorite's power, you'd have to use up a huge amount of mana. So the problem was the cursed creature. Ryan said everything was fine and thanked Taz for upgrading it for him. Okay, now the hero will put on enhanced equipment and go on to complete quests. Next, you need to go to the abandoned crater and try the power of the meteorite. The quest is a quest, but the hero is still worried about the new skill Falling Star, which he received as a set effect. So he decided to try it. The power of the meteorite is felt throughout the body. It seemed to activate, but it was unclear what effect it had. Ryan thought that maybe this skill worked in conjunction with others, so he decided to try using the fireball. He sent the ball into the sky, hoping that this skill would be useful. And then a star flew back from the sky with great power, creating an incredible explosion. It seems that this is the new power. Michael made sure that the Travelers Guild and Chungwan were under control, even though this was a losing bet for them. They said that the Archmage had an advantage due to the nature of the match, because there was data on the boss, but no. Ryan said he won because he is a BJ Archmage. Michael couldn't stop smiling. As expected, the Archmage was an outstanding person. He was also excited because the stream had 66 million viewers, and the raid was a success. It would be strange if he wasn't excited. And they also got free access to the desert from Venture. Now it doesn't matter what the Archmage will do in the desert, which is watched over by the Travelers Guild. In other words, they can only watch even if they hold a big event there. Michael told Secretary Kim to call the top 10 guilds. The power of the nameless god has become simply insane. According to the new quest, Explosion, Ryan must visit Aveni within 15 days, otherwise the unknown will find him. The hero thinks that he knows how to use the power of the meteorite. And then he was horrified when he read the assignment. Could the unknown person really be the guy he saw in the forbidden area of the Golden Fields? That guy with level 444. That is, if the hero does not find Zvani in 15 days, he will come. So Ryan took the boys and they started running as fast as they could. There was no time. After some time, problems arose. The hero forgot that the next location was the desert. Silver asked if they should not continue running. Here, Gold made comments to him, saying that the owner's actions are always the best choice. Ryan said they were right. Just crossing the desert was pure suicide. It had 2 major drawbacks. The desert is a location dotted with oases that are used as passes. If the hero starts to simply run between them, he will need to pass them to move on to the next location. In other words, it is infinitely huge and the difficulty level is high. But the biggest problem is the surveillance of the Travelers Guild. If they plan to follow the Archmage like they did at the meteorite field, he won't be able to find Eveni in 15 days. And in that case, it could be game over. Now Ryan's main task is to negotiate with the Travelers Guild. Probably he needs to talk to the director, and then Wharton himself called. It was just in time a happy Michael greeted the Archmage. He said that the negotiations with the Travelers Guild were over, and they would not interfere with him in the desert. Ryan is shocked. The director reads minds. Michael said that they even made a contract. The hero asked if they care if he steals the boss mob. After a short silence, the director asked if the Archmage was really going to do this. The hero said that he just asked. If the director said so, then Ryan will succeed. But it is unclear when Michael found out about this. He is a terrible person. The director said he was planning a desert tour. A tour where the Archmage could see if the divine meteorite's newfound power would be a big problem. So he saw that segment of the stream. They needed permission from the Travelers Guild to go on a desert tour, so the director negotiated with them. Michael asked for his opinion. Ryan smiled and said next time just to briefly report the result. He would never betray the director. We moved to an oasis in the desert. Jenny was sitting there and seemed to be waiting for someone. Usually the desert starts from this oasis, so the Archmage must pass here, and then he came running here in a hurry. Jenny stood in front of him, saying that here they meet again. Ryan doesn't know what they are doing here. He doesn't have time. Jenny said that their confrontation at the meteorite crash site had many variables and was not a real duel. It looks like she wants to ask for a new match, and she looks like she'll bite the hero if he refuses. Ryan just walked past, saying he had to go. Jenny yelled that she wasn't finished yet. The hero said that he had very urgent matters. He can't tell her that it's because of the main quest. Needing to change the subject, Ryan said he was getting ready for the tour so Jenny could email all the details and ran off. The girl stands in a stupor. Is the Archmage preparing for a desert tour? Later, Secretary Kim reported that 9 out of 10 guilds had gathered. Only the Abyss Guild was missing. Michael said he wanted to thank the guilds that decided to participate and asked if everyone had heard about the Archmage's tour. The reason he called them all here was to give them a chance to bid for seats on the desert tour. Recently, everyone was interested in the hot topic of tickets for the Archmage's tour, so they prepared this. At first, the guilds offered 1 item each, and then they started doubling the stakes. This is the first time Michael has seen such a race. However, the Abyss Guild manager joined in, apologizing for being late, and placed the royal key. Michael is shocked. He never imagined that such cool items would be offered at such a simple auction. Ryan sat in the cafe in complete panic. He did not expect this. 10 days starting from this moment. The hero must find the NPC Eveni during this time. And also, during the desert tour, he has to adjust to the speed of the participants. So it is unclear whether he will make it in time. But Ryan can't make them run, and he can't openly use his clairvoyance. And what if the tour participants want to suggest a route? Then the hero is finished. And now he can't cancel anything. You can really go crazy like that. Okay. First of all, Ryan needs to get at least a little closer to Eveni before the tour starts. So he asked Leo to prepare his entrance into the game. But then the guy said later there's something important. Ryan reminded him that he's actually a client. It turned out that Leo was watching Merlin from the Abyss Guild channel. He said that the Archmage's tour of the desert was taken over by his guild, and the winning bet was the King's Key. Also, Merlin said that the Abyss Guild would not be directly participating in the tour. They decided that they would show all the broadcasts and recordings from the tour for free, so that everyone could watch it. This means he wants Archmage to play solo. This is great news. Michael is angry. He made a big mistake and set up the Archmage. The Abyss tricked him with this royal key. Their guild got the royal key after they were the first to defeat the Desert King. And after that, it never dropped again. Maybe such an item needs to be used before it drops again. In other words, there is only one such item in God Wars right now, and if someone goes to Eveni with the royal key, it will open the way to the tomb. After passing it, you can reach the sacred tomb. It turns out that Michael forced the Archmage to overcome the desert alone. Asmo called and asked if the director had seen the Abyss Guild broadcast. They must understand what the transfer of the royal key meant. The Abyss used the desert tour as an excuse for the Archmage to go solo on the Royal Tomb raid. Asmo said that this is a dungeon where even the Abyss Guild can't go. They set Michael up. Merlin is pleased. Now that they have traced the route, they need to concentrate properly. Emma said that everything is ready. This is a desert, a location where monsters attack from every crack. Emma said that if the Archmage focused too much on the monsters, it would be difficult for him to predict an ambush. Plus, they can follow him on stream, so they can pick the best time. Merlin asked when they would start acting, but the girls said that they were already acting. They also have 3 royal swords sent. Ryan started a stream. Viewers can't believe he's actually going to walk through the desert alone. There are no monsters in sight. They're hiding under the sand anyway. And then at an unexpected moment, a sand snake emerges. Ryan laughed, saying how unexpected it was, and called Silver. He even had his lines prepared in advance. Silver rushed towards the monster, saying that he didn't dare touch even the tip of his master's finger. After that, Lucky used lightning flash. Meanwhile, Ryan began a series of ice arrows, and thus the sand snake was killed. And also, those 6 guys have been following him for a long time. It looks like they are killers. Rappo donated and asked when the Archmage would finally demonstrate the power of the meteorite to them. Ryan may pretend to be putting on a performance, but in reality he will attack them as if it was not intended and drive them away. So the hero told the audience that he forgot something. Since there are no monsters here, he will demonstrate it simply on the bare sand. The killers didn't understand why he suddenly started casting skills and thought that they were noticed. But they calmed down, thinking that he was just trying out a new skill. Ryan said that meteorite power is a buff that adds physical damage to magic and decided to show it by casting an ice arrow. The killers realized that it was flying in their direction, and they didn't even have time to dodge, although they were at such a great distance, since the ice became much larger. There are now a lot more pieces of ice. This is not a skill, but real cheating. Ryan said he accidentally got rid of a few killers while testing new skills. The audience saw that they had 3 poisoned blades of the Desert King. They are soaked in poison that can easily destroy the body. Ryan said they were good subjects, but people were asking for the truth. He didn't know. He needed to hurry up and change the subject. So now that they've gotten new items, they need to test them. The heroes summoned the elemental warriors. Finally, Ryan almost reached the NPC Evany. She was in the 4th oasis the whole time. The hero gave poisoned blades to the elemental warriors to test them out, and the stream became almost boring because they killed the sand snakes too easily. Fortunately, they were able to reach the place quickly. However, the Travelers Guild established its control here. Perhaps they had appropriated the passage to the Royal Tomb, which even the Abyssal Guild could not clear. But Ryan just walked past the guards. Thanks to the director, free passage through the desert is simply a miracle. The hero entered the Evany abode and saw a beautiful landscape, and from the outside it looks like an ordinary dwelling. Gold and silver were touched by the flowers that bloom here. It was as if they were in a completely different world. This is a flower field in the middle of the desert. Suddenly a voice came from the flower. Evany was waiting for the hero. It turned out to be a little fairy who greeted the hero and asked him to sit on her shoulder. Ryan explained that he was being haunted by an unknown being because of the divine power flowing from his pendant. He asked if there was any way to fix it. Evany said that there are 2 ways to stop the power leak. One is with her flower that she put on Ryan's head. Until the flower withers, it will calm the power of the nameless god. The effect lasts for 15 days. So this quest has a time limit. Another way is to dip the necklace into the royal oasis. A new quest has appeared. You need to find the royal oasis to get rid of the curse. But to get to the royal oasis, you need the royal key, which can be obtained from the Desert King in the sand forest. Ryan got it. Evany was surprised that the hero had already received it. Then it was time for them to leave. The quest was over. It was strange that everything was going so smoothly. They said this location was so difficult that even the Abyssal Guild couldn't get through. Ryan thought that the path to the tomb would be the real main quest. Evany asked where the hero was going. They were going in the other direction. But he thought they were going in the wrong direction. The fairy said there were too many monsters there and she would direct him. They will be able to follow her path without any unnecessary obstacles. Is it normal that everything is so easy? Ryan finished the quest, which was supposed to take 15 days, in 24 hours. I didn't even realize that the quest to the royal tomb would be so easy. but it was all thanks to Iveni. You have to be on your guard when everything is going so smoothly. Suddenly, Ryan noticed that everyone in the cafe had gathered in the lobby. Everyone is watching the Abyssal Guild stream. They uploaded a video of their failure on their way to the royal tomb. Merlin said there were sand snakes the size of multi-story buildings, hundreds of stone scorpions. Just a hopeless battle. There is also a limit of 20 participants in a party. This is an impossible difficulty level. That's why the Abyss Guild asked BJ Archmage to do what they couldn't. As everyone already knows, they handed him the royal key. That's why Merlin said to expect the Archmage's call. It's a massive event that millions are waiting for. Well, yes, everything was going too well. They would never give away such a rare item for nothing. But that's impossible. Ryan needs to hurry before things get out of hand. Merlin said they had thrown a spark. Now they had raised the audience's expectations. Emma said that the Archmage will go on air soon, you can check. And so it happened. The hero immediately started the stream, however. He began to ask the viewers for forgiveness. The last thing people wanted to hear was that he couldn't complete the quest. The Archmage said he couldn't meet the expectations of the path to the royal tomb, since I had already cleared it and arrived right at the entrance. In exchange, the Archmage plans to launch a raid on the royal tomb. The audience is confused. What will they think of the Abyss Guild now? He hasn't even started yet, and the guild has already lost. Merlin is furious. Did the Archmage plan this from the beginning? Emma said that he knew it the moment he got the royal key from them. He just wanted them to make a similar mistake. It turns out that all the Abyss Guild did was publish their guild's failed raid and simply dance to the Archmage's tune. Meanwhile, our hero had already entered the tomb. It was somehow quiet there. And then they found a suspicious-looking door. Ryan inserted the key into the lock and walked in. He really hoped that at least they would have an interesting stream. The audience saw that there was something there. It was the boss, the royal guard. According to the quest, you need to pass his test and enter the royal catacombs. Merlin wrote that they asked the Archmage to do the quest Road to the Royal Tomb, and wasn't it too easy to jump over him? He seems angry. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to change the stream topic to another quest. Merlin wants the Archmage to show the quest now that he got the key. Ryan is in trouble, needs to focus on the boss. He said he was sorry, but they would discuss it after the raid. Asmo asked why the Void Guild was acting like this. The key was given as payment for the desert tour. But now it's not time for that. The boss is about to start the fight. Instead, the Archmage said that he would defeat the Royal Guard alone. Suddenly, the boss jumped to some unimaginable height. Judging by the ease of his movements, he specializes in close combat. The mob is mega fast. Actually, it could be pure suicide, but Ryan can see the place where the boss will land. People knew the Archmage was cool, but not that cool. He attacks with debuffs and manages to dodge everything. The hero said that with his casting on the move and his indomitable will, he could attack while dodging his attacks. He then attacked with Inferno. The guardian of the royal family began the final test. People were already starting to yawn from the tour, but finally got to see the stream that everyone was waiting for from the Archmage. You need to prepare for the ending. Here the boss simply disappeared. He jumped so high that he disappeared from sight. This is called a power landing. Ryan's eyes are easy to dodge, but that would be too boring. The hero said that it's easy to deal with a powerful landing. If he just stands still, the boss will fall on him. People wrote that the Archmage decided to record a suicide stream as an apology. The boss landed, and Ryan disappeared. He was in the air thanks to the recirculation and attacked with hellfire. The hero thought that he would die if the guard pressed him, so he used the jump. Thus the Royal Guard is defeated and the level is increased. The War Dragon gives a choice. Ryan exhaled. He suddenly felt very tired, so he ends today's stream at this point. The hero was nervous but managed to complete it. He thinks there should be at least one legendary here this time, but he was shocked to see that there was not a single colored card. Besides this, he told Gold to change bodies. Emma told Michael to take Merlin's actions as nothing more than a game to lighten the mood. But the headmaster said he had a condition, namely the Great Explosion skill card. Emma sighed and asked if that was all. She said that he came to her right now, but Michael had something else. He thanked for free passage through the desert. The Archmage completed the quest without any particular difficulties. So Michael said they'd need free passage to the next location, too. Emma said if they wanted to make a deal, fine. If Rising Star gives them 3 clues about the main quest, they will take this into account when the Archmage moves to the next location. Michael will talk to the hero. Ryan came home tired from such non-stop streaming. He has to do a stream about the strategy of the royal tomb today. Henry worked constantly. Ryan was indignant because his brother did not even have a full day, and he still worked until dawn. Henry calmly said that he was now working full-time and had also received a raise. The company would pay his hospital bills. His brother said that his company was in the U.S. Suddenly, Ryan received a message from the director. He discussed everything with the Abyss Guild. The hero thought he would first ask him about that incident in the chat with Merlin. And Ryan got 1 free pass. He could have offered the Abyss Guild more. Michael said that the Archmage always exceeds expectations. Our hero wrote that he will give them 4 clues. Gold got a new body, so he needs 1 item. Ryan offered a trade. Later, the hero started streaming. He entered the royal tomb. Last time, he defeated the royal guard, and now he goes deep into the tomb itself. Ryan dipped the pendant into the royal oasis, and the audience asked to see Gold quickly. They had already heard rumors. Now the hero will not be pursued by an unknown entity, so now we can show Gold together with the Desert King set from the Abyss Guild. The free passage was enough, but they also gave the Archmage the Desert King set. Ryan wonders if their guild is really interested in him. Here comes the monster. Time to test the capabilities of the new level. Ryan will demonstrate a solo from Gold. But the monster looks like an NPC. And suddenly he told the visitor that he wanted to ask for something. To protect the royal heritage. A new quest has appeared. Ryan is tasked with protecting the legacy of the Sleeping King in the Sand Forest from the King of the Desert. The Sand Forest event has been created. A strong earthquake has started and the terrain is changing. Suddenly a sand forest appeared. The players thought that it might be because of the Archmage again. They started running away as there would definitely be a very high level of difficulty here. But the boys found themselves already in the middle of the forest and were met by changed sand snakes. Viewers wrote urgent news to the hero's streamer. The desert location had changed to the Sand Forest event. The Archmage had caused trouble again. It's not a monster, it's an NPC. It's all become so confusing. People are asking if there won't be a Gold solo. Anyway, the best thing to do is just go to the Sand Forest. But if Ryan goes there, what about his promise to the Chungwan Guild? Then Jenny said that their match on the meteor field depended on many factors, so she does not consider its results fair. It's complicated. First, the hero needs to change the name of the stream. Ryan told viewers that he thought the King's Tomb was a dungeon, but it turned out to be completely different. There is nothing to do. We will have to go to the Sand Forest, so the Archmage will make a raid on the King of the Desert. But first he will tell about the big match promised to the Chungwan Guild. However, Jenny wrote in the chat that there was no need for this. She decided that it was pointless to decide anything given recent events. So Jenny suggested that they imagine that their confrontation never existed. The viewers were even more upset. They screwed up such content. Ryan is shocked by what suddenly happened. Something needs to be done. There is no choice. Then you have to do everything alone. Viewers did not want to just watch a stream from the desert. Therefore, Ryan said that next there will be hide and seek, a search for the hidden BJ Archmage, like in the lands of the pioneers. There was no winner then. The hero said he would give the prize money to the one who found him in the Sand Forest. Asmo said that it was already interesting to play hide and seek in the event location. He asked if he could also get a cash prize. If he finds the Archmage, he will pay $10,000. Ryan is shocked why Asmo suddenly decided to pay such a huge amount too. Rappo said that the Immortal Guild would also participate. Gustav also joined in. Sasaki Kojiro wrote that they would participate if their guild logo was shown after the broadcast. Michael contacted the Sword Guild and said that they agreed to the terms and that the Rising Star channel would also participate. Now it's all talk. They give $50,000 just for finding the Archmage. However, no one was able to find him in the last hide-and-seek event. But one guy said that now everything is different, because thanks to the live broadcast, you can determine his location in real time. And it's also a chance to get on the stream of BJ Archmage. a chance to be seen on the broadcast, which will probably be watched by more than 100 million viewers. Leo ran in with an urgent announcement. A rumor had spread that one of the top guilds had formed an alliance to win a cash prize. Ryan listened to all this and wondered if this was getting too big. But it was all right, no need to worry. Now was not the time. The hero got a Windcutter card, which he already pulled out when he reached level 200. Cool time is no good for anything, but Ryan is lucky that he has a Big Bang card that was given to him by the Abyss Guild, a skill book received as a reward for the main scenario quest. Master Skill Book and Epic Skill Book, Ryan increases Big Bang rank. And the last book of skill cards is Legendary Epic. It also needs to be used here. Meanwhile, in the Sandy Forest, there were about 10 times more people than usual. Some of the players suggested creating a party for those who had just arrived. The reward is also important, but this is a chance to be seen on the BJ stream of the Archmage. The more people, the higher the chance. The guys asked how many people this guy had in his party, and he answered that there would be exactly 500 with them. And the rumors weren't lying. Most of the pros came here for popularity, not money. But in that party, there are also members of top guilds. Ryan arrived in the Sand Forest, and a new quest appeared. Now he had to destroy the Desert King who had received the power of the unknown. He was surprised how many people had gathered to hide and seek. The hero said that he had one task for today. While he was chasing the King of the Desert, the guys had to find him and take a picture of him as evidence. The reward is prize money and minutes of airtime. 1 minute of live airtime guarantees a surge in popularity. Then Ryan starts. He rushes and says to look for him in 10 seconds. People immediately rushed to where the Archmage had jumped. They pushed and got underfoot. One guy tried to say that it was dangerous here. The trees in the Sand Forest were also made of sand, but he was only pushed aside. And at that moment the guy knew the tree started to crumble. It was such a mess from the very beginning. Ryan drank all the boosters and potions he had, everything he could just to run faster, so they definitely won't catch him. An unimaginable number of monsters have followed him. If the hero is caught, the game is over. Viewers asked if he would run away from them like that the entire game. The Archmage asked his respected viewers not to worry so much. If he keeps running away, the stream will be boring. Why would he do that? He will play hide and seek, and at the same time catch a couple of monsters. In an instant, thanks to teleportation, he found himself on a tree. It seems he decided to fool the monsters. Ryan knew this would happen, so he pumped up his skills in advance. If you teleport, the monsters don't get angry. Now the hero will hunt with the help of dragon heat and a revolver. Asmo wrote that since the Archmage uses a revolver, it means that now there will definitely be a big bang. Ryan didn't expect anything different from Asmo himself. It quickly dawned on him. The hero had made many big explosions. Of course, it was in vain that he had blown up the desert. One of the guys, Lancey, barely crawled out from under the sand, and the Archmage was already far away. He couldn't fall behind. If he didn't catch him this time, he wouldn't be able to meet Sophie. Since he's been playing games, he can't even play normally with her. Lancey has no capital, so even if he works like a dog, no one will pay attention to him. But you can't give up. But then suddenly the forest was completely covered by a wave of sand. The Archmage takes advantage of the fact that there is nothing but sand around him. If there had been a regular forest here, everything would have burned to the ground. Ryan awkwardly said that he himself didn't think it would turn out like this. He simply sat down on the ground and said he would wait in that exact spot for 15 minutes. The winner would receive a cash prize and an interview. Just be the first to arrive. Then there will be a joint broadcast. People began to crawl out from under the sand rubble. Lancey repeated to himself not to give up. He needed to save as many players as possible and organize a team. They just need to apply more force and move forward faster. After a short time, they finally got there. More than Ryan thought. More people than monsters. But it's unclear what the point is, even if he chooses one. If Lancey wanted to get here before the top guild members, then he chose the right method. Some of the players didn't make it at all. There are those who would definitely not have made it this far on their own. But Lancey has gathered people and now stands before BJ the Archmage. He may still lose, but he must attract the hero's attention at any cost. Lancey shouted to the Archmage that their team would take him to the Desert King. Asmo requested this guy's profile. His character's nickname is Lancy. He's very capable, but he failed to show it. He decided to help his guildmates first. It seems his wife supports him. That's why he was so keen on this opportunity. It means he's talented but unlucky. Asmo said that if the Archmage gave someone like Lancy a chance, things would go well for him. After the desert test, he will find many more nuggets like him. Now Asmo understands what the Archmage wants. Apparently, he decided to take everything from the game. Asmo said to write them down too and prepare a small gift. After a while, Lancy said they were almost there. If they went a little further, they would enter the territory of the Desert King. Ryan wondered if this was too much. If there were a lot of players, then hunting the monster was even easier. Now it seemed like he had waited 15 minutes in vain. It was unclear why the guys were helping him. The Desert King is angry at the uninvited guests and finally appears. It turned out to be a large, strong lion in unique armor. Ryan thanked them for the ride, but he would catch the Desert King himself. In the end, the hero quickly defeated the boss, which even upset the audience. Ryan said he was not much different from a royal guard, so he dealt with him quickly. Now that the raid is over, it's time to choose the best player. Everyone thought that it simply had to be Lancy, since it was he who brought the Archmage here. So Ryan congratulated him on being named the best player at the event. The hero didn't think he would find such a talented player in the desert. Ryan told himself that he had to give the boy everything he was owed and not be a cheapskate. So he thought that $3,000 would definitely be enough, but then Asmo intervened. He said he would put a reward on the Archmage instead and sent a staggering $2 million. Ryan is really jealous. He didn't think their improvisation would turn into this. The hero has attracted too much attention. He doesn't know how to explain it to the boss now. Guys were passing by discussing Lancy. The guy showed up on the Archmage's stream just once, and his popularity skyrocketed. People hadn't heard of him before. The top guilds were stealing all the attention. Lancy is a great player. I'm jealous. Not everyone will get $2 million from a rich guy. Maybe the guys should participate in every Archmage event. And it's not just about money. You can become a famous player in an instant. Everyone is talking about nothing but this, and there's more to come. Ryan found himself at the altar of the Desert King. Gold said that if the owner has loyal subscribers who respect him, then he will have the same altars all over the world. Silver also really liked his new body. Great. Now it's time to reveal the unknown treasure they took from the Desert King. There was a relic of an unnamed god. Ryan was surprised that there was only a bottle of potion in there. Suddenly, the egg began to absorb the power of the nameless god, and the hero clutched in pain. Now it is 52% ready to hatch. It is already over halfway through. This shit scared Ryan. Now he has protected the royal heritage from the Desert King. The quest is complete. Suddenly someone started to come out of the altar. But he said that it was not an enemy, but a guard protecting the royal heritage. The quest Royal Potion appeared. Merlin had dinner with Emma. He really likes the main scenario quest. The quest has a level limit. If someone levels up too fast during the quest, he'll have to start over and with a new character. Knowing Jeremy Wilson, Emma isn't surprised. Moreover, God Wars was not initially aimed at commercial success. Merlin said that the result may not be quite right, but it is not that bad. He asked what if they suddenly leveled up the Archmage character. Then he would have to start over. It was a shame, of course, but he could handle it. And Emma asked what if the data about the main scenario quest becomes publicly available after that? What if all the regular players start going through it and block the Archmage's progress? Well, Merlin said they'd have plenty of time before they caught up. He asked Emma what her plan was. She wants to leak the data through the Explorers Guild, but she hasn't decided when yet. It will be funny to see how the main scenario, which previously helped the Archmage so much, will work against him. Meanwhile, there is no news from the Jongyuan Guild. After what happened to Lancy, the Archmage's stream began to be loved by players. It's strange that no one else reacted. Previously, everyone was only interested in the top 10 guilds. But after this event, players like Lancy become known to the world. They are a threat to the top guilds. Be that as it may, Michael thought he should prepare well. He contacted the Archmage and praised him for a good raid on the Desert King. The director said that the players reacted well to the event and suggested organizing such events on a regular basis. This way, viewers will be able to participate in them too. Well, this event was improvised. The Archmage could have had a little more time to prepare. There is no guarantee that another event will be as successful as this one. The hero told Michael that he'd already thought about this and offered to publish the initial data about the main scenario quest. Ryan said that most people already know something. It would be better if they got ahead of others. Michael wonders what they are planning. Do they really want to publish the main scenario quest data too? The Archmage himself hinted to the director about this. Michael said that he would register the event on the channel right now. He needs people who are ready to respond to everyone in real time. First, he needs to find a reliable place for the security department. Ryan entered Ivor's palace. The Meet the Royal Descendant quest is complete. The NPC turned out to be a brute. The guard asked to give him the royal heritage. But Ivor said that it was not necessary. Midas had already passed the guard's test. Now his legacy. The royal potion contains the magical power of the royal family, turning the drinker into a guard. Ivar said that if the bird on our hero's head drinks it, it will turn into a guard. Well, Ryan thought that they would definitely not get any bad advice, so he gave Jackpot the potions and hoped for the best. Now that the bird has become a guardian, the hero needs to choose a new skill for it. There were skills like Dragon Breath, Stigmata, Holy Lightning Strike. These are all legendary cards with cool abilities. Who knew Ryan would have to choose one of them? And then suddenly Jackpot spread his new big wings, telling them to hurry up. They don't have much time. Lancey was streaming in the Ogre Forest. He even dressed up, now he has to fork out some cash. He showed a fight with a level 260 Ogre. After the desert event, the guy needs to show himself. He needs to move forward as fast as possible. Lancey ordered everyone to form up and block the escape routes. After some time, he and his team finally killed the monster. Big Hank donated 10,000 and wrote that it was boring to watch the standard passage. That's why no one needs small guilds. Lancey and his team actually use one tactic. He realized that he needed to show the audience something new. The chat said that the Archmage wouldn't do that. Lancey knew that people would say that, so he acquired a new skill. His team was scared, stopping him since they were not in formation yet. Lancey recently bought a sword skill. You can't hang around in the Ogre Forest for long because the mountains usually like to run away. Lancey pounced on the monster, but he started to run away. The guy ordered to block the retreat route. The mountains then used the death cry to call for help from others, as they do now. Ryan was hunting ogres too. It had been a full half hour and he had only killed 10. It's good, of course, to get a quest from Ivar. He received a letter asking for help in the Ogre Forest. The quest is to kill 3,333 damn ogres and show everyone what he's capable of. At this rate, Ryan will kill 3,000 ogres in about 160 hours. Even if he deals with them quickly, it will take him at least 20 days, taking into account time for rest. And what will people say if the Archmage spends 20 days here? He won't be surprised if half the audience drops out. The quest needs to be completed in at least 10 days. Ryan realized that he would have to resort to something crazy and called his squad. Merlin said it wasn't that easy to level up a minor character. He asked how long it had taken him to get the Archmage back. We'll complete the main scenario quest tomorrow. Emma praised him. She said that before leaking all the quest data, you need to level up the secondary characters and complete the quest in advance. Merlin still has a couple of things to do. Since the quest has a level limit, the more characters Merlin levels up, the better. Emma is counting on his help. He asked what happened to the Archmage. Emma said that they had already made arrangements with the Explorers Guild. The biggest difficulty in the main scenario quest is leveling up quickly, but the ogres are also high level. Emma told the Explorer Guild to start Operation Bird's Nest. They will force the Archmage to level up. And the leader of the operation is a member of the Explorers Guild, Neefel. Their plan is to pretend to help our hero. They will surround the Archmage and he will have no choice but to fight and force him to level up beyond what is acceptable. So Neefel thought that the quest of the main scenario of the Archmage was over. He watched our hero, who was deep in thoughts about completing the quest. He continued to kill monsters with hellfire. Lucky also took part. Neefel thought that the Archmage's streamer was even cooler up close. He told our hero to go to his location and they would help. Ryan never thought that they would send a special squad for him. Probably everything was already agreed with the boss. Since they sent him help, the hunt will go much faster. The hero thought that he should use it while it was available. There definitely won't be a second time. Ryan told Neefel that they were all one and had a cool guild, but he had a stream coming up. The guy thought that the Archmage was hiding behind the stream now, but he won't succeed. Nifel said not to worry. The Archmage can calmly start broadcasting. Ryan asked if it would be okay if he behaved as usual. Since everything is fine, the hero started streaming. The audience saw that the Archmage and the Explorers Guild were together. They sent a detachment especially for him. Ryan greeted everyone, saying that thanks to the help of the guys from the Explorers Guild, the hunt would be more interesting. But killing 3,333 ogres to complete the quest is not enough. People are shocked. What kind of quest is this? Ryan said that if he does it like everyone else, he will spend too much time. But now he has helpers, so he will force the ogres to use the death cry. Let the hunt begin. And then the monster began to call other orcs. Even if the Archmage takes out the quest, what will the Explorers Guild do? They came to his rescue. They won't kill the ogre crowd. Let them at least bring them to the Archmage. That's who's going to have a hard time right now. Nifel told everyone not to be afraid and to stand in their places. No one would dare to tarnish the honor of the guild. Their task is to gather all the ogres and take them to the Archmage, who must focus only on the hunt itself. Nifel said they would catch the ogres for him. Viewers think that they will probably never see so many ogres anywhere else. However, something quickly happens. Now, I wish there was a healer in the team, but the Archmage doesn't have one. Ryan incinerates monsters with hellfire. They wrote in the chat that Silver, it seems, has already dealt with the ogre who used the death cry. But no, he hasn't been killed yet. Silver is simply being beaten up there, and the audience is afraid that he might be killed. And then Ryan commands Jackpot to do Holy Lightning. It's needed for long-range healing. Silver's life energy has been restored. People don't understand when Jackpot got this skill. Right. The ogre hunt had completely taken Ryan's mind off it. They had some time before the other mountains came rushing in. So the hero introduces the new healer of their team, Jackpot. The bird glows and also changed shape. He is now a guardian. Jackpot told the gentleman that he was making too much noise and that he should concentrate on hunting. Nifel is shocked. The Archmage presented everyone with a new version of Jackpot, while he himself was fighting 4 orcs. The audience gets goosebumps. It seems that the Archmage has almost gathered all his forces. There are fewer ogres. Our hero has more time to catch his breath. Nifel is furious. They are being laughed at on the other side of the screen. He asked his team what they were messing around with and told them to lure the ogres faster. The boys are currently leading 15 monsters. That's not bad. The Archmage needs to bring as many ogres as possible at once. Suddenly, several monsters nearby regenerated. Nifel was dumbfounded. They were in big trouble. He had completely forgotten about regeneration. 15 ogres are coming this way, plus some have regenerated. If any of them use the death cry now, they're all gone. The worst has happened, Code Red. Meanwhile, Ryan said that thanks to the Explorers Guild, the level has increased quickly. If he were alone, it would definitely not have worked out so quickly and effectively. Gustav wrote that who would have thought that leveling up in God Wars would be so easy? Ryan noticed that there were more ogres. He thought that Nifel and his squad wouldn't raise the alarm just because some of the ogres had regenerated. I'm sure the problem is in the team itself, but you can't show everyone that the Explorers Guild has problems. Ryan said that he had already shown the viewers a lot about how the Explorers Guild works, and the broadcast somehow dragged on, so see you next time. Since the guys were sent for VIP assistance, Ryan now needs to help them too. The hero said goodbye and said that he would try to make the next broadcast even cooler. Asmo said that the Explorers Guild's reputation must have suffered greatly this time. They miscalculated and are now in danger, even though they were sent to help. Their client, the streamer Archmage, saved their asses, and he even showed it on his stream. Michael said that the Explorers Guild dug its own grave. Asmo admitted that the Archmage's plan was indeed something. Thus, Ryan completed the quest. Nifel's squad barely caught up with him, although they all have a high level. The guy does not understand where the Archmage gets so much agility from. Our hero thanked them. For the first time, he completed the quest so quickly. Suddenly, NPC Pioro appeared, who came after hearing about the great hunter who killed 3,333 ogres. Ryan timidly approached, saying that it was him. Then Pioro asked if the hero would fulfill his request. A new quest, Ogre Hunter, appeared. We must listen to Pioro's request and save the man from the mysterious garden. Emma said that they had achieved their goal to some extent. After all, the Archmage had leveled up much faster than he had expected. True, as Merlin said, they didn't take into account that he would complete the main scenario quest. So now it's a secret garden. This time the hero has to find someone. The secret garden is a forest infested with ogres. Emma said they are taking a huge risk to get the Aegis Orb. They provoke the Archmage and deliberately increase the difficulty level of the quest. And Merlin likes their plan. Ryan's already there. He knows the locations of everyone he needs to find, so there's not much to show, which is bad, especially now. This time he has to give it his all in all for this nonsense. The hero greeted the viewers. They didn't understand what he was whispering there. Someone in the chat wrote that he was crawling on the ground because he finally understood where his place was. Ryan said that he was currently hiding from a horde of ogres. Now he needs to find the non-player character Seva, but the mysterious garden is teeming with ogres. They gather in groups. So the hero gave us a scare. Sorry, but people just don't have his miracle eyes. Ryan not only sees where NPCs are hiding, but also groups of orcs. He even sees their ranks. But we need to pretend that the Archmage is looking for Seva and save other characters along the way, and kick some orcs' asses. The audience needs to see the hero fight. He needs to stretch out the time so he will save Seva last. Merlin wrote to the Archmage that he was so cautious and somehow not like him. It smells like a provocation. Why did Merlin suddenly show up? The Guildmaster asked the audience if they weren't bored themselves and suggested that they make some noise. They should celebrate his return. People started supporting Merlin, otherwise why play at all? The Archmage they knew would have completed this quest normally. Oh, and it all started so well. Asmo asked in the chat why Merlin would provoke the Archmage. It looks like he's standing up for our hero now. Asmo said that their Archmage wouldn't fall for it so easily, and Merlin should pay him well for it. Merlin wrote that he was, of course, ready. He would give the weapon that the Keeper Jackpot could use. Asmo realized that he was talking about the Aegis Sphere now. Ryan is shocked. This is the best utility item of all. Only up to level 300, but still. Merlin promised to tell how to get the Sphere of Aegis. This information cannot be bought for any money. He asked the Archmage's opinion. Our hero said that of course the audience is bored watching it now. How can Ryan refuse such a wonderful challenge? Michael thought that the Abyss Guild had planned everything. Only they knew how to get the Aegis Sphere. And only 7 of the top 10 guilds knew about it. Looks like they're trying to level up the Archmage any way they can. Can't sit back. Ryan actually went to fight. Silver grew bigger and started ramming the monsters. And the fire golems and warrior spirits hold off the ogres. It's like hunting in the Explorers Guild. The hero said that it was all true. He had learned while watching them. First, he would deal with the ogres that were lagging behind the group. Then, when a normal number of ogres had gathered, Ryan made a big explosion. Emma is pleased. Indeed, at this rate, the Archmage will level up in no time. But Emma said that it was too early to celebrate. Of course, it's unlikely, but still, if our hero finds Seva earlier, he won't need to hunt anymore. Ryan showed that there was a non-playable character there. Merlin and Emma were shocked that it happened so quickly. The hero approached Seva, saying that he had come to save him. However, the old man turned out not to be Seva. This is another NPC. Emma said that the Archmage started the quest less than half an hour ago. It would be strange if he found him right here. But the character still thanked me for saving him and gave me a unique book of master skills as a reward. Merlin said that since there are several NPCs in the location, there should be more traps as well. Emma said that this quest might be much more difficult than they think. After some time, Ryan found another character, but it was not Seva, but he received 2 skill books, one unique and one rare. Asmo wrote that the Archmage had taken possession of something very valuable. The spirit of a low-class warrior. Now it makes sense. The hero can now upgrade it to a middle class. The Book of Master Skills will help summon a middle-class spirit, and once Ryan summons him, he will receive a legendary skill and will also be able to summon a spirit knight. Damn right. But the hero doesn't have any summon cards for either the middle-class spirit or the knight spirit. Asmo said he had a bunch of cards lying around and sent them to the channel. This is crazy. How can there be a Spirit Knight summoning card lying around? Asmo wants the Archmage to summon the Spirit Knight at all costs. Ryan told the audience that they were winding down for today. They were doing some reorganization, and then they would continue on with the quest. Leo informed everyone later that the Archmage was streaming again. This was his second broadcast today. At the very beginning of the stream, there were already 83 million viewers. Perhaps Ryan will reach 100 million today. For that to happen, he needs to push even harder. The hero announced to the audience that their team was now complete. 10 lower-class fire spirits, and they all had legendary weapons in their hands. Only Asmo and Genie can give you such items. Ryan gave everything to get this. And the hero also has middle-class fire spirits there. Now he pulls out all the aces from his sleeves. The hero decided to add some fire and summoned a spirit knight. The number of viewers increased by 5 million. Ryan introduced the audience to his legion of fire warriors. It looks amazing. He didn't spend so much money on the potion for nothing. Well, now they've met. Now it's time to hunt. Let the cry of death be heard everywhere. For the first time, viewers see so many ogres in one group. There are more than 20 of them. Now, for the first time, both the Night Spirit and the lower-class spirits, Silver and the Fire Golem, are all fighting together. Already 93 million viewers. The ogres are coming, Ryan said. It's time to see their full firepower. The middle-class spirits started shooting at the ogres, which made me feel sorry for them. However, the spirits of the middle class alone cannot defeat the ogres. Their strength is clearly not enough. But Ryan reassured them that they weren't done yet. It was time for the combo, Shooting Star and Fireball. The audience got goosebumps. It was a whole sea of fire. The Archmage killed all the ogres at once until he was shaking. Ryan said that there really were a lot of them. People see for the first time that someone has caught more than 20 ogres at once, and he eventually defeats them all. The screen shows that more than 100 million viewers have tuned in. Ryan is happy. He showed everything he can do. He thinks it's time to wrap it up. But suddenly he saw an NPC by the tree. He approached and asked the man his name. The man introduced himself as Seva. He had finally found him. Ryan said that Pioro asked to be saved. Seva asked if he was okay. The man felt relieved that Pioro was okay. Seva gave the book as a gift, saying that it was not enough for saving him, but still asked to accept it. However, the book was of a different color. Jackpot also said that something was fishy here. Seva shouted that we need to leave here. A terrible monster lives here. A two-headed ogre is gathering an army. It looks like a monster with its own army. How is the Archmage supposed to stop it? No way. He decided to finish the quest as planned. He needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Ryan told the viewers that they were all playing because there was so much to see. But he had already decided what the next stream would be called. He should probably find out about the main scenario quest himself. Oh right, the Archmage said to look forward to the next stream. It will be a truly big event. The stream will be shown on the Rising Star channel. Asmo asked if they had failed. Michael replied that they remembered what was supposed to happen at the end of God Wars. There was nothing else to do but be especially careful. The game was developed by Jeremy Wilson. Asmo said that in the face of death one must be careful. It is quite natural. Yes, all that remains of a person after death is his will and legacy. Michael realized that this was Jeremy Wilson's legacy. He began to wonder if the Archmage had figured everything out and responded to the Abyss's provocation. But how could he decide to do such a thing, knowing about everything? The Chungwan boy asked Jenny what they were going to do. She said they needed to catch a two-headed ogre. The boy thought she was suggesting they steal it. But no, of course not. We have to fight him, but no one knows where, when, and how exactly he will appear. Jenny said it didn't matter how exactly. The main thing was that whoever found it is the owner. She doesn't care how much the Archmage knows. No one knows where or when the boss will show up. But Ryan sees that there are 14 hours left until the boss shows up. He was rewarded with teleportation for reaching level 240. The skill itself is not bad, but they messed something up. It's just an escape route, but Ryan doesn't really need it. But then he saw that if he upgraded to the legendary epic level, the hero couldn't believe that this was even possible. The army of ogres that the Archmage summoned is finally here. People panicked and started telling everyone that a two-headed ogre had appeared. One of the teams said to attack. It was their turn to be famous for a brilliant victory. Many small and large shells have logged in, but the Archmage has not yet entered. There was no notification from Rising Star either. Chungwan wondered if something had happened to him. There was no news from their rival, the Central Plain Guild, either. Jenny came and asked if they had to wait for the Archmage like that. She didn't want the glory to go to just one person, and so it will be if this someone attacks the two-headed ogre before the others. Chungwan stood up. Jenny was right. They began to prepare for battle. They wanted to steal the boss from the Archmage. Chungwan has studied the formation of the ogres, and there is only one way to defeat them. The entire team must fight their way through the horde. Their target is the boss, right in the center. Jenny thought they could easily get through them if they acted quickly. But ideally, they lacked fire. You can't take the two-headed ogre with just your agility. In order for Chungwan to maintain her advantage and get to the center, everyone needs to apply maximum force. Ryan greeted the audience. He apologized for being late. Now he needs to catch up on everything he missed. Spectators wrote that no matter how fast he would still not have time to catch up with the others. But the Archmage assured that he would. He said it was quite possible if he sped up and ran alone. Asmo asked how the hero would catch him alone. Ryan replied that he would see everything himself and used acceleration. Chungwan already knows that the Archmage has logged in. They need to catch the ogre before he does. Jenny said to keep in line and not stop. The Archmage is still far away. Chungwan already has the advantage. Even if the Archmage is already rushing here, it's too late. Her teammate apologized and said that the Archmage had set off in pursuit alone and had already attacked. Ryan is now using double boost and is racing at crazy speed. But people are wondering what he is going to do alone. Meanwhile, the hero has already found a two-headed ogre. He attacked him as soon as he saw him. It looks like Ryan will really fight him alone. Indeed, the hero realized that he was in such a hurry that he even attacked first. The two-headed ogre's skills are summed up from the skills of all the other ogres. If he is alone, his stats will be lower. If so, Ryan will continue to attack. It remains to be seen whether he will catch him alone. But who told people that the Archmage will catch him alone? When the boss started to hit, Ryan quickly used teleport. Someone wrote that he decided to run away. But that's nonsense. He just called his team. The audience is shocked. You can't teleport without the help of a mage. Ryan said that once he updated the card, using the teleport became much easier. He also got the rest involved. Now they'll quickly kick the ogre's asses before the others arrive. The hero said that together they'll definitely win. Jenny apologized to Emma for another failure. The woman said that next time there would be no room for error. Jenny nodded, saying that the next hunt was the guild's last chance. Since they were inferior to the Archmage in firepower and speed, it was unclear how they would defeat him next time. Meanwhile, Ryan has completed the quest, defeated the two-headed ogre, and a new item has been added to his inventory. It was a relic of a nameless god. As soon as the hero opened the chest, the egg began to absorb the power of the nameless god. Again? Ryan has been lucky with rewards lately. Suddenly, the egg's properties revealed that it would unlock the power of the dragon if the hero found the non-player character Hawk Wan. Suddenly, a wyvern appeared with a letter from the king, frightening the protagonist. A new quest, Letter from the Kingdom of Tunga, appeared. We need to get a letter from King Tunga and answer it. Ryan was inspired. Maybe this time he'll get a decent reward. Wyvern said to go to the White Forest immediately. Michael greeted the channel's viewers. Today he will reveal all the details of the big event that the Archmage spoke about. And this is the starting location of the main scenario quest. Michael began to explain that the secret lair of the Goblin Shaman was in the village, the starting point of the quest. All the guilds listened attentively. After exploring the area, people will gain access to the Nameless God's quest, the first quest of the main scenario. Emma is furious that this is happening now. The ocean waters have opened up. This has happened for the first time since the launch of God Wars. They say that now all the top guilds are going out of their way to assemble expeditions for the main scenario quest. Asmo asked where they could go. Now they wouldn't have time to think about anything else. The assistant asked Khalid why he thought they revealed the main scenario quest's starting location now. Asmo said that someone had to do it. The first could well have been the Abyss Guild. The Archmage managed to figure them out and decided to act ahead of the curve. Asmo is betting on him. He is advancing faster than anyone else in this game. Asmo said that they themselves don't really know how the game will end. But for now, the Archmage is the closest to the end. I wonder what's going on in his head. People became active, which meant there would be a lot of advertising. The Archmage wondered when they would talk more about the main scenario quest. Mia ran up to her uncle and showed him the drawing. Ryan asked if it was him, but the girl said it was the one on the other side, the one with the crooked face. If you think about it, Mia already has a lot of her own things. It's time for her to get her own room. That way she'll have her own space that she can manage herself. Henry came home. He was supposed to work from home. Ryan was indignant. Was his brother really being forced to go to work in his condition? Henry said the boss wanted him to look at something. Ryan asked if he was exploiting it too much and what he went to see. And Henry said that for their new apartment. The company said that they would cover the deposit. Then Ryan told his brother to work as long as he had the strength. Suddenly the hero received a message from the channel. The Central Plain Guild offers to fight in the White Forest. In case of victory, they ask for 3 wishes. When Ryan and his squad were fighting the two-headed ogre, he called everyone and put on a great show. But because of the summons, a lot of mana is spent. The hero could only watch. He couldn't even attack normally. But the audience knows about it. They started writing that they expect something more from the Archmage in the White Forest, and he was just showing off. Now the audience expects more. Not only that, Ryan still has to cross the flower of one businessman. This crossing is the only way to the White Forest. If the hero attacks here, people will compare expectation and reality, and then there will be complete humiliation. Ryan will not be able to cope due to lack of mana. Even now he has very little mana. He wants to go back to the past when he did not bother with streaming. Suddenly, someone came up to Ryan from behind. It was Azio from the AAA Guild. She asked if she wanted to cross over with them. Cross over with a top guild? Wait, if Ryan crosses over with Azio, he'll be on their side, sort of. And he won't have to fight at full strength. Then his reputation won't be in any danger. It's also good for Azio. She'll be much more popular after that. Ryan laughed. 2 birds with 1 stone. But he didn't think that the plan would fail. Azio shouted that they would side with the Archmage and he could calmly conduct his stream. Azio kept yelling at him where the monsters were. Yeah, he wanted the best, but it turned out as usual. Who knew that this Azio was an ardent fan of the Archmage? The right moment came and he began to attack. Ryan defeated the Red Orc Mage and leveled up. The hero continues his level. He has the Sphere of Aegis, due to which the power of the dragon is available to him. Azio said it was such an honor to see the Archmage use the power of fire live. Of course, the success of his next stream depends on it. The hero told the people to just trust him. Suddenly a quest appeared over Lucky. That's right. They all need to believe in luck. Ryan reached the White Forest. It will be easier this time. They are lucky that the quest is in this forest. If this were somewhere in the Ogre Forest, elite aid troops would not be enough for them. Lucky will level up after killing 100,000 monsters. Ryan would never kill 100,000 ogres. Compared to ogres, those ants usually swarm together in hundreds. So killing 100,000 isn't such a big deal. Ryan told Lucky to go level up. He helped along with gold and silver. They continued killing ants for some time. And finally Lucky is full of divine power. Ryan's divine beast, Lucky, has a new divine power available. The hero chose an incredible card, saying that they will now light up. Finally, it was all over and they picked an awesome skill. Fenrir, mythical beast. First skill card, human form. When the beast is in human form, all of its master's items are available to it. Who would have thought of such a thing? All viewers will be Archmage. According to the quest, White Forest, you need to find the Royal Explorer. And then the hero was called out by a boy. He asked if it was his squad that the king had sent. Ryan found him much faster than he thought. Our hero said that everything was so, and he was here by order of King Tunga. The researcher asked if the hero would help him. He explores the area. The guy must figure out how to stop the spread of giant ants. A researcher has discovered that divine power emanating from a hidden underground temple is preventing the ants from advancing. Looks like he's talking about the Temple of Aegis now. Even the Abyss Guild took 2 days to capture it. But the temple guards are very strong and the guy can't even enter there. Since they need to go to the Temple of Aegis, this is the perfect opportunity to show everyone Lucky's new skill. But even if this is the first video of its kind, viewers will be bored watching it all day. Ryan will have to stay there for too long. The hero thinks what he should come up with. And then the guy gives him a map that will lead to a secret passage. Thanks to this map, it will take much less time to complete the quest. Jackie reported that the Central Plains Guild said they needed more time. Emma said to tell them not to worry about it. With the time to prepare for the quest at the Temple of Aegis, and also the completion of the quest itself, it will take him about 15 days for everything. Even if he goes through it without a break, 10 at best. Emma asked to tell them that it would be better to unite with the Scarf, Red Serpent, and Qingliang guilds. This graying is Jenny's chance to stay afloat. But then Jackie saw that they were writing that the Archmage would be streaming from the Temple of Aegis in a week. Secretary Kim asked if the Abyss Guild would allow them to make public how to obtain the Aegis Orb. Michael said that even if they didn't, they would do it anyway. They were almost to the end of the game, and the scorekeeper needed their opponent's approval. But the man said that the Abyss might have something to say about it. Michael said that of course they would, and then they would ask them for the Tempest skill card in exchange for non-disclosure. Secretary Kim thought that it was wrong to talk about the boss like that, but he was a real scoundrel. Michael said they'll have to release it anyway. It's all been decided. The Void Guild gives permission for the Aegis Temple stream. Michael called Asmo and said they had this awesome stream coming up, and asked what he would like to advertise. In exchange for advertising, a skill card storm. The stream is already starting. This time the Archmage will show what a good solo player means. He trumpeted about it from all the cracks. The broadcast has begun. Rappo, Gustav, Sasaki, Kohiro, everyone has been waiting for this stream and hopes that the Archmage will cope. Ryan greeted everyone. He said that the stream had just started and everyone was already in excited anticipation. The Archmage hopes that everyone is glued to their screens now. How could it be otherwise? Who was luring people here in every possible way? But here our hero bowed, saying that he would hardly show the power of his fire today. In the Temple of Aegis, they would see something else. Namely, today Lucky is at the center of events. Now he can turn into a human. Of course, this doesn't mean that Ryan won't be participating in the stream today. He was asked to step aside because Lucky was blocking the view. The Temple of Aegis is a dungeon consisting of long tunnels that are somewhat reminiscent of subway tunnels. In this narrow labyrinth, the magician is practically powerless. If he suddenly conjures something wrong in this narrow dungeon, then his team will also suffer. The monster came running and Ryan told Gold and Silver to deal with it. Who knew that the underground Temple of Aegis would be like this? If it weren't for Lucky's new ability to turn into a human, they would definitely have a hard time. The hero won't be able to do much magic here. Now Ryan said it was their turn to attack. Let the rage flare up, and then several fire spirits appeared. And the icing on the cake is the flash of lightning from the humanoid Lucky. Thus they defeated the bull spearman. It was so cool that Asmo couldn't help but donate. Ryan reached level 250 and was given the chance to choose a card. The hero shouts that he is about to receive a reward card, but the audience doesn't really care. Ryan asked if they weren't interested in what card would come up. What if he got the Storm? He said he would immediately put the card up for auction at a reasonable price. The chat started laughing, asking if the Archmage himself believed that he would suddenly get a Storm. They were right. Gold cards are always legendary skills. Ryan feigned surprise, and he said that he really did get a Storm. It's a good thing Ryan has one of these cards from the president as payment for advertising. As promised, Ryan will put this card up for sale. It would be funny if it weren't so sad. The hero is furious that in this damn game he only gets lucky when he shouldn't. So, not an hour had passed, and they reached the boss's room. They went through a secret passage. And now they come in. Just like that, without preparation. But Ryan told the audience not to worry so much. He pointed to that shield on the altar. The battle will only begin when the hero touches the Aegis shield. This shield increases the boss's defense, so the first thing you need to do is destroy it. Then whoever destroys the shield will become the boss's target until he is killed. In short, this trickster will pursue only one goal until the end. Someone asked if they could tap the shield every time and switch attention to themselves, and what if it has higher defense? Ryan can still damage it. But he said he wouldn't underestimate 498% defense. Then he was told to quickly destroy the shield and attack immediately. That's what Ryan decided to do, but he froze for a moment. He looked at the properties of the Aegis shield. It says that after destruction, it is impossible to get the skill card Aegis shield. If the hero does the same as in the Abyss Guild, then what kind of Archmage is he? Ryan will attack, keeping the shield. People are shocked. No one believes that a magician can even attack first. It would take a lot of effort to even scratch the boss, but Ryan dodges it deftly. They wrote in the chat that even if Silver and Gold rush to defend, the monster will still target the Archmage. It turns out interesting. That's why people watch his streams. It was Lucky's time. He was supposed to outweigh the boss's power, but the monster didn't give a damn. The audience doesn't see it, but Ryan does. The boss's health has been significantly reduced. Lucky will soon return to his previous form, but the hero has already become familiar with the boss's data. The werewolf mod is disabled and Lucky is back to being Fenrir. Now it's Ryan's turn and his Inferno. Meanwhile, he asked the dog to divert attention to himself. Lucky touched the guard and switched his attention. Everyone remembers that there is magic that can penetrate any defense. And this is Hellfire. They wrote to Ryan that he should have conjured it earlier, since he was going to do it anyway. But to use Hellfire, he had to first study the Guardian's data. Lucky suffered in vain. However, that's not all. There's still something very important left, the Storm. And finally, Ryan added Hellfire. Thus, the hero defeated the Guardian of Aegis. He didn't even have to destroy the shield. Suddenly, viewers began writing en masse that Lucky had something in his teeth, and it was that very shield of Aegis. Ryan, a lousy actor, made a maximally surprised look. Aegis' shield protects allies, meaning that while the shield is active, allies cannot damage each other. Ryan initially thought it might be a glitch, but it is a real action. It's too early to tell everyone, so he told viewers that he got an incredible item and will do a separate stream to show how the shield works. The audience didn't understand what he was throwing at them and asked to show it now. Asmo asked how much it would cost. Ryan was sorry, but he would show it later. If he showed it now, God knows what would happen. The hero said that he was very sorry to disappoint all those who were waiting for this, but he promised that he would talk to the channel, and in return, he would post a video with the passage of the main scenario quest. Viewers wrote that this skill is so rare that the Archmage shares the main scenario quest walkthrough instead. Ryan said that was all for today and said goodbye. Now we can see what they got. It was the Aegis Sphere, which contains the power of the Aegis and nourishes the Guardians. It increases wit and mana. Ryan handed the sphere to the researcher. Now it was clear to him. It turns out that the sphere's power scared away the giant ants. But the NPC said that it wasn't enough. Phew, the hero thought that the character would pocket the sphere for himself. The researcher handed over the item and said that war seemed inevitable. They had heard that something was wrong with the giant ants lately. There was a war between the queen ants. Sooner or later, the Ant Empress would come and lead all the giant ants. Ryan asked if all that was needed was to defeat the Empress. But if everything were so simple, the king would not have sent the hero here. The NPC said that he would ask His Majesty for help and hoped that Ryan would hold out until then. The new quest, Ant Empress, requires you to hold back the ant army until the king sends reinforcements. This means you need to defend yourself, not attack. The Ant Empress will attack in 72 hours. People were discussing that there was a commotion in the White Forest. The Ant Empress would attack there. The Archmage had tried again. It was unclear what he was up to. He was only causing a stir. Ryan began to think about how he could kill two birds with one stone. He needs to stand up to the Ant Empress, and at the same time show the full power of the Aegis shield on the stream. The last broadcast alarmed people. He needed to think about how to handle this. Ryan thought it would be better not to even try to kill the Ant Empress. After all, he hadn't received such an order. He just needed to survive. Suddenly, Leo ran up to the hero, frightening him and shouting about the news. It was about the announcement of the Chungwan Guild. They demanded to arrange a race with the Archmage, who would defeat the Ant Empress faster. An hour earlier, in the White Forest, Chungwan was already aware of the Archmage's new task, to hold off the Ant army. The boys asked if they hadn't been told to take a 4-hour break. Jenny said that everything is correct. To complete the task, you need to withstand the defense. You do not need to defeat the Ant Empress. Therefore, the Archmage's goal is to hold out against the endless horde of monsters. Jenny said that he would most likely decide on something more, so we need to provoke him and make him compete with them. Who will be the first to catch the Empress? But the guy said that the point of the mission was just to withstand the onslaught. He asked if they were going to kill the boss of this mission. Jenny said it would be a great final shot. Everyone wants to see the Archmage's reaction. Besides, there are also the Scarf, Bloody Serpent, and Qinliang guilds here. Jenny said that they will definitely defeat some ants even with such a lineup. Ryan is in despair. It couldn't be worse. Who knew that Chungwan would do something like this? So, fighting them would be too reckless, and how would that look? But the guild itself is acting recklessly. Ryan sped up alone and had no problems, but the guild will have a much harder time. The chance of winning is about 70%. The hero thought about maybe playing dumb and agreeing, but Rising Star had done too much for him, giving him items, stream ideas, advertising, etc. Ryan needed to talk to them. So he immediately called Michael. He was surprised, as he had not heard from the Archmage for a long time. The hero said he was calling about the Chungwan Guild. Michael said that trying to kill a monster when the goal of the mission is just to hold the line is extremely dangerous. Ryan knows this, so he asked if he should surrender to the guild rather than refuse the competition. If he refuses, he certainly won't lose anything, but fighting on their side is a dubious idea. Michael asked if the Archmage really wanted to surrender to them. Of course, he wouldn't sit on his butt. Michael realized that the hero had something in mind. The loser must fulfill the winner's will. So Ryan said that he would hunt the Ant Empress together with the Chungwan Guild. He turned on the stream, met with them, raised the white flag, and said that they surrender. No one expected this, including Jenny. Everyone came to watch the hunt. In any case, Ryan thought that it would be too hard to give up alone, so he gathered people. Who would have thought he would do something like that? Jenny said she didn't understand. You never know until you try. But the hero said that in return he would fulfill any order of the Chungwan Guild. Healing, attacking. He is ready for anything. People write that this decision was clearly difficult for him. Anything. Jenny wondered what the Archmage was planning this time. But still, she smiled and waved her acceptance of his terms. She said that they would hunt the Ant Empress, and for their goal they were ready to do anything. Ryan knew it. She was willing to take the risk, even though they would lose a lot of people. So the hero asked her what she would order. Jenny ordered to pump the level. She knows that this is his weakness. Now she is sure that the Archmage is in her hands and will definitely not escape his fate. The Ant Empress event has begun, and during it, all experience points gained will be increased by 30%. For the next 4 hours, all players in the White Forest must work together to survive. Chungwan told the tankers not to spare their lives. If the defense was broken through, they would be finished. There were some unimaginable numbers of monsters. Ryan fights on the side of their guild but does not understand why he is then treated as a VIP player. One of the leaders of Chungwan asked why the Archmage stood up. The last blow was his. 20 minutes ago, Jenny was explaining that the Ant Empress was their only target. In other words, they'll use the ants, and the Archmage will deal with them. She wonders how he'll get out of this one. Ryan looked scared, asking if all the experience points would go to him. Jenny replied that they had no use for them. She repeated once again that their only target was the Ant Empress. The girl noticed that the Archmage was somehow gloomy and thought that maybe he had guessed. He was probably afraid of leveling up and not getting to the main quest. Ryan thought he had to hold on. He was on the side of the Chungwan Guild now. He couldn't just smile from ear to ear. What would they think? Jenny asked if the Archmage was going to back down at this point. She was very curious, especially seeing his state. Ryan timidly said he agreed. The guild had come all this way so that he could complete the quest with everything ready. They would obviously be upset if the hero didn't show them everything he was capable of. Of course, Ryan about the Aegis shield. Chungwan tried not to use mass destruction magic because if the tankers were damaged, it would be the end for them. The allies would also be hit. But someone still caused a snowstorm. Everyone got mixed up, both friends and enemies. Lucky gold and silver distract the ants. And the Archmage really did summon a blizzard. Viewers write that he decided to kill everyone there. Ryan said not to worry so much. He will finally show the shield of Aegis. A protective dome appeared around Lucky and Silver from which all attacks bounced off. This way they quickly defeated monsters. The hero can attack without harming his allies. Ryan didn't give a damn, he leveled up. The Aegis shield was a hit with everyone, that's great. But they only started recently, and the hero is already leveled 258. Viewers write that if the Archmage has even a drop of conscience left, he will let the others earn some experience points, and the guild's help is just an excuse. Hell, Ryan was thinking the same thing. He was thinking maybe he should pretend he was out of mana potions and just stand back. Ryan told the audience that he had already killed so many ants, but he had no mana elixirs left. It looked like he would have to stop. But then a member of Chungwan came running with a whole bag of elixirs. Jenny said that even if it was temporary, the Archmage was still part of their guild, so let him continue to attack. He might know if he needed anything. Looks like they won't leave Ryan alone until the very end. We need to control the pace. The fighting ants have appeared. Now the real fight will begin. This is a very difficult level. Experience points gained increased by 45%. Spectators are delighted that this task gives more points. Winged ants have also appeared. This is complete trash. Jenny ordered the tankers to hold the line and the rest to focus on the flying ants. Ryan is already at level 266. Leveling up is still easy, although it should be the other way around. Jenny told the Archmage to take care of the main ant army. At that moment, the stats of all giant ants increased by 33%. The moment has come when the Ant Empress appears. Now the experience points gained are increased by 100%. People are shocked. It's about 100 meters high. And now Chungwan has to fight it off. The Empress started an earthquake. More than 100 players from Chungwan died. Ryan might die here too if he doesn't do anything. We need to set all the monsters on fire. He used a big explosion for this. There is nothing stronger than the fire of an Archmage. Now the stream is watched by over 130 million. Ryan had now reached level 270. It was convenient to immediately cut out enemies with one attack, of course. But he couldn't really go wild. He would exceed the permissible level, and he would be finished. The hero wondered if it was time for them to finish. The conditions of the task were fulfilled, and then an unknown guy ordered the Thunder Monster sentenced to fall. The guy burned all the monsters. The system wrote that Ryan survived the attack of the Ant Empress, and now he has the glory of the one who stood up to her. This unknown guy destroyed all the ants with just one spell. Ryan was happy. This time he almost died. His mana was running out. He used the Aegis shield and summoned spirits at the same time. It was too mana-consuming. The hero thought about buying a new item to store mana or a new skill. This strange guy is unimaginably strong. Now his final thunderbolt, with which he killed the Ant Empress. They wrote in the chat that he was probably a non-player character and appeared because the event ended. After the battle was over, Ryan approached the boy and he took off his hood. Bahar, the royal mage of Tunga, rushed to the rescue as soon as news reached him. The Archmage has reached level 270. Emma thinks that's all she could do. Still, Merlin said that the Archmage's face was not very happy. This is not surprising. He leveled up 12 levels in one event. It's scary to think what will happen when you reach the maximum level. Even the Archmage himself is probably afraid. Merlin said that the next hunt would definitely start a war, just like Emma wanted. She said that now, when the Archmage really needs help, he will have no one to get it from. Ryan is crazy with happiness. He has level 272 cards to boot, and he's also riding on a flying ship. Suddenly, Bahar came up from behind and asked if our hero was Midas. Ryan was embarrassed that he was heard and said that it was him. Then, in the name of the great and wise King Tunga, Bahar rewards Midas for fulfilling the royal order. Our hero is allowed to visit the royal forge. It's a complete shock, so suddenly and without any explanation. A new quest has appeared. In the royal forge, Ryan can forge any item. Bahar showed that on that flying island there was a royal forge. Not only is it flying, but only recognized heroes can enter it. That is, Ryan became the hero of the kingdom. Bahar took him inside and told him to follow him. Ryan noticed that the people inside, who looked like guards, were already over level 300. He felt the scale of what was happening increasing. Bahar said that since all the weapons and equipment for the heroes are forged here, many want to rob the weapons warehouse. Therefore, the security must be at the proper level. So they got to the deepest place in the forge. Bahar wants to introduce the hero to someone. This is the royal blacksmith Eitri. Ryan's eyes popped out of his head. This is the same blacksmith from the legends. The hero asked if Eitri would take a look at his weapon. The blacksmith said there was the power of ability enhancement, the power of the free spirit, and the power that was neither. Then he asked which of these powers Ryan would choose. It seems the hero can choose the sphere of application of his weapon. Then he said that he chooses the power of the free spirit. Perhaps it has something to do with magic. Then Atri said that he would forge a weapon worthy of a hero like Midas. So, while Ryan waits for the weapon to be ready, he will finally open 2 reward cards. He was given the chance to absorb mana from slain monsters and summon a Thunder Spirit Knight. Ryan is in shock. It's already hard for him with the spirits he has, and now he will be left without any mana at all. But the second skill with mana absorption is not bad, but it is easier to just drink a potion than to kill a monster for mana. The mage does not really use this skill. But then Ryan thought about it. If he uses the skill book that he got after completing the quest and upgrades this skill to Legendary Epic, then it is unknown how much the conditions will change. Asmo asked how the top channels were doing. The assistant said that the number of subscribers for the MGLA Guild fell by 0.79%, and for the Tyrannosaurs Guild by 0.52%. Overall, each guild saw their subscriber count drop by 0.11%. The Archmage hosts the most interesting streams, and many subscribers have migrated to him. Asmo said that the top guilds probably weren't happy about this. They were holding on tight to their subscribers. I heard they have already formed an alliance. Many guilds have recently signed a secret treaty. Anyone who helps the Archmage will be declared a traitor. In any case, the next place of confrontation is the new continent. There, as Asmo said, the real war will begin. Atri fulfilled Ryan's request. The staff's mana consumption is reduced by 30%. This is a cool stat. When he uses it with pumped-up mana absorption, he will be able to summon as many Spirit Knights as he wants. Suddenly an NPC of the Explorers appeared and said that the king has a new order for Midas. Ryan is so happy that he is ready to do anything. Now the hero will go to a new continent. A quest has appeared. There you need to find the Order of the Knights of the Azure Lion. After some time, Ryan was already on a new continent, but he didn't understand why so many players had gathered on the very outskirts of the continent. Something was wrong. They act like they don't know him. No one bullies the Archmage. Something must have happened while he was gone. Maybe they're embarrassed by him. Everyone was aware of the matter. As long as all the top guilds were in secret collusion, no one would dare to deal with the Archmage. It seems he finally made it here. But he definitely won't be able to survive on the new continent without the help of the guilds. In the end, the Archmage will have to act alone. Ryan asked why everyone was so quiet. He heard that the new continent was full of dangerous monsters. He sees that many have just arrived here. The hero said that he could join them and asked if anyone wanted to. People are shocked that he has the nerve to say such a thing, knowing that all the guilds are in cahoots. They thought the Archmage was looking down on them and just kept quiet. Ryan knew, of course, that he and the top guilds weren't exactly on good terms, but if they continued to ignore him, he will have no one to ask for help on streams. There he needs to show the spirit of competition, as it was with the Chungwan Guild. Suddenly a message came. Michael said that it seemed that the leading guilds on the new continent had made a secret agreement, but he knew who could join the Archmage's team. The hero is surprised that the boss foresaw everything so well. Apparently the top guilds have common interests that Ryan did not suspect. I didn't think they would unite. Well, I guess the new player should be around here somewhere. And then in the bushes he noticed the former commander of the Mist Guild, Vrek. The Mingale Guild is not going through the best of times right now, and they are on the verge of bankruptcy. But in the past they have grown very quickly with new content. The truth is that inside the guild itself there was complete chaos. The head of the guild and the top officials committed various crimes, such as theft on an especially large scale and abuse of power. Vrek, the only one who could not turn a blind eye to this tyranny, reported on his guildmates. Thus, the dark deeds of the guild became known to everyone. After this, Vrek, who thought only of the guild, was expelled with a scandal. But the Mist Guild wasn't satisfied with that, so they continued to take revenge on him. His character was killed and left with nothing. Eventually it got to the point where he couldn't play anymore. However, Vrek didn't give up. He gathered all those who were undesirable to the dominant guilds and created his own guild, Survivors. However, it is difficult to develop your own guild if you are persecuted. He agreed to Rising Star's offer. Vrek's guild needed help as he was being targeted by other major guilds. Ryan just invited the guy to be his guest. Vrek also has his own channel. The hero asked to make him his guest, and the Archmage will make his stream unforgettable. Other guilds will see his stream and want to join his squad. Then Ryan offered to take on the job. He would show Vrek how profitable it was to deal with an Archmage. Sir Brahms of the Mist Guild was informed that Vrek had started a stream. They say he's definitely lost his last brains. After everything that happened, he still can't sit still. He still hasn't learned to listen to advice. Brahms said to get ready. Vrek challenged them first, so they will crush him so that he will never rise again. The viewers are surprised. They thought that the same tanker Vrek was already gone. Someone is still happy to see him, but the guild Mogla will not be happy to see the stream. The guy is curious about what the Archmage has planned. Our hero told the guy that he is a good hunter. Ryan just needs to show up in time. He'll teleport and attack unexpectedly. Will summon all the spirits he has and then surround the Survivors Guild to create an oppressive atmosphere. This way the guys will look even cooler, and at the same time they will attract a bigger guild. Vrek was already waiting in ambush and began to attack. He knew that Brahms would come for him and told him to hold the line. Brahms told his people to try to rid them of the traitor once and for all this time. Vrek told everyone to scatter. An ambush on a new continent is brave. Some people connected to the stream for this reason alone. Ryan was stunned. This was exactly the moment when he was supposed to come out. He started looking to see who had interrupted them. Brahms and his guild ran after Vrek, saying that he would get it since he was streaming and not hiding like a rat. Apparently the rumors weren't lying, and the MGLA guild really are shady guys. If they continue their attack, the stream will fail. Ryan must stop this. He started making big explosions. Brahms was dumbfounded. He only knew one player who could make 2 big explosions in a row, the Archmage with the survivors. Ryan stopped and told Brahms that they needed to talk. The boy got scared, asking how the Archmage knew he was here. This is bad. How did Brahms know that the Archmage was helping Vrek? But he can't back down in front of Vrek either. If he does that, he'll definitely get hit on the head. But we shouldn't think about that now. Let's say he clashes with the Archmage. There's no way to get out of it. It wasn't Brahms who started it. And if it really does come to blows. Brahms was told that Vrek's stream is currently being watched by over 3 million people. And Asmo himself donated to him. Brahms is in complete panic and orders everyone to stop the attack immediately. He will negotiate with the Archmage. Ryan has managed to calm them down now, but as soon as he leaves, they will attack Vrek again. The hero can't leave him, especially when he decided to help him, although the guy himself is having a hard time on the new continent. Now Ryan will reconcile him with Brahms. They are at an impromptu negotiating table. It looks very funny, but the hero was able to at least seat these two at the same table. Ryan asked how much longer they would sit with dissatisfied faces. He said that he was of course aware of the complicated relationship between their guilds, and it was entirely possible that there was something between the two of them that he didn't know about. But Ryan said that if they continued like this, both guilds would collapse. Brahms said that they were already on the verge of being struck off the list. It couldn't get any worse. The hero asked if they wanted to restore their reputation. The Archmage said that he had a deal with the Guild of Survivors. They help him hunt while he is just getting used to the new continent. If Brahms and his guild promise not to attack the survivors anymore, then the Archmage will participate in some event with the Mgla Guild. Brahms thought what a bastard he was, pretending to want to help but threatening. The Archmage was probably hinting that he would use force if necessary. But someone can't buy the Archmage's attention even for billions of dollars. Brahms began to think whether to agree or not. He won't be lured so easily. Suddenly Asmo donated and wrote that he is also ready to give them a chance. He is just in time. He knows exactly when his help is needed. Asmo said that if the Mist Guild made peace with the Survivors Guild, he would transfer them $1 million. After that, Brahms immediately agreed. Merlin yelled at the Guildmaster of the Mist, saying that they should have been stopped at the very beginning. They had an agreement. Merlin told Rel that from now on he would not turn a blind eye to his guild's independent actions. He threw away his phone in anger. They had managed to get caught on the hook. Who could have thought that the Archmage would use the survivors and lure the Mist Guild? And he hadn't even been on the new continent for a day. Emma said that he had planned everything in advance. Perhaps Brahms was his target from the very beginning. The Archmage must have had an informant and bribed someone in the mist, Otherwise, he wouldn't have found out about Brahms so easily. Merlin has already contacted the guild, so they won't be holding a joint event with the Archmage in the darkness. But now, as Emma said, they know for sure that even an Archmage cannot play alone, unless he's pretending to be alone right now. The hero is on an insurmountable mountain. There is very thick fog here. According to the quest, he needs to find the remaining knights of the Order of the Azure Lion in the lands from which there is no return. For him, the fog is not a problem since Ryan can see and not rumble characters and monsters with his vision. Vrek and his squad thanked the Archmage. Thanks to him, they can now play without fear. The guy said he would prepare thoroughly and do a new stream in 4 days, so Ryan has time to finish the main scenario quest. Gold said he saw a monster, but it turned out to be a Chimerasaurus. Even Ryan said the developers went overboard. They changed their plan. They quietly look for the knights and run away. He wandered around and eventually came across an NPC. The hero said that he was Midas and had come on the orders of King Tunga. Ryan was looking for the remaining knights of the Order of the Azure Lion. The guy said that our hero has come a long way. His name is Luan. He is the captain of the Order of the Knights of the Azure Lion. They had just met, but Luan wanted to ask for something. An unknown creature was rampaging across the continent. The boy asked to tell the king that very soon this creature would threaten the entire kingdom of Tunga. Ryan wondered if it was that unknown creature or Luan about those dinosaurs. The guy gave the hero a weapon and asked him to avenge him. The new quest requires exploring the dungeon of a great magician. Our hero reached the huge gates of the dungeon. Luan asked to avenge him and gave Ryan Eitre's sword. The hero thought that since they were handing out legendary epic items so easily, it meant that completing the quest in the dungeon would be quite a challenge. The monsters will be incredible creatures like Chimerasaurus. Since Ryan is thinking about an escape plan, if more than 3 of them show up at once, it will be difficult to stream. But the hero cannot miss the chance to capture the world's first passage through this dungeon. Okay, Ryan has decided. He'll do a pre-recorded stream this time. Michael told Secretary Kim that they needed a new set of items for the Archmage. But the secretary asked if there was such a need, since he already had very decent equipment. But Michael said it was for the content. When playing alone, the Archmage creates unique content, shows unusual skills, and the powerful power of fire. However, he is now on a new continent. It will be difficult to play alone. You don't have to go far for proof. Recently, the Archmage suggested holding an event together with the Mist Guild and hunted together with the Survivors Guild. But such content can be found from other streamers. Therefore, it is necessary to knock out the advantage of the Archmage. It is on the new continent that there are 2 opposing forces. On one side, Asmo and his Eitre's footprint set, and on the other, Merlin and his Crimson T-Rex hide. Whose set is better? Michael said they had a good opportunity. The Archmage can try 2 sets at once. You can ask them to give him these sets so that he can compare them and tell you which is better. But the secretary asked if they would really give away the expensive sets so easily. But Michael said that people like Asmo and Merlin don't care about money first. They care more about being men of their word, people who can be trusted. They'll have no choice but to hand over the kits. Ryan destroyed the Tyrannosaurs. They were too strong. It took the hero a whole 14 minutes to finish one off. I knew it. The tasks on the new continent are much more difficult. Ryan thinks that he will clear this dungeon with great difficulty. He will need to prepare the equipment immediately. Looks like I'll have to spend all my savings and sell my soul to level up. Behind those doors is the boss. Ryan asked the team if they were ready. Gold and Lucky are always ready, but a quest appeared above the keeper's head. If the guard deals more than half of the damage during a fight with the main monster, he is awarded the 1st rank of loyalty. Upon receiving, access to personal dialogue with the guard is opened, he can adopt skills, and so on. They entered the last chambers, and the hero asked if everyone remembered the plan. The Dragon Knight noticed strangers. Gold and Silver should deal at least half the damage to him, while Ryan will distract him. So after some time, they destroyed the Dragon Knight. Ryan got it from him much more than he expected. And yet Gold now has a new look and 1st-rank loyalty. Also, thanks to this battle, they now have a new guard skill, Against the Rules. It allows you to remove any conditions and restrictions for other skills. Now all that's left for Ryan to do is update his item sets. It's not all bad, except for the fact that he'll have to spend a pretty penny on it. The hero entered the dungeon of the Great Magician. It was the same as the first. There was a book, and Ryan began to read it. While the magician was studying the power of the forgotten deity, he discovered how to extract power from some objects and transfer it to others. With the help of this cube, he studied how to extract and combine the power of the monsters of the new continent. The magician also discovered a mysterious egg that could absorb the power of a forgotten deity. When he extracted the power from the mysterious egg and combined it with other powers, the Dragon Knight was born. The power of the cube weakens. The magician can no longer, and the object appeared right before Ryan's eyes. The cube of the Great Magician combines several sets of objects. In order for the contents of the sets to combine, the sets must be fully assembled. There are 3 uses. Ryan is shocked. Do they really think it's that easy to get these sets? There's nothing on eBay, and they've set the prices high. So what to do? In addition to the era set that the hero currently has, he needs 2 more new ones. Ryan knows that he created this Archmage syndrome himself, but this is somehow too cruel. And then Michael sends the hero a set of Atre's Trail and Crimson T-Rex Skin. Ryan knew that he could rely on the boss. Now he needs to send a recording from the Great Mage's dungeon. Vrek started his stream, greeted everyone, and introduced himself. The viewers demanded to see the Archmage. They are wondering why he hasn't been seen lately. Asmo donated and wrote that he had a showdown with Merlin today and asked if the rest of us could leave the stream for a while. Marlin wrote that if Asmo calls it a showdown, so be it. In any case, he is very interested to see whose set will be better. Suddenly, Ryanu appeared and thanked Vrek for inviting him to his stream. Asmo and Merlin said that they were having a showdown here, and then the hero took out a cube unknown to everyone. The main question at the very beginning of the passage of the new continent is whose set for level 300 players is better, the Atri Trail set or the Crimson T-Rex Skin set? Neither. The cube began to absorb power. Now the Archmage will show the audience the best set of items. Vrek ordered the attackers to go on the attack. The final blow belongs to the Archmage, but our hero didn't count on that. Who could have thought that he would combine 2 sets at once? They are incredibly expensive. It seems like it's too early to end the stream, so Ryan continues. He threw hellfire at the monster, but everyone is still wondering how much damage he just did. The Archmage said that he doesn't want to show what the new items are capable of yet. It won't be interesting if he reveals all his cards now. He'd better show Gold's new look. He's a Dragon Knight. He said he'd wipe everyone out for the sake of the Master. But Ryan still has so much to show the audience. For example, the owner of incredible power, the Thunder Spirit Knight. The hero's new items have cosmic stats. For example, they increase damage by 70% and the number of available spells. Later, the hero returned to the ship to the researcher. The NPC said that who would have thought that the Great Magician conducted his research in such a place? Ryan himself sees for the first time that someone studies dragons. Surprisingly, these creatures are very dangerous, so few people try to study them. And this guy is one of them. Anyway, thanks to Milas, they saved the captain. In gratitude on behalf of the royal family, he will present our hero with an award. Here it is, the Book of Legendary Epic Skills. But the boy said he would have one more request for Midas. Somewhere in these parts there lives a dragon. He was born from that same great magician. Ryan needs to bring his blood. Now the hero has access to the unconquerable mountain. Gorgon asked to get blood in order to study the dragon egg. Another task. Ryan needs to team up with the Survivors Guild again. He's already sick at the thought of having to share experience points. Wait, the hero just acquired new items. He also has an ice storm that freezes you to death, which is a reward for leveling up. If this skill is improved with the book Ryan just received, it is unclear whether he will be able to play the game solo again. Suddenly, Wharton called the hero. He heard that the Archmage had a new task open up. Ryan knew the boss had eyes and ears everywhere. He thought he was going to get it. But Michael said that the Mist Guild had suggested holding a competition to see who would finish the hunt on the insurmountable mountain faster. And they also demanded that the Archmage play alone, without the Survivors Guild. Ryan promised earlier that they would have a joint event. They demand that he play alone. Apparently, this situation really pisses them off. But the hero didn't really want to join the Survivors Guild anyway. The help makes him too self-confident. Ryan thinks he can handle the current leveling himself. The boss won't get anything out of it, though. The hero agreed, but said he wanted to ask for a raise since he would have restrictions. That way the company would also be able to earn more. Jackie reported that the Archmage had agreed to play alone in exchange for a large reward. Emma was surprised that he had agreed so easily. Considering that last time he had to team up with the Survivors Guild, this quest should be even more difficult. Emma realized that the Archmage was testing them. It was absolutely impossible to complete the quest alone. He was thinking of refusing the offer no matter what, even if they raised the reward for it. Emma thought maybe she should offer him something he couldn't refuse, and if he still refused, they would say he was afraid of the Mist Guild. She said to tell the channel that the Archmage would receive a skill card called Dragon Flame as a reward. This is the most powerful skill for level 300 players. Samson of the Mist Guild has started a broadcast. Right now they are on an unconquerable mountain. Nothing is known about it at all. The fog is very thick, but they must try their best to reach the victory. Their first monster appeared, but the boys' eyes filled with horror when they saw that it was not a dinosaur, but a chimera. Archmage also started streaming. Lapo, Gustav, Sasaki Kohiro were happy to see him back playing solo. Hope it will continue like this. Ryan thanked for the kind words. He is also happy to be playing solo again. Very soon he will start a competition with the Mgile Guild, who will kill the main boss of this quest faster. The rules are very simple. The winner is the one who kills the boss first. Before they start, Ryan is thinking about organizing an event where the audience can participate too. Fire, ice, lightning. When they choose one of these three elements, Ryan will hunt only with it. Asmo donated and wrote that the Archmage had a great idea. He does the same on his streams. Moreover, Khalid wants to see gold. Ryan said that there is no such option, but Asmo insisted. Meanwhile, the Mist Guild killed one monster in 6 minutes. Rel, the guildmaster, was not pleased, and said that they should try to invest in 4 minutes. Then Brahms said that they could kill 3 or 4 monsters at once. Rel asked how things were going with the Archmage. It looks like the Archmage's side also killed one Chimerosaur in 10 minutes. Rel asked why the guy was so gloomy if the Archmage was slower than them. The point was that Gold killed that monster in 10 minutes single-handedly. It was unexpected, so Ryan told Gold to deal with the next one. He activated the unlimited mode and also used the Dragon's Fury. All of Gold's Guardian stats increased significantly. Spectators asked if this would help defeat the monster. Ryan said that of course one shouldn't forget about the boss of this task, for which they all gathered here. In addition to his excellent physical abilities, Gold can use the Dragon Knight skill multiple times thanks to his unlimited mode. Although Eitre's sword is of no use to the Archmage because he is a mage, it suits Gold perfectly. The Guardian knocked down the monster and he himself didn't care. Ryan likes the vibe in the chat. He thinks maybe he should go take down the boss for now. Rel is shocked. Gold alone has 10 minutes. The Archmage hasn't revealed all his trump cards. The Guildmaster doesn't understand where this bastard got these items and skills from. If he spent so much, he must have a lot of money. Rel told everyone to get ready. Their reputations would be ruined if they lost this time, too. They will find the boss before the Archmage. Rel warehouse not to let him pass. Attack from behind. Now all means are good. The Mist planned to kill him, however. Ryan had already found the boss. Given the strength of the Archmage's fire this time, he will most likely kill the boss himself. And the Angel A Guild, knowing this, will do everything to stop him. Michael thought that they had set themselves up by forcing the Archmage to play alone. Now they would do anything to stop the Archmage. The Abyss Guild won't miss this chance either. They probably have another ace up their sleeve. It's not for nothing that they promised such a reward. Michael will also have to use their trump card, the Survivors Guild. Vrek told everyone that it was time to move out. Ryan was hiding in the bushes for now, whispering about the terrible power of the boss dragon. Since people have been waiting for his fight with the Mist Guild for so long, he will not back down, but will give it his all. This is the lone mage that viewers know. The event will start as soon as the dragon spots the enemy. The boss will summon one Dragon Knight every 3 minutes. The longer you fight him, the stronger he becomes. You need to defeat him very quickly. The Archmage suggested imposing another restriction on themselves. This time they would kill the boss in 10 minutes. He immediately ordered Lucky to human form jackpot guard mode. Gold and Silver are preparing for battle. Fire and ice golems, fire spirit knights, thunder spirit knight, all are ready. The audience said to admit it before it's too late. It's unrealistic to defeat the boss in 10 minutes. God willing, he'll have enough mana. Ryan activated Dragon Heat, Ice Storm, Blizzard, Trident, and now the show begins. People watch his streams for this spectacle. The number of viewers increases every second. So this is what the Archmage meant when he spoke about the power of fire. Ryan froze the dragon with an ice storm. It's amazing. He decided to use both fire and flame. Ryan said they would all attack together as soon as the dragon was immobilized. The hero immediately began firing tridents at the monster. He said there was no need to time it. Even 10 minutes was too long. The Archmage would defeat the boss faster, in 5 minutes. Rel and his guild ran to the place. The Archmage is already fighting the boss. They are close. It's about 5 minutes to walk to them. Rel calmed down. The fight with the boss takes 40 minutes. They still have time to spare. The guildmaster ordered to intervene at the very end, but suddenly a nervous guy ran up to him with a message. The Archmage had just announced that he would defeat the boss in 5 minutes. Rel had gone white with panic. Nothing is impossible for our hero. Rel shouted that we must move as quickly as possible, but Vrek blocked their way. He asked where the mist was rushing to. Were they really trying to stop the Archmage from defeating the boss? Vrek said that Rel and his team won't move until the Archmage kills the boss. Rel was furious and said that someone like Vrek couldn't stop them. However, at least he could delay them. Rel asked the boy if he really thought the Archmage would continue to help him. He would forget him once he moved to the next level. But Vrek doesn't care. The main thing for him is to stop Rel here and now. The Guildmaster of the Mist said that since Vrek was so eager to die, he would gladly grant his wish. After that, they pounced on him. However, everyone stopped abruptly. A Chimerasaur appeared in front of them. Ryan came to them and asked what they were doing here. Just don't tell them they were about to fight. The three sat down at the table. Rel thought he should have realized then that he would not be able to compete with the Archmage. He can't believe that the Chimerasaur is Silver's new incarnation. No matter how many times I say, don't fight, they're back to their old ways. Ryan said that an agreement is an agreement and suggested living in peace. He asked how much longer they would behave like this. Nothing good would come of it. They would only ruin their reputation. Rel thought that the Archmage was worse than the devil himself, so it was better to end this right now. There was no other way. He extended his hand and apologized to Vrek for everything he had done. The guy was happy that finally, after so many hardships, they found their long-awaited freedom on the new continent. Vrek was very happy, and thanks to the Archmage. Our hero said from now on to try not to quarrel, hoping that their guilds will now do well. Ryan gave Gorgon what he asked for. It is indeed dragon's blood. It seems the great mage has obtained the dragon's blood from the egg. And then Gorgon handed Ryan a map, saying it would come in handy. He found it while exploring the ruins looking for records of dragons. However, it is empty. The map leading to the dragon's lair becomes clearer as the hero's dragon's power increases. The new quest requires you to study the map and find the dragon logo. However, how can you find it on an empty map? But wait, that's not even the problem. At best, Ryan would have to go through the giant's tomb. Then it is not known how difficult this quest is. This damn game. Merlin said that some people suffer and hunt in a guild, while others, after hunting alone, get a dragon. And as a bonus, the Archmage received the skill Dragon Flame. They fell for his hook again. At this rate, they will never win. Merlin said it was time to change strategy and asked if Emma had any ideas. Archmage streamer versus top guild. Emma said that the guild that manages to catch the Archmage will be allowed to enter the top 10 guilds. And the Abyss Guild will support this right. That's Emma's idea. In other words, it's time to declare war. We'll have to. Emma has already prepared something. At the next location, the Giant's Tomb, the Archmage will be awaited by 2 leading giant guilds, much stronger than the Mist Guild. They have already prepared a trap. Ryan entered the dragon's lair. According to the quest, Dragon Skeleton, he needs to absorb the dragon's power from its skeleton. While getting here, we killed a bunch of Chimerasaurus, but we were able to level up quite a bit. The hero said that it would have taken them much longer to do all this if they had followed the map. However, they were lucky and found a shortcut thanks to the snow. Looking at the skeleton, Ryan wondered if it was even possible to complete this quest. Suddenly the snow melted and a complete skeleton was revealed to the hero. Suddenly the dragon egg began to absorb power. The dragon awakens. The egg is 61% ready to hatch. As soon as the readiness mark reaches 70%, a new dragon power will awaken. Ryan was scared. These notifications pop up every time unexpectedly. Maybe he just needs to do the next quest now. However, he perked up, telling Gold to prepare for his new appearance. The Archmage had already passed the giant's tomb. Merlin asked what about the Redheads and Medusa guilds. Emma said that they hadn't even crossed paths. Merlin thought that someone had leaked information about the ambush. The best guilds are joining forces. The Archmage is not an idiot. He sees everything perfectly. No matter how Emma and Merlin try to hide it, everything has its limits. Then Merlin suggested changing tactics, instead of playing catch-up with the Archmage. Instead of setting traps like they did before, they will make it so that he comes to them himself. So he will have no choice but to get caught on the hook. Emma asked if they had such a hook. Merlin said they would. For example, a Dragon Slayer sword. The Abyss Guild team has set up camp nearby. They are choosing the best players and forming their team. A maximum of 100 people can join the Dragon Slayer sword quest, so the top 100 are selected. The girl asked Gord what they plan to do with all this next. As they know, the Archmage announced that he will be doing the quest in the Black Desert alone. He doesn't even have any duels planned. Gord knows and said that it is just a bait. They need to become masters of the situation. The guy said that they would deliberately tell the Archmage how to get the Dragon Slayer sword, but they themselves would find the sword first. So that's what they've got planned. Of course, that's not all. The battle promises to be long. Gord heard that it would take about 2 weeks to complete the quest. If they complete the quest before the Archmage, the game will turn into a competition, and when all eyes are on them, they will be the first to get their hands on the Dragon Slayer sword. The girl asked what they would do if the Archmage did not buy in. Gord replied that it was impossible. The Abyss Guild has already leaked all the information about the quest. Even if the Archmage doesn't need the Dragon Slayer sword, Gord will still announce it to everyone, posing as him. The rest is up to the internet. Then Gord will become the Archmage's enemy. The girl asked what he knew about the quest. The guy replied that you need to find a red tree in the Black Desert. The location of the tree is random. You must avoid the curse of the Black Desert and be prepared for Crocus's ambush. It will be difficult to act quickly in the cursed lands, and for the Archmage too. Ryan Nasho Mahogany. He said that the further the game, the more shameless the developers. He escaped the cursed lands and the Crocus ambush only thanks to his snake vision. Without it, the hero would have had 3 or 4 days to complete the quest. The tree moved and a legendary epic skill book was visible in the ground. It's clear why they give 2 at once. If the developers had a conscience, they would give more. Suddenly the tree asked who the wanderer was who had found him. The tree offered to make a deal. If the hero lifted the curse from it, it would tell him how to get to the tomb. Ryan's eyes lit up. If this was a tomb, there would definitely be treasure or some kind of relic in there. Drumo told that a curse had been placed on him in one temple, and the hero's task was to destroy it. And the reward for completing the quest is the path to the tomb of the Dragon Slayer. This is the same killer who had the same sword from the legends. Ryan thought that he shouldn't underestimate the difficulty of the quest, and that he should level up well. He will reach level 320 before he takes on this quest. The hero asked Mr. Dreum where exactly that temple was, but it didn't know. Well, okay, that's not scary. Ryan has his clairvoyance. In the desert of red sands, he pumped up his level. The hero does not think that it is necessary to do a stream here. Ryan can't show how he searches for and destroys the temple. If he completes the quest, which should take 3 days and 4 nights in 3 hours, using his supervision, then they'll say it's all a setup. But if you hunt like everyone else, it's easier to just quit right away. At level 320, the War Dragon offers a new skill, and the hero decided to open it right away. It turned out to be a ranged attack skill. There is even such a thing. With this, the hero can attack with great damage from a long distance, but the limit is 300 meters. But then Ryan thought about it. What if he uses a legendary epic card? Now the skill has become a long-range attack. At that very moment, the familiar world of God War's mages collapsed like a house of cards.